Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 1897 to Chapter 1920. Light Universe. Outside the intersection of Candle Dragon Weave, Machine Weave, and Skywave Weave, many battleships were parked there, and warriors could be seen everywhere. At that moment, a few ancient battleships were speeding toward them from afar. These battleships were obviously different from most of the other battleships here. There were some special symbols on them, which were the ancient race language. When they arrived, an ancient aura permeated the air, which made many warriors stop in the void space and look over. It's a battleship from the 7-star academies. The geniuses from the 7-star academies are here. They're finally here. The geniuses from the Virtual Universe Company are already here. I wonder which one is stronger. Of course it's the Virtual Universe Company. The Virtual Universe Company is spread all over the universe. They have more geniuses, and they're rich. Speaking of money, many warriors were envious. Being able to enter the Virtual Universe Company was the best way to go. They didn't have to worry about resources anymore. To many ordinary warriors, the 7-star academies were too mysterious. On the contrary, the Virtual Universe Company was more down-to-earth. They could be seen everywhere and were widely known. You can't say that. The geniuses from the 7-star academies are also selected from various territories in the universe. Only the top geniuses can enter. Besides, the geniuses from the 7-star academies can enter the Space Arbitration Council. You know those freaks from the Space Arbitration Council, right? Hiss. Those freaks are indeed terrifying. I wonder if they'll show up this time. It's hard to say. However, if these geniuses can't be dealt with, the great beings from the Space Arbitration Council will probably show up. Speaking of which, Saint Wan Ting, who rose up in the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters, seems to have signed a contract with the Virtual Universe Company. The discussion around them suddenly quieted down, and many warriors looked at the one who spoke. "Why are you looking at me like that?" the man asked, embarrassed. That Saint Wan Ting is not only a 7-path saint, but he's also a genius from the 7-star academies. He even signed a true god-level contract with the Virtual Universe Company. Now, we don't even know if such a genius is alive or dead, a regretful voice was heard from the crowd. The martial artist suddenly realized that everyone was feeling sorry for Saint Wan Ting and was unwilling to mention him. It was said that his life and death were uncertain, but in fact, everyone knew that under such circumstances, the chances of Saint Wan Ting surviving were very slim. It was just that some people were unwilling to accept this fact. After all, even though Saint Wan Ting was extremely talented, it was said that he was only a universe-level warrior. How could he survive that disaster? Even Sector Lord-level fighters, and even many Undyings had fallen. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, no longer saying anything. At this moment, the ancient warships had already arrived and slowly docked at the mooring ground of a void fortress. One by one, young martial artists walked down from the warship. Their auras were restrained, making it impossible for others to see through them. However, from their extraordinary bearing, it was clear that these people were the geniuses of the 7-star academies. They weren't ordinary martial artists. The crowd's attention was once again attracted to those geniuses, and they began to discuss in low voices. They are indeed the geniuses of the 7-star academies. Looking at their bearing, they are obviously much stronger than us. So many of them are Domain Lord-level fighters. There are even quite a few Sector Lord-level fighters. And they all look very young. Only the 7-star academies have such talent. I take back what I said earlier. The geniuses of the 7-star academies may not be weaker than the geniuses of the Virtual Universe Company. How did you know? Scram, I just didn't see the geniuses of the 7-star academies. It's true that hearing about them can't compare to seeing them in person. In this war, we may be able to see the competition between these geniuses. I hope they don't fall on the battlefield. These are the reserves of our honorable universe. The moment these words were spoken, the entire place became silent. The atmosphere became heavy. Regarding this war, many people knew that many would die, and there would be no lack of warriors. This was a heavy topic. The crowd wasn't willing to say more. They began to discuss the identities and strengths of the geniuses. In the distance, amongst the group of geniuses, someone turned to look at the fighters in the distance and laughed. I didn't think that there would be a day when I would be considered a genius. They are all talking about domain lord level and sector lord level geniuses. What does that have to do with you? A beautiful lady in a moon-white dress said indifferently. Sister Xiaoyu, can't you let me be happy for a bit? The dark and fat youth said bitterly. We are about to enter the battlefield. Let me remind you so you don't get too carried away. Yu Qiqiao said. These people were Wade, Yu Qiqiao, Feather Cloud Immortal, 100 Rivers, Reynolds, and the other Star Guild members. They were the most outstanding geniuses of this batch. Naturally, they had to enter the battlefield. And they didn't want to miss this training opportunity. As for the domain lord level and sector lord level geniuses from the previous batches, needless to say, they would definitely enter the battlefield. Hee, don't you guys understand me? Everyone can be arrogant, but I definitely won't be. I definitely won't do something like that. That's courting death. Wade chuckled. Everyone was speechless. They had already experienced this damn fatty's shamelessness. However, there were some geniuses who didn't know Wade. Hearing his words, they couldn't help but turn to look at him. Alright, don't embarrass yourself. Yu Qiqiao was speechless. Oh, Wade looked around and smiled embarrassedly. There were many domain lord and sector lord level geniuses today. He didn't dare to be impudent. Yu Qiqiao, your Star Guild only has freshmen. You dare to enter the battlefield. Aren't you afraid of being wiped out? At this moment, a cold laugh came from the side. Wen Ning Fu. Yu Qiqiao turned to look and squinted her eyes. The other party was a member of the Blue Flame Association, who had once tried to stop the Star Association. However, he had been defeated by Yu Qiqiao in the arena at that time. He had been defeated with his face covered in grime and dirt, and had lost a lot of face. Beside her were a few familiar figures. It was Jia Dang, Qi Lianfeng and the other freshman geniuses. Originally, after losing to Star Guild, they would be shelved by Blue Flame Guild. They would either leave Blue Flame Guild or continue to be subservient to Blue Flame Guild. However, most of the geniuses were recruited by Wang Ting. Since then, Blue Flame Guild had nothing to do with them. Especially the top 10 geniuses. 6 or 7 of them joined Star Guild. The other factions could only follow along. Geniuses like Wen Ning Fu, Jia Dang, and Qi Lianfeng who were in the top 20 and top 30 became targets for the other factions. No matter how stupid Blue Flame Guild was, they wouldn't let them leave. Instead, they would continue to nurture them and let them stay in Blue Flame Guild. After all, Blue Flame Guild was an extremely powerful faction. President Feng Qingyan was a sector lord pinnacle existence. He had hopes of reaching immortal rank. Wen Ning Fu and the others weren't stupid. They knew they couldn't defend him, so they stayed. The resources that Fengjing deserved, they also got it. It didn't matter where they were. To freshmen, sometimes they had to choose to compromise. Otherwise, they would have to fight their way out of the old factions like Wanting. However, this was undoubtedly difficult. There were very few people who could do this in each batch. Sometimes, only one would appear in many batches. Other than that, they had to have a backer. With a backer, they naturally didn't need to compromise. With a backer, they could cultivate in peace. However, such geniuses were in the minority. How many of them were like Yuan Mu, who had the backing of a judge? So it's a defeated opponent. You should worry about yourself. Yu Qiqiao naturally wasn't a pushover. She immediately retorted. Haha, when Ning Fu's eyes flashed coldly as she sneered, do you think I'm still the same person as before? I have a lot of resources in the Blue Flame Association. How can your insignificant Star Association compare to me? Back then, I told you to disband the Star Guild and join the Azure Flame Guild. Now, even your arrogant and insufferably arrogant president has fallen. What benefits can you gain? He's at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Oh right, he's already at the Saint level. It's true that he's a Saint-level alchemist, but so what? He's already dead. Can you get a Saint-level pill from a dead person? Ha ha ha, as soon as this was said, there was a burst of laughter. The Star Guild members glared at them and turned to look at the laughing Blue Flame Guild members. The surrounding geniuses were also attracted by the commotion. Their faces were filled with interest, and they were all eager to watch the show. Many people knew about the Blue Flame Guild and the Star Guild. Especially the president of Star Guild. He was now famous in Cosmic Star Academy. Seven Path Saint, just thinking about it was terrifying. No one knew how he did it. When the news came back, no one dared to believe it, but as time passed, the news was confirmed and everyone had no choice but to believe it. It was a pity that such a monstrous genius had fallen. It was truly a pity. A saint-rank alchemist is really powerful. Unfortunately, he's dead. Among the Blue Flame Guild members, Jia Dang shook his head with a regretful look. Wen Ning Fu. Jia Dang. Yu Qiqiao's face was as cold as frost. Her pair of cold eyes stared at them and said, "My Star Guild's president, Wang Teng, just hasn't been found yet, but you're cursing him to death. Are you afraid of seeing him?" Ha ha ha. Wade laughed. His laughter directly overshadowed the Blue Flame Guild members as he said, "A bunch of cowards. You don't dare to say anything and only know how to talk behind your backs. You call yourselves geniuses of Cosmic Star Academy. How shameful. Damn fatty, what did you say?" Jia Deng glared and shouted. "I said you're villains. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow, just like your president, Feng Qingyan. If my boss was here, would you dare to say anything?" Wade said. "Presumptuous. What did you say? Damn fatty, you're courting death." Angry shouts suddenly sounded from the Blue Flame Guild members. No matter what, Feng Qingyan had a high prestige in the Blue Flame Guild. Now that he was being pointed at and cursed, how could they endure it? If they endured it, wouldn't the Blue Flame Guild become a joke? "What's wrong? You want to fight?" Wade was not afraid at all. He straightened his chest and said, "Come and try. Let's see if the Academy's mentors will care about you." Fuck. This fatty is shameless. Many people around laughed. Who would ask for mentors for this kind of thing? Moreover, it was obviously a coward's words, but they sounded very unyielding. What a weirdo. The Blue Flame Guild members' faces turned green. They looked at the Academy's mentors in the distance. They had no doubt that if they dared to fight, those mentors would definitely not let them go and teach them a lesson. After all, the war was imminent. How could they allow these students to cause trouble? Damn fatty, you win. A Blue Flame Guild's domain lord-level genius glared at Wade. He gritted his teeth and said, "I hope you can still be so stubborn when we're in the Three Territories." Your Lord Fatty's mouth is so stubborn. If you don't like it, come and bite me," Wade said in a despicable manner. He had already grasped some of Wang Ting's essence. Fuck. The Blue Flame Guild members were fuming with anger, but there was nothing they could do. They were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. This Star Guild was the true example. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. That Wang Ting was like that, and this damn fatty was also so despicable. They couldn't help but want to beat him up. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind. The Blue Flame Guild members turned around. When they saw the person, they immediately opened up a path. A graceful female figure walked out from behind the crowd. Who else could it be but the Blue Flame Guild's vice president, Wan Banlian? Although this woman was only a peak domain lord, she was able to become the vice president of the Blue Flame Guild. Other than having an affair with Feng Qingyan, she was also very skilled in management. Thus, she would appear whenever the Blue Flame Guild had a big matter. Especially when Feng Qingyan wasn't around. Vice President. The Blue Flame Guild members called out respectfully. Even some of the peak domain lord-level geniuses were extremely polite to her. Wan Banlian nodded and looked at the Star Guild members. Her gaze landed on Yu Qiqiao's pretty face. Her eyes flashed with a trace of undetectable jealousy as she sneered, "Whether Wang Ting is dead or not, we don't know. However, it's useless for you to be stubborn. If he's still alive, he should have appeared long ago." She was just short of saying that Wang Ting was dead. In fact, many people also felt that Wang Ting was dead. It wasn't just the Blue Flame Guild members. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought this up. What a joke. Yu Qiqiao wasn't someone to be trifled with. She sneered and retorted, once a cultivator encounters an opportunity, it can be as short as a few years or as long as a few hundred years. How long has it been and you dare to say that our president is dead? Should I say that you're ignorant? Or should I say that you're ignorant? Juan Banlian had already seen Yu Qiqiao's mouth, but she did not expect that in this situation, Yu Qiqiao could actually retort so sharply. Her face immediately darkened and the corners of her eyes fiercely twitched. Moreover, she was the vice president of the Blue Flame Guild. She was actually called ignorant by a little girl much younger than her in front of so many people. It was truly a slap in the face. The surrounding geniuses suddenly had a strange expression as they looked at Juan Banlian with a trace of ridicule. Many people looked down on people like Juan Banlian. They felt that she completely relied on her beauty to become the vice president of the Blue Flame Guild. For the geniuses of the Starry Sky Academy, everything depended on strength. This Juan Banlian's management ability may be good, but her strength was not complementary. If it weren't for Feng Qingyan, this Juan Banlian would be nothing. Since you still don't want to give up and think that he's still alive, then I'll wait and see. Juan Banlian took a deep breath in her heart. On the surface, she still had a very calm look as she said indifferently, I hope you won't be disappointed in the end. How do you know the person who will be disappointed won't be you? When our president comes back, I will tell him everything you said. I hope you won't hide and not dare to see him. Yu Qiqiao gave her a meaningful glance and said with a smile. The muscles on Juan Banlian's face twitched fiercely, as if she remembered a very unpleasant experience. At that time, her face was slapped by that bastard until it swelled to the size of a butt. The memory was still fresh in her mind, and she could still feel the burning pain on her face. This pain was not only on her face, but also in her heart. Wang Ting made her suffer the greatest humiliation in her life, so she hated Wang Ting to the core. She hoped that he would stay outside and never come back. Since that incident, no one dared to mention it in front of her, but now that this layer of cloth was mercilessly removed by Yu Qiqiao, she could feel the eyes of the people around her filled with ridicule. A trace of resentment suddenly appeared in Juan Banlian's eyes. She fiercely glared at Yu Qiqiao before turning around and leaving. She didn't want to argue with this damn girl anymore. Once she was in the Three Great Territories, she had plenty of ways to deal with the people from the Star Guild. As for those geniuses, since they all chose the Star Guild, then don't blame her for being ruthless. Now that Wang Ting was dead or alive, it was a good time to deal with the Star Guild. A trace of seriousness flashed in Yu Qiqiao's eyes. She knew that Juan Banlian would never let the matter rest. Ever since the news of Wang Ting's whereabouts being unknown and whether he was dead or alive had spread, the Blue Flame Association had been looking for trouble with the Star Guild. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Ting had left behind enough medicinal pills and the protection of Danan and the other seniors, the Star Guild might not have been able to withstand the pressure from the Blue Flame Association. Now that they were on the battlefield, although the higher-ups had explicitly forbidden the Light Universe's cultivators to put aside their personal grudges at this critical moment and not kill each other, there would always be some people who didn't understand. Juan Banlian had been blinded by hatred and would definitely make a move in the Three Great Territories. Sister Xiaoyu, I think that ugly woman will still cause trouble, Wade leaned over and whispered. She's not ugly, right? Yu Qiqiao was speechless. She's not as good-looking as you, Sister Xiaoyu. They're all ugly women, and she's too vicious, Wade said. The Star Guild members at the side were speechless. Did this fatty not look around to see if there was anyone beside him when he flattered her? He was so brazen and thick-skinned. You have a bright future, Yu Qiqiao praised as she patted Wade's shoulder. Needless to say, this fatty's flattery was really comfortable. The others couldn't compare to him. Everyone looked at Yu Qiqiao with strange gazes. When did this fairy-like beauty become so vulgar? One is marked by the company one keeps, a face appeared in many people's minds, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. Suddenly, a Star Guild member couldn't help but ask, do you guys think the president really won't come back? The Star Guild members immediately fell silent. Nonsense. Don't you guys know what kind of person the president is? Wade waved his hand and said solemnly, everyone will die, but our president definitely won't. You guys know about the news from Planet 5 Burial, right? It said that even an immortal rank existence attacked our president, but what happened in the end? They still couldn't do anything to our president. Also, it said that our president has an extremely powerful teacher whose strength is above the true god rank. Do you see that dark barrier ahead? It said that the dark expert who set up that barrier was almost killed by our president's teacher. With such a backer, how can anything happen to our president? Following Wang Ting's disappearance, not only did the news from the Vice Profession Alliance's headquarters spread to the Cosmic Star Academy, but even what Wang Ting had done on Planet 5 burial was also spread. Wang Ting's deeds were all known to the Cosmic Star Academy students. Everyone was shocked and somewhat in disbelief. Not to mention what he had done at the Vice Profession Alliance's headquarters, just the storm he had stirred up at Planet 5 burial was enough to shock many Sector Lord geniuses and even immortal rank existences. Planet 5 burial was one of the most difficult places to manage in the eyes of the 7-Star Academy's Academy Arbitration Committee. Especially the few members they had sent there, almost all of them had died there. In the end, once Wang Ting went there, the matter was resolved. Not only did the younger generation of geniuses on Planet 5 burial bow their heads, but even the upper echelons of Planet 5 burial treated him as an important guest. It was also said that an extremely mysterious and powerful race in the universe, the Black Mountain Royal Race, had appeared. There were even geniuses and immortal rank experts from the Black Mountain Royal Race. But what happened in the end? They had all fallen at the hands of Wang Ting. Even immortal rank existences couldn't do anything to him. It was hard to imagine that this was done by a universe rank fighter. Many geniuses knew that the Black Mountain Royal family was one of the top 10 strongest races in the universe. It was absolutely famous. The geniuses from this race were all top-notch existences. Even the geniuses from the 7-Starry Sky Academies didn't dare to say that they could compare with them. However, the genius from the Black Mountain Royal Race was still defeated by Wang Ting in the end. From this, it could be seen how powerful Wang Ting's talent and strength were. Many people in the Star Guild didn't believe that such a prodigy would fall at the hands of a dark apparition. That's right, I believe that guy won't fall so easily. Just then, Wu Yan suddenly spoke up. Back then, when his brother Wu Ming asked him to join the Star Guild, he was very unconvinced. They were both freshmen and geniuses ranked in the top 10. Why should he join the Star Guild and be below Wang Ting? Even though he had lost to Wang Ting in the newcomer ranking battle, he was still unconvinced. He wanted to improve his strength and get back at Wang Ting. However, the various news that came back later made him completely convinced. He suddenly admired his elder brother. In terms of judgment, he really couldn't compare to his brother. It was no wonder that his brother could take charge of the Wizard Pagoda Alliance. He couldn't compare at all. Therefore, he believed that Wang Ting wouldn't fall so easily. Such a prodigy would definitely be able to rise through the hardships. We don't believe it either. Bai Chuanlu, Tai Beisha, and the other geniuses smiled. Their expressions were very calm as if they were talking about something very ordinary. However, this showed their confidence in Wang Ting. Ha ha ha, without that guy, what's the point of us fighting? Reynolds laughed. Seeing that we're all waiting for him, he'll definitely come back. He won't die. Yu Yunxian rarely spoke. Wang Ting's life force is very vigorous. He's very difficult to kill. Treeman Borat scratched his head with his branch-like hands and said foolishly. Everyone looked at him strangely. Although they knew that what he said made sense, it still felt weird when he said it like that. Borat thought that everyone didn't believe him and quickly explained, "Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. He's a universe-level fighter with the most vigorous life force I've ever seen. Even some sector lords aren't as good as him. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Originally, they only felt that it was a little strange. However, after hearing Borat's words, they were all shocked. Was that guy a cockroach? His life force was actually so vigorous. However, when they saw that all the top geniuses were so certain, the members of the Star Guild instantly felt like they had a pillar of support, and a trace of confidence rose in their hearts. Wang Ting, you heard it, right? So many people are waiting for you. Don't really die out there. Yu Qiqiao's pretty face immediately revealed a gratified smile. She looked into the depths of the universe and thought to herself. The arrival of the geniuses from the 7-Star Academies caused quite a stir outside of the 3 territories. And the conflict between the Star Association and the Green Flame Association only spread within a small area. Not many people knew about it. With the war imminent, who would care about the conflict between the two student powers of the Starry Sky Academy? And not long after, another new power arrived. One after another, rough and sturdy, gigantic battleships flew over from the depths of the universe, almost like giant steel beasts roaming the universe. On the metal exterior of the battleships, there was a shield as the base, with a blade and sword crossing each other, extremely obvious and clear. The Universe Mercenary Alliance. The geniuses from the Universe Mercenary Alliance are here too. Good fellow, the geniuses from these powers aren't willing to be left out. The moment the war arrives, they all appear. What's so strange about that? It would be strange if they didn't come. Wait, that is, discussions resounded in the surrounding space, but very quickly, a group of fighters couldn't help but exclaim, as though someone had discovered something. See. After which, a series of gasps resounded. Many fighters stared with wide eyes, looking at the few battleships within the Universe Mercenary Alliance fleet. On the battleships, other than the Universe Mercenary Alliance's special symbol, there was actually another extremely special symbol. It was a gigantic flaming sword, hanging upside down under the symbol of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Its entire body was covered with strange flame engravings. Even though it was just a symbol, from afar, one could feel an extremely hot flame aura coming from it. The Battle Blade Mercenary Group. Finally, a shocked voice exploded from the crowd, as though it was extremely hard to believe. It's actually the Battle Blade Mercenary Group, ranked 5th in the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Even the Battle Blade Mercenary Group is here. That's great. The Battle Blade Mercenary Group's battle strength is terrifying. The strong are as common as the clouds. Even they have come this time. There will definitely be a lot of new troops. Isn't that so? I heard that there are many genius fighters within the Battle Blade Mercenary Group. They are all nurtured by the Mercenary Group. They are always outside carrying out missions, fighting and killing. Their battle strength is extremely terrifying. Normal fighters simply can't compare. That means, if the geniuses from the 7-star academies and the Virtual Universe Company meet them, they might not be able to gain any advantage. Who knows, each has their own merits. Many people recognized the origin of the warship marked with the flame sword and immediately broke out into discussion. Obviously, they held the Battle Blade Mercenary Group in high esteem. The geniuses of the 7-star academies also looked over with solemn expressions. No matter how arrogant they were, they didn't dare to look down on the top 10 mercenary groups. Not to mention how powerful these mercenary groups were, just the geniuses that walked out from them made them not to be underestimated. Many geniuses had interacted with the geniuses of these mercenary groups and knew that they were extremely powerful geniuses. Look. It's not just the Battle Blade Mercenary Group, there's also the Pale Moon Mercenary Group. Pale Moon Mercenary Group. Ranked 6th, their strength isn't much weaker than the Battle Blade Mercenary Group. 2 of the top 10 mercenary groups actually came. The Universe Mercenary Alliance has really put in a lot of effort this time. Of course, for such an important matter, the Universe Mercenary Alliance will definitely not ignore it. As long as they can come, they will definitely send them. On the battleship of the Pale Moon Mercenary Group, there was a pale white silver moon mark. It was extremely eye-catching and emitted a cold aura. As the battleship got closer, many of the low-level fighters' expressions changed slightly, feeling uncomfortable and quickly retreating. Just a mark on the battleship was enough to intimidate fighters below the universe level. The strength of these top 10 mercenary groups was obvious. Of course, such methods were obviously done by the strong. Normal fighters wouldn't be able to do it. From this, it could be seen that the strong within these mercenary groups were as common as the clouds. Otherwise, why would they bother with a mark? I really didn't expect that even these 2 mercenary groups would come. On the Void Fortress's parking space, Xianxia's eyes revealed a strange look, exclaiming, "Battleblade! Pale Moon! The geniuses of these 2 mercenary groups aren't simple at all. Looks like we'll have to compete with them." Reynolds obviously had some understanding of these 2 mercenary groups, laughing, "I know quite a few of them. This time, we can compete with them and see who can kill more dark apparitions." I heard that the geniuses of the mercenary groups all walked out from the slaughter, leaving behind mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I wonder if that's true? Yu Qiqiao asked curiously. Of course it's true. Their geniuses were first placed on some desolate planets, fighting with all sorts of strong star beasts, walking out from those star beasts. If they fail, they are immediately buried on those desolate planets, no one will help them. Reynolds nodded. So cruel? There's actually no help at all. If it were some extremely talented geniuses, wouldn't it be a waste? Hundred Rivers said. That's nothing. Reynolds looked at him, shook his head, and said, I just said that this is just the beginning. Eventually, they will be sent to some planets that are at war. They will receive missions and join any side. They will enter the battlefield and fight with the enemy, helping those forces to unify. Only when they succeed can they leave. And such wars, every one of them has participated in no less than 1,000 battles, almost all the way from the Star Traveler level to the universe level. Like domain lords, sector lords, and other geniuses, the wars they have experienced are even more terrifying. It's not something we can imagine. To the Universe Mercenary Alliance, there are countless strong warriors each time, and many geniuses are lost during this period, but they never feel the pinch. Every time, they will tell the geniuses the truth of the situation. Whether they want to participate or not is up to the geniuses themselves, never forced. Whether they want to become strong or not, it all depends on the geniuses themselves. Speaking up to this point, Reynolds couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It was indeed cruel, but to those geniuses from ordinary backgrounds, it might be a good choice. Everyone exchanged glances. They originally thought that placing those geniuses on desolate planets was already extremely cruel, but who would have thought that it would be even crazier? The Universe Mercenary Alliance actually placed those geniuses on various battlefields, experiencing no less than 1,000 battles. At first, they felt that their training was already extremely hard, even difficult, but compared to the geniuses of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, it seemed like there was still a huge difference. Only a small number of people had experienced such an extreme training method. Reynolds suddenly looked at Killer, who had remained silent, and asked, "Oh yeah, Killer, your Massacre God Temple's training method should be similar, right?" "Pretty much, our training is to kill," a gleam flashed through Killer's eyes as he said nonchalantly. As expected. Reynolds had an expression that said, "I knew it." Everyone had a strange gaze and could not help but look at Killer. They had witnessed his ability, and not many were his match. Although they had heard of Killer's training method before, now that they heard that his training method was similar to the geniuses of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, they had a better understanding of it. How many people had he killed? Just as everyone was talking, the battleships of the Universe Mercenary Alliance were getting closer. Eventually, they stopped around the Void Fortress. At that moment, as the battleships spread out, the few battleships in the center revealed themselves to everyone. Holy Light Mercenary Group. Many of the surrounding martial artists stared with their eyes wide open. They could not help but gulp as they stuttered. There was an extremely unique symbol on the outer wall of the few battleships. The symbol looked like it was made up of several sparkling and translucent white prismatic crystals. It looked like several holy swords that were stacked up in a geometric pattern. It was quite beautiful. Above the prismatic crystals, a dazzling white light shone down like holy light. At the bottom of the symbol, there was a pair of white wings that were extended. It was beautiful and holy, and one could not look at it directly. It's really the Holy Light Mercenary Group. I heard that the Holy Light Mercenary Group that is ranked third has many light-type martial artists. They have formed a special team and are directly under the command of their leader. Not only is the team powerful, but they also have powerful healing abilities. With that team, the Holy Light Mercenary Group is almost undefeated. A team formed by light-type martial artists. That's a big deal. Wouldn't they be even more powerful against dark apparitions? Of course, they'll need light-type martial artists to deal with dark apparitions. I heard that the leader of the Holy Light Mercenary Group is an extremely powerful light-type martial artist. If he were to fight, he'd definitely be able to kill 1 or 2 demon god-level existences. I wonder if he'll come. Everyone was extremely curious about the leader of the Holy Light Mercenary Group. However, how could the leaders of the top 10 mercenary groups be seen by normal martial artists? Their levels were too high. Normal people would not even know who they were. See. It's actually the Holy Light Mercenary Group. On the side of the 7-star academies, many of the genius martial artists once again took in a deep breath. They felt that it was unbelievable. The appearance of the 5th and 6th mercenary groups was still acceptable. Now, even the 3rd mercenary group was here. It seemed that the Universe Mercenary Alliance had indeed put in a lot of effort. These top 10 mercenary groups were not so easily mobilized. If they were out on missions, they would definitely not be able to arrive in a short period of time. Especially the top 3 mercenary groups. They were on a completely different level from the 5th and 6th mercenary groups. The top 3 mercenary groups were extremely mysterious and powerful existences. In the entire universe, their reputations were well known, and almost everyone knew about them. However, very few people knew about their actual strength, and even less how many strong martial artists they had. This was also why many people said that they were mysterious. And their ranking had never been shaken. Whether it was the 4th or 5th place, they could not push the Holy Light Mercenary Group down from the 3rd place. After so many years, it had always been like this. Even the 3rd place could not be shaken, not to mention the 1st and 2nd mercenary groups. One could only imagine how strong the top 3 mercenary groups were. The Holy Light Mercenary Group is named after Holy Light. It seems that they have quite a few light-type fighters. Especially their leader, Tabessa. You're also a light-type fighter. Have you heard of him? Xianxia turned to a beautiful lady with long golden hair. She was dressed in platinum armor and had a pair of pure white wings on her back. She looked like a war goddess. It had to be said that when Star Union appeared, they attracted quite a bit of attention. This was because there were quite a few beauties with different styles. To those normal fighters, beauties that were 2 or 3 levels lower were already enough to be worshipped as goddesses. Not to mention Xianxia and Tabessa, these super beauties. Even Juan Banlian, such a high-ranking beauty, compared to Xianxia and Tabessa, was a little lacking. It was not that Juan Banlian was ugly, but she was too narrow-minded and scheming. Her appearance was born from her heart. These things would more or less reveal themselves on her face, making it easy for others to feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, Xianxia and Tabessa were not that kind of person. They were naturally more comfortable looking at them. Do you see the wings behind the symbol? Tabessa was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, she asked with a slight smile. That's... Everyone was stunned for a moment before reacting. They all looked at Tabessa's back. That's right. That's the symbol of our Featherman tribe, Tabessa said. Could it be? Xianxia had a flash of inspiration. She seemed to have understood something, but she did not say it out loud. I also heard it from the elders in the tribe, but I don't know much, Tabessa said. Everyone nodded and did not ask any more questions. They were very surprised. They did not expect the Holy Light Mercenary Group's leader to have such a relationship with the Featherman tribe. Boom, as they were chatting, there was a loud explosion, attracting everyone's attention. At this time, many fighters had already walked down from the Universe Mercenary Alliance's battleship. They all had a valiant aura about them. It was obvious that they had walked out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They also heard the commotion in the distance and immediately turned to look. In the space, a huge array appeared out of nowhere. Countless mysterious runes appeared within the array, as though they were engraved in space. A formless space energy swept out, causing space to ripple and distort. Following which, a pillar of light shot into the sky. Space teleportation array. That's a movable space teleportation array. Which organization has arrived to actually use a movable space teleportation array? Everyone looked in shock at the array that suddenly appeared, causing an uproar. A movable space teleportation array, this was not something a normal teleportation array could compare to. Such an array required a high level of proficiency in runes. Even a saint-level runemaster might not be able to set it up. Movable meant that the array could be moved along with the battleship. It was similar to a space tunnel. Of course, one had to know the coordinates beforehand, otherwise, one would not be able to reach the exact location. Another thing was the amount of space crystals used. A movable space teleportation array had a very high requirement for space crystals. Not only did it require more space crystals, but it also required a higher purity. Normal people could not afford to use such space crystals. Therefore, very few people would use this kind of mobile spatial teleportation array. The price-performance ratio was too low. It was not worth it at all. So, at this time, the pillar of light from the array suddenly flashed intensely. A huge and luxurious battleship suddenly shot out and appeared before everyone. These battleships had extremely luxurious exteriors. They were decorated with extremely luxurious crystals, sparkling in the void of the universe. From afar, they looked like stars. However, this was only the appearance. Under the luxurious exteriors were extremely terrifying steel beasts. Whether it was the strange metal on the exterior or the complex runes engraved on the battleships, they were all telling others that these battleships were extremely extraordinary. Immortal battleship. And, oh my god, a god-level battleship. Exclamations could be heard. Among the numerous battleships, there was an extremely large battleship. The ripples it emitted prevented the surrounding immortal battleships from getting close. Many people recognized it. It was a god-level battleship, not something an immortal-level battleship could compare to. Previously, regardless of whether it was the 7-Star Academies or the Universe Mercenary Alliance, the battleships used were all immortal level. However, the battleship that rushed out of the array at this moment was a god-level battleship. The difference between a god-level battleship and an immortal-level battleship was like the difference between an immortal level and a true god level. Although it seemed like there was only a difference of one level, the difference was so huge that anyone could imagine it. From a certain perspective, 1,000 immortal-level battleships might not even be able to compare to a god-level battleship. Hence, when the crowd saw that god-level battleship, they were all in disbelief. Universe First Bank. That's a battleship from the Universe First Bank. No wonder, I was wondering who was so rich and overbearing. So it's the Universe First Bank. Only they can afford to use a god-level battleship to transport geniuses. Damn, this Universe First Bank is too overbearing. Those immortal-level battleships are already so luxurious, but they even got a god-level battleship. Who are they trying to show off to? Even the Virtual Universe Company can't compare to them. It's not like the Virtual Universe Company doesn't have a god-level battleship, it's just that they don't have such a high profile. And it's the Universe First Bank. Being rich is so amazing. Many fighters noticed the symbol on the battleship. It was a picture of a gold coin. They immediately recognized that it was a battleship from the Universe First Bank. They were all enlightened. Only the Universe First Bank could use a god-level battleship to transport geniuses. They were publicly recognized as the richest power in the universe. Even the Virtual Universe Company didn't dare say they were richer than the Universe First Bank. I've learned something new today. Xianxia and the others were speechless. They didn't expect the Universe First Bank to be so overbearing. My god, just how rich is the Universe First Bank? Wade said. Anyway, everyone's money is stored with them. How much money do you think they have? Reynolds said. Is it too late for me to join the Universe First Bank? Wade's eyes gleamed. Go and ask. As a genius from the 7-Star Academies, they'll probably be happy to take you in. Being a helper in the future is not a bad idea. Xianxia said. Then I'll have to find a chance to ask. Wade rubbed his chin. Everyone shook their heads and laughed. They didn't expect this fatty to seriously consider it. However, it wasn't a problem. These geniuses from the 7-Star Academies either had their own powers or found other powerful powers to join and work for them. Hence, no one found Fatty Wade's plan strange. On the other side, the people from the Universe Mercenary Alliance looked at the Universe First Bank's battleship and were shocked. A god-level battleship, even they couldn't ride it. This Universe First Bank was actually willing to let geniuses use it. They weren't afraid of being robbed. However, thinking about their identities, not many would dare to rob the Universe First Bank. Rumble, the arrival of the Universe First Bank's battleship caused quite a commotion. Many battleships stopped at the spaceship parking area. Especially that god-level battleship, when it stopped, it let out rumbling sounds. The parking area seemed to be unable to withstand it and started to shake violently. In the end, there was no other way. That God-level battleship could only stop in space. After which, many figures flew out from it and landed on the parking area. Knight Arlott, your Universe First Bank is still so high-profile. A voice suddenly came from the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Knight? Many people looked at the Universe Mercenary Alliance and the Universe First Bank. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and shock. This time, the leader of the Universe First Bank was an undying knight? Ha ha ha, a burst of laughter came from the sky above the Universe First Bank. A tall and handsome man in golden armor suddenly appeared in space. He looked in the direction of the Universe Mercenary Alliance and said, Knight Xianxia, long time no see. Long time no see. A figure appeared in the sky above the Universe Mercenary Alliance and saluted the handsome man in golden armor. Warblade. Xianxia. And the Holy Light Mercenary Group. Knight Arlott glanced at the battleships of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. He was slightly surprised. 3 of the top 10 mercenary groups have sent out. You guys are really generous. The Universe Mercenary Alliance naturally can't stay out of such a disaster. Knight Xianxia glanced at the warriors of the Universe First Bank and said meaningfully, and the Universe First Bank has sent out many geniuses as well. They're not any weaker than us. Your Universe Mercenary Alliance has already sent out so many geniuses, so how can we, the Universe First Bank, fall behind? Besides, there are many of our people in Torch Dragon Weave, Machinery Weave, and Skywave Weave. We can't just ignore them, Knight Arlott said. Knight Xianxia laughed and looked at the 7-star academies. His eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. He said, the 7-star academies sent out more geniuses than the 2 of us. Isn't this a very normal thing? Each of the 7 Starry Sky academies has many geniuses. Arlott also looked at the 7-star academies and sized up the geniuses of the 7-star academies. His eyes flashed. Interesting. Knight Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back. An unknown look flashed past his eyes. Under the gazes of the 2 undying knights, the students of the 7-star academies all felt an invisible force enveloping them. Their faces turned pale. Even though Sector Lord geniuses couldn't block the gazes of the 2 knights. You 2 are at least venerables. Staring at the students of the 7 Starry Sky academies like this will put tremendous pressure on them. An old voice suddenly sounded among the students of the 7-star academies. Among the students of the 7 Starry Sky academies, an old man in a gray robe walked out. His steps were unsteady, swaying, and looked like he would fall down at any time. His face was full of wrinkles, showing his age. However, the expressions of Venerable Xianxia and Venerable Arlott changed when they saw the old man. They were both knights, but they couldn't see through this old man. However, they could feel that this old man hadn't taken that step yet. He wasn't a god yet. The 2 knights looked at each other and asked with cupped fists, May I know who you are? I'm just an old man in the 7-star academies. I'm not worth mentioning. The old man waved his hand. You must be joking. Knight Xianxia and Knight Arlott didn't believe him. How could an existence that could give them pressure be insignificant? However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out who this old man was. This made them even more fearful of the foundation of the 7-star academies. It was rumored that the 7-star academies had many hidden experts. Now, it seemed like it was true. Even an immortal knight was this powerful, causing 2 knights to feel an invisible pressure. What about the other warriors? The knights from the Universe Mercenary Alliance and Universe First Bank were originally rather unrestrained. At their level, what was there to be afraid of when sizing up the younger generation, and they didn't feel any warriors from the 7-star academies at first, they thought they only sent some officials or emperor-level undyings. However, this mysterious old man's sudden appearance made the 2 knights wary. They couldn't stare at the geniuses from the 7-star academies in case they angered him. This old man wasn't to be messed with. Cosmic Star Academy's geniuses are indeed dragons. And phoenixes among men, I've finally seen it today. Knight Arlott cupped his fists towards the mysterious old man and smiled. You flatter me. The Cosmic Star Academy elder glanced at the geniuses from the Universe Mercenary Alliance and Universe First Bank. His eyes were cloudy, almost like an old man on the verge of death. He didn't give off any pressure as he laughed, your geniuses aren't bad either. The two knights were even more shocked. They felt they couldn't see through this old man anymore. The geniuses from the Universe Mercenary Alliance and Universe First Bank didn't feel anything. The old man only glanced at them as if it was normal. There was nothing special about him. Everyone should be here, right? Yuntai Knight changed the topic and asked. The old man from Cosmic Star Academy suddenly turned his head to look at the void, which was the center of this void fortress. Since everyone is here, please come over for a gathering. A calm voice resounded from the fortress and reverberated in the void, entering everyone's ears. Honorable Yaluot and Honorable Yuntai narrowed their eyes. They put away their arrogance and flew over with the geniuses from their respective forces. Let's go. The mysterious old man didn't even turn back as he said to the Cosmic Star Academy geniuses behind him. His shriveled and thin body directly flew up, and his speed was not much slower than the two venerables. However, there was a kind of swaying feeling, and people were afraid that he would fall. So, the 7-Star Academy's geniuses naturally knew this old man wasn't simple. Especially after seeing the reactions of the two knights, they respected him even more. Hearing the order, they all followed. Even the Sector Lord geniuses were as obedient as kittens. Sister Xiaoyu, do you know who this old man is? So awesome. Wade couldn't help but ask. Yu Qiqiao's face darkened a little. This damn fatty really dared to say anything. Didn't he see that the two supremacies were so afraid of this old senior? She actually dared to call him an old man. She was simply courting death. She rolled her eyes at Wade and ignored him. Wade didn't know what he had done to upset Xiaoya, so he couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. After everyone entered the void fortress, someone arranged accommodations for them. The few immortal rank existences gathered in a large hall in the void fortress. This was an extremely spacious hall. There were all kinds of crystals hanging from the ceiling, emitting a gentle light that actually lit up the entire hall. There were many thrones in the hall. Experts with different appearances and auras sat on the thrones. Although they did not reveal any aura, just by sitting there, they were like terrifying space beasts. No one dared to look at them directly. Fortunately, there were no weaklings in the hall. Everyone was the same. Hence, it was rather peaceful. The geniuses of the various factions are all here. Let me tell you about the situation here. At the seat of honor, a human supremacy spoke. It was a handsome man in purple armor. He was middle-aged and had long purple hair. His expression was cold and his eyes were sharp. His body faintly emitted a bloody aura. However, his aura gave people the feeling of a sword hidden in its sheath. It was extremely reserved. Hearing this, the experts present all turned to look at the handsome man who spoke. Their eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Clearly, they were extremely afraid of this handsome man. However, within this seriousness, there was also a trace of respect. This was undoubtedly very unbelievable. If their junior saw this scene, their eyes would probably pop out. These supremacies were usually high and mighty like gods, looking down on various star fields. It was really rare for them to feel respect for someone of the same level. General Xingsu, please speak your mind. Time is of the essence. Since we're all here, we won't shirk our responsibilities. A knight said. This was a tall man with a single horn on his head. The throne behind him had a special imprint, almost like a multidimensional universe. It was illusory yet real, giving people an indescribable feeling. This was the symbol of the Virtual Universe Company. The knight on the throne before them was a warrior from the Virtual Universe Company. And the General Xianxia he spoke of, if others were to hear this name, it would probably cause a huge uproar. This Xianxia wasn't anyone else. He was the 3rd Defensive Fort's general. The defensive fort was different from the defensive star. The defensive star was only a planet with a limited area. The defensive fort, however, was a huge star field, formed from many planets and space. The two couldn't be compared. And this General Xianxia was able to become the 3rd Defensive Fort's general. His strength and methods naturally didn't need to be mentioned. It was common knowledge that the higher the ranking of a defensive fort, the more important it was and the worse the situation there was. However, this 3rd defensive fort under the protection of General Xianxia had repelled countless invasions and attacks from the dark apparitions. There were even a few times where the dark apparitions couldn't fight back. From this, one could see what kind of great achievements Marshal Xianxia had. It was no wonder that many supremacies present respected him. Although they weren't weaker than him, they couldn't do what he did. It could be said that General Xianxia's usefulness and value far exceeded that of a single supremacies. Such a being was worthy of everyone's respect. This time, the three territories were invaded by the dark apparitions. The Holy Light Universe attached great importance to this. Naturally, they mobilized the most powerful person to command this war. Only such a person could convince most of the great beings and make them willingly listen to his orders. General Xianxia heard this and nodded. He glanced at the supremacies and spoke again. I won't be courteous with you. Let's get to the main topic. He gave a general description of the situation here, and then said, that's right. The people from the three territories sent a request. They hope that we can transport a batch of spiritual herbs into the three territories for the alchemists of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters to refine pills. This will also reduce the casualties. Now that the spiritual herbs have been transported here from all over, I need the geniuses of the various factions to quietly transport these spiritual herbs into the three territories. Let the geniuses transport the spiritual herbs? Some supremacies frowned. They brought these geniuses over to participate in the war. Now, General Xianxia actually wanted them to transport the spiritual herbs. Wasn't this a waste of talent? If the person in front of them wasn't the famous General Xianxia, they would probably refute him on the spot. It's too dangerous to let ordinary warriors transport them. It's easy to cause losses. If we let immortals transport them, it'll be too eye-catching. It'll easily attract demon supremacy-level dark apparitions. General Xianxia knew what everyone was thinking. He explained and said, everyone, you should know the importance of these spiritual herbs. General Xianxia's words make sense, Supremacy Yarrow said thoughtfully. This is the idea that the three territories and the Subprofession Alliance headquarters came up with together. Although it's a waste of talent to let these geniuses transport the spiritual herbs, this mission isn't easy. Moreover, there's a high chance of encountering danger, General Xianxia said calmly. What do you mean? Supremacy Yuntai frowned and asked. We might not be able to hide the fact that we're transporting the spiritual herbs from the dark apparitions, General Xianxia said meaningfully. Everyone's hearts tightened. They immediately understood what General Xianxia meant. They had naturally encountered many dark apparitions and participated in many wars. They knew very well how cunning and strange those dark apparitions were. In that case, the geniuses of the various factions must complete the transportation of the spiritual herbs. Immortals can't interfere? At that moment, the old man from the 7-Star Academy spoke. Only then did many people notice his existence. This old man was small and skinny. He was very inconspicuous on the throne. Moreover, his aura was very restrained, and his presence was very low. Many people subconsciously ignored him. Many immortal supremacies' expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect there to be such an existence here. They couldn't help but be shocked. Supremacy Yuntai and Supremacy Yarrow looked at each other and saw a trace of a smile in each other's eyes. They were slightly frightened previously. Now, the supremacies present were also frightened once. They were even now. Otherwise, they would be embarrassed. Elder G. General Xianxia looked at the old man and was stunned. He said respectfully, I didn't expect the 7-Star Academies to send you here. This old man has nothing to do, so I came out for a walk, Elder G said. Elder G? The experts couldn't help but look at the old man in surprise. From the looks of it, Xianxia seemed to know this old man, and he seemed to treat him with respect. Elder G is right. General Xianxia didn't explain anything. He nodded and said, in order not to attract the attention of the dark apparitions, no immortal supremacies will interfere during the transportation of the spiritual herbs. Isn't this too risky? What if the dark apparitions send demon supremacies to stop our geniuses? Supremacy Yarrow asked. As long as our immortal supremacies don't interfere, the chances of the dark apparitions sending demon supremacies will be lower. Also, we'll let the geniuses enter separately and take different routes. This way, the dark apparitions won't have time to deal with them. After all, they can't have so many demon supremacies, General Xianxia said. There were some obvious changes to the plan. Originally, according to the plan of the elders in the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, all the spiritual herbs would be transported at the same time through an extremely secretive star path. However, Marshal Xianxia had scattered the geniuses and had them split up into 3 different weaves. This method undoubtedly reduced the risk to the minimum. This is feasible. But what if the dark apparitions send out geniuses too? I heard that the dark apparitions' geniuses are very powerful. Our geniuses? Some of the supremacies nodded. Some were still worried and didn't dare to let their geniuses take this risk. Of course, their worries weren't unfounded. The dark apparitions were already very powerful and strange. Their geniuses were naturally even more difficult to deal with. The geniuses of the light universe might not be their match. At that time, the spiritual herbs would still fall into the hands of the dark apparitions. Wouldn't all their previous efforts be wasted? We still have to take this risk, Elder G said. If we don't even have the confidence to face the dark apparitions' geniuses, then our geniuses will be like flowers in a greenhouse. They won't be of much use. The supremacies were speechless. This elder's words were so reasonable that they couldn't refute him. However, they quickly understood. The purpose of letting the geniuses of their respective organizations come here was to train them and let them grow amidst blood and fire. How could they retreat now? Everyone, please don't worry. Within the 3 territories, there will be immortal supremacies waiting for you. There will also be immortal supremacies patrolling the starry sky. Under normal circumstances, we won't give the demon supremacies a chance to attack, General Xianxia said. That's right. The immortal supremacies of the light universe aren't to be trifled with, the supremacies agreed. They didn't hesitate anymore and all agreed with General Xianxia's decision. Okay, then this matter will be arranged as such, General Xianxia said. Next, the supremacies talked about the details of the transportation and the war situation within the 3 territories before they left. Venerable Arlot, do you want to compete with me? Let's see who's the first to arrive and deliver the most spiritual herbs. As they walked out of the hall, Yun Tai Knight suddenly said to Knight Arlot, who wasn't far away. You want to compete with the Universe First Bank? Knight Arlot asked in surprise. That's right. Can't I? Venerable Yun Tai said with a smile. Haha, if you want to compete, I'll naturally accompany you to the end. Knight Arlot smiled. There has to be a prize for a competition. I wonder what Knight Arlot is going to bet. Yun Tai Knight asked. This is your real purpose, isn't it? Honorable Arlot looked at him meaningfully and said with a faint smile, You really think I'm a sucker for a fool? You can't say that. If I lose, I'll naturally have to pay the corresponding price. Let me make it clear first. I have a piece of intense light mystical gold here. It's useless to me, but it's a good bet with Knight Arlot. Yun Tai Knight waved his hand, and a huge piece of ore suddenly appeared in front of him. It was more than 30 meters tall, and there were traces of golden patterns on its surface, giving it a sharp and mysterious feeling. Intense light mystical gold. Knight Arlot's eyes lit up. Apparently, he was attracted by this piece of ore. Even many immortal rank sovereigns in the surroundings looked over with a strange look in their eyes. This ore was quite attractive to these immortal rank sovereigns. Intense light mystical gold was an extremely rare immortal level material that could be used to make saint level weapons. If the blacksmith's attainment was high enough, it would be easy to make saint level 5 tribulation weapons and above. Therefore, even for an immortal knight, this was a rare material for refining. However, this was a metal-type ore. It was most useful in the hands of metal-type warriors, and Knight Arlot happened to be a metal-type warrior. Knight Arlot took a deep look at him and said, Knight Yun Tai, you've really taken out a bet that I can't refuse. Knight Yun Tai Knight laughed and said, Hee hee, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to show off in front of you. The Universe First Bank is the richest. I think Knight Arlot isn't bad either. Knight Arlot said, Since you're so sincere, I'll take out a bet that's equal to this intense light mystical gold. This should be what you want, right? Knight Yun Tai Knight said, If I auction this ore, the price will be even higher. Then I'll take out a 30% premium. What do you think? Knight Arlot said indifferently. The surrounding experts couldn't help but feel a little jealous when they heard his rich and overbearing appearance. So what if he was rich? A 30% premium? Wasn't he a sucker? Knight Yuntai Knight laughed and said, ha ha ha. Knight Arlot is indeed from the Universe First Bank. You're so generous. At this moment, Elder G from 7-Star Academy suddenly said, since you're so interested, I'll take part. Oh, Elder G, you're interested too? Knight Yuntai Knight raised his eyebrows. He didn't know who Elder G was, but his strength couldn't be faked. Besides, even Marshal Xianxia called him Elder G. It wasn't wrong for him to call him that. Why? Can't I? Elder G glanced at him. Why not? If Elder G is interested, we'll be happy to keep you company. Knight Yuntai Knight laughed and said, do you have any objections, Knight Arlot? Of course not. It's more fun with more people, Knight Arlot said indifferently. This is the star core of a sovereign level wood cloud rhinoceros. It can be used to refine weapons above the 5th Tribulation Saint level. It's comparable to your intense radiance mystical gold. Elder G took out a star core with mysterious green patterns and said, wood cloud rhinoceros? Knight Yuntai Knight nodded, and his eyes gleamed. He happened to have the wood element, so this star core was very useful to him. Originally, his target was only Sir Elot, the spendthrift from the Universe First Bank. He didn't expect to attract this old man from one of the 7-Starry Sky Academies. He liked the wood element star core very much. However, he was confident in facing the Universe First Bank, but not the 7-Star Academies. Why don't you count me in too? A light laugh was heard. It was the Undying Knight from the Virtual Universe Company. He flipped his hand, and an ancient beast skin scroll appeared. He said, this is an undying battle technique called Calamity Thunder Palm. It's an extremely powerful thunder battle technique. Calamity Thunder handprint. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on the animal skin scroll, and a hint of interest appeared in their eyes. Undying battle technique, and thunder battle technique, this battle technique wasn't simple. To some extent, it was much more valuable than intense light mystical gold and the star core of a star beast. The Virtual Universe Company was also incredible. Ordinary people couldn't compare to them. How about it, the Undying Knight from the Virtual Universe Company said with a smile. Do you all dare to compete with the geniuses from the Virtual Universe Company? Good. We haven't met for a long time. Let's take this opportunity to compete. Knight Arlot laughed loudly. Obviously, he was very interested. Knight Yuntai Knight looked embarrassed. He had only wanted to trick Knight Arlot, but he had attracted so many great powers. It wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. The 7-Star Academies were fine, but now there was the Virtual Universe Company. Even the Universe Mercenary Alliance couldn't guarantee that they would be able to beat them. There were more variables now. What a scam, he glanced at Yarrow Knight with some resentment. Did this fellow not have any self-awareness? Your Universe First Bank may have a lot of money, but in terms of genius strength, you may not necessarily be comparable to the 7 Great Star Academies and the Virtual Universe Company. Didn't he know that? Knight Arlot didn't care about that at all. He was self-confident. The Universe First Bank was rich and had resources. How could the geniuses at Nurture be weak? It definitely wouldn't be bad, wasn't it just a competition? Who was afraid of who? Then it's settled. The Undying Knight from the Virtual Universe Company turned and left. Old G, Knight Arlot, Knight Yuntai, and the others left after seeing that. As for some of the weaker powers, they didn't participate. Although they were very interested in the treasures taken out by the immortal rank sovereigns, they knew their own limits. They might not be afraid of a one-on-one battle, but a competition between geniuses was better off. They weren't on the same level as the top forces. They knew they couldn't win against the other party. If they rashly participated, they would just be giving away their treasures. Half a day later, battleships emerged from the void fortresses one after another, flying towards the 3 Weaves. After passing through the barrier of darkness, the battleships split up, each taking a different star path. No one knew where they were headed. As there were many powers and geniuses, there were at least hundreds to thousands of battleships after they split up. It wasn't easy to track them down. Dark Universe. In the colorful area that looked like a huge palm, a huge blood cocoon floated aimlessly. Just like that, time slowly passed. The blood cocoon seemed to have a life of its own. It flashed from time to time, like a beating heart. On the surface of the blood cocoon, there were strange and fine blood engravings. As the light flashed, the engravings flashed as well, as though there was some mysterious power flowing within. Inside the blood cocoon, there was another strange scene. This place was like a starry sky. Wang Ting's body had completely turned into a ball of blood mist. He merged with the illusory ball of light and turned into many planets. They were orbiting in a specific way. The blood god rebirth technique. This was the god-tier cultivation technique Wang Ting had obtained from the blood ancestor. The blood god rebirth technique. He didn't die, but that didn't stop him from using this god-tier cultivation technique. Back then, the blood ancestor had wanted to use this cultivation technique to take over his body and obtain a new life. In the end, Wang Ting had used a blood crow clone to deceive everyone, causing the blood ancestor to suffer a double loss. That blood crow clone was naturally the blood god clone that came later. At that time, Wang Ting's consciousness had been hiding in the blood crow clone's body, secretly observing the operating principles of the blood god rebirth technique. In addition, he had obtained the related attribute bubbles later on, so his mastery of this god-tier cultivation technique had reached the proficient level. Thus, Wang Ting now understood this cultivation technique extremely well. Even if the blood ancestor were still alive, he would probably be amazed to see his mastery of this cultivation technique. With Wang Ting's understanding of this cultivation technique, he naturally thought of its use immediately. The blood god rebirth technique could take over another's body and give oneself a new life. In a way, it was somewhat similar to Wang Ting's possession technique. However, this god-tier cultivation technique wasn't as simple as taking over a spiritual body. It could also reconstruct the body and obtain an extremely vigorous life force that met one's requirements. It was many times more advanced than simply taking over another's body. Wang Ting was now reconstructing his physical body. He used the blood god rebirth technique to turn his body into a blood mist and merge with the void will. It was as if he was taking over her body, occupying her will and comprehending the mysteries within. This was Wang Ting's plan. From the beginning, he had planned to occupy the void will and comprehend the mysteries of this void. There was no other method more convenient and more specific than this. He had searched for so long before, but he couldn't find the mysteries of this void. It wasn't until he encountered those strange planets that he gradually noticed some clues. Later, the void will appeared and wanted to stop him, or even kill him. At that time, Wang Ting realized that something was wrong, and he also looked at the void will. The void will thought that she was the hunter, but she didn't know that her prey also wanted to be the hunter. And the switch between hunter and prey often happened in an instant. The void will could only blame herself for showing up. If she had been hiding, Wang Ting might not have been able to find anything. After all, this place was too big. It would take Wang Ting a lot of time to find those 11 planets. Moreover, even if he found those 11 planets, he might not be able to detect the existence of the void will. Not to mention, the pursuit that followed had caused the void consciousness to walk into the trap that Wang Ting had set for her at the last minute. Although the void will was powerful, she might not be very scheming. Compared to Wang Ting, this scheming boy, she seemed to be much worse. Of course, it was also because Wang Ting had enough means. Otherwise, no matter how many schemes she had, it would be empty talk. Without the means to support it, it was nothing. It could only be said that the void will had encountered Wang Ting, which was why she had fallen into such a situation. The void will had been seriously injured under the bombardment of Wang Ting's endless storm. Now that she was entangled by Wang Ting's blood god rebirth technique, she had gradually lost herself and was about to be assimilated by him. Inside the blood cocoon, the strange starry sky was evolving, slowly evolving in an unknown direction, and a faintly discernible will pervaded it. In the light universe. Inside the dark void fortress in the ruins of the former subclass alliance headquarters. Including the blood god doppelganger, all the geniuses of the blood race and the dark apparitions were gathered in the square above the void fortress. Your Highness Blood Master. All the blood race dark apparitions greeted the blood god clone when they saw him. The blood god clone only nodded casually. He would only be more polite when he met blood race geniuses like Blood Lumbo, Blood Neil, and Blood Tinley. Of course, this was only on the surface. He had already left a backup plan in the bodies of these blood race geniuses, which was enough to make them obedient. However, now was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. He still had to continue acting as the blood race blood master. Of course, if he could, he would continue acting. The identity of the blood race blood master was still quite useful. It would be quite troublesome to create another identity. Geniuses from other races are here too. Blood Neil looked into the distance and said in confusion, "Why did you call us here?" "It should be to declare war on the light universe, right?" Blood Emperor Lewin of the Blood Temple said. "Great, I can't wait." In the crowd, Blood Nogi's eyes glowed red. He licked his lips and revealed a strange smile. The blood god clone shook his head secretly. A trace of cold light flashed past his eyes. These dark apparitions would die sooner or later. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything now. He could only let them live for a few more days. He was also helpless these days. Although he had already arrived at the light universe, he couldn't leave this void fortress at all. There were too many dark apparitions here. He couldn't leave at will. Don't treat those dark apparitions as fools. Although he was already a peak middle-level demon emperor, it was almost impossible for him to hide from those dark apparitions. Therefore, he could only deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Fortunately, he had been wandering around recently and found out a lot of information about the dark apparitions. It might be useful in the future. After waiting for a while, the dark apparitions arrived one after another. They were all discussing and guessing what to do next. "I heard you killed Gushi?" The blood god clone was resting with his eyes closed, waiting for the order. Suddenly, a cold voice like metal rubbing against each other entered his ears. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the person with a pair of scarlet and indifferent eyes. His eyebrows under the mask raised slightly. "Emperor Jiazi." The surrounding dark apparitions instantly quietened down and looked over. Almost all of the dark races knew about the deaths of the top geniuses of Gushi, the giant demons, the demon moths, and the goat-headed demons. After all, when the geniuses of the various clans descended, they caused quite a commotion. At that time, almost everyone was watching the show. Subsequently, they also learned that the blood disciple of the Blood clan had killed the top geniuses of the 4 clans with the strength of a peak middle demon emperor. His strength and talent were really unfathomable. Many dark apparitions were interested in the blood god doppelganger and were secretly trying to find out more about him. Unfortunately, the blood god doppelganger had only appeared for a short period of time, so the information they had was limited. Moreover, he spent most of his time in the vampire race's ancestral land. How could the other dark races obtain news of him, now that the armored devil race's Emperor Jiazi had taken the initiative to talk to the blood race's blood descendant? Many dark apparitions were paying close attention. That's right. The blood god clone looked at the tall dark apparition of the armored devil clan and nodded slightly. "With your peak middle demon emperor strength, you can actually kill Gushi?" The Jiazi emperor was still in disbelief and looked at the blood god doppelganger suspiciously. The blood race's blood descendant in front of him looked no different from an ordinary peak middle demon emperor, and he was very clear about Gushi's strength. However, he actually died in the hands of the blood race's blood descendant. Didn't this mean that even he might not be a match for this blood race's blood descendant? In this regard, no genius would be convinced, let alone a top genius like the Jiazi emperor. "Is there a problem?" The blood god doppelganger looked at him with a faint smile and asked. The Jiazi emperor stared at the blood god doppelganger. After a while, he suddenly laughed and said meaningfully, "Haha, interesting. This is the first time I've seen a middle demon emperor who can be so confident. It seems that your strength is not weak. It's okay. It's not a problem to deal with 1 or 2 upper demon emperors who have just advanced," the blood god doppelganger said. He accepted the Jiazi emperor's praise without the slightest modesty. The Jiazi emperor was speechless. This guy really dared to say that, dealing with upper demon emperors who have just advanced, wasn't it referring to them? But they were the top geniuses of each race. How could an ordinary upper demon emperor be compared to them? The surrounding geniuses of the dark apparitions were also speechless. They felt that this blood prince of the blood race was a little too arrogant. Even if he really killed Gushi, how arrogant was he to say that in front of the geniuses of each race? Didn't he know that he would offend them, as the geniuses of each race? Which one of them wasn't arrogant? It would be strange if they felt comfortable after hearing him say that. Ha ha ha, you're really arrogant. Sure enough, a burst of ear-piercing and strange cold laughter came from not far away. Many dark apparitions couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Huh? The blood god doppelganger also looked over and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He saw a figure wrapped in a black robe. He had no feet and was floating there like a ghost. This appearance was undoubtedly a little unusual among the many dark races. The other dark races basically had physical bodies, and each of them looked strange. However, this black robe only looked like a black robe. It was empty inside as if there was nothing. The blood god doppelganger's eyes flashed as he thought of a few dark races that he had seen before. Mirage race, inert mist race, the dark apparitions of these two races were wrapped in black fog. Wang Ting's original body had never seen their true appearance. He only saw their distorted appearance when he used devil transformation. However, that appearance was not useful at all. After all, the dark apparition's devil transformation was basically like that. Unfortunately, Wang Ting's original body wasn't here. He naturally couldn't use true vision child to observe the black robe in front of him and couldn't see the other party's background for the time being. However, demon brain race. A voice came from the crowd. Some dark apparitions recognized the identity of the black robe. Jiaozi Thearka's eyes also flashed as he looked at the black robe. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. See Jia of the demon brain race. Oh, someone actually recognizes me. A surprised voice came from the black robe. It's actually the demon brain race. The blood god doppelganger's eyes narrowed as he stared at the black robe. He wanted to see something under the hood of the black robe, but it was pitch black. He couldn't even see the other party's eyes. It was very strange. The only thing he could feel was that there seemed to be a pair of cold eyes full of malice staring at him from the black robe. Humph. Jiaozi the Arch seemed to feel the other party's gaze and snorted coldly. I've naturally heard of your name, Si Jia. Your demon brain race is pretending to be mysterious. Do you really think that no one knows about you? He he he. A strange laughter came from the black robe. My demon brain race is used to this. We don't pretend to be mysterious. As for my information, you can know as much as you want. That's your ability. I don't care. Jiaozi the Arch heard the other party's indifferent voice and felt as if he had punched cotton. He was very depressed. The black robe ignored Jiaozi the Arch. Instead, he seemed to be very interested in the blood god doppelganger. It was pitch black under the hood, but he looked at the blood god doppelganger and didn't hide his malice. Your body must be very delicious. If you continue to stare at me like this, do you believe that I won't tear off your black robe? The blood god doppelganger said. I want to see if you demon brain race really have brains. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere became a little tense. The dark apparition geniuses all looked at the blood god doppelganger as if they had seen a ghost. This vampire blood disciple was really bold. He even dared to talk back to a genius of the demon brain race, and the meaning of his words was obviously saying that Si Jia had no brains. This was the biggest insult to the demon brain race. The vampire blood disciple was really courting death. It could be said that most of the dark races were extremely afraid of the demon brain race because they would occupy other people's bodies without saying anything. Even the dark races were no exception. Once they were targeted by this race, it would be very troublesome. Hence, normal dark apparitions really didn't dare to offend the demon brain race. Si Jia was a top genius of the demon brain race, so offending him wasn't a good choice. Shui Lumbo, Euphoria, Blood Rosa, and the other dark apparitions couldn't help but look at the blood god doppelganger worriedly. They instantly became vigilant against the black robe, afraid that he would attack without saying anything. The demon brain race could be said to be one of the most mysterious and difficult to deal with among the dark races. Even the vampires had to be careful when dealing with them. If the other party really attacked, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, the blood god doppelganger was still calm. He looked at the black robe indifferently without any fear. It's been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like this. The voice under the black robe suddenly became cold as he laughed. There will be one today, the blood god doppelganger said. Not only do you have big words, but you also have big guts. The black robe still stared at the blood god doppelganger unscrupulously and chuckled. Looks like I'm going to have another vampire body. Then come and try. The blood god doppelganger suddenly attacked. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Boom, a loud boom resounded in the void. A dark red fist mark suddenly exploded and appeared in front of the black robe, smashing towards him. There were black patterns on the dark red fist mark, and a domineering domain power erupted from it as if a domain had been integrated into the fist mark. Crazy demon! Bloody, all the dark apparitions felt the power of the dark red fist mark, and their expressions changed. Kakik. You're too slow, and your fist mark isn't strong enough. The black robe immediately retreated and evaded the fist mark. He let out a strange laugh. Is that so? The blood god doppelganger's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. He stood on the spot and stopped pursuing. Rest, 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 the sound of air being torn apart suddenly came from behind the black robe. A dozen dark vines had unknowingly circled behind the black robe and shot towards him. Humph! A cold snort came from under the black robe. His figure moved swiftly and evaded the attack of the vines. Its movement technique was extremely strange. It was as if it did not have a physical body and was really just a black robe. The dark black vines directly flew past the black robe without injuring it in the slightest. Many dark apparitions could not help but shake their heads with a hint of contempt in their eyes. It seemed that this blood disciple of the blood clan was only SOSO. He only knew how to talk, but when facing a genius like Xianxia, it was not enough. Euphoria, Blood Rosa, and the others did not expect the blood god doppelganger to attack. Their expressions changed, and they could not help but worry. Although they knew that the blood god doppelganger was very strong, Xianxia was a top genius of the Demon Brain clan. He was not a simple genius. His opponent might be even stronger than Gujia. Rip, however, at that moment, a tearing sound was suddenly heard. All the dark apparitions around were stunned, and their eyes widened in shock. It turned out that among the dozen or so vines, 3 of them had suddenly changed directions, as if they had passed through space, completely violating the normal attack pattern. They twisted in midair, causing the black-robed man to be unable to dodge in time and hit his body. Rip! Rip! 2 more ripping sounds rang out. 3 extremely clear cracks had appeared on the black robe, and they were exceptionally glaring. Xianxia was hit. What happened just now? Why did the 3 vines suddenly change directions? How is that possible under such circumstances? This is not martial arts. What a guy. What a guy. I didn't expect that even Xianxia would be defeated by this blood disciple of the blood clan. Many dark apparition geniuses suddenly reacted and exclaimed in shock. Their voices were filled with disbelief. Even Shui Lanbua, Blood Rosa, Euphoria, and the others who were very familiar with the blood god doppelganger were extremely shocked. They stared at the 3 cracks on the black robe in disbelief. The black robe slowly lowered his head and looked at the 3 cracks on his body. He fell into silence. The atmosphere became inexplicably heavy. The commotion gradually died down. All the dark apparitions looked at the black robe and then at the blood god doppelganger. At that moment, the black vines surrounded his body like spiritual snakes. The tips of the vines were pointed at the black robe as if they would attack at any time. Suddenly, everyone's gaze toward the blood god doppelganger changed. The contempt disappeared and was replaced by fear. This blood disciple of the blood clan was indeed not simple. You actually tore my robe? At that moment, the voice under the black robe finally sounded again, revealing a cold chill. Can't help it. You're too slow. I just wanted to play with you. Who knew that you couldn't take it after just a few moves, the blood god doppelganger said. Many dark apparitions were speechless. They felt that this guy was pretending, but they had no evidence. Kakik. The black robe let out an ear-piercing laughter again. However, it was interrupted halfway. Stop laughing. Your laughter is too unpleasant. Why are all of you laughing so unpleasantly? The last one was Gu Shui. I thought it was too noisy, so I killed it directly. Do you want to try too? The blood god doppelganger said. Hiss. Many dark apparitions couldn't help but gasp. They suddenly felt that this guy was very arrogant. The black-robed man's laughter was interrupted. He was very depressed and almost couldn't catch his breath. He suddenly raised his head, and a deep light suddenly shot out from under the black hood. He stared at the blood god doppelganger and said, "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of strange black light burst out from under the black robe. It was like a tentacle that swept toward the blood god doppelganger. However, at this moment, boom, a powerful aura suddenly descended and crushed down. The black robe's attack suddenly stagnated. The blood god doppelganger was about to attack but was stunned when he saw this. "You're all very free, right?" A majestic and cold voice sounded above the dark apparitions. The expressions of all the geniuses changed. They looked up but didn't see anyone appear. "The geniuses of the light universe have appeared. Since you're so free, go and bring back the corpses of those geniuses. Xueju of the blood race, Mingjia of the demon brain race, if the two of you bring back less than 100 geniuses, I'll make you suffer." Under the mask, the blood god doppelganger's expression suddenly changed, and a chill emerged in his heart. This was a demon lord level existence. The other party actually wanted him to kill 100 geniuses of the light universe. What kind of madness was this? The black robe's eyes also fluctuated violently. He seemed to have felt the difficulty, but he didn't dare to refute. Many of the dark apparitions looked at the two of them with mocking gazes. 100 geniuses of the light universe. Even the blood race's blood child and Mingjia of the demon brain race would have a hard time. If they couldn't complete this target, the demon lord would definitely not let them off easily. How could it be a joke when it was said in front of so many people? "Serves you right, who asked you to be so arrogant?" Many of the dark apparitions couldn't stand it. Now that they saw the blood god doppelganger and Mingjia being humiliated, they were delighted. "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you, scram?" The majestic voice sounded again. When he said the last word, it suddenly turned into a rumbling sound that shook the void. Many of the dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. They knew that the demon lord was angry and didn't dare to delay. They all turned into streams of light and rushed into the void. Humph! A cold snort entered the blood god doppelganger's ears. The eyes under the black robe stared at him fiercely and were filled with coldness. "Consider yourself lucky. However, I hope you can survive. It's not certain who will die." The blood god doppelganger sneered. Both parties didn't say anything else. They looked at each other deeply and turned into streams of light that rushed into the sky and flew into the depths of the universe. The dark apparitions from the blood race followed the blood god doppelganger. Roar! Geniuses of the light universe, wait for your death. The hunt has begun. Soon, excited roars erupted from the dark apparitions' mouths. They were extremely excited, as if a feast was about to begin. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the dark universe's void, in the colorful area, the blood cocoon floated to an unknown place and was still wandering aimlessly. In recent days, the patterns on the blood cocoon's surface flickered more intensely and more frequently. The originally weak blood-red light had now become extremely dazzling. Even the colorful fog couldn't block this blood-red light. It could be seen from afar. Within the blood cocoon, the evolution had reached the most critical moment. It was like another space. From the outside, the blood cocoon wasn't even the size of a planet. However, the space inside was ridiculously large. It was like a real void. In this void, blood-red fog filled the air and 99 planets were faintly discernible. They represented 11 types of force. Wangting was already at the pinnacle of the universe level. Every type of force would condense 9 stars. 11 types naturally meant 99 stars. The density of these force planets was naturally incomparable to the force planets condensed at the star level. Originally, after reaching the universe level, all of Wangting's force became force crystals and was absorbed by the black hole in the center. Now that the origin power in his body had once again condensed into stars, according to the laws of advancing to the domain lord level, these stars would eventually fuse into the black hole, causing the density of the black hole to reach an extremely terrifying level. In the end, it would collapse, explode, and transform into a true star region. This star field would be able to give birth to life. This was the domain lord level, and also the sign of a sector lord small world. However, Wang Ting's advancement was destined to be different from other fighters. At this moment, the 99 force planets were revolving according to a certain law, maintaining the balance of this illusory star field. Wisps of spiritual force floated in the void. In the depths of this void, the deep black hole was spinning at high speed, and wisps of mental power were spreading out from it. Within the black hole, one could see countless specks of light emitting an undying energy. It was extremely mysterious. This was the undying substance. Rumble, rumble. 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 The 99 force planets revolved crazily, their speed suddenly increasing. In an instant, only afterimages could be seen. This scene was similar to when the void willpower had attacked Wang Ting. However, at that time, she had only used 11 force planets. It wasn't as terrifying as Wang Ting's, where 99 force planets revolved at once. 99 force planets revolved around the black hole. This black hole was equivalent to the void willpower, which was the huge face. If one observed carefully, one would discover that there was also a willpower within the black hole. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, following which, threads of force planets erupted from the 99 force planets, transforming into light pillars that shot into the sky. These light pillars didn't enter the black hole at first, but instead merged above the black hole, continuously evolving. Finally, the 11 different types of force energies transformed into a unique and mysterious energy. It was Primal Chaos Origin Energy. Rumble. In the next moment, the fused Primal Chaos Origin energy finally rushed down toward the black hole and poured into its center. That scene was like a peculiar light pillar that supported the heavens being produced from the void, before merging into a huge mouth. The Primal Chaos Origin energy was continuously absorbed by the black hole. The black hole seemed to have no end. The moment the light pillar entered, it completely disappeared without a trace. The 99 force planets continued to merge. In a short while, 11 force planets had disappeared, which corresponded to the 11 types of force energies. In just a short while, the black hole had absorbed the force energies equivalent to the universe level 1. It was terrifying. However, the first to be absorbed were the force planets with the least amount of force energies. The universe level 1 and universe level 9 couldn't compare at all. Rumble, the second round of absorption was much slower. This time, the 11 force planets that had disappeared had indeed produced more Primal Chaos Origin energy. Actually, just the amount of force energies was enough to make most universe-level fighters blush with shame. No, it was enough to make Domain Lord fighters blush with shame. It was simply impossible to find a fighter who could cultivate the force energies to such a level like Wang Ting. It was terrifying. And the reason why Wang Ting could do this was because he usually picked up too many force energies. The excess force energies he had fused into the force planets, causing the density of his 11 force energies to reach an inhuman level. Not only that, but because he had picked up the origin force, the star origin force of his 11 origin forces were extremely pure. Vigorous and pure, he had both of these qualities. Who could compare to him? Rumble, the space within the blood cocoon kept shaking. As time passed, the force planets continued to merge into the black hole, dissipating. However, the black hole was truly like a bottomless pit. No matter how much Primal Chaos Origin energy was thrown in, it would be absorbed and devoured. There was no sign of saturation. After an unknown amount of time, only 11 of the 99 force planets were left. And the black hole finally showed a slight change. Its color seemed to have deepened, and there was an indescribable sense of oppression. The surrounding void seemed to be unable to withstand the mass of this black hole. Space cracks appeared and quietly spread in all directions. And the black hole's devouring was still in progress. The last 11 force planets were larger than all the previous ones. The force energies in them could be said to be extremely terrifying. Strands of force energies erupted from them, fused into Primal Chaos Origin energy, and poured into the black hole. It had been maintained for a long time. However, although the black hole had changed, it still didn't look like it was saturated. No matter how much primal chaos origin energy came in, it would still absorb it. If someone could see this scene at this moment, they would probably be worried for Wang Ting. By the looks of it, the black hole wasn't full at all. No one knew how much primal chaos origin energy it needed. And Wang Ting only had 11 force energies left. It couldn't satisfy the black hole's needs at all. The atmosphere in the void suddenly became a little tense. Perhaps Wang Ting himself knew that the force energies of the 11 force energies couldn't support the black hole's needs. Boom, suddenly, above the blood cocoon, a huge black vortex appeared out of thin air and began to spin wildly. The void shook, and the colorful mist in the surroundings suddenly rolled violently. Then, it turned into a torrent and was sucked into the black vortex by a huge suction force. Devour the heavens and earth, the colorful mist was condensed from force energies, and it contained 11 different force energies. Although it was a little troublesome, it was just right for Wang Ting's current situation. And it wasn't a problem for him. With the Devour the Heavens and Earth ability, he could digest any force energies, and the speed wasn't slow. Inside the blood cocoon, strands of force energies appeared from the void and gathered into the 11 force planets. At this time, the force planets that were about to dissipate surprisingly condensed again. At least they reached a balance and wouldn't dissipate immediately. The energy of the primal chaos origin was produced continuously and fused into the black hole. Time passed again. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the outside world, the multicolored mist had become much thinner. The black vortex above the blood cocoon had expanded to an extremely terrifying extent. It enveloped a large area of the void, and a large amount of multicolored mist was being absorbed and swallowed up. The mist in the entire void had become thinner, and it wasn't just a situation in a certain area. No one knew how much force energies the black vortex had absorbed and refined. And inside the blood cocoon, the black hole was shrinking. That's right, it was shrinking. The black hole was originally 10 times the size of a normal star. When Wang Ting advanced to the universe level, the black hole was about the same size as a normal star. Later, as his strength continued to increase and reached the peak of the universe level, the black hole became 10 times the size of a normal star. But now, with the input of the primal chaos origin energy, the black hole began to shrink and collapse toward the center. It once again became the size of a normal star. The mass and density of the primal chaos origin energy had probably reached an inhuman level. Everything around the black hole was being absorbed. Whether it was the light or the primal chaos origin energy, everything disappeared. Its density had reached an unimaginable level, and its transformation was about to reach its peak. The entire space within the blood cocoon began to boil. Rumble, the black hole, which had been in a state of silence, suddenly let out a roar, as if it couldn't withstand the terrifying density. An inconceivable change occurred inside. The roar lasted for an unknown period of time. The black hole continued to collapse, shrink, and become smaller and smaller. From the size of a normal star, it shrunk to a few hundred feet, then to a few hundred feet, and finally to a few dozen feet. But the collapse of the black hole still didn't stop. A large amount of primal chaos origin energy was being released and absorbed into the black hole. Rumble, amidst the rumbling, the black hole shrank from a few dozen feet to a few meters, then to the size of a fist, then to the size of a chicken, and finally to the size of a needle tip. The entire process was extremely slow and difficult. It was even more difficult than shrinking from the size of a star to a few dozen feet. It took even more time. But it was completed in the end. This was inconceivable. From 10 times the size of a normal star to the size of a needle tip, the difference was terrifying. The difficulty of such a compression was tantamount to ascending to the heavens. Although ordinary warriors also had to take this step, they definitely couldn't shrink the black hole to such an extent. Ordinary warriors could at most shrink the black hole from 10 times the size of a normal star to the size of a star. Finally, it would explode and evolve into a new star field. Even for some top geniuses, being able to shrink the black hole to a few dozen feet was already extremely difficult. And rumor had it that those who could shrink the black hole to the size of a fist could be counted in the entire universe. From this, it could be seen that the shrinking of the black hole was like a pyramid, screening the warriors layer by layer. This represented the potential of a warrior, and now, Wang Ting had shrunk the black hole to the size of a needle tip. The tip of the needle was the peak of the pyramid. If this news were to spread, perhaps even true God-level existences would be alarmed. Unfortunately, in the depths of the dark universe, no one knew. When the buzzing sound was heard, the needle-sized black hole was almost like a black dot, but it was this needle-sized black dot that made one's heart tremble. As the buzzing sound rang out, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly swept out from it. A terrifying suction force burst out, and the entire void within the blood cocoon seemed to be sucked in. Whether it was the mind power that pervaded it, the remnant star force, or the blood-red fog, everything was absorbed. Everything belonged to the black hole. Boom, in the next moment, an unimaginable explosion occurred. Endless light burst out from the needle-like black spot, sweeping out in all directions and drowning everything within the blood cocoon. The entire void was drowned in endless light, and nothing could be seen clearly. Violent energy fluctuations constantly swept out from the center, vast and mighty. This energy was extremely special, as though it was the source of all matter, able to evolve into anything. It was the primal chaos energy source. However, there were threads of life energy mixed within. Even that, undying energy, the presence of life energy was extremely normal. To reach the domain lord level, one had to let their star domain give birth to life energy, possessing the energy of life. Without the energy of life, it was no different from a dead land, with no potential to speak of. This was a huge leap in quality. It was also the most crucial and difficult process. Allowing the star domain to have the energy of life wasn't as simple as fusing with the source of life. It had to make the two inseparable, allowing the star domain to operate on its own, the energy of life circulating on its own, growing and multiplying without end. This was what Wang Ting had comprehended on the 11 planets. Originally, he didn't understand, but he gradually understood why the consciousness of the space didn't interfere with the energy of life on the 11 planets. From a certain point of view, they were a whole, but each planet was an independent entity. It was a mystery within a mystery. Too much interference wasn't a good thing. If he wanted this star domain to truly grow, he had to make it independent. If he didn't take over the consciousness of the space, Wang Ting might not even be able to comprehend the mysteries within. This was the path that the consciousness of the space had explored over countless years, and now Wang Ting had taken the fruit. However, the energy of the undying was undoubtedly special. Don't mention the domain lord level, even at the sector lord level, who could control the undying energy. Wang Ting, however, controlled the undying substance at the universe level. It was sick, even though he couldn't use the undying energy as casually as an undying warrior, but having it and not having it made a huge difference. As long as he had it, to him, it would be of great help. And under this special energy, the entire space was undergoing an unimaginable transformation and sublimation. Gradually, the light began to fade, revealing the appearance of the void. Wisps of gray fog filled the void. They were everywhere, as if they had shrouded the entire void. There were shadows inside, but nothing could be seen clearly. This was the mist formed by the energy of the primal chaos. This scene was like the beginning of the primal chaos, similar to what Wang Ting had seen in the primal chaos secret region. Threads of life energy mixed within the gray mist, everywhere, as though something was brewing. This proved that this wasn't a land of death, but a land of life that was giving birth to living beings. The evolution was ongoing. Time passed slowly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In this gray fog, some celestial bodies gradually appeared, such as irregular meteorites, even some condensed planets, nebulas formed by various thin gases and dust, and so on. But even though these stars had a trace of life, they didn't give birth to life. This was going to be a long process, and it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short amount of time. After these celestial bodies were born, another special power suddenly appeared in this chaotic void. Domain power, various types of the space domain power, metal, wood, water, earth, the 5 elemental energy of the universe, silently, and of the universe. Wind, thunder, poison, ice, light, darkness, and other domains appeared, playing different roles in the space, but all of them were crucial. Some merged with the planets, while others filled the space, becoming a part of the primal chaos. This fusion was perfect, almost without any flaws, because Wang Ting's domain power was basically at the melder level. Melders didn't just have complete mastery over their domains, which allowed them to integrate their domains into their attacks at will. They were also able to perfectly integrate their domains into their own star domain when they advanced to the level of an area master. This was an intangible benefit, however, it was absolutely impossible for most universe-level fighters to reach this level when they advanced to the domain master level. After all, universe-level fighters were extremely talented if they could grasp a domain, let alone a Melder level 1. Only a few of the top geniuses among the domain masters were able to grasp a Melder domain. It wasn't that there weren't any universe-level fighters like Wang Ting who could grasp a Melder domain, but there weren't many in the entire universe. After the various elemental domains merged, an extremely special domain quietly appeared, filling the entire primal chaos space. The magnetism domain. This was the magnetism domain. At this moment, the magnetism field appeared on every planet, giving those planets an extremely special power that allowed them to operate on their own. At the same time, it also appeared in the space, maintaining the operation of all the planets. As everyone knew, a truly perfect universe definitely didn't rely on such a small amount of power to maintain its operation. However, this primal chaos space had only just evolved, and everything was just the beginning. As Wang Ting grew stronger, this primal chaos space would also become more complete, and the magnetism domain would also sublimate. However, in general, there wasn't a single fighter at the domain master level who could grasp all the elemental domains like Wang Ting. This was Wang Ting's greatest advantage. It was also because of this that he could evolve this primal chaos space, which was completely different from other fighters. At most, other fighters could evolve a star domain space of their own elemental attributes. For example, metal elemental fighters could evolve a metal elemental star domain space. Everything within the space was evolved from the metal elemental attribute, so it was relatively one-sided. Of course, as their strength continued to grow and their life force became denser, objects of other attributes would still be produced in this space. However, this was only the most basic. Their true strength was still their respective attributes. This wasn't worth mentioning. As the domain power merged into the surrounding space, an even more mysterious and profound power appeared in this primal chaos space. The power of origin law. Strange patterns suddenly appeared, as if an invisible hand had imprinted them in this primal chaos space. They flickered with different colored lights. Some were like flames, some were like water, some were like thunder, and some were like frost. These patterns flickered for a moment, as if they had merged with this primal chaos space. Finally, they all disappeared into the depths of the space and disappeared. This was extremely inconceivable. A normal domain lord level fighter could at most grasp the power of a domain. Those that could grasp the power of origin law were extremely rare. Especially those that had just advanced to the domain lord level, it was basically impossible for them to grasp the power of origin law. Only those geniuses that had advanced to the domain lord level for a long time, after reaching the peak of the domain lord level, would slowly comprehend the power of origin law. This was a gradual process that required a large amount of time to comprehend and cultivate. Almost no one could grasp it in a short period of time. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, ice, darkness, light, it was still all elemental attributes. All sorts of origin law powers merged into the space, causing this primal chaos space to become even more complete. It seemed extremely stable, and didn't seem like a newly born star domain space at all. There wasn't a single fighter that had just advanced to the domain lord level that could make their star domain space reach such a level. No, it should be said that even a peak domain lord level fighter probably couldn't make their star domain space reach such a terrifying level. If an expert saw Wang Ting's star domain space, they would definitely be extremely shocked. At this point, the star domain space within Wang Ting's body had completely evolved. Now, it was just a matter of time. In the void outside, the enormous black vortex had already disappeared, and the blood cocoon was no longer flickering. All the runes on it had disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Even the blood cocoon had become dim and lusterless, as if it had lost its blood-red luster, and the essence within seemed to have been absorbed. From afar, it actually looked like a grayish-white meteor that floated in the void. Crack, unknowingly, a clear cracking sound resounded from it. This voice seemed to have become a fuse, followed by a series of cracking sounds. Crack! Crack! Crack, those sounds were especially clear in this cold and lonely space, but no one heard them. In less than a moment, the entire surface of the blood cocoon was completely covered in cracks. They were densely packed together, and it was like a shattered eggshell. And within the cracks, rays of dazzling blood-red light actually blossomed and shot out in all directions. Bang! In the next moment, a violent rumble resounded. The blood cocoon suddenly exploded, and it transformed into specks of light that covered the sky and dissipated in the void. Within the dazzling blood-red light, a human figure was faintly discernible. He was completely naked, had a well-proportioned figure, and the muscles on his body were perfect to the extreme. They seemed as if they were carved from a blade, and his body emanated a faint glow like celestial jade. A head of dense black hair fluttered in the void, and it revealed a handsome face that seemed like a true god. No matter if it was his body or appearance, they were too perfect. They gathered the beauty of the heavens and the earth, and it was as if he had walked out from a painting. Shockingly, this figure was Wang Ting, who'd advanced into the Region Lord realm. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes, and his deep and pitch-black eyes gazed towards the depths of the void. Starlight flickered within them, and it seemed to have converged into a strange star domain that flowed in the depths of his eyes, and it was extremely miraculous. A light sound came from his throat, and then the star domain image in his eyes slowly receded and returned to normal. He said in a low voice, "I've finally advanced into the Region Lord realm." His voice was calm, but it carried a trace of emotion. To Wang Ting, taking this step was undoubtedly not easy. There was no need to talk about the accumulation in the early stages. Various techniques, domains, etc. To reach his current level, it wasn't something that could be done in a day. If he didn't have this foundation, he naturally wouldn't have been able to succeed in the later stages. And before, in order to find that sliver of an opportunity to break through, he didn't hesitate to clash with the terrifying void will to find its weakness and flaws. Every process was filled with danger, and the slightest carelessness would result in death. Even though he had a backup plan, the price wasn't small. So no matter what, to be able to advance into the Region Lord realm without any mishaps was truly something worth celebrating. He took a deep breath, and suppressed the joy that gradually rose in his heart. He couldn't help but close his eyes and feel the changes within his body. When he felt the origin power within the star domain within his body, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It was actually so majestic and strong. After advancing to the domain lord level, his origin power would definitely be much more majestic than the universe level. However, at this moment, he could feel that the origin power within his star domain was so majestic and strong that it was ridiculous. This feeling was comparable to the sector lord level. It wasn't the sum of all the elements, but half of it, it was comparable to the sector lord level. It was too unbelievable, a domain lord's origin power was actually comparable to a sector lord's origin power. Just how terrifying was this? Even some geniuses who were born in large powers and had accumulated all sorts of resources since young would find it hard to do so. The higher the level, the harder it was to cross the gap. The gap between the domain lord and sector lord was simply too huge. However, right now, Wang Ting had crossed this gap. He felt that even if he didn't use any of his powerful methods, he would still be able to fight a sector lord level 1 fighter and not be at a disadvantage. It should be because my foundation is too solid. In the end, to fill up the black hole, I absorbed too much origin power, causing the black hole to explode. After advancing to the domain lord level, my origin power has actually reached such a level. Wang Ting opened his eyes abruptly. A glint flashed past his eyes as he looked at the void around him. The colorful mist in the void had become extremely thin. The difference was visible to the naked eye. It was all absorbed by him. If the colorful mist at the start was 100%, now it was at most 10% or 20%. The entire space had been absorbed by so much of its origin power, one could imagine how terrifying it was. The more terrifying one's foundation is, the more benefits one gets from each advancement. Wang Ting was deep in thought. Also, he immediately looked at his status panel. Primal Chaos Star Arts had risen to the domain lord level. The evolution within the blood cocoon wasn't just his own evolution, it was the evolution of the Primal Chaos Star Arts. It had evolved from the universe level to the domain lord level. This meant that Wang Ting wouldn't have any obstructions from going from the domain lord level to the sector lord level. He could use this technique to raise his strength. However, the sector lord level technique still needed to be evolved. My origin power is so terrifying, it must have a lot to do with the primal chaos star arts. Wang Ting smiled, he immediately understood. The reason why the black hole could absorb so much origin power was definitely related to the primal chaos star arts. Wang Ting's cultivation path seemed similar to other martial warriors. He unleashed his black hole and gave birth to his own star zone. But, in reality, it was completely different. The various details were too different, they couldn't be compared at all. He was using the Chaos Star art to break through to the Domain Lord level, so he naturally had to absorb origin power of all elements. Moreover, the amount of origin power required for each type was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, with his original level of origin power, he wouldn't need to absorb origin power from the outside world. However, in the end, he still absorbed 80 to 90% of the colorful mist, almost sucking the entire space dry. It was terrifying just thinking about it. My star domain should be called the Primal Chaos Star Domain. Wang Ting looked at his body and muttered to himself. Due to various problems, the address has changed, please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version is slow, please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page, please download the Love Reading app. Read the latest chapter. The fastest all-attribute martial path update. Chapter 1902, Primal Chaos Star Arts Domain Lord Level. Thick Origin Power. Domain Lord Primal Chaos Star Arts. Primal Chaos Star Domain. Free to read. Primal Chaos Star Realm. That was the name Wang Ting gave to the star domain in his body. The star domain in his body was really different from the rest. The chaotic aura that permeated everywhere was enough to explain everything. Ordinary martial artists only had 3 to 5 types of origin power at most, but no one could evolve chaos origin power. The star field that Wang Ting had created could be said to be the initial form of the universe. Not only that, but his star domain also contained domain power and origin source law power of all attributes. In addition, there was also the aura of an undying substance. During the evolution process, he was in a hazy state, but his subconscious mind was in charge of everything, so he was very clear about the changes in the star field. It could be said that his star field contained too much special energy. It was truly extraordinary. Therefore, his star field could no longer be described as a simple star field. It just so happened that there was primal chaos chi within it. Everything had evolved from the primal chaos origin energy, so it was most appropriate to call it the Primal Chaos Star Domain. Of course, his chaotic star domain was just the beginning. He needed to slowly raise the power of his domain, and even the power of his origin source laws. He needed to make them reach perfection and sublimate them. His domain was already very powerful, almost at the level of a melder, but he couldn't stop there. If he could make his domain power reach perfection, then his future path would be even smoother. Because if his domain was perfected, it meant that his primal chaos star realm was perfected. This would help him break through the sector lord level and create his own sector lord world. The more complete the star field was, the more powerful the realm lord's world would be. This was almost universally acknowledged. And my body? Wang Ting collected his thoughts and lowered his head to look at his body. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Suddenly, he felt a copious amount of energy emerge from the depths of his body. That feeling was as if a gentle punch could blow up a planet. He looked around. His hands were itching, but he couldn't find a target for him to practice on. Oh, He shook his head gloomily. In the end, he couldn't help but throw a punch at the void in front of him. Boom! An extremely abrupt explosion rang out in the air. Immediately afterwards, the space around Wang Ting's fist cracked open. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared and spread in all directions. Wang Ting didn't use any force at all for this punch, nor did he use any domain power. He relied solely on his physical strength, yet he was able to create a spatial crack in the void. He could feel that his body had completely surpassed the limits of the universe level. The will of the void that he had devoured previously contained a lot of life origin energy. All of it had benefited Wang Ting. Absorbing it with the blood god rebirth technique was equivalent to reconstructing his physical body, making it extremely perfect and powerful. Because he hadn't died, his body was still the same body. It was equivalent to having undergone a transformation and sublimation. His physical strength had completely broken through the limits of the universe level. It had to be said that Wang Ting had found a special way to use the blood god rebirth method. Even the blood clan ancestor wouldn't have thought of using the blood god rebirth method if he hadn't already fallen. This technique was too special. Ordinary people wouldn't think of using it at all. Only when one was truly dead would they think of using this technique. However, Wang Ting wasn't limited by this condition. He dared to try it. The result was naturally a success. However, the will of the void was indeed a special existence. The life origin energy it contained was extremely rich. It was unknown how much origin blood it needed to gather to reach such a level. This was also one of the reasons why Wang Ting could succeed. Otherwise, even if he used the blood god rebirth method, it wouldn't have such a good effect. From this point of view, my physical strength has at least reached the physical strength required for 16-fold realm force. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he estimated in his heart. Physical strength of 18-fold realm force. Previously, after absorbing the life origin energy of the lightning planet, light planet, and dark planet, his physical strength had already reached 10-fold realm force. Now, it had suddenly risen to 18-fold realm force. The leap was undoubtedly huge. 18 realm force could be said to have completely broken the limits of the universe level and entered the domain lord level. However, he was already at the domain lord level and his body had undergone a transformation. It was normal for his body to reach the domain lord level. Previously, Wang Ting exploded with all of his powerful physique. However, he could only barely reach 11 realm force. His body was on the verge of collapsing. Now, if he were to use 11 realm force, his body would be able to withstand it, and it would be more than enough. After all, his body was at 18 realm force. The only thing was, what was the limit of the domain lord level body? He was curious. However, this kind of limit was extremely rare. Hence, there was little information on it. Not many people knew about it. In the past, he had looked up the relevant information. However, he didn't find anything about the domain lord level body limit. Back then, he only knew what the limit of the universe level was from that cheap teacher of his. Forget it, I'll find out when I have the chance in the future. Wang Ting shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. No matter what, his current body was extremely strong. Within the domain lord level, there were very few who could match him. If he were to explode with all of his powerful physiques, going head-to-head with a sector lord fighter wouldn't be a problem. All in all, after he reached the domain lord level, his strength had taken a huge leap. In the past, he could go head-to-head with a sector lord, but it was still extremely difficult. He had to use all sorts of powerful techniques. However, it was different now. Just as genetic force and body strength alone was enough to go head-to-head with a normal sector lord level 3 and below. If he were to explode with all of his powerful techniques, even against a sector lord middle-level fighter, he wouldn't be completely helpless. Yuan Gun, how long did I spend on this breakthrough? Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he asked. About 15 days. Yuan Gun's voice resounded in his mind. 15 days, huh? Wang Ting rubbed his chin. That seems a bit long. Yuan Gun was silent for a while before saying, 15 days, for a domain lord level, it's already very short. Ha ha ha, that's true. Wang Ting laughed loudly. He had completely ignored the normal domain lord level breakthrough time. From his perspective, he couldn't help but feel that it was a bit long. However, 15 days really wasn't long. Reaching the domain lord level wasn't a simple process. Many fighters were stuck at this level and couldn't advance. Wang Ting being able to reach the domain lord level in 15 days, not many people would believe it. Even some undying knights might not have spent as much time as this when they reached the domain lord level. Yuan Gun rolled his eyes and said complicatedly, I didn't expect you to use this place to reach the domain lord level. My luck isn't bad. Wang Ting smiled. This isn't as simple as luck. Brindisi appeared on the side and stared deeply into Wang Ting's eyes as she said. She could feel that Wang Ting's transformation this time was very special. It was completely different from normal fighters reaching the Domain Lord level. How could a fighter reaching the Domain Lord level cause such a huge commotion? She had never seen it before. What surprised her was that this guy actually succeeded. How terrifying was that void intent? Even a god-level existence like her didn't dare to face it directly. However, he was able to devour it. How on earth did he do it? When Wang Ting reached the Domain Lord level, the situation was very special. The spatial fragments and other special spaces within his body were isolated outside, so Brindisi and the others couldn't sense the situation within the blood cocoon. Naturally, they couldn't know the process of his breakthrough. The only thing they could sense was the situation in the void outside. For example, the appearance of the black vortex and the crazy devouring of origin power. Wang Ting smiled and didn't explain anything. Some things were better left to himself. Right, do you have a fetish for exhibitionism? Brindisi turned her head and suddenly asked. Wang Ting's face turned green. He immediately regained his senses and disappeared on the spot. I've lost all my face. The next moment, he appeared in a wooden house within the spatial fragment. Even with the thickness of his face, he still felt his face burning at this moment. He was so focused on sensing the changes in his strength that he didn't realize he wasn't wearing any clothes. He immediately put on his clothes, took a deep breath, and returned to the void with a straight face. Roundy's expression became strange. He suddenly remembered that Brindisi was a female dragon, even though she was a bit old. Cough. Wang Ting coughed and changed the topic. We've stayed here long enough. The blood god avatar should have returned to the universe of light, right? According to the time, they should have arrived at the universe of light long ago. Yuan Gunggun's expression became serious when they talked about business. That means the geniuses of the dark world have been sent to the battlefield. Wang Ting's expression became extremely serious. We should go back. If it weren't for the special situation here and the delay, he would have returned to the universe of light long ago. The blood race's warship has flown away. How do we go back? If we go through the spatial passage, we'll be easily discovered by the dark apparitions. Yuan Gungun hesitated. Don't worry, I've already thought of a way. Wang Ting smiled. He didn't say anything else. He immediately took out the fire river, opened the cabin door, and entered the ship. He hadn't used this ship in a long time. Especially after entering the dark world, he didn't have the chance to use it. Yuan Gungun, let's go. After entering the ship, Wang Ting immediately ordered. Yes. Yuan Gungun smiled. Finally, it was time for him to do what he was best at. He responded and immediately started the ship. A buzzing sound was heard. The surface of the fire river suddenly lit up with crimson lines that looked like dragon patterns. It was very strange. As the lines on the surface of the ship lit up, an unparalleled kinetic energy erupted. The next moment, the ship turned into a dark red stream of light and rushed into the distance. It was in the direction of the spatial passage. Although he couldn't go back directly through the spatial passage, Wang Ting could sense the location of the universe of light along the spatial passage. Therefore, before that, he must first return to the location of the spatial passage to determine the correct course and prevent the spatial coordinates from deviating. After all, he had flown a long distance in order to come to this void. He had long deviated from the spatial passage. After being modified by Yuan Gungun, the fire river's speed was indeed a lot faster. It didn't take long for it to rush out of the colorful fog area and fly further away. Inside the ship, Wang Ting looked at the situation outside through the panoramic simulation. Looking from afar, he found that the huge palm had actually disappeared, leaving only an irregular area shrouded in colorful fog. What a pity! Wang Ting sighed with a trace of regret in his eyes. What's a pity? Yuan Gungun looked back at him and asked suspiciously. That area has already given birth to the void will. If it can evolve smoothly, the future is limitless. Maybe it can evolve into a chaotic secret realm, Wang Ting said. That's true. Brindis nodded in agreement. This time, she had also gained a lot of insights. Because of this, she knew that the void will was not easy. Therefore, she felt that the fate of the void will was quite regretful. Such a strange existence had fallen in the hands of Wang Ting and become a stepping stone for him to become a domain lord. She didn't know if it was lucky or not. Brindisi could feel how special the path Wang Ting walked was. The fact that the void will could become a stepping stone for him was, in a way, a kind of luck. But for the void will, it was a great misfortune. After all, no one wanted to be devoured. Meeting you is his 8 lifetimes of bad luck, Yuan Gungun said. What are you saying? I also want to settle this peacefully, Wang Ting said. Like hell I'll believe you. Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes at him. Which one of the things you set your eyes on hasn't been eaten clean by you? You misunderstand me too much. Wang Ting shook his head, looking very sad. You're a little shameless, Brindisi said lightly. Wang Ting. Ha ha ha. Yuan Gungun couldn't help but laugh. Finally, someone was on the same side as him. Whoosh, in the end, the Fire River battleship left the area and flew further and further away until it could no longer see the colorful mist. The void returned to its deathly silence, as if no one had ever been there. After an unknown amount of time, a strange change occurred. All of a sudden, the mist in the void started to churn and converge towards the center. Rumble, the void shook as if the sky and earth were being turned upside down. The scene was shocking. Time slowly passed. In the end, almost all of the fog gathered at the center and turned into a colorful cocoon of light. If Wang Ting were here, he would find that this cocoon of light was very similar to the blood cocoon he had formed. It wasn't a similarity on the outside, but the way the energy inside was circulating was similar. Even the lines on the surface of the cocoon of light were exactly the same as the lines on Wang Ting's blood cocoon. It was as if someone had copied them. However, the blood cocoon was blood red, and this cocoon of light was made of different colors, which made it look quite beautiful. When all of the fog was absorbed by the cocoon of light, the area returned to its original calm state. Only the cocoon of light remained floating in the void. Boom, about 3 months after Wang Ting left, the colorful cocoon of light suddenly exploded, and a terrifying wave of energy swept out. It was at the level of an area master. Then, a figure stepped out of the cocoon of light. Thick black hair, a perfect body, and a face that was as beautiful as a god's. However, his eyes were indifferent, and there was no expression on his face. It was as if he was an emotionless person. He lowered his head and looked at his body. Then, wisps of fog surged out of his body and turned into a purple robe that wrapped around his naked body. The figure wasn't in a hurry to leave. His eyes scanned the place, and there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. But very quickly, this trace of reluctance disappeared and turned into determination. At the same time, he became even more indifferent. After being silent for a long time, he suddenly turned into a ray of light and charged in a direction. There was no more fog in the void, nor was there any giant palm. It was exactly the same as the void in other places. Due to various problems, the address has changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The webpage content is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Read the latest chapter. The fastest martial arts update for all attributes. Chapter 1903, Love Reading. What a strong physical body. 18 realms. Leave. A strange figure. Free reading. In the void, a dark red spaceship was traveling at high speed. One could only see a dark red stream of light. This was the dark universe. Spaceships could travel faster than the speed of light. Naturally, their speed was extremely fast. After a few hours, the dark red stream of light gradually slowed down and revealed the appearance of the Fire River spaceship. Then, the spaceship disappeared and a figure appeared. It was Wang Ting. This should be the place. Wang Ting had activated the space body and could faintly sense the location of the space tunnel. He did not use the spaceship again because he was afraid that the strong dark beings would notice him. At the same time, a black light burst out from his body. Then, it solidified on the surface of his body and turned into a pitch-black armored stomach. Demonic armor. This was the demonic armor of the demonic armor clan. Since he had the demonic armor holy body, the demonic armor he condensed became more realistic. Even a demon lord would not be able to see through it. After all, his physique was already the top physique of the demonic armor clan. It was equivalent to a change in his nature. Who would be able to see through it? Then, he took a step forward and turned into a black stream of light that sped forward. After flying for more than an hour, a space tunnel finally appeared in front of him. Wang Ting stopped and looked at the space tunnel in front of him. His eyes flashed slightly. Without saying anything, he sat cross-legged on the side of the space tunnel. He put his hands on the space tunnel and closed his eyes to sense it. After about half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in his eyes. "Did you find it?" Yuan Gungun immediately asked in his mind. "Yes." A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips. He nodded slightly. "Great, we can finally go back," Yuan Gungun said happily. In the dark world, it was very uncomfortable and felt that it was restricted everywhere. The light universe was its home ground. With the accurate space coordinates, Wang Ting finally felt a little more confident. After a slight sigh of relief, he immediately left the space tunnel and went deeper into the void. He was too close to the space tunnel. He was worried that he would be targeted by the dark apparitions. After flying for a long time, Wang Ting stopped when he could no longer sense the space tunnel. He looked at his surroundings. In fact, it was just a piece of void. There was nothing special about it. However, there were relatively few spatial turbulences, which made it very suitable for inscribing ancient space runes. "Let's do it here." Wang Ting nodded to himself. He was not in a hurry to inscribe the ancient space runes. Instead, he communicated with the blood god doppelganger to confirm the location. This was exactly the method he had thought of before. First, he had to find the spatial coordinates of the radiant universe. Then, he had to confirm the exact location through the blood god avatar. Finally, he had to inscribe a spatial formation and teleport back. It wasn't like he hadn't done something like this before. Naturally, he had some experience and wasn't afraid. However, the distance between him and the bright universe was much further than the last time he returned to Earth's star from the dark world. If his space body had not reached the 5th stage and the power of space was not abundant, he would not have dared to do so. A Sector Lord's spatial control wasn't just for show. He closed his eyes again and re-established contact with the blood god doppelganger. Light Universe, Torch Dragon Weave. Since leaving the Dark Void Fortress that day, the blood god doppelganger had led the blood clan geniuses into Torch Dragon Weave. However, he did not lead the blood clan geniuses to hunt the geniuses of the light universe. After all, he was not a true dark apparition. Naturally, he couldn't accept doing that. Fortunately, it took a lot of time to travel from the Dark Void Fortress to Torch Dragon Weave. Now, the void where the Dark Void Fortress was located had long been occupied by the dark apparitions. There were very few warriors from the light universe there. Therefore, they had to go to the hinterland of Torch Dragon Weave to be able to encounter more geniuses from the light universe. This also gave the blood god doppelganger a lot of time to think of another way. In addition, the specific order he had received from the higher-ups of the dark apparitions was actually to stop the geniuses from transporting spiritual herbs from the light universe. Killing 100 geniuses from the light universe was just a small punishment given to him by the demon lord. The top geniuses of the two races were fighting under his nose. This was not taking him seriously. If he didn't punish him, where would his dignity as a demon lord go? Of course, hunting the geniuses from the light universe and stopping the geniuses from transporting spiritual herbs did not conflict. If they could snatch some spiritual herbs, it would be a great thing for the dark apparitions. They could also use most of the spiritual herbs from the light universe as long as they were not of the light attribute. This would require them to go to the border area of Torch Dragon Weave. It was further away and would take more time. They also had to prevent being discovered by the powerhouses from the light universe. The blood god doppelganger was a true blood clan body. If the powerhouses from the light universe encountered him, they would definitely not show mercy. They would probably be happy to kill a blood disciple from the blood clan. That would be too unfair. He wouldn't even have a chance to explain. He couldn't explain at all. Who would believe that he was Wang Ting's doppelganger? Considering these problems, the blood god doppelganger became even more cautious. He was afraid of being discovered by the powerhouses from the light universe. As for the other Blood Clan members, they didn't think so. When they heard that they were going to hunt the geniuses from the light universe, they were so excited that they couldn't wait to reach the border of Torch Dragon Weave. If it weren't for the fact that the Blood God Doppelganger's prestige among the Blood Clan's dark apparitions had reached an extremely high level, some of the Blood Clan's dark apparitions would have already acted on their own. The light universe actually asked the geniuses to transport the spiritual herbs. On the coffin-like Blood Clan warship, the Blood God Doppelganger sat cross-legged with a slight headache. He didn't expect the light universe to take such a risk and ask the geniuses to transport the spiritual herbs. Weren't they afraid of being intercepted by the dark apparitions? Moreover, how did the dark apparitions know that the light universe asked the geniuses to transport the spiritual herbs? Could it be? A glimmer of light flashed in the Blood God Doppelganger's eyes, and he suddenly had a guess. Unless the dark apparitions had already infiltrated the light universe, it was impossible for the dark apparitions to know the internal information immediately. He didn't need to guess to know that the news of the light universe asking the geniuses to transport the spiritual herbs was definitely extremely confidential. However, the dark apparitions still found out. Perhaps the higher-ups of the light universe and even some important figures were very likely to have been infiltrated. If it wasn't the dark corruption, it would be the strange dark races like the Demon Brain Clan and the Underworld God Clan. The Demon Brain Clan could occupy the bodies of the warriors of the light universe. As long as they hid well, it was very difficult to be discovered. The Underworld God Clan's nether transformation talent could hide their aura and change their appearance. It was very difficult to be discovered even if they blended into the light universe. Previously, Ming Ku had hidden in the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters for so long, and no one had discovered his true identity. Now, if a more powerful Underworld God Clan dark apparition blended into the light universe, who would be able to discover it? The Blood God Doppelganger's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. It seemed that the situation was much worse than he thought. If the geniuses of the light universe were found, the transportation of the spiritual herbs would be considered a complete failure. The dark apparitions had sent so many geniuses this time, and it was enough to make the geniuses of the light universe return in defeat. Without those spiritual herbs, the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters wouldn't be able to refine effective pills, and the warriors of the light universe would most likely suffer countless casualties. Fortunately, I've subdued the geniuses of the Demon Moth Clan, the Sheep-Headed Demon Clan, and the Giant Demon Clan. Now, there are no other geniuses from those three clans, so I can only use them. In this way, even if they snatch the spiritual herbs, I can intercept them from their hands. It's a pity that I can't stop them from hunting the geniuses of the light universe. This will expose my identity. Intercepting a portion of the spiritual herbs is already the greatest help I can provide. If only my original body returned. With me as a spy, he can blatantly hunt the dark apparitions without worrying about being discovered. Various thoughts flashed through the Blood God Doppelganger's mind. He felt somewhat helpless. The identity of the dark apparition of the Blood Clan had brought him many conveniences, but it also tied his hands and feet, making him unable to move easily. "Your Highness Blood Master." A voice suddenly came from the side, pulling the Blood God Doppelganger back from his thoughts. "What's the matter?" The Blood God Doppelganger closed his eyes slightly and didn't look at the person. He only needed to hear the voice to know that it was Xianxia who spoke. Although Xianxia still resented the Blood God Doppelganger, after the battle in the void of the dark universe, he no longer dared to show his dissatisfaction and resentment. He was extremely honest in front of the Blood God Doppelganger and asked carefully, "May I know if we can move freely?" As if he was afraid that the Blood God Doppelganger wouldn't agree, he explained, "With so many of us gathered together, we definitely won't meet too many geniuses of the light universe. If we spread out, we might meet more geniuses of the light universe. Yes, the geniuses of the other clans have probably already started hunting. This is also a competition. Your Highness Bloodmaster doesn't want us to lose to the other clans, right? If that happens, it won't look good for the Demon Lord," Xianxia echoed. "Still can't take it anymore?" The Blood God Doppelganger opened his eyes and glanced coldly at the faces of the dark apparitions around him. Xianxia and Xianxia were a little frightened and couldn't help but take a step back. The reason they spoke was because Xueqilua, Xuenoji, Xuejin, and the other dark apparitions were instigating them from behind. they had no choice but to bite the bullet and do it. However, when they really faced the blood god doppelganger, they were still a little afraid. This blood master was no longer the same as when they first entered the ancestral land of the blood clan. At that time, they still dared to challenge him, but now, if they were given another chance, they wouldn't even have the courage to do so. The blood god doppelganger suddenly turned his head and looked to the other side. Xue Qilua, Xue Jin, and Xue Noji were standing there and watching the show. The three blood clan dark apparitions saw the faint smile in his eyes, and their expressions changed slightly. He knows, this was the first thought that popped into their minds. How did he know? This was the second thought. Ever since the battle in the void of the dark universe, although the blood god doppelganger didn't stare at them all the time, they felt like they were being stared at all times. That feeling made them very uncomfortable. Just now, it was clearly Xue Si and Xue Kezi who spoke first, but this blood master was looking at them. No matter how stupid they were, they understood. This blood master never trusted them. Xue Si, are you going to disobey the blood master's order? Xue Lanbo stood out and said coldly. He had been completely convinced by the blood god doppelganger, so naturally, he was completely on the blood god doppelganger's side. Now that Xue Si and Xue Kezi dared to disobey, he immediately stood out. The blood god doppelganger was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. It was naturally the best if someone spoke up for him at this time. Xue Si and Xue Kezi's expressions changed slightly. They didn't dare to offend the blood master in the first place. Just now, they had completely braced themselves to speak. Now that Xue Lanbo had joined in, how were they going to live in the future? Not to mention the future, there were dangers everywhere on this battlefield now. If they offended the top prodigy of their clan and encountered danger, how were they going to survive if the other party deliberately didn't save them? It was over. There was no future. Although they seemed to be very arrogant at the beginning and didn't fear anyone, in fact, when faced with a top prodigy like Xue Lanbo, they were still terrified. The two dark apparitions subconsciously looked at the three dark apparitions, Xue Qilua, Xue Jin's, and Xue Nuoji. Xue Lanbo's expression was slightly cold. He looked at the three dark apparitions and came to a realization. He said coldly, "You guys are behind this?" The three dark apparitions couldn't help but secretly scold Xue Si and Xue Kezi for being idiots. Then, they couldn't help but look at each other. Seeing that they had been exposed, they didn't hide anything anymore. They directly said, "How is this behind this? Is there anything wrong with letting everyone split up? If we act like this, the other clans would have already surpassed us and taken the initiative. His Highness the Blood Master hasn't taken action yet. We're just anxious and have no other thoughts. How can anyone question the Blood Master's order?" Xue Lanbo said coldly. The Blood Master naturally has his reasons for doing this. Have you forgotten about the previous void battle? If it weren't for the Blood Master, would you still be alive? Now that your wings have hardened, you don't take the Blood Master's words seriously? Blood Neil said from the side. Xue Qilua and the three dark apparitions' expressions suddenly stiffened. In particular, many geniuses around them seemed to be looking at them with a trace of alienation and disdain. Although it was very subtle, the three dark apparitions could still sense it. If it were in the past, these geniuses definitely wouldn't dare to treat them like this. But now, these people were standing on the Blood Master's side. Naturally, they weren't afraid of the three dark apparitions. A sense of grievance suddenly rose from the bottom of their hearts. They felt as if they were being isolated. The Blood God clone. He really didn't expect Xue Lanbo, Blood Neil, and the others to trust him so much. He didn't seem to have used bewitchment on them, right? Ah, this damn charm, not to mention how narcissistic the Blood God clone was. The surrounding atmosphere became somewhat solemn. Hee at this moment, a chuckle suddenly sounded, making the solemn atmosphere loosen up for no reason. Everyone immediately looked at the Blood God clone. Since you guys want to go out and hunt earlier, go ahead. I naturally won't stop you guys. Really? Xue Jinzi asked suspiciously. I've already said what I wanted to say. You guys can decide whether to stay or leave. I won't stop those who want to go out and hunt alone. You guys can go by yourselves, the Blood God clone said. Okay. Xianxia and the other two dark apparitions looked at each other and immediately made a decision. Then we'll take our leave. After saying that, they didn't stop at all. They immediately opened the door of the battleship and flew out of the Blood Clan battleship. Shuesi, Shuekezi, and the other dark apparitions hesitated for a moment but had no choice but to follow. They had just offended the Blood Master and Shui Lanbo, making them unhappy. It wasn't a wise choice to stay. They could only leave with Shuejensi and the others. There were also a few other Blood Clan geniuses who were close to Shuechilua, Shuejensi, and the other geniuses. At this moment, they also silently followed behind. The Blood God clone didn't care and asked again, anyone else who wants to go out and hunt alone can leave together. Your Highness, we're willing to stay and listen to your orders. That's right. Your Highness, don't worry. We won't leave. We'll definitely listen to your orders without any objections. Yes, Your Highness, the Blood Master, is the leader personally appointed by the Demon Lord. We'll naturally respect Your Highness. The remaining Blood Clan geniuses spoke one after another without any complaints. Shuechilua, Shuejensi, and Xuanwoji hadn't left yet. They originally wanted to wait for more geniuses to leave with them, but they didn't expect the result to be like this. They heard the words of the Blood Clan geniuses outside the battleship. Their hearts instantly turned cold, and they were filled with unwillingness. However, they knew that they couldn't shake the Blood Master's position at all, so they could only leave. Rest, rest, rest. These few top Blood Clan geniuses who were upper-level demon emperors finally stopped hesitating. They took a deep look at the Blood God clone, then suddenly turned into blood-red flowing lights in the void, flew in other directions, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. That back view was a little gray and gloomy. Blood Master. Shui Rambo still wanted to say something. However, the Blood God clone raised his hand and interrupted him. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, if they want to leave, let them go. A melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. There's not much use in letting them stay. I have you guys. That's enough. It seems that Your Highness has other arrangements, Shui Nir said with a smile. You'll know when the time comes, the Blood God clone said with a smile. What bullshit tea arrangements, however, since you think so highly of me, I have to continue pretending. As for Shuejensi and the other Blood Clan geniuses, since they're so disobedient, I'll have to deal with them properly. At this moment, the Blood God clone couldn't help but be slightly stunned. A trace of joy appeared in his eyes, and he immediately closed his eyes. Shui Rambo, Shui Nir, and the other dark apparitions saw this and didn't ask any more questions. With doubts in their hearts, they found a corner and sat down, quietly cultivating and waiting. It's my side. He's about to return. The Blood God clone immediately sensed the existence of Wang Ting's original body. That faint connection allowed them to sense each other even if they were extremely far apart. He was slightly happy. He didn't have any plans earlier, but now he did. When his original body returned, the two of them would work together to kill all the dark apparitions. They still wanted to hunt down the geniuses of the light universe. It was hard to say who was the hunter and who was the prey. Very good, found it. At the same time, in the void of the dark universe, Wang Ting's original body suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and he heaved a sigh of relief. It was his first time trying to use the connection between his original body and his clone to sense from such a long distance. If it was a clone in the void, it would be easier. After all, he had the devouring space, and it would be easier to connect. However, the Blood God clone didn't have this ability, so he could only sense through the most basic connection between his original body and his clone. Fortunately, his body of space was powerful enough, and he also knew the specific spatial coordinates of the light universe. With all these factors added together, he could barely sense the location of the Blood God clone. I can start inscribing the space array. Wang Ting suddenly stood up and no longer hesitated. His spiritual power suddenly swept out from between his eyebrows. Boom, a dazzling golden light bloomed between his eyebrows, like a strange golden flower blooming. The next moment, abundant spiritual power suddenly filled the void. This spiritual power was many times stronger than before Wang Ting had advanced to the realm of the Domain Lord. It felt as if he had truly stepped into the realm of the domain lord. If there was a spirit reader at the realm of the domain lord here, they might really treat him as an existence of the same level. However, Wang Ting knew that his spiritual power had yet to take that step and break through to the realm of the domain lord. Logically speaking, after his martial realm broke through to the domain lord level, his spiritual power should be able to break through to the realm of the domain lord level. However, it wasn't that easy to break through from the domain lord level to the realm of the domain lord. At least after Wang Ting absorbed the life source and soul source of the void consciousness, his spiritual power had skyrocketed, but he still hadn't broken through. This was the best proof. However, it didn't matter. He had enough spiritual power now. At this moment, the strands of spiritual power filled the void, as if they had transformed into an invisible carving knife, and started inscribing in the void. A series of strange runes appeared in the void, flashing with a silvery white light. These runes were very strange. As soon as they appeared, traces of ancient and vicissitudes of life filled the void, and an invisible space energy appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the area. Wang Ting's expression was focused, but his eyes were extremely calm. He controlled his spiritual power to continuously inscribe the ancient space runes. He was very experienced in inscribing such directional teleportation arrays. After all, this wasn't his first time. Furthermore, he had gained many insights from the ancient space runes in the Blood Kuan inheritance, which allowed his control of the ancient space runes to reach a rather profound level. Adding that his attainments in the Runemaster had reached the saint level, it was naturally easier to inscribe the teleportation array now. Time passed slowly. Ancient space runes appeared in the void, faintly forming a huge circular array. 3 days later. In a void in the Guangming universe. A Guangming universe ship was flying rapidly in the void. There was no symbol on the ship, but one could tell that it was a Sector Lord ship. A Sector Lord ship wasn't an ordinary ship. Every Sector Lord ship was an extremely important strategic resource, and it required a large amount of resources to build. Ordinary warriors couldn't afford a Sector Lord ship. Even some ordinary Sector Lord warriors, with their wealth, might not be able to own a Sector Lord ship. However, the owner of this Sector Lord ship was a Domain Lord level fighter. That's right, a Domain Lord warrior. Inside the ship, a group of young figures were gathered together. Their expressions were serious, and they were constantly vigilant of the situation in the void outside. They didn't dare to be negligent. This time, they weren't facing warriors from the Guangming universe, but dark apparitions that could appear at any time. Senior Rong Yin, I heard that the dark apparitions have also sent out geniuses. Is this news accurate? A voice sounded in the crowd, breaking the silence. Everyone immediately looked at one of the people in the crowd with a trace of nervousness and curiosity in their eyes. This news came from the 3 territories, so it should be correct. A young man in green armor nodded slightly. His handsome face had a gentle smile, and he comforted the crowd. Everyone, don't worry too much. We're students from the 7-star academies. Everyone here is a genius among geniuses. Even if we encounter geniuses from the dark apparitions, it's not like we can't fight them. What's there to be afraid of? That's right. We're students from the Cosmic Star Academy. Why would we be afraid of those dark apparitions? So what if they're geniuses? Who isn't a genius? Not only that, but we also have seniors from the Green Vines Association here. They're all Domain Lord level geniuses and are the top existences in the 2nd Cosmic Star Academy. It's fine if those dark apparitions don't come. If they do, we'll definitely make sure they don't return. Ha ha ha. That's right. We've seen the strength of our seniors. We'll definitely be able to kill those dark apparitions and spread the name of our Cosmic Star Academy. The emotions of the young warriors were instantly stirred up. They were no longer as pessimistic as before. Their fighting spirit was boiling, and they couldn't wait for a few dark apparitions to appear immediately for them to kill. Of course, there were still some people who still looked serious and weren't as optimistic. The power and strangeness of the dark apparitions were deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. If they underestimated them, it would be easy to fail miserably. Rong Yin's eyes revealed a trace of complacency. These geniuses were selected from various major forces. Their potential was extraordinary. However, they were full of admiration towards him in front of him. This made him feel very comfortable in his heart. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he was very satisfied with everyone's performance. However, he suddenly saw a beautiful lady with snow-white clothes not far away. She was out of tune with the others. She was wearing a snow-white dress and had snow-white hair. Her pair of crystal-clear feet were bare as she floated slightly above the ground. Her entire body exuded a cold aura. Many men looked at her with a trace of amazement and infatuation, but they didn't dare to get close to her. Some women couldn't help but reveal a trace of jealousy when they looked at her. Those who were able to become geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy were all very talented, and their appearances were generally not bad. However, compared to this snow-white lady, most of the beauties were ashamed of their inferiority. She was like a pure white snow lotus on a snowy mountain. She was beautiful, holy, clean, and crystal clear. No one dared to profane her. Such an aura was even more incomparable. Rong Yin's eyes flashed. He smiled and asked, "Junior Xianxia, are you still worried about something?" "Nothing." Ling Qianshua's snow-white eyes looked at him and said coldly. "Ling Qianxua, why are you always so cold? Senior Rong Yin has good intentions. You really make it hard for people to get close to you. We are all students of the Second Cosmic Star Academy, and we should be in the same boat," a man said with some displeasure. This man obviously had a good relationship with Rong Yin. He was the first to agree with Rong Yin's words just now. He was very cooperative. "Xianlian, don't be rude to Junior Qianxue. You must have misunderstood her. Her personality is like this. She didn't mean to alienate everyone. Everyone, please don't mind." Rong Yin looked at the man reproachfully and said. Xianlian's mouth moved twice as if he was not convinced. "Quickly apologize to Junior Qianxue. We are all on the same side, and we should understand each other," Rong Yin said. "Okay." Xianlian finally nodded under the other's gaze. "No need." Ling Qianxue said calmly. She didn't look angry at all. "Junior Qianxue, don't be angry. Xianlian has a straightforward personality. He didn't mean to make things difficult for you," Rong Yin explained. "It has nothing to do with me," Ling Qianxue said. The corner of Rong Yin's eyes twitched uncontrollably. The other party's uninterested look made him feel very helpless. He felt that he didn't know where to start. "Ling Qianxue, you are too much. Senior Rong Yin spoke to you nicely, but you..." Xianlian shouted. "Okay." Rong Yin waved his hand and said, "Everyone, disperse. It's not a big deal." He directly changed the topic. "Pay attention to the situation outside. Once you find anything unusual, report it immediately." "Yes." When everyone saw that he had let the matter pass, they knew that there was no more drama to watch. They all responded. "Junior Qianxue, don't worry too much. If you encounter danger, I will take special care of you. After all, you are a genius personally recruited by the president." Rong Yin saw that everyone had dispersed, and then turned to look at Ling Qianxue. He suddenly transmitted his voice. After that, he just stared at Ling Qianshue's expression as if he wanted to see something. Unfortunately, Ling Qianxue still looked cold. Her expression didn't change at all, and she didn't even respond to him. A trace of disappointment appeared on Rong Yin's face, but he didn't say anything more. However, when he turned his head, there was a trace of gloominess in his eyes. Ling Qianxue glanced at his back, and then looked at the void outside again. Boom! At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded, and the spaceship shook violently. "Warning! Warning! Warning!" The spaceship was attacked by an unknown object. The spaceship is damaged by 1.3%. The protective shield is automatically activated. Activating the automatic defense system. An ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the spaceship. It sounded back and forth 3 times, and the dazzling red light kept flashing. What's going on? All the geniuses' expressions changed. They looked out of the void, not knowing what had happened. Suddenly, a cloud of black fog floated out of the void and enveloped the entire spaceship. An ear-piercing alarm sounded again. "Warning! Warning! Warning!" The spaceship's protective shield is attacked. 10% damaged. 15% damaged. 23% damaged. The ear-piercing alarm kept ringing in the ship. The Sector Lord ship's barrier was being damaged at a shocking speed. All the geniuses in the ship were panicking. Especially those who had been full of confidence just a moment ago. At this moment, they were simply panicking. Dark apparition attack. An ear-piercing scream came from someone's mouth. The decibel was extremely high. However, no one paid attention to this. Everyone's attention was on the black mist outside the ship. Without a doubt, this was definitely the work of the dark apparition. Rong Yin's expression was serious, even a bit ugly, but he didn't dare delay and immediately shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." His voice was mixed with origin power. It was deafening. When everyone heard his voice, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Their panicked emotions were actually shaken away by quite a bit. One by one, they came back to their senses. Their faces were grave as they quickly entered a state of mind. One by one, they put on their battle armors and prepared for battle. After all, they were geniuses of Cosmic Star Academy. Their battle experience was extremely rich. After the initial panic, they had more or less calmed down. Star Annihilator Cannon, charge forward, charge. At the same time, Rong Yin gave an order to the ship. Weng, this Sector Lord ship lit up with strange runes, spreading throughout the ship and then converging at the front of the ship, revealing a huge cannon. Terrifying energy quickly gathered within. Rumble, in the next moment, a resplendent light shot out from the cannon, blasting forward. The thick black mist was instantly blasted open, revealing the void outside. The light extended into the distance, one couldn't see the end. Following which, the Sector Lord ship sped up, charging out of the black mist. Rumble. 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 However, at this moment, the ship shook violently again. A series of evil and dark origin power attacks bombarded the airship from all directions. The ship's barrier was heavily damaged again. The ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout the ship, causing everyone's expression to change. Charge out. Rong Yin immediately ordered. He knew that this couldn't go on. The ship was already surrounded. No matter what, it would be attacked, and from the intensity of the attacks, even a Sector Lord ship would be destroyed soon. That was a Sector Lord grade ship. If it was really destroyed, he would be in so much pain that he wouldn't be able to breathe. Yes. Everyone's expression was solemn. Each of them used their own methods and rushed out of the spaceship. Boom. 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 As soon as the cabin door opened, a series of attacks followed. But these Cosmic Star Academy students weren't to be trifled with. All kinds of combat weapons had already appeared in their hands. They gathered their origin power and blasted out the attacks from all directions. For a moment, those attacks were all blocked and exploded in the void, but they couldn't hurt them at all. Roar. Ha ha ha. They are indeed geniuses from the radiant universe. Kill them. These geniuses are mine. No one can snatch them from me. A series of crazy and evil roars sounded from all directions. Then, dark apparitions covered in pitch-black rock suddenly rushed out like rock monsters and charged toward the genius martial artists of the Cosmic Star College. Devil Cliff Race. It's the Demon Rock Race Dark Apparition. The faces of the Starry Sky Academy's geniuses changed slightly. Their eyes were filled with shock, and their complexions became even more solemn. Boom. 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 But the Demon Rock Race Dark Apparitions didn't give them a chance to react at all. The Demon Rock Race Dark Apparitions were like small hills, slamming into the genius martial artists of the Cosmic Star College. Wherever they passed, the void trembled. Kill. Seeing this scene, Rong Yin's face became extremely solemn. The Demon Rock Race Dark Apparitions were not easy to deal with. They were simply tortoises. Their terrifying defensive power would make people despair, but at this moment, he couldn't shrink back. He must take the lead and be the first to charge. Otherwise, everyone's morale would collapse. Boom, Rong Yin's face had been completely covered by the turquoise battle armor, which made him look very eye-catching. He held a turquoise battle sword in his hand, bursting out a bright turquoise sword light, slashing towards a middle-rank demon emperor dark apparition of the Demon Rock clan. Roar, the middle-rank Demon Emperor-rank dark apparition didn't shrink back in the slightest. It let out a roar, and its dark yellow eyes shot out a terrifying light from the gap of its stone-like face. It held a huge hammer in both hands and smashed out. Boom, a terrifying dark yellow hammer shadow condensed in the void and slammed into the sword light. Unfortunately, the hammer shadow failed to break the sword light. Instead, it was disintegrated by the turquoise sword light. Cracks instantly appeared on the hammer shadow. It turned out that Rongyin knew that the effect of the first blow was very important, so he directly used a powerful battle skill and chose a middle-rank Demon Emperor-rank dark apparition that wasn't too powerful. It was to have a deterrent effect and at the same time, to boost the morale of the geniuses of the Cosmic Star College. Pung, the collision only lasted for an instant before the hammer finally shattered. Then, the green sword light slashed toward the dark apparition from the demon rock race. Roar, the dark apparition didn't show the slightest fear. Its dark yellow eyes were full of madness, and it rushed straight at the turquoise sword light. Unfortunately, it still underestimated the power of the sword light. Chi, the sword light fell on the dark apparition's body, and sparks flew out from the friction. The dark apparition's stone-like body suddenly cracked, and pieces of dark stone-like fragments fell from its body. The dark apparition from the demon rock race was also sent flying away. Everyone was surprised and delighted. Senior Rongyin's strength was indeed powerful. Even a middle-rank Demon Emperor-rank dark apparition was no match for him. Dark apparitions are just SOSO. Everyone, follow me, and kill. Rongyin shouted. Kill. 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 The students of the Cosmic Star College suddenly had confidence. Their spirits were high, and they burst out roars one after another, charging at the dark apparitions. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two sides suddenly collided. All kinds of force attacks collided in the void, erupting with force fluctuations of different attributes, sweeping in all directions. Xianxia walked barefoot in the void. A terrifying chill spread out from her body. The force condensed into snowflakes in the void and fell down. Roar, a lower Demon Emperor dark apparition of the Demon Rock clan grinned hideously and charged at her. But just as it approached, its whole body was frozen by the snowflakes. Its whole body froze in place, unable to move at all. How is this possible? The dark apparition couldn't help but reveal a look of horror in its eyes. It originally thought that this woman from the universe of light, who looked abnormally weak, would be easy to deal with. It didn't expect her to be a tough nut to crack. Her frost intent could even freeze the body of the dark apparition. Boom, Xianxia didn't hesitate. The moment she froze the dark apparition, an ice-blue battle bow suddenly appeared in her hand. She pulled the bowstring, and a frost arrow quickly condensed. The moment she released her hand, the frost arrow transformed into a stream of light. It swept across the void and instantly shot towards the chest of the dark apparition from the Demon Rock clan. Roar, the dark apparition felt the threat of death. It suddenly opened its mouth and roared. The dark force in its body burst out, condensing into huge black rocks. On its body, wrapping its whole body. Winter, in the next moment, the frost arrow arrived and ruthlessly bombarded its body, emitting a muffled sound. Crack! 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 Cracks immediately appeared on the dark apparition's body, starting from its chest and spreading to its surroundings. Pung, the incomparably hard defense didn't last long and directly burst open, turning into a huge bloody hole in the chest of the dark apparition. Its body had been pierced through, a large amount of black blood spurted out from it. At the same time, the extreme frost intent completely froze the body of the dark apparition, turning it into a huge ice wither. Xianxia floated past, and the ice wither burst out with a crack. With a cracking sound, it shattered and turned into fragments, just like shattered rocks. This lower-rank Demon Emperor-rank dark apparition was completely dead. Even its soul was frozen and obliterated. It couldn't be more dead. When the surrounding dark apparitions saw this scene, they suddenly fell into a dead silence. This result was too unexpected. Although it was only a lower-rank Demon Emperor-rank dark apparition, it was also a genius among the Demon Rock clan. Now, it was actually killed by the female warrior from the light universe in a single blow. Many low-rank Demon Emperor dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan looked at Xianxia with fear in their eyes. Good. A loud shout came from the mouths of the Starry Sky Academy's geniuses. This Xianxia was indeed a genius valued by the president. She had only entered the Starry Sky Academy for a short time, and her strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. It was incredible that she could easily kill a lower-rank Demon Emperor-rank dark apparition. For a time, the genius warriors of the Starry Sky Academy were even more excited. They felt that the dark apparition of the Demon Rock clan was not so terrible. If Xianxia could do it, even if they were not as good as Xianxia, they would not be too far behind. The genius warriors of the Starry Sky Academy immediately attacked more vigorously. They also wanted to kill 1 or 2 dark apparitions to make a name for themselves. Boom! 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 The two sides once again broke out into a violent collision. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand, and blood spilled in the starry sky. Not long after, screams sounded, and casualties appeared. There were the genius warriors of the Starry Sky Academy and the dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan. Especially Xianxia, few of those lower-rank Demon Emperor dark apparitions were her opponents. Most of them were killed when they encountered her. Demon Rock Ho, go and kill her. At this time, a cold voice sounded in the distance. Yes. A dull voice rumbled. In the distant void, a tall and incomparably tall dark apparition of the Demon Rock clan stepped on the air and came over. Every time it took a step, the void would vibrate as if it was bearing an extremely terrifying weight. At this time, everyone discovered that in the distant void, there was a strange warship. It seemed to be condensed from black rocks, floating there like a huge meteorite. The outbreak of the battle just now was too sudden, and no one noticed this abnormality. But at this moment, as the dark apparition of the Demon Rock clan walked out, they discovered that there were several other dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan with terrifying aura. Moreover, there was a huge rock thrown at the top of the rock-like battleship. A dark apparition from the Demon Rock race was sitting there as though it was watching a show. It didn't seem to be taking any action at all. The order just now seemed to have come from its mouth. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the geniuses of the Starry Sky Academy changed drastically, and their eyes revealed a dignified look. Rongyin also looked at the dark apparition sitting on the rock throne, and his pupils suddenly contracted. With his strength, he actually could not see the other party's realm. This, upper-rank Demon Emperor. Could it be an upper-rank Demon Emperor? An incredible thought appeared in his mind, and it shook him until he was a little dizzy. If it was really an upper-rank Demon Emperor dark apparition, they were most likely going to be in trouble. Rongyan's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and his mouth was full of bitterness. How could he be so unlucky? At this moment, he already had an impulse to turn around and run away. Boom! 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 That dark apparition of the Demon Rock clan walked over step by step. Although its footsteps were very heavy, its speed was not slow at all. Every step it took covered a very long distance. In just a short moment, it was already in front of Xianxia. Many geniuses of the Starry Sky Academy retreated one after another, and they did not dare to get close at all. They could feel the power of this dark apparition of the Demon Rock clan. Just the evil darkness that it emitted and the incomparably heavy aura at the same time made people feel oppressed, as if they were about to suffocate. This dark apparition of the Demon Rock clan held a huge warhammer in its hand, which was at least 3 times the size of the warhammers used by other dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan. Together with its tall and strong body, it looked even more terrifying, as if a mountain was pressing down. Its eyes were cold as it stared at Xianxia. Xianxia was not afraid at all. She stood lightly in the void, her whole body snow-white. The battle just now did not stain her clothes with any bloodstains. They were still clean and tidy, and her whole person was like a snow-white lotus. What's your name? A dull voice suddenly came from the dark apparition of the Demon Rock clan. Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the dark apparition and said calmly. Xianxia, you will be the first genius of the light universe that I kill. With the strength you just displayed, you are qualified to make me the Demon Rock Serpent, the dark apparition said. Demon Rock Serpent. Xianxia said. That's right. That's my name. Die. The dark apparition of the Demon Rock Serpent laughed sinisterly and suddenly attacked. Boom! it suddenly disappeared on the spot and rushed toward Xianxia. The warhammer in its hand suddenly swung, and it was so fast that it actually turned into an afterimage and smashed down from the sky. As the dark yellow light flickered, a huge shadow of a hammer condensed, and an unparalleled pressure was instantly generated. This attack was integrated with an extremely powerful domain power. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the majestic power of ice exploded in the void, freezing the void and making the dark apparition of the demon rock serpent slow down. Even the huge shadow of the hammer stagnated in midair as if it was frozen. Xianxia's power of ice could even freeze an origin power attack. It was obvious how terrifying her power of ice was. Humph! The dark apparition of the demon rock serpent let out a cold snort. Its eyes burst with a bright dark yellow light, and a vast amount of power surged out of its body. Pong! The ice that froze its body instantly shattered, and the power of ice on the hammer's shadow also emitted bursts of unbearable sounds. Subsequently, space cracks appeared in the void. When Xianxia saw this scene, a trace of fluctuation finally appeared on her pretty face, and her eyes became extremely solemn. She didn't expect the power of this dark apparition of the demon rock race to be so terrifying. The dark apparition was a lower demon emperor, which was the same realm as her, but its power was able to break her power of ice. She hadn't encountered many existences of the same realm as it. Perhaps only that freak from back then could compare with that kind of power. But at that time, he was only a stellar level. In that case, this prodigy of the demon rock race was still inferior to the dark apparition. Break for me! The dark apparition of the demon rock serpent didn't know what Xianxia was thinking. It suddenly let out a roar, and then the warhammer in its hand smashed down fiercely. The surrounding void was completely shattered, and there was no way to stop its attack. Boom! A terrifying power came from the shadow of the warhammer, and the explosion resounded through the void, shocking everyone. Bing Shan! Xianxia suddenly shouted softly. Boom! Endless power of ice swept out from her body, and a dazzling icy blue light flickered. It quickly condensed into a huge ice mountain in the void, blocking in front of her. This ice mountain was dozens of feet tall, and it was not much smaller than the shadow of the warhammer. A terrifying chill was emitted from it. Many warriors who were closer immediately felt uncomfortable, and the force in their body seemed to have stagnated. They were very helpless and could only move away again. Otherwise, the chill would affect the operation of their force. Fortunately, the dark apparition was also affected. Otherwise, they would really be accidentally injured by their own people. Boom! In an instant, the two attacks collided. At first, it stagnated for a moment, and then there was a huge explosion, as if two mountains had collided together. The void trembled, and a series of space cracks appeared and spread in all directions. Roar! The dark apparition of the demon rock serpent roared, and its figure suddenly rushed out, and the warhammer in its hand smashed down fiercely. The shadow of the warhammer also pressed down. Ka! A series of cracking sounds were heard, and a huge crack immediately appeared on the ice mountain. Obviously, it was unable to withstand the terrifying force. The surrounding geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy were shocked, and their expressions changed slightly. Could it be that even Xianxia was no match for the dark apparition of the demon rock race? Be careful! Rongyin still did not let go of the opportunity to show off in front of Xianxia, and he shouted from afar. However, Xianxia did not panic at all. When she saw the scene in front of her, her lips slightly opened, and a word came out of her mouth. Explode! A dazzling icy blue light suddenly bloomed from the cracks of the ice mountain, shining in all directions, and then it suddenly exploded. Boom! The terrifying power of ice poured out, directly drowning the shadow of the warhammer, and then rolled toward the dark apparition of the demon rock serpent. The dark apparition of the demon rock serpent suddenly changed, and he quickly retreated. He wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. He was instantly drowned by the terrifying power of ice. The geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy could not help but widen their eyes. Xianxia's strength and means shocked them. The power of ice gradually subsided, and a huge ice mountain appeared again. No, that was the body of the dark apparition of the demon rock serpent, and it was frozen. Hiss, good fellow! Many geniuses exclaimed. The strength of the dark apparition of the demon rock serpent was obvious to everyone, but now it was frozen by Xianxia. The title of the ice goddess was not just for show. With Xianxia's strength, after entering the second Starry Sky Academy, she naturally blossomed with her own radiance. Coupled with her peerlessly beautiful face and cold and pure temperament, her popularity was naturally unreasonably high. Therefore, many busybodies gave her the nickname of Ice Goddess. However, the geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy were not in the mood to pay attention to her appearance. They were all shocked by her strength. The dark apparition of the demon rock serpent was so strong, but it was still at a disadvantage when facing Xianxia. Her strength was not weaker than some of the domain lords. The dark apparitions of the demon rock race were also very shocked. Their gazes toward Xianxia suddenly changed, and a trace of disbelief appeared in their hearts. This female warrior from the universe of light was actually so strong, even the dark apparition of the demon rock serpent was not her opponent? Ha ha ha, a burst of laughter suddenly came from afar. Rongyin shouted, Junior Xianxia is indeed a genius of the second Cosmic Star Academy. Ordinary people can't compare to her. Everyone, we can't fall behind. Everyone, follow me, and kill. He didn't let go of any opportunity to inspire people. He immediately mobilized the emotions of the geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy and rushed toward the dark apparitions around them. This was borrowing power, borrowing Xianxia's power. If it were any other time, people would definitely think that he was shameless. However, at this moment, facing the dark apparitions, no one felt this way. Everyone rushed toward the dark apparitions around them as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Rongyin was also very helpless. He glanced at the strange dark battleship in the distance. The uneasiness in his heart did not recede at all. Instead, it became more intense. He had to do this. Otherwise, there was no hope at all. Now, the others had not yet reacted and did not know the strength of those dark apparitions. If they knew the truth, then, their morale would probably suffer a fatal blow, therefore, he could only use this method to fight for a slim chance of survival. Humph! A cold snort came from the opposite side of Rongyin. A middle-level demon emperor-level dark apparition from the demon rock race stared coldly at Rongyin and immediately rushed toward him. It had already seen that the person in front of it should be the leader of this group of light universe warriors. As long as it killed him, it should be able to end this battle. Rongyin's expression changed slightly, and he had no choice but to face it head-on. Boom, a great battle suddenly broke out between the two sides. They constantly shifted and collided in the void, and the aftermath of the force swept in all directions. Rongyin's ability was indeed strong enough. She unleashed her sword light and turned it into an emerald-green torrent of sword light, densely covering the entire void. A powerful domain power erupted and shrouded the dark apparition of the demon rock race. Roar! That dark apparition from the demon rock race roared angrily, but in the end, it was unable to withstand the bombardment of the sword light torrent. Its entire body was penetrated, and there were sword marks all over it. It was almost shattered. Seeing this, Rongyin immediately followed up with another attack, wanting to kill this dark apparition from the demon rock race. Trash! A cold shout suddenly came from afar. Boom, the void vibrated, and it turned out to be a huge dark meteorite rushing from afar, smashing toward Rongyin. Rongyin's expression changed drastically. He originally wanted to kill the middle-level demon emperor-level dark apparition from the demon rock race and then find a chance to escape. He did not expect that the dark apparitions in the distance would actually make their move at this time. Moreover, the attack in front of him made him feel a little dangerous. It contained a terrifying dark domain. Boom, Rongyin did not dare to be negligent. He could only give up on killing the dark apparition from the demon rock race. Moreover, he had no time to avoid it. He could only face it head-on. He raised the battle sword in his hand high, and a huge sword light suddenly erupted, slashing down from top to bottom. Bang! The huge sword light directly slashed on the huge dark meteorite-like rock, causing it to stop abruptly and unable to move forward. Cracks appeared on the meteorite, but it did not shatter. It seemed that it was still in a stalemate with the sword light. Not bad. At this moment, a hideous laugh was heard. Rongyin's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. He looked to the left, only to see a figure had appeared there unknowingly, swinging a huge warhammer toward him. Damn it! His expression was extremely ugly. He had no time to deal with this sudden attack. If he were to withdraw his sword, he would definitely be hit by the meteorite-like huge rock. He could only use his empty left hand to blast out a palm to the left. Force erupted, and an emerald green palm print formed and slammed toward the dark apparition. The dark apparition from the demon rock race was not afraid at all. It actually let out a contemptuous laugh and charged toward him. It blasted out a punch, and a dark yellow fist print erupted from its sandbag-sized fist and blasted toward the emerald green palm print. Boom, the palm seal shattered in response, and the remnant waves of origin power rolled forward. Rongyin's expression was horrified. He did not expect his palm print to be so weak in front of the dark apparition. This dark apparition's strength was probably extremely strong. Die! The dark apparition from the demon rock race laughed hideously. It rushed toward Rongyin, and a pair of rock arms grabbed at him like giant iron pincers, wanting to tear him apart on the spot. In the next moment, a dazzling emerald green light burst out from Rongyin's body. It then turned into vines and rolled toward the dark apparition from the demon rock race, wanting to block its attack. Humph, your final struggle. The dark apparition from the demon rock race snorted coldly. It grabbed the vines with both hands and directly crushed them. Boom, however, at this moment, there was a sudden roar in front of Rongyin. He was slightly delighted because the giant rock had been shattered by his sword gleam. He could finally free his hands to deal with the dark apparition in front of him. After the dark apparition from the demon rock race tore apart the vines, it charged toward Rongyin again and blasted out a punch. Boom, the dark yellow fist print exploded again. However, this fist imprint was extremely different. The moment it was formed, a huge dark black meteorite appeared behind it. A terrifying domain power was brewing within it. Rongyin's expression changed again. He immediately unleashed another burst of sword gleam and integrated the domain power into it. Boom, the attacks from both parties were blasted out almost at the same time and then collided in the void. The fist print and sword gleam illuminated the void. The terrifying Wood Star origin power and Darkness Star origin power swept out in all directions. Crack, an extremely clear cracking sound was instantly heard. Before Rongyin could react, he saw cracks appearing on his sword gleam. Then, it suddenly exploded. That fist print actually shattered his sword gleam. Boom, under Rongyin's incredulous gaze, the fist print blasted straight toward him and landed on his body. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Rongyin looked as though he was struck by lightning. His face turned pale, and his body flew out uncontrollably into the distance. Senior Rongyin! The geniuses from the Cosmic Sky Academy exclaimed one after another. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Senior Rongyin, who was originally killing in all directions, was actually sent flying by a dark apparition from the demon rock race. Moreover, he was clearly injured. The situation was reversed all of a sudden. Rongyin was the strongest person in this transport team. At this moment, his defeat was undoubtedly a great blow to everyone. The battle situation was already very worrying. Now that such a situation occurred again, everyone had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Ha ha ha, a burst of loud laughter came from behind. The dark apparition from the demon rock race who sent Rongyin flying stepped out. It looked at Rongyin who was sent flying and said contemptuously, "A genius from the radiant universe is nothing more than this." Rongyin's face was covered by the armor, so no one could see his face clearly. However, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Hearing the other party's ridicule, he did not refute. Instead, he turned around and fled into the void. The geniuses from the Cosmic Sky Academy suddenly widened their eyes. They were dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. Ran away? The geniuses of Starry Sky College were dumbfounded. The great and upright senior Rongyin actually abandoned everyone in such a situation and ran away alone. Suddenly, a sense of despair surged in everyone's hearts. Even their leader, senior Rongyin, had to run away. How could they be a match for the dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan? As the saying went, the first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, and the third spurt of energy would be exhausted. Originally, after the battle just now, everyone had already realized how difficult it was to deal with the dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan. Now that they saw Rongyin escape, the morale that they had worked so hard to muster suddenly plummeted. Xianxia looked at Rongyin's fleeing figure from afar and frowned slightly. However, she didn't expect anything from Rongyin, so naturally, she wasn't disappointed. She just couldn't help but look down on him after seeing his actions. He was a genius at the domain lord level. Usually, he spoke nicely and coaxed others. Moreover, he always had an arrogant and reserved look. However, at the critical moment, he ran away alone. It was really shameful. However, at this time, she didn't have the mood to think about this. She retracted her gaze, and various thoughts flashed through her mind. Under such circumstances, it was meaningless to continue entangling with the dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan. It would only increase the casualties. She also had the intention to retreat in her heart. However, in such a situation, she couldn't just retreat as she wished. Before she could react, a series of explosions suddenly sounded out in the distance. Rongyin, who was fleeing for his life, was actually sent flying back, and cracks appeared on the green battle armor on his body. Everyone regained their senses and stared blankly at Rongyin's body that flew back. Why did he come back? Ha ha ha. The dark apparition of the Demon Rock clan that sent Rongyin flying just now laughed loudly. He stood in the void with a war hammer in his hand, and his eyes were full of mockery. Still want to run? Another dark apparition of the Demon Rock clan walked over from afar with a huge war axe in his hand. He blocked Rongyin's path. You. Rongyin stabilized his body in the void and looked at the dark apparition of the Demon Rock clan in front of him. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes again. Originally, he thought that he could take advantage of the momentum of being sent flying just now to escape, but he didn't expect that he would still be discovered by the other party. A middle-level Demon Emperor Dark Apparition genius had already blocked his way and caught him off guard. Just as he was secretly delighted that he could escape, reality slapped him hard in the face. Rongyin, you actually abandoned us and fled for your life. Xianlian's eyes were completely red. Clearly, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Rongyin and roared. This is what it means to love deeply and hate bitterly. Xianlian was clearly Rongyin's lackey, but now, the person who hated Rongyin the most was him. The geniuses of Starry Sky Academy had yet to speak. When they heard Xianlian's roar, they suddenly fell into silence. He felt as if his words had been snatched away. You misunderstood me. I want to rush out and ask for help. If this continues, we will all die here. Rongyin's face twitched as he laughed dryly. I believe your ancestors. Xianlian roared angrily. Senior Rongyin, you've disappointed us too much. I didn't expect you to be such a person. We misjudged you. The students of Starry Sky Academy also spoke at this moment, looking at Rongyin with eyes full of contempt. Don't worry, none of you can escape. The Demon Rock Race Dark Apparition sneered. Hand over the elixirs you are transporting and we may spare your lives. We will let you accept the baptism of darkness and become slaves of our race, another Demon Rock Race Dark Apparition said. How do you know we are here to transport elixirs? A Starry Sky Academy domain lord genius asked in a deep voice. He was covered in blood and had suffered serious injuries, but the surrounding dark apparitions looked at him with fear and didn't dare to approach for a while. Dead people don't need to know so much, the Demon Rock Race Dark Apparition said. We don't have any elixirs. The domain lord genius was interrupted before he finished speaking. If I hand over the elixirs, can you let me go? Rongyin's eyes flickered as he suddenly said. Rongyin. The domain lord genius didn't expect Rongyin to be so shameless. His expression changed, and he immediately shouted coldly. Since they know the existence of the elixirs, it's useless for us to hide it. We are all geniuses of Starry Sky Academy. Elixirs are just external objects. What does it count for? Just give it to them, Rongyin said shamelessly. Bastard. His expression was ugly, and he shouted angrily, a shameless person like you doesn't deserve to be a genius of Starry Sky Academy. Humph. Rongyin was extremely embarrassed in his heart after being scolded by the other party in such a manner. His expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He coldly said, "You are noble and you are amazing. In that case, you can stay here and be buried with those spiritual medicines." You. When he didn't expect him to say such shameless words and suddenly trembled with anger. Shameless? Rong-yin, I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person. If you have the life to leave today, we will make your actions public. When the geniuses of Starry Sky Academy heard Rong-yin's words, they were so angry that they cursed and glared at him. Thinking that they used to respect this person so much, the geniuses present felt that they had wasted their feelings and fed their sincerity to the dogs. Rong-yin's face was livid, and he snorted coldly, "What's wrong with trying to save my life? It's wrong to die at the hands of dark apparitions for nothing." Wonderful. It's really wonderful. The middle-rank demon emperor-rank dark apparition laughed and said, "I have long heard that creatures of the radiant universe like you show all kinds of ugliness when faced with death. I didn't believe it before, but today I have seen it for myself." Demon emperor-rank dark apparition, don't talk nonsense with them. Since they are unwilling to hand over the elixirs and are unwilling to submit to us, then let's send them on their way. Sir Demon Venerable has ordered the blood disciple of the kindred race and Xianxia of the demon brain race to hunt down 100 geniuses of the radiant universe. If we can surpass them, wouldn't our reputation be even stronger than theirs? The middle-rank demon emperor-rank dark apparition said coldly in the distance. Hee, that's true. The axe-wielding dark apparition smiled, looked at Rong-yin and the others, and said, "In that case, you can go, die." Boom, as soon as its voice fell, its figure disappeared, and then a huge dark yellow axe shadow suddenly appeared in the void, sweeping toward Rong-yin and the others. This axe shadow was so huge that when it swept past, it enveloped more than a dozen geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy as if it was going to cut them in half. The faces of the geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy changed abruptly, and their pupils shrank to the extreme. Especially the few universe geniuses, in the face of such a terrifying attack, they felt the threat of death. Boom. Boom. Boom, a series of attacks erupted from these geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy, trying to resist the dark yellow axe shadow. Unfortunately, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In just an instant, these attacks exploded under the sweep of the axe shadow. It was impossible to resist. Rong-yin's face was extremely ugly, and he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. These dark apparitions of the Cosmic Star Academy had their eyes on him, right? Facing the powerful axe shadow sweeping toward him, he couldn't dodge at all. He could only unleash his battle technique, and the battle sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. Boom, the sword light and the axe shadow instantly collided, and a violent explosion erupted. F***K. Rong-yin finally couldn't help but curse, because he already felt the power of the axe shadow before him. At the same level, how could the opponent be so strong? Pong, the next moment, the sword light he unleashed shattered, and the axe shadow followed. Rong-yin quickly retreated, but he didn't expect a violent gust of wind to come from behind, causing his face to change abruptly. Boom, a huge hammer shadow smashed down from the sky, smashing into his body. The armor on Rong-yin's body shattered with a crisp sound, followed by the sound of bones cracking. He screamed as he fell down, blood spurting out from his body. This hammer was too terrifying, and it was completely solid on his body, and all the power was released from within his body. One could imagine how powerful it was. Although there was no up, down, left, and right in the void, in the eyes of the crowd, Rong-yin was smashed downwards. He flew out tens of thousands of meters before coming to a stop, floating in the void like a dead dog. That miserable state made many of the Cosmic Star Academy warriors feel distressed. Although Rong-yin was shameless and wanted to escape alone, he was after all a warrior of the Cosmic Star Academy. Now that he was beaten to such a state, no one felt happy. And, a scream suddenly sounded. It turned out that the axe shadow, without anyone blocking it, had finally landed on the bodies of the dozen or so Cosmic Star Academy warriors. A few universe-level warriors tried their best to resist, but under that terrifying power, they still exploded into a bloody mist, completely dead. The thick smell of blood instantly filled the void, causing many people to be dazed. At this moment, the geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy finally felt the cruelty of war, many people's eyes immediately turned red, angry, unwilling, yet helpless. Too weak. Mo Yangue rested his battle axe on his shoulder and looked around with a grin. The geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy seemed to have been insulted, their eyes staring deadly at Mo Yanguan. "I'll fight you." A loud shout came from afar. Everyone turned to look and found that the one who spoke was the domain lord-level genius called Wenhe. Senior Wenhe. The geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy all looked at each other, their eyes revealing a trace of sadness. This senior Wenhe was ranked behind Rong Yin in the second Cosmic Star Academy, and he was usually very low-key, never showing himself. No one expected that under such circumstances, he would take the initiative to stand out and fight the dark apparition genius of the Demon Rock clan. In everyone's eyes, he was basically going to die for Kongwen. Compared to Rong Yin's cowardice, Wenhe's actions undoubtedly made everyone respect him, but they also felt more and more sad. They were afraid that today, they would all fall here. Domain Lord Level 5? Mo Yanguan looked at Wenhe and chuckled, "You're not my opponent. Whether I'm your opponent or not, we'll know after we fight." Wenhe was fearless, holding a battle blade in his hand, he walked over step by step. His body was covered in blood, and there were many wounds, all from the battle just now, but it wasn't enough to make him frown. An awe-inspiring and fearless aura rose from his body. Mo Yanguan's eyes narrowed, he had heard of the ugly expressions of the Radiant Universe's cultivators when facing death, and also heard of the calmness and decisiveness of many people when facing death. Such people were terrifying. They would erupt with strength that far exceeded their own realm, fearless of death, and sometimes they could even drag a few people down with them. He didn't expect to meet such a cultivator the first time he descended. Boom, when he didn't waste any words, the water-type star force in his body erupted, forming a huge river behind him, just like the Milky Way in the void. Piercingly cold saber lights appeared in the river, densely packed like a torrent. "Since you're courting death, I'll grant you your wish." Mo Yanguan's eyes were cold, and a figure appeared behind him. It was a gigantic rock giant that looked very similar to the dark apparitions of the Demon Rock race. However, it was incomparably huge. It also held a battle axe and stood behind the Demon Rock skeleton. An evil, dark, and heavy aura suddenly spread out. In the next moment, the Mo Yanguan figure raised the battle axe in its hand, without any fancy moves, it slashed down at Wenhe. Boom, the void shook, and cracks appeared around the battle axe figure, as though space was being cut apart. When he didn't hesitate, the battle blade in his hand slashed out, and the blade light river behind him erupted. Boom, a deafening roar resounded. Everyone stared at the scene, extremely nervous. Boom, endless blade light torrents gushed out from the river, clashing with the huge battle axe, and a ka-ka-ka-ka sound was heard. Mo Yanguan's eyes focused again, and he was surprised. He didn't expect this human cultivator to be able to fight against him, even though he was only a domain lord level 5. "You're something." He laughed coldly, and a dark yellow origin power erupted from his body, pouring into the Mo Yanguan figure behind him. The battle axe became more solid, and the cracks on it instantly disappeared. Boom, Mo Yanguan slammed down with his battle axe, and the Mo Yanguan figure behind him also slammed down with its battle axe. The blade light river shook, and the blade lights shattered, unable to withstand the pressure of the huge battle axe. Everyone couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Wenhe. "Senior Wenhe, we'll help you." A Cosmic Star Academy student couldn't watch any longer, and immediately charged forward, erupting with origin power, pouring it into the torrent of blade lights. Wenhe's heart moved, and he immediately guided the origin power forward. Even though they were of different attributes, for a domain lord level cultivator, guiding them was still possible. Of course, it required the cooperation of others. The Cosmic Star Academy student naturally felt something, and immediately cooperated with Wenhe, pouring his origin power forward. "Us too. Senior, we'll help too. If we die together." Seeing this scene, the other students joined in one after another, erupting with their origin power and pouring it into the torrent of blade lights. Wenhe's forehead suddenly broke out in a layer of sweat. With so many origin powers of different attributes pouring in, even if it was just guiding, it was still difficult for him. But the situation at the moment didn't allow him to make any mistakes, so he could only brace himself and continue to guide the chaotic origin power forward. It had to be said that although these origin powers were disorderly and unsystematic, when mixed together, it was not a weak force. Under the bombardment, cracks appeared on the battle axe again. Courting. Death. Mo Yanguan's eyes were gloomy. He didn't care about these radiant universes cultivators at all. From the beginning, he regarded them as prey, but now these prey wanted to bite back. How could he tolerate this? Mo Yanguan, can you do it? The middle-rank demon emperor-rank dark apparition with a battle hammer flew over from a distance, carrying Rongju, who looked like a corpse, in his hand. Mo Yanguan, just take care of yourself. I alone can deal with these people. Mo Yanguan snorted coldly. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, the Mo Yanguan phantom behind him suddenly changed. Its huge body bloomed with rich dark yellow light, and then rocks condensed on the surface of the phantom, wrapping it up. In a moment, the Mo Yanguan phantom turned into a huge dark yellow ball, like a dark yellow planet, hanging high above Mo Yanguan's head. Yo, you're going to be serious. Mo Yanguan laughed. When his face was extremely solemn, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. He had already felt the terrifying aura exuding from the dark yellow ball. The earth element restrained the water element. The dark apparition of the Mo Yanguan possessed the earth element, and now the means it displayed was so powerful that it even stagnated his torrent of blade lights. Ha ha ha. The demonic Rock Dang let out a strange laugh and let out a loud shout. Go. With that, the dark yellow rock ball smashed forward with a rumble. Under the terrifying pressure, the long river of blade lights instantly emitted an explosive sound. The blade lights burst apart, unable to stop the attack of the dark yellow rock ball. Break! Mo Yanguan let out another roar, and the dark yellow rock ball suddenly burst out with bright light, like a star, and terrifying energy swept out from it. Not good. When his face changed dramatically. Without much time to think, he also let out a roar, explode. Boom, with a roar, the torrent of blade lights burst open, and countless blade lights swept out in an instant, wrapping around the dark yellow rock ball. The blade lights cut the dark yellow rock ball, as if to disintegrate it inch by inch. But no matter how the blade lights swept out, they could not shake it at all. Mo Yanguan smiled coldly and looked at this scene mockingly, as if he had a card up his sleeve. It's time to end this. A whisper came from Mo Yanguan not far away. He shook his head and looked at the geniuses of the Starry Sky College with ridicule in his eyes. The geniuses of the radiant universe are nothing more than this. Boom, as if to prove his words, the light of the dark yellow rock ball gathered to the extreme and suddenly erupted, and a terrifying energy swept out from it. Pung pung pung, the blade lights surrounding it were instantly shattered, unable to stop the energy at all. Subsequently, numerous dark yellow boulders shot out explosively like meteors, shaking space as they smashed towards when he and the others. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The distance was too close, and they thought that when his torrent of blade lights could block the opponent's attack. They did not expect the result to be like this. Pung pung pung, the geniuses were smashed by the boulders one by one, and the weaker ones directly exploded into blood mist. Although the stronger ones did not die, their bodies were split open, and they vomited blood. In an instant, these cultivators had all lost their fighting strength. Wenhe's injuries were very serious. He was the center of this collision, so most of the opponent's attacks were naturally concentrated on him. The fact that he did not die on the spot showed that Wenhe was extraordinary. But at this time, he was almost half dead. Floating in the void, his body was covered in blood, and there was no place on his body that was unharmed. This is on me. Mo Yandang's figure flashed, and he appeared beside Wenhe, picking him up. Wenhe wanted to resist, but he did not have any strength at all. He was like a little chick in Mo Yandang's hands. Those are all yours. This is on me. Mo Yandang lifted Rong-yin in his hand and smiled. I bet those elixirs are on him. No wonder you are so generous. Mo Yandang glanced at Rong-yin and said. In their eyes, they were completely treating everyone as spoils of war, which made these cosmic Sky College geniuses who were not dead feel extremely insulted. Hey, there's another one. Here. Mo Yandang suddenly turned to look at the void, and his eyes flashed slightly. Isn't this the female warrior who just defeated Mo Yandang? Mo Yandang looked at Xianxia in the distance and laughed. Mo Yandang, that trash, can't even deal with a female warrior, Mo Yandang said disdainfully. This woman seems to be an ice-type warrior. She is not weak in the universe level, and seems to be an extraordinary genius. Mo Yandang commented. Do you want to make a move? Forget it, let the people below do it. Mo Yandang was not interested and shook his head. She was just a universe-level warrior. There was no need for him to make a move personally. That's right. Mo Yandang nodded. His eyes were indifferent, and he said to the dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan, I will give you a chance to deal with this woman, otherwise. It didn't finish its words, but the surrounding dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan all felt a chill run down their spines. They knew that if they could not deal with this woman from the bright universe, they would definitely not have a good ending. The world of the dark apparitions was cruel and naked. Without strength, they were equivalent to ants. The dark apparitions of the upper level would crush them mercilessly. For a time, these dark apparitions of the Demon Emperor level looked at Xianxia with extremely cruel eyes, as if they wanted to tear her apart. In their eyes, there was no such thing as the ice goddess, only a delicious prey. However, Xianxia's expression was extremely calm from the beginning to the end, or rather, it was cold, like a piece of cold jade that could not be melted. Mo Yandang seemed to have found something interesting. He looked at her with interest and asked, Aren't you afraid? Is it useful? Xianxia asked. Interesting. Mo Yandang was about to return to the huge rock-like battleship. When he heard these words, he could not help but glance at Xianxia, and then he smiled and said, You are more courageous than the trash in my hands. Rong-in? Xianxia's expression remained unchanged. She was not affected by the other party's praise at all. Just now, everyone attacked. Why didn't you attack? Mo Yandang asked curiously. My strength is different from theirs. Even if I attacked, it would be useless, Xianxia seemed to explain very seriously. Oh? Mo Yandang seemed to have heard something and said in surprise, Do you think that with your universe-level force, you can affect the long river of blade light? Xianxia fell silent, but she did not speak again. Hee, it's getting more and more interesting. Mo Yandang stood aside, carrying the battle axe in his hand on his shoulder. He seemed to be ready to watch the show. What are you all still standing there for? Mo Yandang did not leave. He said to the dark apparitions of the Demon Emperor level around him. Roar. Kill. The dark apparitions of the Demon Emperor level immediately rushed toward Xianxia. Thousands of miles of ice seal. At this moment, Xianxia actually closed her eyes and softly spat out 4 words from her mouth. Mo Yandang and Mo Yandang revealed a trace of surprise in their eyes. They seemed to feel that the temperature in the void suddenly became extremely cold. That kind of coldness seemed to be able to freeze even the force in their bodies. Die. 3 dark apparitions of the Demon Emperor level rushed to the front of Xianxia first. They let out a burst of hideous laughter, and those pairs of big hands suddenly grabbed her delicate and slender body. In front of these dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan, Xianxia was just like a delicate snow-white flower. They could destroy her with just one hand. Real ruthless flower. JPG, but this flower froze their hands. Swish, the next moment, Xianxia's eyes suddenly opened. A dazzling icy blue light erupted from her strange eyes, making the 3 dark apparitions of the Demon Emperor level close to her a little unable to open their eyes. They were horrified, and the ferocious look on their faces suddenly stiffened. Because, at the same time that the icy blue light erupted, there was also an extremely cold chill. Boom, Xianxia's whole body seemed to have turned into an icy blue light ball. Endless icy blue light swept out from her body, and the chill suddenly filled the void. Not good. Mo Yandang and Mo Yandang's originally playful eyes suddenly changed at this moment, as if they had seen a ghost. They wanted to stop it, but they couldn't do anything at all. They could only watch this scene happen. All this happened too fast. In just an instant, a chill centered on Xianxia spread to the surroundings, and everything was frozen. The three dark apparitions of the Demon Emperor level that approached first turned into ice, and the dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan behind them also turned into ice, without exception. The chill was still spreading, sweeping toward Mo Yandang and Mo Yandang, as if to freeze them. Bastard! Mo Yandang and Mo Yandang roared at the same time. Instead of dodging, they punched forward. Boom! Boom! The ice was broken in an instant. The two dark apparitions of the Demon Emperor level rushed forward, but they immediately realized that something was wrong. The void was still frozen, and the terrifying chill was constantly invading their bodies, making their speed slow down. Break! Mo Yandang and Mo Yandang looked at each other, swung their weapons, and burst out a terrifying attack toward the void in front of them. The ice kept shattering, and even those dark apparitions of the Demon Emperor level that were frozen were directly smashed into pieces. They couldn't be more dead. Boom! At this moment, an even more terrifying chill swept out from the center, and it was more than 10 times colder than before. They were not on the same level at all. What? The two dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan were full of disbelief. They never thought that the chill released by a mere universe-level warrior could actually freeze them. Unfortunately, it was all too late. They underestimated Xianxia's strength, so they rushed over directly. At such a close distance, there was no way for them to retreat. They could only watch the chill sweep over. Their bodies were frozen, and the force in their bodies seemed to be turning into ice, making them unable to move. A layer of ice had appeared on their bodies, and it was still thickening, about to cover their entire bodies. The eyes of the two dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan were finally covered with horror at this moment. A bunch of trash. A cold voice suddenly sounded. But in the ears of Mo Yandang and Mo Yandang, it was like the sound of nature. Brother Mo Yandang, save us! This voice was almost squeezed out from the throats of the two dark apparitions. The ice had already frozen their heads, and they were about to be completely frozen. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was like a dark yellow mountain. It rumbled as it walked past them, and the ice instantly shattered. Pung pung pung, the ice on Mo Yandang and Mo Yandang disappeared. They had just survived a disaster, and their eyes were full of light. They immediately knelt down on one knee and said in unison, "Thank you, Brother Mo Yandang, for saving us. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, I wouldn't have saved you at all," the figure said coldly. The two dark apparitions of the Demon Emperor level, who were still arrogant just now, didn't dare to refute at all at this moment. They knelt there obediently, looking extremely embarrassed. A universe-level warrior actually forced you to this point. I want to see what's so special about her. The figure continued to walk forward. Wherever it passed, the ice shattered. Those dark apparitions of the lower Demon Emperor level that were not shattered broke out of the ice, and their eyes were filled with ecstasy. After seeing this figure, they knelt down on one knee and were very respectful. At this time, if someone looked at the rock-like warship, they would find that the throne at the top of the warship was already empty. Rumble, the huge figure moved step by step, rumbling as it approached the central area of the ice. This place had been completely frozen. A human-shaped ice wither stood in the middle of the ice, like a flower blooming in the ice and snow. It was snow-white like jade, crystal clear. There was a trace of despair in the poignant beauty. Xianxia. The geniuses of the Starry Sky Academy who had not died yet widened their eyes. They looked at this scene in shock and horror, and a sense of sadness emerged in their hearts. Even Xianxia had fallen, she tried her best to turn into an ice wither. So that's how it is. Using its own origin to freeze everything, it can injure a middle demon emperor. Unfortunately, it's not far from death. A low voice came out from the figure's mouth. It was no longer there. It stretched out a big hand and slapped forward, wanting to smash the human-shaped ice wither directly. In its eyes, this ice wither was no different from a dead object. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. Boom, a beam of light suddenly rose abruptly, and a strong spatial fluctuation swept out from it. In that beam of light, there seemed to be a figure slowly emerging. Ha ha ha. Bright universe, I'm finally back. A loud laugh came from the beam of light. It seemed to be extremely happy, but soon the laughter stopped abruptly. Huh? Why is it a little cold? There's also a dark force? Why is it a little cold? Why is there still the aura of the power of darkness? Wang Ting was a little confused. Did he teleport wrongly? This isn't the light universe? Did he teleport himself back to the dark world? It can't be that bad, right? These thoughts flashed through his mind, and he immediately released his spiritual force to sense. Good. Good. It's the aura of the light universe. He didn't go the wrong way. I'm finally back. Wang Ting was filled with emotions. The people around didn't think so. Whether it was the dark apparition from the demon rock race or the remaining cosmic star college prodigies, they were all staring at the light pillar in a daze. What's going on? Why did someone suddenly appear? Space teleportation array? Demon Rock Sulphone looked at the light pillar in front of him and said. Space teleportation array. Everyone was knowledgeable. Hearing the dark apparition's words, they instantly reacted. No wonder the light pillar had such a strong space power. It was a space teleportation array. Did the rescue arrive? The cosmic star college prodigies were shocked. Their eyes revealed a trace of hope as they looked at the light pillar. Someone who could use a space teleportation array was definitely not an ordinary martial artist. Could it be a sector lord level expert? Eh? This is the dark apparition from the demon rock race. A surprised voice came from the light pillar that hadn't dissipated yet. Who is it? Come out. Demon Rock Sulphone stared at the figure in the light pillar and said coldly. I have to come out just because you asked me to. That would be very embarrassing. The voice said casually, I won't come out. What can you do to me? Everyone. Why does this voice sound so naughty? Demon Rock Sulphone. Since when did someone dare to speak to it like this? How dare you? Demon Rock Snake and Demon Rock Ka finally had a chance to appear. They immediately stood up and shouted. Are you going to hit me? The voice in the light pillar said. Demon Rock Snake. Demon Rock Ka. They really wanted to attack. Unfortunately, the space power in the light pillar hadn't completely dissipated. They didn't dare to get close. Getting close before the space teleportation ended was simply courting death. Some people didn't believe it and wanted to get a free ride before the space teleportation ended. In the end, they only got half of it. What did that mean? Half of his body was blown away by the wind, while the other half was still in place. Does it feel good? The teleportation is about to end. Let's see how long you can hide for, Mo Yanfeng said coldly. There's no hurry. Let the bullets fly for a while longer, the voice said calmly. The group of dark apparitions from the demon rock race felt as though they had punched cotton and felt very uncomfortable. A gloomy expression appeared in Mo Yanfeng's eyes, but he didn't say anything else. He only stared coldly at the light pillar in front of him, waiting for the spatial energy to dissipate. Wang Ting stood inside the light pillar. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. He scanned his surroundings and frowned slightly. It was very tragic. Did a great battle just take place here? Moreover, it was obvious that the light universe had lost, and they had lost miserably. He glanced at the two middle-level demon emperors and saw two corpse-like figures. They were so miserable that they were beaten to such a state. It seemed that the Devil Cliff race was not weak. When he was in the Dark World, Wang Ting's original body had seen the dark apparitions of the Devil Cliff race and even saw them fight. This race was a perfect combination of darkness and earth. They were even purer than hybrids. They were an extremely powerful race and had extraordinary control over the power of darkness and earth. Moreover, he had once obtained the Devil Cliff Holy Body, talent of the Devil Cliff race, so he naturally knew how strong their talent was. It could be said that this Devil Cliff Holy Body was many times stronger than the Heavy Rock Heart that he had obtained before. Huh? Wang Ting's thoughts turned, and his eyes were suddenly attracted by the ice withering not far away on the left. His pupils shrank slightly. This ice withering was clearly not far away from him, beside the light pillar, but he didn't notice its existence. It could be seen how weak the origin power in the ice withering was. It was almost like a dead object. Xianxia. He recognized the woman in an instant. His face became dignified, and his mind was suddenly filled with thoughts. This woman had experienced the genius battle of the Qian Empire with him and entered the Starry Sky Academy from there. Xianxia was so beautiful back then. She shone in the genius battle, and there weren't many women who could compare to her. But now, she had become an ice withering. Her life force was weak, and she was about to die. No, there's still hope. Wang Ting opened the Child of Truth and checked the situation in Xianxia's body. He couldn't help but feel happy. Whether it was because they were both human warriors or because he recognized this woman's talent, he didn't want her to die here. Wang Ting didn't hesitate. He took the initiative to step out of the light pillar and appeared in front of the ice withering. You're finally out. The Devil Cliff Sulphone laughed coldly. Its body was too tall, and it looked down at Wang Ting from above. It sized him up, and then it seemed to have discovered something, as if it was looking at an ant. So it's just a Domain Lord level warrior. Domain Lord level. The surrounding Starry Sky Academy geniuses were originally full of hope, but when they found out that the person who appeared in the light pillar was only a Domain Lord, their hearts went cold. It's over, there was only one Domain Lord level warrior, how could it compete with these dark apparitions of the Devil Cliff race? Needless to say, the leader of the Demon Rock race dark apparition was unfathomable. It was most likely an upper-level Demon Emperor. However, the other middle-level Demon Emperor Demon Rock race dark apparitions weren't simple either. Even Senior Wen He and Rong Yin weren't their opponents. Would this Domain Lord level martial artist who suddenly appeared be able to defeat them? No matter how they looked at it, this was a dead end. The hope that had just appeared was shattered just like that. The remaining Starry Sky Academy students were like dead ashes, and they couldn't raise any more hope. Kikik, Domain Lord level warrior, brother Devil Cliff Sulphone, leave this kid to me. Devil Cliff Sulphone put down Wen He and strode towards Wang Ting. Alright, hurry up and finish it. We have to leave. Devil Cliff Sulphone nodded. After saying that, its figure flashed, and it actually returned to the rock throne. It closed its eyes, not putting Wang Ting in its eyes at all. Kikik. Devil Cliff Sulphone laughed sinisterly and walked towards Wang Ting step by step. Its gaze also fell on the ice wither, and a trace of coldness appeared in its eyes. It was almost tricked by that woman just now. It would definitely smash her into pieces later. Boom, Devil Cliff Sulphone's footsteps were very heavy, as if it wasn't worried about being hurt at all. Instead, it wanted to put pressure on Wang Ting. Unfortunately, its plan was completely in vain. Wang Ting didn't even turn his head and continued to walk towards the ice wither. He could clearly see Xianxia's expression through the thick layer of ice. Even under such circumstances, Xianxia's expression was still very calm. Her ice blue eyes were like two embedded gems, and her gaze was calm. That was the calmness in the face of death. Wang Ting could completely imagine what kind of mentality this woman had in the face of such a desperate situation. She was completely facing death calmly. Luckily, you met me. Speaking of which, your luck is really unparalleled. My space teleportation just happened to teleport you here, and the time was just right. If it was a step later, you would probably have been smashed into pieces by that Devil Cliff dark apparition. Wang Ting muttered to himself and had already walked in front of Xianxia. You're courting death. Devil Cliff Sulphone saw that he actually dared to ignore it, and a trace of anger appeared in its eyes. Its original intention of toying with its prey was completely gone. Its figure flashed, and it disappeared from the spot. Boom, when it reappeared, it was already behind Wang Ting. It didn't use its battle axe, but instead, it directly grabbed Wang Ting's head with one hand. This was undoubtedly extremely humiliating. At the same realm, it didn't even use its battle weapon and wanted to crush Wang Ting to death with one hand. However, Devil Cliff Sulphone felt that it was enough. At this moment, it could already see that this human martial artist in front of it was just an existence that had just advanced to the realm of Domain Lords. Facing such a noob, it could deal with him with one hand. Wang Ting kept looking at Xianxia, and he was thinking about how to save this pitiful ice block. Suddenly, he felt a violent gust of wind coming from behind him, and he felt a little impatient. Scram! He suddenly turned around, and his eyes were cold. Facing the incoming hand, he directly punched out. Winter, a dull sound suddenly rang out. There wasn't any fancy moves, and he didn't even use an ounce of force. He just used his physical body to resist the body of the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition. Wang Ting's figure was like a dwarf in front of the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition, forming a huge contrast. However, when his fist collided with the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's large hand, the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's gaze suddenly changed. In its eyes, the human martial artist in front of it, who was clearly extremely weak, seemed to have transformed into a terrifying space beast. A terrifying force suddenly gushed out from the opponent's small fist. Kacha! 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 The Devil Cliff Dark Apparition lowered its head to look at its arm, only to see that cracks had actually appeared on its extremely hard rock arm. With the opponent's fist as the center, the cracks continued to spread and spread all the way down its arm. How is this possible? The Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's eyes suddenly revealed a look of disbelief, as if it had encountered something inconceivable. However, before it could react, boom, a roar suddenly rang out, and the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's arm finally couldn't hold on any longer. It suddenly exploded, and pieces of shattered rock shot out in all directions. However, its arm had already disappeared in an instant, and all of it had turned into fragments. The body of the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition seemed to be completely condensed from rock. Its entire arm was shattered, and there wasn't a trace of flesh and blood. Silence, the surroundings suddenly became deathly silent. The genius students of the Cosmic Star Academy originally didn't have any hope, but when they saw this scene, their eyes widened. They looked at the figure who had shattered the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's arm with one punch, as if they had seen a ghost. However, under such shocked emotions, a trace of hope spontaneously rose in their hearts. On the figure's body, there seemed to be a faint light slowly rising. The Devil Cliff Dark Apparition, who was watching the battle from afar, had a serious expression as it stared at Wang Ting. Its heart was also filled with disbelief. This human race cultivator who had suddenly appeared seemed to be ridiculously strong. It was extremely clear of the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's strength, but now its arm had been shattered with one punch. Just how strong was this strength? It didn't seem like a cultivator who had just advanced to the Domain Lord level. On the warship further away, the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition sitting on the rock throne suddenly opened its eyes, and its gaze fell on the tall figure beside Bing Xian. Interesting. A voice slowly came out from its mouth. As the focal point, Wang Ting casually retracted his fist, and looked indifferently at the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition in front of him. Dan Dan opened her mouth and said, "With such little strength, you dare to be impudent in front of me? You!" The Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's tall body was constantly pushed back, and its gaze was filled with shock as it stared at Wang Ting. Even now, it still couldn't believe that its arm had been shattered with one punch. Didn't he just advance to the Domain Lord level? Why did he have such terrifying strength? Naturally, it had already seen that the other party didn't use any force or domain power at all, and only relied on his physical body to collide with it. But this made it feel even more incredulous. It was the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition that was known for its powerful physical body, and ordinary cultivators couldn't compete with them in physical strength at all. Why was the situation reversed here? Don't disturb me again, or I don't mind letting you die faster. Wang Ting didn't care about the other party's shock, and just said coldly. You. Who are you? The Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's pupils shrank, and its heart was filled with shock, and it couldn't help but ask. You Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions don't deserve to know my name, Wang Ting said. Get out of the way, it's time to show off. It wasn't that he looked down on these middle-rank Devil Emperor Dark Apparitions. When he hadn't advanced to the Domain Lord level, he could already deal with them, let alone now that he had really advanced to the Domain Lord level. His strength had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Not to mention this middle-rank Devil Emperor, even the high-rank Devil Cliff Dark Apparition that was watching the show in the distance didn't take them seriously. The other party had just advanced to the high-rank Devil Emperor level, and it was only at the first layer of the high-rank Devil Emperor level. He could still deal with a dark apparition with such strength. Arrogant. In the distance, the Devil Cliff suddenly shouted coldly, walked over, and stood beside the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition, facing Wang Ting together with it. You are just a human cultivator who has just advanced to the Domain Lord level. Do you really think you can compete with us? Your strength is indeed very strong. The Devil Cliff Dark Apparition had already regained its calm at this moment, and the burst arm recondensed in a burst of dark yellow light. It clenched its fist, looked at Wang Ting, and said, "But if you want to rely on strength to defeat us, you are too naive. It seems that you are in a hurry to die." Wang Ting shook his head. He stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at the two middle-level Demon Emperor Dark Apparitions of the Demon Rock clan. Tantani said, "Then come at me together." The surviving geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy were stunned. Isn't this guy a bit too arrogant? You're courting death. The gazes of the two dark apparitions, Mo Yenwu and Mo Yanka, turned cold. Boom. Boom, no longer hesitating, they instantly rushed out, turning into two black afterimages in the void, and rushed straight at Wang Ting. Be careful. The surviving geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy couldn't help but shout. They had seen how these two dark apparitions attacked. Even Rong Yin and Wen He were no match for them. Now that they had joined forces, could this domain lord who suddenly appeared beat them? Although the other party did indeed burst the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's arm with one punch, it was still hard to say who would win in the end. After all, there was still an even more unfathomable Devil Cliff Dark Apparition behind them that had yet to make a move. Wang Ting didn't panic at all. His expression was still extremely calm, and his eyes were calm as he watched the two dark apparitions rushing over from different directions. The weapons in their hands had already erupted with a bright origin power light, and the hammer and axe condensed into shadows, smashing over with a loud bang. You know nothing about true strength. Wang Ting shook his head again, clenching his fists slightly, and a faintly discernible abundant power surged under his seemingly weak body. 18 layers of realm power. In fact, Wang Ting himself didn't have a direct understanding of this power. But he had a feeling that this 18 layers of realm power was very strong. At least among the domain lords, it was definitely ridiculously strong. The limit of the universe level was only 10 layers of realm power. Wang Ting could already fight against a domain lord when he unleashed 10 layers of realm power. Now that he had advanced to the domain lord level, his physical body strength had reached 18 layers of realm power. Would he still be afraid of 2? Middle-level Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions, boom, the attacks of the two dark apparitions crashed down, and in the blink of an eye, they were above Wang Ting's head. The roar almost converged into one, and it was deafening. The next moment, Wang Ting finally made his move. Both fists blasted out, and above his fists, there was a distortion in the space, and then there was an explosive sound. Pong, cracks in space appeared one after another. His fists suddenly blasted on the shadows of the hammer and axe. Clang! Clang! Two sounds like gold and iron colliding rang out in the void, clear and audible, echoing in all directions. The shadows of the hammer and axe immediately stopped in midair and were unable to descend. Below the huge shadows, Wang Ting's figure was undoubtedly small, but it was as unshakable as a rock. The two dark apparitions, Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions and Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions, suddenly changed their expressions. They looked at Wang Ting's fists as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell was this body made of, using two fists made of flesh to resist their attacks? Was this for real? Could it be any more ridiculous? Gotcha! 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 Just then, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out, and the two dark apparitions could not help but have an ominous premonition. They immediately looked at their attacks, and their eyes suddenly narrowed. On the shadows of the hammer and axe, there were terrifying cracks that were spreading in all directions. How is this possible? The two dark apparitions were in disbelief. When they saw Wang Ting blocking their attacks with his fists, they were extremely shocked and could not believe it. Now, however, they felt as if their worldview had been impacted and was on the verge of collapse. Was this really a warrior who had just advanced to the realm of a domain lord? Could it be that he was a realm lord who was pretending to be weak to take advantage of the situation? Devil Cliff Dark Apparition, who was sitting on the rock throne in the distance, suddenly stood up. Its pair of dark yellow eyes stared at the slender human figure in front of it, and its heart was no longer calm. Break! Just then, a light shout suddenly rang out from the front. Boom! Boom! Two violent explosions rang out, and the shadows of the hammer and axe finally collapsed completely, exploding in the void. The terrifying aftermath of the force swept in all directions. Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions and Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions were hit by the force, and their huge bodies involuntarily flew backward. Swoosh, Wang Ting's figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had caught up with the two dark apparitions and grinned at them. "Which one of you will die first?" "You." The two dark apparitions, Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions and Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions, were terrified and almost cried out involuntarily. "Forget it, just choose one." Wang Ting did not give them any time to choose. His gaze suddenly landed on Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's head, and he said, "Didn't you just say that I can't defeat you with just strength? Now, I'll show you what true strength is." Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, his fist directly smashed towards Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's head. Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions instantly felt a terrifying sense of danger. Its heart trembled, and an indescribable feeling of terror surged in its heart. It did not know why, but it felt that this punch might kill it. There was no other reason. It just felt that way. And it was very strong. It could be said that it had faced many dangers in its life, but it had never felt such a strong sense of fear. Devil Cliff Divine Body, open. Without much time to think, it suddenly let out a roar. Boom, a strong dark yellow light burst out from its body. The dark yellow lines on its body suddenly lit up, as if they were squirming on its body. In an instant, its body expanded by several times. Pieces of rock stacked together, hard and thick. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out from its body. Dark and evil, heavy and condensed, roar. Immediately, it raised its arms in front of its head to block the attack. Humph. Wang Ting snorted coldly, his gaze indifferent. He instantly activated the 13th level of his boundary force. This was 1.5 levels higher than the 11.5 boundary force when he activated all his body constitutions. The power was extremely terrifying. Boom, a fist smashed down, crack. Crack, in just an instant, Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's rocky arms exploded. It could not withstand Wang Ting's terrifying strength at all. How is this possible? Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions could not accept this fact. The strength of this guy in front of it was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it was inhuman. Unfortunately, it did not have time to think further. The fist rapidly enlarged in its eyes, becoming the last thing it saw in its life. No. Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions let out an unwilling roar. It wanted to do something, but it was in vain. Boom, in the next moment, its head exploded in the void, turning into countless rock fragments. Its life origin and soul origin were smashed by the fist and dissipated. Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions was completely stunned. It even forgot to run for its life. It had wanted to rush forward. "It's your turn." Wang Ting suddenly turned his head to look at Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions, and his figure disappeared again. Bang! At this moment, Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions' headless body collapsed and turned into a pile of gravel that floated away in the void. Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions came to its senses and its expression changed greatly. Without thinking, it immediately turned around and ran for its life. Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's strength was almost the same as it, but it was killed by this person with one punch. It was definitely not a match for him, so it had no choice but to run for its life. "It's too late to run now." Wang Ting's voice sounded faintly behind it. "Did you think about this when you were hunting my human tribe warriors? Brother Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions, save me." Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions was horrified. His whole body was shrouded in a sense of death, which made him feel unwell. His mentality was about to collapse, and he quickly shouted for help. "Who can save you?" Wang Ting appeared behind Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions and punched out again. "Stop." Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions' eyes were cold as he suddenly shouted. Everything had happened so fast that even he did not have time to react. The main reason was that he did not expect this human tribe warrior to be so strong that he could kill Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions with one punch. At this moment, when he heard Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions cry for help, he finally came to his senses. He stepped out and rushed toward Wang Ting. "Go to hell." Unfortunately, Wang Ting did not take his words to heart. His fist did not hesitate and went straight for Devil Cliff Dark Apparition's head. The head was big enough to be an obvious target. One punch was enough. No. Devil Cliff Holy Body, open. Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions roared angrily. The force in his body poured out continuously, especially on his head, forming a defense. He wanted to block Wang Ting's fist. The death of Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions had a huge impact on him. He knew that he could not block it at all, so he could only use the force to form a defense. He hoped that he could barely block it before Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions arrived. Just once, as long as he could block it, he could still be saved. But would Wang Ting give him a chance? Boom, he punched out, and a terrifying force burst out, shattering Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions' force defense. Then, it landed on his head without slowing down. Just like Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions, he could not block this punch at all. His head exploded, and his life origin and soul origin were all blown up. He died on the spot. Too weak. Wang Ting withdrew his fist and shook his head. You. Die. Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions' eyes revealed strong killing intent. He rushed over from afar and roared. He was extremely angry. This human martial artist had killed 2 middle-level Devil Emperor Dark Apparitions in front of him, and he did not even have time to stop him. This was clearly a slap to his face. Boom, he did not use any other means. He also punched out, wanting to kill Wang Ting in the same way. Haha, Wang Ting just smiled contemptuously. He was not afraid at all, and he also punched out. Boom, the fists of both sides collided in the void in an instant, and a violent roar broke out. The terrifying aftermath of the force swept out in all directions. A human and a demon retreated at the same time. No one could do anything to the other. Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions' eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. At this moment, he truly understood how terrifying the power of this territorial master was. No wonder Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions and Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions were blown up by his punch. This kind of power was not like a territorial master at all. An upper-level Devil Emperor is nothing more than this. Wang Ting steadied himself 1,000 meters away. His hands were hanging by his side naturally, and he looked relaxed as he spoke. Devil Cliff Dark Apparitions' eyes flickered sharply. Obviously, his heart was extremely unsettled. In that blow just now, neither side seemed to have gained an advantage. But he knew that he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Because he had used the force, while the other party had only used the power of his physical body from beginning to end. The geniuses of the Cosmic Sky Academy were completely dumbfounded at this moment. They were completely shocked, and their minds were overturned. The 2 middle-level Demon Emperor Dark Apparitions of the Demon Rock clan were smashed to death by a single punch. Is this true? This is too outrageous. It was hard to believe that this was true. But all this was the truth, and it was placed in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Then, who was this person? A huge doubt suddenly emerged in the minds of many Cosmic Sky Academy geniuses. He clearly looked like he had just advanced to the territorial master level, but his strength was so terrifying that he could kill a middle-level Devil Emperor Dark Apparition with one punch. And it was the Dark Apparition of the Devil Cliff Dark Apparition that was known for its powerful physical body. In the end, he even exchanged a punch with the upper-level Devil Emperor Dark Apparition, and he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. This kind of strength was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Logically speaking, such a heaven's pride was by no means a nobody. Wait, why do I feel that he looks familiar? A Cosmic Sky Academy genius suddenly exclaimed. Wang Ting, he is Wang Ting from the 7th Cosmic Sky Academy. What Ting? King what? Which Ting? What the F***CK? Wang Ting. The Saint of 7 Paths of the Secondary Profession Alliance, the missing heaven's pride, Wang Ting. In an instant, everyone seemed to have reacted, looking at that ridiculously young face, and finally recognized him. 82 Chinese Network Wang Ting. As soon as this name appeared, it immediately set off an uproar among the geniuses of Starry Sky Academy. Even the half-dead Wen He and Rong Ying couldn't help but raise their heads with difficulty, looking at Wang Ting in the distance. Wang Ting? Is it really the legendary genius of the 7th Starry Sky Academy, Wang Ting? Legend, this was not an exaggeration. Many people in Starry Sky Academy regarded him as a legend. After all, no genius had ever made such a name for himself in such a short time after entering Starry Sky Academy. but Wang Ting did it. And as he disappeared, the legend he left behind continued to ferment, and gradually became regarded as a legend. They thought he was dead. As a result, he now appeared in front of everyone alive and kicking, and his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. He could now destroy a middle-level Demon Emperor-level dark apparition with one punch, and even contend with a high-level Demon Emperor. The reality was too magical. Shouldn't he be at the universe level like the other new students? How did he become a domain lord? This increase in strength was simply too fast. What happened during the time Wang Ting disappeared? At this moment, the minds of the people of Starry Sky Academy could be described as a jumble of thousands of thoughts, doubts, shock, surprise. Their brains were not enough to comprehend. You recognize me? Wang Ting raised his eyebrows, looking at the geniuses of Starry Sky Academy in surprise. Everyone nodded blankly. Wang Ting did not ask much. Since they knew him, there was nothing strange. After all, they were all students of Starry Sky Academy. But why did the eyes of these people look so strange? Wang Ting. Mo Yanfeng's pair of dark yellow eyes stared at Wang Ting, muttering, as if recalling, I seem to have heard of this name. Oh, really? Wang Ting was even more surprised. Even this dark apparition of the Demon Rock clan had heard of his name. When did he become so famous? I remember. Mo Yanfeng's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Wang Ting with a burning gaze. You are the person that Sir wants. Speak clearly. What do you mean by that Lord wants me? Am I someone you can get just because you want me? Wang Ting's face darkened. Don't you know that such strange words will cause ambiguity in people's minds? However, he was very curious. Who was the Lord that the other party was talking about? To be addressed as Lord by an upper demon emperor, one had to be at least a demon venerable or even stronger. This made him a little unhappy. It was obvious that the higher-ups of the dark apparitions had their eyes on him. Danger was everywhere. In particular, the dark apparition's scorching gaze made him feel like he was its prey. He really wanted to beat him up. Demonic Cliff Sulphone was speechless. Wasn't this guy's brain circuit a little weird? The surrounding Cosmic Star Academy geniuses were also speechless. Can't you be a little more serious in such a critical situation? Cut the crap. You definitely can't escape today. A cold light flashed in Demonic Cliff Sulphone's eyes, and he suddenly sneered, my luck is really good. I searched high and low for you only to find you by chance. All the major dark races are looking for you. I didn't have much hope at first, but you delivered yourself to my doorstep. That Lord has already given a death order. No matter who it is, as long as they bring you back, they will be appreciated by her. It won't be difficult for them to advance to the demon venerable level in the future. I'm very curious. Who ordered you to capture me? Wang Ting asked curiously. How can you know Lord's name? Demonic Cliff Sulphone said coldly. The Cosmic Star Academy genius's expression suddenly changed. This Wang Ting situation doesn't seem to be good. He was actually wanted by a dark race expert. Oh. Wang Ting rubbed his chin. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. To be able to make dark apparitions like you advance to the demon venerable level, this method isn't something an ordinary person can do. It must be in existence above the demon god level. I think I can guess who it is. You seem to have said nothing, but in fact, you have said everything. If I'm not wrong, it should be Erebus. Although there was a trace of inquiry in his tone was quite certain, as if he had already confirmed it. Demonic Cliff Sulphone's eyes narrowed. He was shocked and immediately shouted sternly, shut up, that Lord's name is not something you can mention. Erebus. 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 I'll mention it, so what? You want him to beat me? Wang Ting said very irritatingly. Everyone was extremely speechless. Isn't this guy too mischievous? Demonic Cliff Sulphone's heart trembled. Listening to Wang Ting constantly mentioning that Lord's name, his heart almost stopped beating. He looked around in panic, as if afraid that Lord would suddenly descend. Presumptuous. It roared, and the star origin force in its body instantly erupted. Since you're in a hurry to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Boom, as soon as its voice fell, it suddenly took a step forward, turned into a dark yellow streamer, and rushed toward Wang Ting. The body of the demonic Cliff Clan dark apparition was very terrifying, and the dark apparition in front of him had reached the level of an upper-level demonic emperor. It was by no means comparable to the previous two middle-level demonic Cliff Clan dark apparitions. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. 18 layers of realm force erupted, surging under his body, and then he blasted out a punch. Still a punch, the Starry Sky Academy geniuses present were a little stunned. Isn't this Wang Ting too arrogant? That upper-level demonic emperor dark apparition seems to be serious. Does he really think he can finish off his opponent with a punch when he was suspended in the void? His body was seriously injured, and at the moment, he couldn't move at all. He raised his head with difficulty and looked forward. Naturally, he had heard of Wang Ting's reputation. However, he felt that it was somewhat unlikely that the other party could compete with an upper-level demonic emperor, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious, thinking that Wang Ting was too arrogant. That upper-level demonic emperor dark apparition definitely didn't use its full strength in the previous blow, but now it was different. The other party was obviously serious. In any case, one shouldn't underestimate an upper-level demonic emperor existence. Being too arrogant would definitely result in a loss. He wanted to open his mouth to remind, but the battle in front had already broken out, and the two sides collided with a loud bang. Boom, a deafening roar suddenly came out. The next moment, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at the scene in front of them, shocked. When he was dumbfounded and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The situation seemed a little different from what he had imagined. Wang Ting actually blocked the bombardment of the upper-level demonic Cliff Clan dark apparition with a punch, and the two sides forcibly stagnated in the void. The big and small fists collided in the void, forming a sharp contrast. How big was the gap between them, but Wang Ting's body didn't waver at all. Rumble. Suppress him. The void vibrated, and a dark yellow light burst out from the demonic Cliff Dune's body. A majestic force burst out. It suddenly raised its other hand and blasted toward Wang Ting, wanting to completely suppress him. You want to suppress me? You can't. Wang Ting grinned, looking very calm. He also raised his other hand, clenched it into a fist, and blasted it out. Boom, the fists of the two sides collided once again. Their forces erupted together, and they fell into a state of wrestling. A human and a demon looked at each other, and the battle intent in their eyes rose. That's it? Wang Ting said casually. Humph. The demonic Cliff Dune snorted coldly, suddenly retracted its fist, and smashed it out again. Wang Ting also moved his fists together, blasting out punch after punch, colliding with the other party, constantly erupting with dull sounds. The 18 realms completely erupted at this moment. He didn't hold back anymore. This was extremely terrifying, and even an upper-level demon emperor expert could contend with it. The demonic Cliff Dune looked at its fist and arm, and its heart trembled. Cracks began to appear on its rocky body. Roar, a roar came out of its mouth. The dark yellow lines on the demonic Cliff Dune's body flashed, and the cracks immediately recovered. Then, a pair of huge round rock hammers appeared in its hands. The hammers were 8 sides, with barbs extending from the edges, looking extremely ferocious. It smashed toward Wang Ting fiercely. Get lost. Wang Ting shouted loudly. The earth element force in his body surged as well, condensing into fist imprints on his fists. At this moment, he really used his force. Just now, he had only used his physical strength to fight with the other party. Boom, 2 earthy yellow fist marks burst out, facing the 2 giant hammers, shaking the void with terrifying momentum. 5 elements fist, earth element, in an instant, the 2 sides collided. Clang. Clang, like gold and iron colliding, the fist marks and the giant hammers trembled violently, as if 4 planets collided in the void. The demonic Cliff Dune's eyes changed slightly, and it was somewhat inconceivable. It seemed that it didn't expect this domain lord in front of it to be so strong. His strength was too terrifying, and he was completely able to contend with an upper-level demon emperor. No wonder that lord personally called him out. If he didn't have some skill, how could he enter that lord's eyes? At this moment, the demonic Cliff Dune had unknowingly put away the contempt in its heart. It looked at Wang Ting with a dignified expression, and killing intent surged in its heart. When he and the others were shocked to the extreme, looking at the collision in the void, speechless for a long time. Too strong, this Wang Ting is really too strong. Is he really the genius of the 7th Starry Sky Academy? They felt like two different people. One was a new student, and the other was a heaven's pride that could contend with an upper-level demon emperor. For a moment, they couldn't overlap the two different images, and only felt that it was inconceivable. Boom! Suddenly, a rumble sounded, and Wang Ting's fist marks exploded, and the two giant hammers didn't gain the slightest advantage and were directly sent flying. As the origin power rolled back, the demonic Cliff Dune's body was also sent flying, and it flew for thousands of miles before coming to a stop. I underestimated you. The demonic Cliff Dune stared at Wang Ting with a gloomy gaze, and its voice came from afar, shaking the void. Again. Wang Ting hooked his finger at the demonic Cliff Dune, and his expression was still calm, as if he had done something very ordinary, and not repelled an upper-level demon emperor existence. Very good. Since I became an upper-level demon emperor, no middle-level demon emperor has dared to challenge me. Now, you, a domain lord, have the guts to do so. How interesting. Mo Yanfeng's voice rumbled, like a rolling boulder. The interesting part is yet to come. Wang Ting sneered, I hope you can still laugh later. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, the two sides rushed out again, turning into two dazzling light balls, one earthy yellow and the other dark yellow, colliding in the void. Terrifying origin power shockwaves suddenly swept out from the collision between the two sides, shocking the spectators. Boom! 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 Wang Ting was almost fighting with his physical body. He didn't use any weapons, and he still punched out. The demonic Cliff Dune also went all out, and the two hammers kept hammering out with terrifying momentum. But no matter how it attacked, it couldn't break through Wang Ting's fist marks, and every attack was easily blocked. At this moment, it felt that it wasn't facing a middle-level demon emperor, but an existence of the same level. So strong. The geniuses of the Cosmic Sky College and the dark apparitions of the Demon Cliff clan all stared blankly at the battle, feeling that their whole worldview was collapsing. A low-level domain lord was actually fighting a low-level demon emperor. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? So terrifying. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but wonder if they were geniuses or not. Compared with a monster like Wang Ting, they were no different from ordinary cultivators. They didn't deserve the word genius at all. Yes, they didn't deserve it. Wang Ting didn't know that everything he had shown had made these geniuses of the Cosmic Sky College doubt their lives. At this moment, he was having a great time fighting to his heart's content. In the past, he had to use all kinds of means to be able to contend with an upper demon emperor, and he always felt that his hands and feet were tied. But now, he didn't feel this way at all when fighting this upper demon emperor dark apparition. Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary high-level demon emperor, but a genius of the Demon Cliff clan. Its strength was definitely much stronger than an ordinary first-layer high-level demon emperor. Otherwise, with the strength of the geniuses of the Cosmic Sky College, even if they couldn't compete with a high-level demon emperor, they wouldn't have lost so miserably in front of a middle-level demon emperor. The strength of geniuses had never been judged by convention. Gotcha! Gotcha! The two sides fought for an unknown number of rounds, and then a few cracking sounds suddenly sounded, seeming particularly abrupt. Demon Cliff Sulphone's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at his warhammer in disbelief. Boom! Before it could think any further, one of the warhammers suddenly cracked and exploded with a loud bang. How is this possible? Demon Cliff Sulphone was horrified. Although this warhammer was not a saint-grade weapon, it was still a 7th-grade Grandmaster combat weapon forged by a Grandmaster blacksmith, which was equivalent to a high-level Demon Emperor combat weapon. Moreover, its material was extraordinary and extremely hard. Now that it had been blasted apart by a human's fist, how could it remain calm? The strength of the human's physical body had refreshed its understanding of it again and again. Before this, it thought that no matter how strong this human cultivator was, it was impossible for him to compete with a high-level demon emperor like it. Now, it was simply a slap in the face. Its face was hurting from the slap, slap. Slap, this Wang Ting was not only able to compete with a high-level demon emperor, but also blasted apart a 7th-grade Grandmaster combat weapon with a pair of fists. Even it had to admit that this kind of strength was really terrifying. How in the world did he cultivate to this level? The geniuses of the Starry Sky Academy were also speechless at this time. Some even couldn't help rubbing their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. Is this true? Blasted apart a high-level Demon Emperor combat weapon with one hand, doesn't this mean that Wang Ting's physical body is comparable to a high-level Demon Emperor combat weapon? Kiss. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but gasp, their hearts filled with shock. Freak, even in the 7-star academies, there weren't many freaks like him, right? They had long heard that Wang Ting was not only a freak in his secondary profession, but also extremely powerful in martial arts. They hadn't seen it before, so they didn't believe it at first, but now they were convinced. This was really freakish. Again. Wang Ting was a little drunk. He squeezed his wrist, feeling very good. He could actually blast apart a weapon. It seemed that his physical body was really powerful to an extremely terrifying extent. Of course, when he blasted the weapon, he still used a little skill. As a saint-rank blacksmith, it shouldn't be a problem for him to be able to see the flaws of the weapon, right? Since he could see the flaws, he would naturally be able to cut in easily. He would use the smallest amount of strength to achieve the greatest effect. However, he only used his physical body to fight with the high-level Demon Emperor Demon Rock Clan Dark Apparition. More importantly, he wanted to test to what extent his physical body could reach. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they wouldn't be able to test his depth. But this dark apparition from the Demon Rock clan had a powerful body. Even among the dark apparitions, it was considered to be one of the best. It was very suitable to be his test subject. If the Demon Rock sulphone knew what Wang Ting was thinking, it would probably explode on the spot. But when it heard Wang Ting's excited again, it was in a bad mood. Damn it, it felt like it had encountered a lunatic. Die. The Demon Rock sulphone was furious. It held the last warhammer with both hands and did not dare to fight head-on with Wang Ting, for fear that the last warhammer would also be blasted apart. It directly erupted its own domain force. Boom, a dark yellow aura spread out from its body and gathered above its head to form a strange scene. It was a dark yellow world. The earth was dark yellow, the sky was dark yellow, and there were strange rocks everywhere. Only strange rocks could be found. This was a domain formed by dark yellow strange rocks. A dark, evil, and dense aura pervaded the domain. Even the void was unable to withstand it and began to collapse around the domain. Spatial cracks appeared and spread in all directions. Rumble, all of a sudden, rumbling sounds came from within the domain. Countless dark yellow rocks rose up and gathered in the sky, turning into giant meteors. Can you resist my rank 5 Melder domain force? The coldness in the Demon Rock sulphone's eyes became more intense. It smashed down with its hammer, and the meteorites turned into shooting stars that charged towards Wang Ting. It was extremely terrifying. A rank 5 Melder domain force? How Wang Ting laughed contemptuously. The domain force in front of him was indeed quite powerful. It had the aura of both the darkness domain and the earth domain force. It was clearly a hybrid domain. An ordinary early-stage area lord would naturally find it difficult to resist. However, this was nothing to Wang Ting. He was very good at hybrid domains. Boom, the next moment, a strange force erupted from Wang Ting's body and gathered above his head to form a strange domain force. Huge rocks gathered and raging flames emerged. They floated in the air as if they had turned into stars, emitting an extremely hot aura. Go! Wang Ting didn't hesitate at all. He shouted softly. Domain. Meteor shower, boom. Boom. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the boulders also turned into meteors and shot forward. An extremely shocking scene suddenly appeared in the void. 2 meteors of different colors streaked across the void and collided with each other with a loud bang. One was crimson red, the other was dark yellow. At this moment, the dark void seemed to have been divided into 2 distinct regions. It was as if 2 meteorites had met in the void and collided together. Boom. Boom. Boom, the void rumbled as meteors crashed into each other and exploded. Origin power rippled out continuously from the collision. For a moment, both sides were in a deadlock, with neither side able to do anything to the other. It's also a hybrid domain, and it's also at the Melder level. Emo Rock Sulphone's eyes were gloomy. Wang Ting's strength had continuously exceeded its expectations. Its domain had reached the level of a rank 5 melder, and it had thought that it would be more than enough to suppress an early-stage area lord. Who would have thought that the other party's domain force would be so powerful as well? Was this really a low-level domain lord-level martial artist? Mo Rock Sulphone's heart was filled with doubt, unable to believe it. You want to use your domain force to suppress me? You're too naive, Wang Ting said calmly. This meteor domain was a fusion of earth, fire, and magnetism domains, giving it an advantage in terms of numbers. His fire domain was now at the level of a rank 4 melder, while his earth domain was at the level of a rank 3 melder. His magnetism domain was the strongest at the level of a rank 5 melder. The quality of his domain force wasn't inferior at all, the combination of quantity and quality was enough to cause a qualitative change. The power of the meteor domain formed by the fusion of these three domains was unimaginable. Humph. Mo Rock Sulphone snorted, a strange glint appearing in its eyes. This is just the beginning. Boom, an even more tyrannical force suddenly erupted from the dark yellow domain. Strange black and yellow lines appeared within the domain, engraving themselves in every corner. They even wrapped around the meteors and turned into chains of runes. The power of the meteors instantly became extremely strong, and when it erupted, the void directly exploded, unable to withstand the terrifying power within. Rumble, dark yellow meteors fell one after another, bombarding Wang Ting's domain. It's over. Mo Rock Sulphone's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule, as if it could already see the scene of it smashing through the domain. How could a mere early-stage area master contend against it? The result was already decided. Not good. That's the power of origin law, and it's not just one level. Wen He's expression changed greatly, and his heart was in his throat. The other Cosmic Star Academy geniuses also seemed to feel the power of the attack, and their expressions changed one after another, revealing looks of horror in their eyes. The dark yellow meteor submerged Wang Ting's domain, and no one could bear to watch. They could already see the end, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Boom, but at that moment, a dazzling scarlet light suddenly erupted from Wang Ting's domain, shooting out in all directions from the cracks of the dark yellow meteors. The dark yellow meteors suddenly froze in the void, and no matter how the runes on them flashed wildly, they couldn't move an inch forward. What's going on? Mo Rock Sulphone's eyes narrowed. Rumble, before it could react, a tyrannical and scorching wave swept out from Wang Ting's domain, and flames filled the void. Pung pung pung, all of the dark yellow meteorites exploded and disappeared into the void. Then, a huge scarlet meteor appeared in front of everyone's eyes, like a superstar, slowly revealing its true appearance in Wang Ting's domain. On the huge scarlet meteor, there were scarlet and yellow runes wrapped around it, and they rattled like chains. It was very mystical. This. Mo Rock Sulphone's eyes widened slightly, and its heart trembled. It's just the power of origin law, who doesn't have it? Wang Ting stood in the void, and his eyes were extremely calm, as if he was describing an extremely calm matter. Go. The next moment, he stretched out a finger and pointed at Mo Rock Sulphone. Rumble, the void vibrated, and the huge crimson meteorite, under the guidance of an invisible force, rushed toward the demonic rock Sulphone. In an instant, its speed reached an extremely terrifying level, and it turned into a streamer. Damn it! Mo Rock Sulphone felt a strong threat from the huge scarlet meteor. Its eyes flickered rapidly, and it immediately retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Although the scarlet meteor was extremely huge, its speed was surprisingly fast. The space fluctuated slightly, and it instantly appeared in front of Mo Rock Sulphone, and the flames that swept out immediately drowned it. Rumble, suddenly, the scarlet meteor exploded, and the dazzling scarlet light illuminated half of the void. It was even more terrifying than a star exploding. An endless amount of energy swept out in all directions. Roar, Mo Rock Sulphone had nowhere to hide and was directly swallowed by this terrifying energy. It let out a roar of shock and anger. But its roar was instantly drowned out by the roar of the explosion. The geniuses of the Cosmic Star College and the dark apparitions of the Demon Rock clan were all horrified. They retreated one after another, not daring to get too close for fear of being affected by the energy. What a terrifying attack! Everyone looked at Wang Ting in a daze. They fell into shock and couldn't extricate themselves for a long time. They thought of the beginning, but they didn't think of the ending. The dark apparition of the upper-level demon emperor was completely suppressed. Was this really done by a domain lord-level warrior? If this news was spread back to the Cosmic Star College, it would probably cause an unusual uproar. Wang Ting stood in front of Ling Qianxua's ice withering. No matter how the energy swept, he blocked it. Is it dead? He looked at the explosion in front of him, and his eyes flickered slightly. It was the first time he faced a first-level upper-level demon emperor dark apparition head-on. Although he had killed several sector lord-level dark apparitions in the past, they were basically with the help of external forces. It was completely different this time. This time, he completely relied on his own most basic strength and didn't even use any of his trump cards. Yet, he was able to completely suppress a first-level upper-level demon rock clan dark apparition. This was enough to prove that his strength had indeed undergone a huge change. He was going further and further on the road of abnormality. Just as Wang Ting was evaluating his ability objectively, while everyone was still in a daze and astonishment, a voice suddenly rang out. Roar! An angry roar came from the center of the explosion. Demon Rock Sulphone didn't die so quickly after all. Forget it, the vitality of a dark apparition is strangely tenacious, just like in the river. Plus, it's the demon rock race, this damned stone race. Sometimes, even if it's blown to pieces, it might not die. Of course, it still depends on its own trump card. Wang Ting calmly accepted this fact. If one attack can't kill it, then two. What's the difference? No. But others didn't think so. Wen He's expression changed, and so did the geniuses of Cosmic Star College. Then, they all looked toward the center of the explosion. It didn't die. That demon rock race dark apparition is really tenacious. In all fairness, if it were them, they would probably be suppressed to death. There was no chance of survival today. Fortunately, Wang Ting just happened to teleport here. This is fate. Now, they had a very direct understanding of Wang Ting's strength. He can really contend with an upper-level demon emperor. Although it's not in the river, he's an ally. Is there a problem with it being unreasonable? Let it continue to be unreasonable. Brother Demon Rock Sulphone. The dark apparitions of the demon rock race heaved a sigh of relief. They could finally relax a little. They naturally couldn't accept the fact that the demon rock Sulphone was killed by a domain lord. The roar came at the right time, making the dark apparitions of the demon rock race feel hope again. The battle wasn't over yet, and the final victor was still unknown. Roar! The dark apparitions of the demon rock race let out excited roars. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, a dense dark yellow light spread out from the center of the explosion, and the violent energy of the explosion was pushed away. Small world, the demon rock Sulphone projected the small world in its body, blocking the terrifying explosion. For upper-level demon emperors or sector lords, the small world in their body was their final trump card. The small world within one's body could be the weakest, but it could also be the strongest. The demonic rock Sulphone's figure appeared in front of everyone. Its appearance was somewhat miserable. One of its arms was broken, and half of its body was crippled. It looked like a huge rock that had grown crooked. The term jagged rocks was probably used to describe it. The dark apparitions of the demon rock race fell silent and could no longer roar. Their demon rock race's genius demon rock Sulphone was actually beaten to such a state. How was this possible, when he and the other geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy were also in disbelief? Their hearts trembled as they looked at Mo Yanfeng's current appearance. Then, he turned his neck stiffly and looked at Wang Ting. How terrifying, this guy was a little scary. Yo, isn't this the genius of the demon cliff race? How did you become like this? Wang Ting looked at Magic Rock Sulphone's current appearance and said with a smile. Everyone was speechless. How did it become like this? Don't you know, pretending, he was just pretending. Everyone knew that Wang Ting was pretending, but they all felt that he was qualified to do so. Moreover, they felt a little relieved. Wasn't the dark apparition of the demon rock race great? What happened now? Wasn't it still beaten to such a state? The dark apparitions of the demon rock race wanted to shout angrily, but when they saw the unscathed human race martial artist, they immediately shut their mouths for fear of being noticed. Magic rock sulfone stared at Wang Ting as if it couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. At the beginning, it only wanted to capture Wang Ting, but now it had completely dispelled this idea. It would be fine to bring back a corpse. As for whether it could win or not, it didn't even think about it. Anger made the demon lose its mind. Didn't you want to capture me? Why aren't you capturing me? Wang Ting seemed to know what it was thinking and continued to speak. Slap. Slap, 2 more slaps were thrown, and the sound of the slap was heard. No matter how thick the demon rock sulfone's face was, it couldn't hold it anymore. Wang Ting's words seemed to be constantly reminding it, you can't. You really can't. You're just a noob. Roar, the demon rock sulfone was completely overwhelmed by anger. It let out a terrifying roar, and the dark yellow small world above its head rumbled and suppressed Wang Ting. This scene was extremely terrifying. The dark yellow small world couldn't be compared to the previous domain. It was simply like a real world, crushing over. The void shook, and terrifying space cracks appeared. Be careful. When he knew that Wang Ting was very strong, but he still couldn't help but remind him. Wang Ting's expression was very calm. The meteor domain above his head didn't disappear and was still hanging high. However, at this moment, another force surged out from his body and quickly converged into the domain. The power of the world, it wasn't very strong. It was only level 2. With Wang Ting's current level 4 power of the world, level 2 power of the world wasn't much. However, he felt that it was enough because the power of the demon rock sulfone in front of him was really weak. It wasn't that he was looking down on it, but this upper-level demon emperor level dark apparition seemed to have just advanced to the upper-level demon emperor level. It definitely had just grasped the power of the world. As the level 2 power of the world converged into the domain above his head, the meteor domain instantly changed. Actually, ever since he advanced to the domain lord level, Wang Ting discovered the use of the star domain in his body. It was very similar to the small world of a sector lord level warrior, but it was still very weak. Hence, most domain lords would rather use their domain power than unleash the star domain in their body. That was no different from courting death. Wang Ting's Chaos Star domain was a little different. His Chaos Star domain was strong enough, but there was no need to use it now. Just as mentioned, level 2 power of the world was enough. Boom, the meteor domain violently shook. Domain power, origin power, and even origin power of laws were all enveloped by the power of the world, turning into a mysterious and powerful power. Wang Ting's meteor domain already had a trace of the charm of a sector lord's small world. This was inconceivable, but he was able to do it. It was shocking. A fireball of the same size as before condensed. There were runes of origin power inscribed on it. There was also a trace of faintly discernible world power lingering around it. Its power was many times stronger than before. Rumble, in an instant, the small world smashed into Wang Ting's meteor domain. The huge fireball suddenly exploded. Terrifying energy leaked out from within and also smashed into the demon rock sulfone's small world. Roar. At this moment, the demon rock sulfone was completely inside the small world. It erupted with all its power of the world, wanting to suppress Wang Ting. Unfortunately, it still underestimated Wang Ting's strength. No, to be more precise, it had never seen through Wang Ting's strength. Its small world couldn't suppress Wang Ting's domain at all. The terrifying energy that was constantly leaking out made this high-rank demon emperor dark apparition feel that something was wrong. It looked at Wang Ting, who was behind the giant fireball. Wang Ting also happened to look over at this moment, and the corners of his mouth curled up. You lost? His lips moved slightly, and he spat out 3 words. The demon rock sulfone's pupils suddenly shrank. It felt an ominous premonition. Demon. Change. Almost without thinking, it immediately used demon change. A terrifying dark aura erupted from its body. It was also at this moment that a rumble sounded. Rumble, the huge fireball bloomed with dazzling crimson light and erupted with terrifying energy as if it was about to explode. Although it hadn't exploded yet, the power this time was obviously more terrifying. The power of the world continued to sweep out and hit the demon rock sulfone's small world, causing it to shake violently. Ka ka ka, bursts of unbearable sound suddenly came out. The small world finally couldn't hold on and began to collapse. Cracks gradually spread throughout the small world. No! The demon rock sulfone let out an unwilling roar. The dark aura in its body became more and more vigorous, constantly erupting and pouring into the small world, causing strange changes to occur. The small world was originally dark yellow in color. Not only did it contain a dark and evil aura, it also contained the thick and solid aura of the earth attribute. However, the dark and evil aura gradually gained the upper hand, overshadowing the thick and solid aura of the earth attribute, causing the entire small world to turn pitch black. The dark yellow color disappeared. No, it didn't completely disappear. Some dark yellow lines could still be seen in the small world. They were engraved on the small world and were constantly flickering. Roar! At the same time, the demonic rock sulfone's body began to change. Its body continued to expand. Its body, which was originally like a dark yellow rock, now looked a little bloated. Lumps of flesh began to grow out of the cracks in the rock. It looked like some strange fungus had suddenly grown on a rugged mountain of strange rocks. What was even more strange was that a pair of dark yellow eyeballs popped out from the cracks of the rock from time to time. Moreover, there was a blood-red light flickering in the depths of the dark yellow eyeballs. It looked particularly evil. In less than a moment, the demon rock sulfone's appearance completely changed. It was as if it had turned into a real rock giant, but it was extremely bloated and fat. Viscous liquid flowed out from its body and spread all over its body. The rock giant was indeed a rock giant, but it was a rock giant with a deformed body. It was very disgusting. The next moment, an extremely evil aura erupted from the rock giant's body, causing people to feel uncomfortable. What the hell is this? When the geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy saw this scene in the distance, they all widened their eyes in horror. Although they had seen dark apparitions before, they had never seen a demon rock race dark apparition, let alone the appearance of a powerful demon rock race dark apparition. After all, these geniuses had just matured to the universe level. They were only stellar level previously, so how could they come into contact with such powerful beings? Even domain lord level geniuses like Wen He and Rong Yin rarely saw dark apparitions above the upper level demon emperor level. The more powerful the dark apparition, the rarer it was. If it wasn't for the huge scope of this war, the dark world wouldn't have mobilized so many dark apparitions. The more powerful the dark apparition, the harder it was for them to undergo demon transformation because very few people could force them to such a state. Based on Wan Ting's experience, even if an upper-level demon emperor level dark apparition underwent demon transformation, it could still maintain its normal form. However, this upper-level demon emperor level demon rock race dark apparition was clearly not in this category. It had undergone a mutation and gradually fell into madness. This showed that Wan Ting had pushed it too hard, causing it to have a mental breakdown. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become like this. I can't afford to play. Wan Ting shook his head and sighed. He didn't feel much when looking at the huge rock giant. He had seen many demon transformations, and there were even uglier and more disgusting ones. This one didn't make much of a difference. It was just that he was a little surprised that the other party would become like this. Roar! The demon rock sulfone roared, and its huge body constantly emitted a terrifying dark aura. This dark aura not only spread into the void, causing the geniuses of the Cosmic Star College to avoid it, but it also integrated into its own small world, maintaining the operation of the small world and preventing it from collapsing. You think demon transformation can change anything? Wan Ting's lips curled into a mocking smile, and the world energy surging out of his body suddenly skyrocketed. World energy, level 3, boom, the meteor domain instantly shook, and the terrifying fireball became even more mystical. Runes twined around it, looking very mystical. Kacha! 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 The demon rock sulfone's small world collapsed again, unable to stop the bombardment of the huge fireball. The scorching flames constantly invaded the small world, destroying everything inside. The dark yellow rocks began to melt, unable to withstand the scorching heat. Roar! The demon rock sulfone was unwilling to be defeated. It had already gone completely crazy, and regardless of the terrifying energy and flames, its huge body rumbled as it moved in the void, approaching Wan Ting's meteor domain, and then smashing down with its huge fists. Boom! 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 With a series of explosions, Wang Ting's meteor domain shook violently, and cracks began to appear. After the demon rock sulfone underwent demon transformation, the power of darkness in its body became extremely terrifying, and it seemed to have endless power. Moreover, Pucci, on its huge and swollen body, huge arms once again grew out, madly smashing towards Wang Ting's domain. When he and the others were all shocked, and their hearts were filled with horror. No one had thought that the dark demon rock sulfone at the level of an upper demon emperor would be so terrifying after undergoing demon transformation. They wondered if Wang Ting could stop it. Humph! Wang Ting snorted coldly, and his eyes flickered. He seemed to have thought of something, and then he spat out a word, explode. Boom! The huge fireball exploded completely, and endless energy and flames poured out from it, instantly wrapping the aberrated stone giant. It was very terrifying. The body of the demon rock race's dark apparition was so huge that it could be described as indomitable. In the end, it was completely engulfed by the energy and flames that erupted from this super-huge fireball. The entire void seemed to have turned into a sea of fire, burning fiercely. Not only the aberrated stone giant, but even the opponent's small world was completely engulfed in flames. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and stared at the sea of fire in front of him. This was just the most ordinary flame, and he didn't even use the mysterious flame of heaven and earth. However, since advancing to the domain lord rank, coupled with the power of domain, origin law, and other powers, even the most ordinary flame had become quite terrifying. Gulp! When he and the other geniuses of Cosmic Star Academy stared ahead and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. They knew that this should be the final showdown. The outcome of who won and who lost would be revealed soon. Of course, they hoped that Wang Ting could win and defeat the Upper Demon Emperor Dark Apparition. However, they also felt that it would be very difficult. The Upper Demon Emperor Dark Apparition had undergone demon transformation, and everyone knew that a demon transformation Dark Apparition was the most difficult to kill. Roar! Sure enough, there were continuous roars coming from the sea of fire. The Upper Demon Emperor Dark Apparition was still alive. Boom! 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 Pairs of bloated stone fists smashed out from the sea of fire. Every punch would create a huge hole in the sea of fire, and the terrifying energy was directly smashed through. Everyone was shocked, and they were all weighing in their hearts how difficult it would be to defeat such a dark apparition. However, Wang Ting, with the strength of a low-level domain lord, was able to suppress the opponent. All the demon rock race dark apparitions were extremely nervous at this moment. They looked at the demon rock sulfone in the sea of fire and even forgot to breathe. Can Big Brother Demon Rock Sulfone win? Judging from the current situation, the situation didn't seem to be optimistic. They never thought that the strongest among them, the Demon Rock Sulfone, would die here just as they started to hunt the geniuses of the Radiant Universe. Although they had killed several geniuses of the Radiant Universe before, the value of those geniuses couldn't even be compared to a Demon Rock Centipede, let alone Big Brother Demon Rock Sulfone, which was an Upper Demon Emperor rank genius. If it died here, it would be a huge loss for the Demon Rock race dark apparitions. Rumble! Under the frenzied bombardment of the Demon Rock Sulfone, the flames finally dispersed, and the terrifying energy was also shattered and gradually dissipated. However, it wasn't completely unscathed. Its huge and bloated body was full of scorch marks and was already badly damaged. It was even more damaged and ugly than before it underwent devil transformation. That appearance was like a mountain that had been excavated, and there were pieces here and there, as if it was stuck with dog skin plaster. However, there was still black mist coming out from the wounds on its body, and then its flesh and rocks were squirming, trying their best to repair its damaged body. This was the strange state of a dark apparition after undergoing devil transformation. Its life force was also strangely tenacious. I'm undying. A furious roar came from the huge and bloated stone giant's mouth. Although the Demon Rock Sulfone had fallen into madness, it still maintained some rationality. It looked at Wang Ting, and its eyes were filled with malevolence. Heh! A chuckle suddenly came from Wang Ting's mouth, as if he had heard something extremely funny. Undying? This is just the beginning. A strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and then it turned into an icy blue color. If someone observed carefully, they would find that his eyes were very similar to Xianxia's. They were like two icy blue gems, cold and calm. Die. The demon rock sulphone didn't notice the strange light in Wang Ting's eyes. Its huge body rumbled forward. Its body was emitting a scorching heat, and smoke was constantly coming out of it. That was the result of being burned by the flames earlier. Boom, on the huge stone giant's body, pairs of rock arms smashed forward. Black aura condensed and turned into terrifying fist prints, wanting to smash Wang Ting to death. At this moment, an extreme chill suddenly burst out from Wang Ting's body, filling the void. This is? When he and the others in the distance suddenly widened their eyes. Why did this power feel a little familiar? They suddenly noticed that Wang Ting's eyes had turned icy blue. At the same time, they also saw the icy blue glow erupting from his body. They could also feel the frightening coldness emanating from his body. At this moment, their minds were a little muddled. Why was it Fatty C? Why did they see Xianxia's technique on Wang Ting? Boom. Before they could think more, the icy chill had already swept through the void, freezing the void, and condensing into countless pieces of ice. With Wang Ting as the center, it kept spreading into the distance. Ka. A thick layer of ice suddenly appeared on the rock giant's body. The ice quickly spread from its feet to its body, causing its body to freeze. The fist that was about to strike down froze in midair. Roar. The demon rock sulphone let out an unwilling roar, and its eyes still flashed with madness. It used all of its strength to break the ice. It wanted to smash the human in front of it to death. The pride of an upper-level demon emperor genius had to be defended with the death of this human domain lord. He had to die, but, ka-cha. Ka-cha. Ka-cha, as it moved, a clear cracking sound suddenly entered its ears. The demon rock sulphone lowered its head to look, and its pupils shrank violently. Why was its body collapsing? Was it cracking? Really, cracked? JPG roar. The demon rock sulphone's head was full of question marks. It let out an angry roar, and the dark energy in its body kept gushing out, trying to stop the cracking. But it couldn't stop it at all. The cracking speed was too fast, and it wasn't just one part that was cracking, but every part of its body was cracking. Its two legs, its two arms, its body, its head. Looking from afar, the huge stone giant was cracking apart in an extremely horrifying way, and there wasn't a single part of its body that was intact. What's going on? When he and the other geniuses of the Starry Sky Academy were dumbfounded, and they couldn't react. How did that aggressive upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparition suddenly become like this? Could it be the power of ice? But it couldn't be. Xianxia also used the power of ice before, but it wasn't so terrifying that it could easily disintegrate the body of an upper-level demon emperor dark apparition. The dark apparitions of the demon rock clan were even more shocked, and an ominous premonition emerged in their hearts. Boom, in an instant, a roar came from the huge stone giant's body. The demon rock sulphone's body finally broke apart completely, turning into countless gravel. It collapsed under the cover of the ice, like a collapsed mountain. This scene was undoubtedly extremely shocking. You. At this time, a roar full of extreme unwillingness came from the roar, reverberating in the void. It was really mournful. What the hell is going on? Everyone still couldn't react. They stared blankly at the collapsed body of the stone giant, unable to recover for a long time. Stop! At this moment, a dark yellow light suddenly flew out from the collapsed body of the stone giant and flew toward the stone spaceship in the distance. You want to run? Wang Ting sneered. He grabbed with his hand, and his mind power turned into a cage, trapping the dark yellow light. Boom! The dark yellow light rampaged, trying to rush out of the cage, but a green flame immediately emerged above the cage. Ah! The dark yellow light hit the flame, and there was a sizzling sound. Green smoke rose, and miserable screams were heard. Stop struggling. It's useless, Wang Ting said. Let me out. The demon rock sulphone's angry roar came from the dark yellow light. You wanted to catch me, but you ended up as my prisoner. You didn't expect this, right? Wang Ting ignored its angry roar and laughed. You cheated. If we fought head-on, you might not be my opponent, the demon rock sulphone roared unwillingly. Didn't we fight head-on just now? Wang Ting asked, puzzled. Also, when did I cheat? You don't even know about thermal expansion and contraction. Are you blaming me for the stone in your head? He curled his lips, and his face was full of disdain. This Demon Rock Clan dark apparition didn't seem to be very smart. The Demon Rock sulphone? Thermal expansion and contraction? It was defeated by such a simple principle that made one's hair stand on end. A white light flashed across the Demon Rock sulphone's mind. It seemed to finally understand. No wonder its body felt a little strange just now. It seemed to have become very brittle. It turned out that the combination of heat and cold caused cracks to appear from the inside of its stone body. In the end, when it exploded with a powerful force, its body naturally couldn't withstand it and directly cracked open. For a moment, the Demon Rock sulphone didn't know how to feel. It felt like it lost unjustly, but at the same time, it felt like it wasn't so unjustly defeated. Everyone? When he and the others finally understood what method Wang Ting used to make the terrifying stone giant collapse. It was actually such a simple principle, they felt like they were being shown off. Their intelligence was being rubbed against the ground by a pair of invisible hands. Of course, they weren't really stupid. They immediately understood. Although the principle was simple, it required powerful strength to support it. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Whether it was the scorching energy and temperature or the eruption of frost power, ordinary martial artists couldn't compare to them. Without extreme heat and extreme frost, how could such a simple principle be implemented? The simpler the method, the more powerful the strength was required to support it. In the end, it was because Wang Ting was too powerful. He was so powerful that he could kill an upper-level demon emperor. After understanding this, everyone looked at Wang Ting with a complicated gaze. A low-level domain lord-level martial artist had really killed an upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparition. This was too magical and unbelievable. 82 Chinese. Network. The void seemed a little quiet at this moment. The terrifying explosion had gradually subsided. The Demon Rock sulphone was killed by Wang Ting, and now only a soul was left, trapped in the flame cage. It was still struggling, but unfortunately, it was futile. In front of the heavenly flame, the soul could be said to be completely restrained. It could not escape at all. When the surrounding Demon Rock Clan dark apparitions saw this scene, they couldn't help but look at each other, and then quietly retreated. They wanted to escape. And the Demon Rock Clan's warship was in the distance. Wang Ting raised his gaze, looked at them with a faint smile, and said, "Want to run?" Swish, his figure suddenly dissipated slowly on the spot. It turned out that it was just an afterimage. After the Demon Rock sulphone was killed, there were still 2 middle-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions left. At this moment, they looked back, and suddenly their pupils shrank, and they were shocked. Boom! Boom! But before they could react, 2 fist prints suddenly erupted in front of them and blasted directly on their bodies. The 2 middle-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions roared, but they couldn't block the fist prints and were directly smashed away. Wang Ting's figure suddenly appeared not far in front of him. He looked at the Cosmic Star Academy martial artists around and said, "What are you waiting for? Kill them." Yes. The geniuses of the Cosmic Star Academy suddenly reacted. When they heard Wang Ting's voice, they subconsciously responded, ignoring the injuries on their bodies, and rushed toward the fleeing dark apparitions. Roar! Roar! The 2 middle-level Demon Emperor-level dark apparitions roared angrily. They exchanged glances with each other and dashed towards Wang Ting. They knew that in the current situation, they couldn't escape at all, so they could only brace themselves, their eyes full of ferociousness. Anxious! Anxious! They were anxious. Wang Ting chuckled, waved his hand, and a lightning suddenly burst out at an extremely fast speed. Guji! A strange sound came from the lightning. The 2 middle-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions froze for a moment, then the light in their eyes shrank, and they immediately retreated. They felt a fatal threat from the lightning. This threat was not much weaker than the human martial artist who had killed the Demon Rock sulphone. Demon! Change! The 2 dark apparitions roared in unison. They wanted to use Devil Change, and a terrifying dark aura erupted from their bodies. Puff, a soft sound was suddenly heard. The lightning bolt pierced through the head of a middle-level demon emperor-ranked dark apparition, leaving a large hole in its rocky body. There were even lightning bolts twining around the hole, crackling loudly. Boom! The middle-rank demon emperor-level dark apparition collapsed on the spot, and the dark aura that erupted from its body dissipated with a loud bang. Its body, which was made of rocks, also collapsed and turned into rubble. Roar! The other middle-rank demon emperor dark apparition took this opportunity to complete the demon transformation. Its body became extremely huge, and it swung a warhammer toward the lightning. Coo! Lightning flashed in the void. It was really fast and unpredictable. Although the body of the demonic rock race's dark apparition wasn't sluggish and could even be said to be extremely agile, it was still somewhat clumsy in the face of the lightning. There was no harm without comparison. The lightning bolt was like a bolt of thunder, constantly flashing in the void, and galloping around the huge body of the middle-rank demon emperor-level dark apparition. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Then, he shifted his gaze to other places. To the geniuses of the Starry Sky Academy, it was a little strenuous to deal with the dark apparitions from the Devil Rock race. He couldn't just stand at the side and watch. He immediately summoned the Iron Armor Scorpion. Aoo! A strange cry came out, attracting a lot of attention. A huge scorpion covered in layers of scales and with a burning green flame on its tail appeared in the void. Its scales exuded a metallic luster, and at the same time, there were strange red-green flame patterns all over it. It was very magical. At the center of his head, there was a scarlet-green flame imprint that looked like a cluster of burning flames. Many dark apparitions of the demonic rock race had some contempt when they heard the strange cry, but when they saw the huge iron behemoth, they all had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Master, you finally let me out. Huh, is this the Radiant Universe? We're back. The ironclad scorpion looked around, and its eyes suddenly locked onto Wang Ting, and it crawled over obediently. Go and kill those dark apparitions. Wang Ting's face darkened, and he directly ordered. Oh, okay. The ironclad scorpion had long noticed these dark apparitions of the demonic rock race. When it heard the order, its huge body made a big turn in the void, and like a flexible tank, it rushed toward the dark apparitions of the demonic rock race in the distance. It was now at the middle-rank demon emperor level, which was equivalent to the universe level, but its strength was quite strong, and dealing with some low-rank demon emperor level dark apparitions was a piece of cake. Boom! A terrifying flame swept out from its body, rolling toward a low-rank demon emperor level dark apparition, causing it to scream. The flame of the ironclad scorpion could no longer be described as an ordinary flame. Although it was not as good as the heavenly flame, it was still an extremely powerful beast flame. The defense of those dark apparitions of the demonic rock race was indeed extremely strong, but they couldn't withstand this terrifying flame and were burned until they screamed. Then the huge body of the ironclad scorpion slammed over, and its pincers moved together, smashing toward a low-rank demon emperor-level dark apparition. Pung! For a time, gravel splashed, and the low-rank demon emperor-level dark apparition was smashed half to death. So strong! A genius from the Cosmic Star Academy saw this scene, and his eyes widened slightly, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Not only is Wang Ting abnormal, but even the strength of his pet beast is so abnormal. These geniuses from the Cosmic Star Academy had always been very proud, but now they were actually defeated by a scorpion. They were somewhat unwilling to accept this, and they rushed toward the dark apparitions around them. Wang Ting also made his move, as if he was taking a stroll, and walked toward a low-rank demon emperor-level dark apparition. The dark apparition almost peed in fright. This malefic star could find anyone, but he chose to find it. Roar! It roared, and then, it turned around and ran away. It was too scary. It couldn't be his opponent at all. If it didn't run now, when would it be? Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The insufferably arrogant demonic rock race dark apparition was now running away like a rat. The sense of déjà vu was too strong. He shook his head, stretched out his palm, and slammed it down in front of him. A huge palm print suddenly condensed. It wasn't just one dark apparition, but several dark apparitions were all under his palm print. No! Roar! A series of angry roars came out from the mouths of these dark apparitions. They tried their best to resist by bursting out their origin power, using devil change, and using all their means, but the gap between them and Wan Ting was too big. They were no match for him at all. Boom, as the palm print fell, several dark apparitions were suddenly smashed into powder. Even their soul bodies were obliterated and dissipated into nothingness. In the face of absolute strength, even devil change was useless. Devil change targeted existences of the same realm or stronger existences. If they were too weak, devil change couldn't change anything. Gulp. The surrounding geniuses of the Cosmic Star College were speechless. They were all domain lords, but this Wan Ting was much stronger than when he, Rong Yin, and the others. Moreover, he was only a beginner domain lord. Boom. Boom. Boom, the rumbling sounds continued in the void. With the addition of Wan Ting, Lei Ling, and the ironclad scorpion, the demonic rock race dark apparitions couldn't cause any more waves. They were all suppressed. In a short while, the battle was over. The geniuses of the Cosmic Star College weren't affected. Although some of them were injured, there weren't any deaths. They killed the demonic rock race dark apparitions with their own hands. It could be considered as revenge for the dead geniuses of the Cosmic Star College. The void quietened down, and the atmosphere was sorrowful. Every genius of the Cosmic Star College had a solemn expression, with sorrow in their eyes. They were all covered in blood. After experiencing the baptism of blood, their temperament was undergoing a transformation. Although many geniuses killed their way up, they rarely fought with dark apparitions. They were different from Wan Ting. Wan Ting's rise was inseparable from the dark apparitions. When he was on Earth Star, he was already fighting with dark apparitions. Therefore, he had no fear when facing dark apparitions. He only had the deepest indifference and killing intent. Wan Ting retracted his thoughts and scanned his surroundings. He picked up all the attribute bubbles that dropped on the ground. Life origin * 3200, life origin * 2800, life origin * 3500, origin of soul * 4500, origin of soul * 4000, origin of soul * 4200, domain lord mental strength * 5500, domain lord mental strength * 6300, domain lord mental strength * 4800, fire star force * 5800, wood element star force * 15,000, metal element star force * 6,000, water star force * 12,500, earth element star force * 13,000, earth element star force * 4,600, earth attribute star force * 4,400, dark star force * 6,900, dark star force * 8,500, dark star origin power * 7,000, devil cliff domain, melder, * 1500, devil cliff domain, melder, * 1800, devil cliff domain, melder, * 2500, devil cliff holy body, tier 4, * 25,000, devil cliff art * 4,000, devil cliff art * 3500, devil cliff art * 3000, devil cliff holy scripture * 18,000, devil cliff warhammer * 2500, devil cliff warhammer * 3200, devil cliff battle axe * 2800, devil cliff battle axe * 2500. A large number of attribute bubbles immediately converged into Wan Ting's body. Some turned into enlightenment, some turned into origin power, and they directly merged into the chaos star realm within his body. First were the life origin and soul origin attributes. He had picked up quite a lot of these two attributes this time, and after merging them into his body, they directly turned into the purest origin energy, improving his life origin and soul origin. Life origin 263000/500000, origin of soul 316000/500000 inch. Wan Ting looked at his attribute panel and was suddenly stunned. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, as if he was in disbelief. The upper limit of my life origin has actually increased to 500,000 points. He looked at the attribute panel 2 or 3 times before confirming that he hadn't seen wrongly. The upper limit of his life origin had really increased to 500,000 points. Before, when he completed his transformation in the Dark Universe and reached the Domain Lord level, he had only paid attention to his own strength and didn't notice that his life origin had increased by so much. The increase in the upper limit meant that it would be harder to reach the next level. However, it also meant that Wang Ting's life origin had become much stronger. His body becoming so terrifying wasn't without reason. The increase in his life origin was closely related to the transformation of his body. Looks like I really have to thank the space consciousness. Wang Ting took a deep breath. This increase was truly terrifying. Originally, when he was at the universe level, his life origin was only 150,000 points. Now, it had risen to 500,000 points, more than 3 times. It was even higher than before. One had to know that Wang Ting's soul origin had already reached the Domain Lord level before, with an upper limit of 300,000 points. At that time, Wang Ting already felt that it was very high. However now, he realized that there was no such thing as the highest, only higher. Oh He was happy, but he really wanted to cry. Apart from when he reached the Domain Lord level, Wang Ting's life origin had increased to 250,000 points. This time, it had increased by quite a bit. The deaths of the Demon Rock Race Dark Apparitions and the deaths of the Cosmic Star Academy geniuses had all provided him with quite a bit of life origin. Wang Ting had reluctantly accepted all of it. What made Wang Ting surprised was that his soul origin had also increased, reaching the same upper limit as his life origin. That's right, his soul origin had also reached the upper limit of 500,000 points. This was inconceivable. In the past, Wang Ting's soul origin had already reached the Domain Lord level. Yet, he was still able to raise his upper limit. This wasn't right. Wang Ting rubbed his chin. Thinking back to when he absorbed the space consciousness, he seemed to have absorbed quite a bit of soul origin. Could it be because of this? No, it should be because my body's potential has increased, so my soul's potential has increased as well. Wang Ting shook his head again. His eyes flickered as he thought to himself. In fact, his guess was not wrong. Whether it was the body or the soul, the two were inseparable. When one was improved, the other would naturally receive corresponding benefits. Especially when the body was improved, the soul would be nourished and naturally become stronger. The world was a sea of bitterness. The body was the boat, and the soul was the person on the boat. To reach the other side, the body must be strong enough to be the carrier of the soul. Wang Ting seemed to have realized something. The human race was a race with huge potential. This had a lot to do with the body of the human race. Many races in the universe didn't have a body, but most of them would create a suitable body according to the appearance of the human race. In the past, he didn't understand and thought that they created a body just to make it easier to walk. However, looking at it now, this might not be the case. Forget it, let's not think about this. These things are too far away from me. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He shook his head and hid these thoughts in his heart. Then, he tearfully accepted the fact that his soul origin had reached 500,000 points. Luckily his original soul origin was still there. It was still 300,000 points. Otherwise, he would have cried himself to death. In addition to the soul origin attribute that he had just obtained, his soul origin attribute had reached 316,000 points, which was a significant increase. Although it's hard to increase these two attributes, the benefits are great. Wang Ting consoled himself. The increase in his life origin and soul origin was a good thing. At least he wouldn't die so easily and would become stronger. No wonder my mental energy couldn't increase. It's because my soul's potential has increased. To continue increasing my mental energy, I have to at least perfect my soul origin. Wang Ting suddenly looked at the mental energy attribute on his status panel and reacted. Before, he felt that it was weird why Ming Ming's martial path had reached the Domain Lord level but his mental energy couldn't. Only now did he understand. Wang Ting looked at the next attribute bubble. It was the mental energy attribute. Wisps of spiritual power flowed into his chaotic star domain and merged with every corner of it. This was the difference between the Domain Lord level and the universe level. When he was at the universe level, all his mental energy was merged into the black hole. Now, his mental energy was spread throughout the chaos star domain, merging with it. It was like the will of the void. It was everywhere in her void. Mental energy, 60000/6000000, Domain Lord level. However, Wang Ting's spiritual power was still at the perfect state. There were no other changes. The only thing Wang Ting could feel was his spiritual power growing stronger and purer. This meant that these mental energy attributes weren't completely useless. Next were the various star genetic powers. Ever since Wang Ting reached the Domain Lord level, his star genetic powers could finally rise again, and not be stuck at the perfect state. This time, he had picked up quite a bit of the 5-element star genetic powers, as well as the dark star genetic powers. His strength had risen again. Metal star genetic powers, 6,000/10,000, Domain Lord level 1, Wink with a Frown would attribute star force, 5,000/20,000, Domain Lord level 2, Water star genetic powers, 2,500/20,000, Domain Lord level 2, Wink with a Frown fire star origin power, 5,800/10,000, Domain Lord rank, level 1, Earth star genetic powers, 12,000/20,000, Domain Lord level 2, among the 5 elements, the wood, water, and earth origin power of the 3 major elements had increased the most. They had even broken through to the next realm and reached the second layer of the Domain Master rank. One had to know that Wang Ting had just reached the Domain Lord level, and now he had risen to the Domain Lord level 2. This speed was undeniably fast. And the reason why he was able to rise so much was naturally due to the few Domain Lord level fighters. Ever since he reached the Domain Lord level, fighters below the universe level could no longer provide him with too many stats. Luckily there were still a few Domain Lord level and even middle level Demon Emperor level existences. Among them, the Earth origin force increased the most, reaching 12,000 attribute points at the second stage. Naturally, this was because the number of dark apparitions at the intermediate Demon Emperor rank was the highest, and there was even one dark apparition at the upper Demon Emperor rank. Dark star genetic powers, 18,000/30,000, Domain Lord level 3. Next was the dark star genetic powers, which had risen to Domain Lord level 3, much more than the 5-element star genetic powers. However, it was very rare. Because there were so many dark apparitions in the demon rock race, if it didn't rise a little, it would be inexcusable. How could an upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparition be given for free? Oh right, there was another attribute that had risen, and that was the ice attribute. This was an attribute he had picked up before, but he didn't count it. Ice star origin power, 2,500/10,000, Domain Lord level 1, 2,500 stats. Was it a lot? Of course not. However, these were the stats dropped from Xianxia, a universe-level fighter, so it was already quite a lot. These were the stats she had dropped when she unleashed her origin. After absorbing the attributes, a realization suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind. This was a domain realization. Devil Rock Domain, a strange scene appeared. It was a dark yellow world with a dark yellow sky, dark yellow earth, and all kinds of dark yellow strange rocks. Then, those dark yellow strange rocks suddenly surged and gathered in a certain direction, turning into a huge dark yellow rock giant. It stood tall as if it could break through the starry sky. Roar, a terrifying roar came from the mouth of this huge dark yellow giant, and it was deafening. Devil Rock Domain. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a dark yellow light, which seemed a little evil and strange. Devil Rock Domain, 2,800/3000, Melder level 3, then, he glanced at the attribute panel, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This domain had directly reached the level of a Melder level 3. Not only did it make up for his ordinary domain realization, but it also increased his reality domain realization to perfection. Its power was extraordinary. The domain power of the few intermediate and even upper Demon Emperor dark apparitions was quite strong. Otherwise, Wang Ting wouldn't have been able to directly increase this domain to the level of a Melder level 3. After absorbing this domain realization, a special energy suddenly poured into Wang Ting's body, causing his constitution to change. Devil Rock Holy Body, 25,000/400000, Tier 4. The Devil Rock Holy Body had directly increased from Tier 3 to Tier 4, which surprised Wang Ting. The constitution of that upper Demon Emperor dark apparition had actually reached Tier 4. Its constitution was indeed very strong. No wonder it could reach the level of an upper Demon Emperor. Unfortunately, it had met a monster like Wang Ting, who had killed it with his domain master strength. It probably never would have thought that its first battle in the Radiant Universe would end in such a sullen way. Of course, there was no future. The Devil Rock Holy Body was still extremely powerful. Although it couldn't be used in the Radiant Universe for the time being, there would be a time when it could be used. Finally, the comprehension of several cultivation methods and battle techniques poured into Wang Ting's mind, turning into 4 light shadows. They were the dark apparitions of the Devil Rock race. 2 of the light shadows were cultivation methods. These 2 methods were different, but they were somewhat related. Devil Rock Art, Demon Emperor 1500/10,000, small success. Devil Rock Scripture, Demon Sovereign 1/30,000, small success. Wang Ting was a little surprised that these 2 cultivation methods had reached the small success level. One had to know that the Devil Rock Scripture was a Demon Sovereign level cultivation method, which was much higher than the Devil Rock Art. It could be said that it was quite difficult to reach the same level as the Devil Rock Art. The 2 cultivation methods were of the same origin, and cultivating the Devil Rock Scripture was helpful to cultivating the Devil Rock Scripture. The comprehension benefited Wang Ting a lot, and at the same time, it also made his mastery of the Devil Rock Scripture more profound. The other 2 light shadows were practicing their battle techniques. One was holding a war hammer, the other was holding a war axe. The 2 battle techniques were the type to be used in a big way, and they required terrifying strength to be used. Although Wang Ting was very suitable, he didn't like to use war hammers and war axes very much. As a young genius warrior with the word handsome written all over his face, using war axes and war hammers really didn't suit his temperament, so he preferred to use sabers and swords. Boom! Boom! The 2 light shadows of the Devil Rock race had huge bodies, holding war axes and war hammers. They smashed out with a loud bang, condensing hammer and axe shadows, and forcibly blew up a planet. This scene didn't shock Wang Ting much. He was very calm. This was because he had obtained similar battle techniques from the giant demon race dark apparitions before, so he was numb. Devil Rock Warhammer, Upper Demon Emperor Rank 1 700/10,000, minor success. Devil Rock War Axe, Upper Demon Emperor Rank 1 300/10,000, minor success. These 2 battle techniques were both upper-level Demon Emperor level battle techniques. Their power was indeed very strong, and they had both reached the small achievement stage. If Wang Ting used them now, he would not be much weaker than the upper-level Demon Emperor level dark apparition. Wang Ting? At this time, a slightly hesitant voice came from afar, pulling Wang Ting back from his thoughts. Wang Ting came back to his senses and turned his head to look. He saw a domain lord rank martial artist leading the Cosmic Star Academy's geniuses flying over from afar. And in their hands, there was a person being held captive. Half dead. This made Wang Ting raise his eyebrows, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Are you really Wang Ting from the 7th Cosmic Star Academy? The domain lord rank martial artist came closer and asked again. Is there a problem? Wang Ting smiled. No, there's no problem, it's just that after the disaster at the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters, you disappeared. Everyone thought you. When he suddenly paused, seeming to feel that it was inappropriate to say that Wang Ting was dead in front of him. There was a hint of embarrassment on his face. Thought I was dead? Wang Ting didn't care and smiled slightly. Yes. When he looked at his face and nodded. I'm not dead, but there was an accident. Wang Ting explained briefly and stopped talking. He asked, which Starry Sky Academy are you from? The 2nd Starry Sky Academy. When he said, let me introduce myself, my name is Wen He. The 2nd Starry Sky Academy, Wen He. Wang Ting nodded. Thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, Wen He said. We're family. Not to mention that we're all students of the Starry Sky Academy, just the fact that we're all people of the light universe is enough for me to help. Wang Ting smiled. What's more, those dark apparitions are not worth mentioning at all, I can deal with them casually. It's just a piece of cake. When he and the others were a little touched when they heard the first part, but the more they listened, the more they felt something was wrong. They suddenly felt that this guy seemed to like to show off a little. That was an upper-level demon emperor, and he said he could deal with it casually. Forget it, he seems to have the strength. The Starry Sky Academy geniuses behind when he looked at Wang Ting with a hint of respect at this moment. If you have the strength, it's not showing off, it's showing off. By the way, let's not talk about other things first. Xianxia is still frozen there, hurry up and get her out, don't freeze. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something and turned to fly toward the ice wither that Xianxia turned into. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell do you mean by don't freeze? Why is this guy's brain circuit so strange? 82 Chinese network. Although they didn't know whether to laugh or cry, when everyone saw Xianxia's current appearance, their faces still became serious. Many people glanced at Rongyin, who was being held captive. Compared to the two, Xianxia's actions were undoubtedly admirable. In that situation, everyone knew that they had no way out. If Xianxia didn't do that, she wouldn't have been able to escape in the end. But escaping and facing death calmly were two completely different things. Rongyin's action of abandoning everyone was ultimately shameful. What's more, his usual appearance was obviously completely faked, which made people completely see his character. Wang Ting, do you have a way to save her? When he frowned and couldn't help but ask. He could feel that the origin aura on Xianxia's body was already very weak. Under such circumstances, unless there was a treasure of heaven and earth that could replenish life origin, it would be very difficult to save her. And treasures of heaven and earth that could replenish life origin were very rare and difficult for ordinary people to obtain. And there was another very troublesome point. She had already sealed herself in ice. If there was no special method, not only would it be impossible to save her, but it might also hurt her body and turn her into pieces. That was why when he couldn't help but ask. The geniuses of the Starry Sky Academy all looked over at this time with worry in their eyes. They glanced at the ice sculpture that Xianxia had turned into, and then looked at Wang Ting, hoping to hear an affirmative answer from his mouth. No matter what, they didn't want to see this heaven's favored daughter fall here. It's not a big problem. Wang Ting nodded slightly and came in front of the ice sculpture that Xianxia had turned into. He didn't use the heavenly flame, nor did he use any fire power. Instead, his eyes once again revealed that strange icy blue color. A chill spread out from his body. This is when he and the others once again felt that icy intent at this moment, and their eyes couldn't help but reveal a strange look. And this time, the distance was very close. They could feel the terror of that chill and couldn't help but want to stay away. If they didn't know that Wang Ting wouldn't do anything to them, they wouldn't be able to stay at this moment. But this wasn't what surprised them the most. What really surprised them was that the aura on Wang Ting's body was actually very similar to the aura on Xianxia's body. Could it be that the two of them were from the same race? For no reason, when he and the others suddenly had this absurd thought. But no matter how he looked at it, the two of them didn't look alike. If handsomeness and beauty were similar, then they were somewhat similar. Wang Ting didn't know what everyone was thinking. His palm slowly touched the ice sculpture that Xianxia had turned into. When he and the others immediately saw that his palm seemed to be blooming with traces of icy blue light. It was not very eye-catching, and it even seemed somewhat gentle. Then, strange icy blue lines suddenly appeared on the ice sculpture that Xianxia had turned into. The icy blue pattern covered the entire ice sculpture. With Wang Ting's palm as the center, it spread out in all directions. What is this? Everyone was incomparably shocked. He had thought that it was just a simple melting of ice, but now it seemed that it was not the case. Those strange ice blue lines seemed to have some kind of special power. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised. This should be the unique ability of the holy body of ice. The ice on Xianxia's body was very strong. Even an ordinary middle-level demon emperor couldn't break it. No, it should be said that even an upper-level demon emperor would find it difficult to break it. As the icy blue lines completely appeared, Wang Ting felt the hardness of the ice on the surface of Xianxia's body. It seemed that Xianxia wasn't waiting for death. She used this method to leave a way out for herself. Her life origin was already very weak. If others saw that they couldn't break the ice, they might take the initiative to give up. In this way, she might be able to escape with her life. Of course, this was very difficult. Because this ice needed someone to melt it for her. Otherwise, she would be trapped in it and die in the end. When her life origin completely dissipated, she would really die. A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Ting's mouth. The aura of the holy body of ice in his body spread out, triggering the icy blue lines. It was worth mentioning that when he picked up the Ice Star Force, he also got a special attribute. Holy body of ice. There was no doubt that it was the holy body of ice attribute that Xianxia dropped. Holy body of ice, 4500/ Stage 3, Wang Ting's holy body of ice had been upgraded to the 3rd level. When he first got this attribute, he was a little surprised. The first time he got the holy body of ice attribute was during the genius battle of the Qian Empire. At that time, Xianxia's holy body of ice was only at the 1st stage. Now, it had reached the 3rd stage. It seemed that she had gained a lot during her time at the Starry Sky Academy. It was also because of this Stage 3, holy body of ice, that she could erupt with such terrifying ice power and even freeze a middle-level demon emperor dark apparition. He had to admit that the holy body of ice was an extremely powerful physique. Although it was not as good as the top physiques like the blood god body, it was also comparable to the demon rock sacred body. And when Xianxia erupted her life origin and activated the holy body of ice to the extreme, its power was even more extraordinary. Wang Ting activated the power of the holy body of ice, causing the ice blue lines to gradually dissipate. In a moment, the ice on Xianxia's body began to melt, slowly revealing her cold body. Puji suddenly, Wang Ting felt that his palm seemed to have pressed on something soft, and then, sank into it. He was a little surprised and subconsciously squeezed it. It felt, not bad. But he found that the atmosphere around him seemed a little strange. He turned his head to look at everyone, only to see that they were staring at his palm as if they had seen a ghost. It was hard to tell whether they were angry or envious. Wang Ting seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head stiffly and looked at his palm. A drop of cold sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. It's over, he seemed to have put it in a place where it shouldn't have been. He didn't notice it when it was on the ice just now. Now, he realized that the damp position was just right. Bah, the position was a little tricky. This was very awkward, wasn't it? But it didn't matter. Xianxia's life origin had been severely depleted. She should be unconscious now. I'm fine. I'm fine. Steady. Wang Ting took a deep breath. How long are you going to put it on? A weak and extremely cold voice suddenly sounded. Wang Ting's entire body froze. At first, he planned to retract his hand secretly and pretend that nothing had happened. She wasn't awake, anyway. He would inform the others later and ask them to turn a blind eye to it. Everyone would be fine. But now, it seemed that it wasn't something that he could take back just because he wanted to. His palm was a little stiff. He didn't know why, but it seemed to be a little disobedient. Really disobedient. JPG that. Xianxia seemed to have woken up. Did he hear wrongly? Wang Ting really hoped that he was hallucinating. He slowly raised his stiff neck and looked at Xianxia's face. For some reason, he felt that this face seemed to be much colder than usual. It felt like a piece of ice. At this moment, the other party's eyes were open, and they were so cold that it made people shudder. Wang Ting's entire body felt unwell. The corners of his mouth stiffly twitched, revealing an expression that he didn't think was so perverted. He greeted her, "You're awake." When he and the others couldn't help but fall into silence. Then, they all had a gloating thought in their hearts, this guy seemed to be dead for sure. This gloating wasn't because they didn't want to see him in a good situation, but it was a bit of a bad taste. As Xianxia thawed and woke up, the worries in everyone's hearts were relieved. Seeing this scene, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely relaxed. I'm just frozen. I'm not unconscious. A weak voice came from Xianxia's mouth. Ha, ha ha. Wang Ting laughed dryly and said, "If I say that this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" "Please let go of your hand first before saying this," Xianxia said coldly. Wang Ting finally regained control of his body at this time. He immediately withdrew his palm and wanted to explain. However, at this moment, Xianxia's cold body suddenly fell towards him. "No, what are you doing?" Wang Ting couldn't help but raise his hands, but he quickly found that Xianxia's condition wasn't so good. She couldn't stand at all, and her body was extremely weak. He quickly reached out his hand to support Xianxia's body and said, "This time, it's not my fault. You fell on your own." As soon as his voice fell, a soft but cold body had completely fallen on top of him. "Hey!" Wang Ting quickly looked down and asked, "Are you okay?" In the end, he found that Xianxia's eyes were tightly closed, and she had already fallen into a coma. There was no way for her to answer his words. "My goodness, why didn't you faint just now?" Wang Ting was a little speechless and felt that he was wronged. "Wang Ting, is Xianxia okay?" When he and the others saw this scene and quickly asked. "She's fine, she won't die." Wang Ting's skin was touching Xianxia's at this moment, so he naturally knew her condition very well. She wouldn't die, but her origin aura was indeed very weak. If she wasn't treated in time, she probably wouldn't live for long. "What do we do now?" When he and the others asked. "We must replenish her life origin," Wang Ting said. Replenish her life origin. As the geniuses of Cosmic Star Academy, when he and the others naturally weren't ignorant people. They knew very well how difficult it was to replenish one's life origin. At this moment, when they heard Wang Ting's words, they couldn't help but frown. "By the way, are there any heavenly treasures that can replenish one's life origin among the spiritual herbs we are transporting?" A genius of Cosmic Star Academy suddenly asked. "That's right. Wang Ting is a 7-path saint and a saint-stage alchemist. Let him take a look. If there is one, he will definitely recognize it." The other prodigies from the Cosmic Star Academy regained their senses and chimed in. "You are transporting spiritual herbs?" Wang Ting asked in surprise. "Yes." When he nodded. "Let me take a look," Wang Ting said. In his hands. When he turned his head to look at Rong Yin, who was being escorted by the crowd. His brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Rong Yin, hand over the spiritual herbs. Those are the spiritual herbs that the upper echelons of the major forces asked us to transport. You have no right to use them." Rong Yin was seriously injured. Hearing their words, she raised her head, revealed an ugly smile, and said weakly. "What do you want?" When he asked with a frown. "Let me go, and I'll pretend that nothing happened. I can naturally hand over the spiritual herbs and pretend that I don't know anything," Rong Yin said. "Huh?" Wang Ting was a little surprised. He looked at Wen He and asked, "What's going on?" "This must be Junior Wang Ting, I've heard a lot about you." Rong Yin looked at Wang Ting and smiled weakly. Wang Ting still looked at Wen He and didn't look at Rong Yin. He felt that this guy was a hypocrite, so he couldn't be bothered with him. "This is just a misunderstanding." "It's nothing." Rong Yin still wanted to say something. "Shut up." Wang Ting looked at him calmly and said lightly. Rong Yin's face suddenly stiffened. The muscles on his face twitched a few times. He wanted to refute, but when he thought of Wang Ting's strength, he immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. When he found it hard to speak, but when he thought of Rong Yin's shameless words, he couldn't help but feel angry. He immediately explained. "Tisk." After Wang Ting heard, he couldn't help but look at Rong Yin. His gaze was strange, and he laughed, "You're a talent." Rong Yin's eyes twitched. He knew that the other party wasn't praising him, but scolding him. He cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only show a forced smile. "Actually, this is all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to escape and find someone to save them." "Okay, it's useless for you to explain this to me." Wang Ting waved his hand and said, "There's nothing wrong with you running for your life. They probably won't do anything to you. At most, they'll just tell them what you did. Am I right?" Wang Ting looked at Wen He and the others. "Yes." Wen He and the others nodded. They really couldn't do anything to Rong Yin. It wasn't a big crime for him to run away. At most, it was a loss of character. Rong Yin's face turned green. They couldn't do anything to him. If this matter was exposed, would he still have the face to stay in Starry Sky Academy? What would others think of him? Just thinking about it made him shudder. "Hand over the elixir." Wang Ting didn't say anything more and said lightly. If you promise me that you won't tell anyone about this, I'll give you the elixir. Rongyin saw that they had shed all pretenses and no longer pretended. Impossible. When he said, "It seems that you don't want to save Ling Xianxia." Rongyin sneered. You're really shameless. You usually fawn over Ling Xianxia, but now you're using her life to threaten us. A genius from Starry Sky Academy rebuked angrily. You forced me to do this. Rongyin said. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just search him. Wang Ting said. You dare. Rongyin's eyebrows twitched. He stared coldly at Wang Ting and said, Wang Ting, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a little strength. If you dare to search me today, I won't let you go. This Rongyin's identity isn't simple. He's from the Rong clan. When he immediately transmitted his voice. Rong clan. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He transmitted his voice, never heard of it. When he went silent for a moment. He felt that Wang Ting didn't put the Rong clan in his eyes. He helplessly explained, the Rong clan is a strong clan in the Meng Rong weave. They're very strong. This Rongyin is a genius from the Rong clan. Even the president of our Green Vines Association is a genius from the Rong clan. Oh. Wang Ting thought. No wonder these people didn't dare to touch this Rongyin. He was a hot potato. Our Green Vines Association is ranked in the top 50 in the 7-star academies. Our president is a sector lord. His strength is extremely strong. When he was afraid that Wang Ting didn't know Rongyin's identity, he transmitted his voice again. Top 50. A sector lord martial warrior. Wang Ting smiled gently. When he should have already told you my identity. Rongyin saw that Wang Ting didn't speak for a long time and sneered arrogantly. Yes, the Rong clan. So you want to use the Rong clan to threaten me? Wang Ting smiled. So what? Rongyin narrowed his eyes. He felt that this guy's attitude was a bit strange, but he still replied coldly. It's been a long time since someone dared to threaten me. Wang Ting laughed and looked at Wen He and the others. Rongyin has already been killed by the dark apparition of the demon rock race. Don't you think so? You. Rongyin's pupils constricted. He didn't think that Wang Ting would dare to do this after knowing his identity. Wen He and the others were also stunned. If there weren't many people, they wouldn't mind doing this. But with so many people here, if news leaked, they wouldn't be able to answer to Cosmic Sky College. Especially now that the war was about to start, the higher-ups had already given a strict order to not kill each other. Although Rongyin made a mistake, he didn't deserve to die. Also, it wasn't up to them to judge. Therefore, they planned to take him back and let the higher-ups deal with him. Not to mention the existence of the Green Vines Association and the Rong clan. Just as when he said, Rongyin's identity was too special. No one could easily touch him. However, judging from Wang Ting's words, he seemed to want Rongyin to stay here. Wasn't he afraid that the Green Vines Association and the Rong clan would cause trouble? When he and the others looked at Wang Ting. The words "Are you kidding us?" were written all over their faces. Come, everyone stab him once and send him on his way. Wang Ting took out a battle sword and ordered everyone to attack. Rongyin's face darkened. He really didn't expect this guy to be so black-hearted. He attacked without any hesitation. Was the name of the Rong clan not useful? Don't be afraid, I'll be the first. If there's anything, we'll deal with it together. Wang Ting smiled and walked towards Rongyin. You dare? Rongyin shouted with a stern expression. Why wouldn't I dare? Guess if I kill you, will anyone punish me? Wang Ting said. Rongyin was speechless. He suddenly thought of Wang Ting's identity. If it was anyone else, they might not dare to do anything to him. But Wang Ting might not. The other party was a 7-path saint and an extremely talented genius of the martial path. He was much more valuable than him. Ever since Wang Ting went missing, the Vice Professional Union Headquarters, Virtual Universe Company, Starry Sky Academy and other major powers were frantically searching for him. Compared to them, he was nothing. If Wang Ting really killed him, he probably wouldn't receive much punishment. At most, it would be a small punishment. And after all, he was the one in the wrong. The other party had the high ground and was in an invincible position. Even the Rong clan might not be willing to become enemies with this guy for him. In an instant, Rong Yin's heart turned cold and his entire body turned cold. Where should I start? Wang Ting walked in front of Rong Yin and gestured with his sword, as if he was looking for a suitable place to start. Rong Yin's hair stood on end and his scalp went numb. He hurriedly shouted, "I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over." He was afraid that if he shouted too late, the other party would stab the sword into his body. Then he would be so wronged. His stubbornness and arrogance from before had all been thrown away. What face, what reputation, what was more important than his own life? You should have done this earlier. You're wasting my time. Wang Ting rolled his eyes, hand it over. Rong Yin's expression was ugly, his complexion alternating between green and white. But he did not dare to say anything at all and immediately handed over an interspatial ring. When he and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Their gazes when looking at Wang Ting were immediately somewhat strange. Indeed, evil people needed to be dealt with by evil people. At this moment, in their hearts, although Wang Ting was not some bad person, he was labeled as black-bellied. Otherwise, how could a normal person come up with such a ruthless method, one person, one blade? If it really went down like that, Rong Yin would really be miserable. Fortunately, he followed his heart in the end. Otherwise, they really did not know which blade to stab or which blade to stab. Wang Ting did not know what everyone was thinking and also did not know how they were silently criticizing him in their hearts. At this moment, he received that interspatial ring and took a look. He discovered that it was actually ownerless. His spiritual force immediately probed inside and saw a large number of spirit medicines. How is it? When he could not resist asking. Wang Ting shook his head disappointedly and said, "There are no spirit medicines that can replenish life source inside. What should we do?" Wen He's expression changed slightly and said, "Don't worry." Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly and said, "Let's go back to the spaceship first. You guys tell me about the recent situation." When he no longer hesitated. He also knew that spirit medicines that could replenish life source were not so easy to find. It was normal that Rong Yin's interspatial ring did not have any. After all, these spirit medicines were to solve the injuries caused by the power of darkness and were not specially prepared to heal life source. Just now, he was just holding on to a glimmer of hope. Since he could not find it now, he could only think of another way after arriving at Torch Dragon Planet. Wang Ting did not waste any time. He immediately took out the Fire River spaceship, carried Xianxia in a princess carry, and flew straight into the spaceship. Sector Lord level spaceship. When he and the other geniuses of Cosmic Star College were very surprised. They did not expect Wang Ting to have a Sector Lord level spaceship. Rong Yin was able to have a Sector Lord level spaceship because of his identity as a member of the Rong family. Usually, he was the envy of others. In the end, Wang Ting also had one. This was really surprising. However, they immediately thought of Wang Ting's identity. Saint of the Seven Paths, he should be very rich, right? Thinking of this, a thought appeared in everyone's mind. They had to have a good relationship with him. It was not easy for them to have such an opportunity. If they did not take advantage of it, they would not have such an opportunity in the future. They were lucky to have met Wang Ting at the critical moment. Otherwise, they would have lost their lives today. Everyone had this thought and entered the Fire River spaceship. They looked around curiously. Seeing the luxurious and noble interior, they were even more envious. Any martial artist wished to have a Sector Lord level spaceship that belonged to them. Unfortunately, they could only dream about it. They were still far from reaching Sector Lord level, let alone having a Sector Lord level spaceship. As for immortal level spaceships, they did not even dare to think about it. Even the geniuses of Cosmic Star Academy did not dare to say that they would definitely reach immortal level. However, Sector Lord level was something that most people had hopes of. Rong Yin saw Wang Ting take out a Sector Lord level spaceship and was shocked. Then, he became even more wary of Wang Ting. This guy's identity was indeed higher than his. He could not offend him. Wang Ting, what about the demon rock race ship behind us? When he entered the ship and suddenly remembered something. Don't worry, that ship is my spoils of war. I will not leave it alone. Wang Ting smiled mysteriously. With the existence of Yuan Gun, he did not need to worry about things like flying the ship. When he saw this and naturally did not ask any more questions. Where are you transporting your spirit herbs to? Wang Ting asked. Torch Dragon Planet. When he said. Okay, let's go to Torch Dragon Planet. Wang Ting ordered. The Fire River ship turned into a dark red stream of light and disappeared from the spot. The Devil Cliff Race's warship also started to move. It turned into a stream of light and followed closely behind. Moreover, a cloud of black fog spread out and wrapped around the warship. The entire warship sank into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he and the rest were shocked when they saw the scene behind them through the ship's simulation. The Demon Cliff Race's warship had actually disappeared. What had just happened? Everyone was puzzled and looked at Wang Ting. A string of question marks appeared on their heads. Wang Ting smiled and did not explain anything. This made everyone even more curious. There were several times when they wanted to ask, but when they saw Wang Ting's expression, they knew that he would not say anything. They could only suppress their curiosity. Rongyin felt that he could not see through this guy at all. When he saw him kill the upper-level Demon Emperor Dark Apparition, he felt that it was incredible. However, because of his identity as a member of the Rong family, he had something to rely on. But now, after interacting with him, he had unknowingly put away his pride and did not dare to be presumptuous. Take a seat. Wang Ting waved his hand and leather sofas and chairs immediately appeared around them. There were also delicious food and wine. It was a dazzling sight. Then, he sat down and made an inviting gesture to break the silence. He said to Wen He, tell me about the situation in the 3 territories. Okay. When he came back to his senses and sat down, he immediately began to narrate. On the Fire River spaceship. In a luxurious room, Wang Ting stood quietly in front of a bed, staring at the woman on the bed. Xianxia was lying on it, unconscious. After returning to the Fire River spaceship, Wang Ting learned about the current situation of the 3 weaves from Wen He and the others. He had a basic understanding of the war. In general, the Dark Apparitions and the Light Universe had yet to completely start a war. Both sides were still waiting for an opportunity. However, a small-scale battle had already begun. On the other hand, the Light Universe was at a disadvantage, and the situation was not optimistic. Within the 3 weaves, a large number of areas were occupied by the Dark Apparitions, and the star sector controlled by the Light Universe was constantly shrinking. The Light Universe did not sit still and wait for death. People from all the major forces had already gathered outside the 3 weaves and were actively preparing to participate in the war. Many cultivators entered the 3 great territories in succession in order to reinforce the 3 great territories. Now, in order to reduce casualties, the upper echelons of the major forces allowed their geniuses to enter the 3 weaves and transport the spiritual herbs to planet Torch Dragon. The reason why they had to transport them to planet Torch Dragon was that the sub-professionals of the Sub-Profession Alliance headquarters were now there. This made Wang Ting feel a lot more at ease. It seemed that many people had successfully escaped from the battle of the Sub-Profession Alliance. Sigh, troublesome. Wang Ting collected his thoughts and looked at Xianxia on the bed. He couldn't help but sigh and mumble, women are really troublesome. It might be difficult for others to solve the problem of Xianxia's life source, but it was not difficult for Wang Ting. He naturally had a way. However, the price to pay to restore her life source was not small. He was considering whether he should pay this price himself. Previously, he first checked the spiritual herbs transported by Rongyin to see if there were any spiritual herbs that could restore her life source. After all, why would he use his own when he could use the public's things? It would be a loss. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. Wang Ting shook his head and stopped thinking about it. A jade box suddenly appeared in his hand. After opening it, a rich life aura immediately spread out from it. A strange-looking green Ganoderma was lying quietly in the jade box. Life green Ganoderma, This was an extremely precious and special spirit medicine that Wang Ting had obtained from the Fire River Realm Lord's treasure trove, and he hadn't used it until now. The life green grass was extraordinary and could even replenish the life source of a sector lord. Hence, even Wang Ting wasn't willing to take it out. After all, Xianxia was only at the universe level. Using this life green Ganoderma was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, spirit herbs that could replenish one's life source were not easy to find. In this situation, how could they find other spirit herbs that could replenish one's life source in a hurry? You're lucky. Wang Ting no longer hesitated. Since he had taken it out, it meant that he had already made his decision. Naturally, he would not hesitate anymore. In the next moment, a golden light bloomed between his eyebrows, and wisps of spiritual force swept out from it. The life green mushroom immediately floated out of the jade box. Boom! Wang Ting's eyes flashed and a cluster of green flames emerged from his hand. Under his control, the life green Ganoderma immediately flew into the flames. Wisps of even richer life energy spread out from the green jade glass flame. Wang Ting's expression was solemn. His spiritual force sealed all the life energy in the room and then focused on refining the life green Ganoderma. It wasn't that easy to refine the life source energy within the life green Ganoderma. It was very difficult to refine such a spirit herb. Life source was an extremely fragile and unstable form of energy. It wasn't like other forms of energy that ordinary martial artists could come into contact with. Ordinary martial artists couldn't even absorb life source energy. In short, compared to other energies, life source energy was more illusory and unpredictable. If one didn't have strong enough spiritual force, it would be very difficult to sense the existence of life source. It was very likely that it would be destroyed during the refining process. Fortunately, Wang Ting had strong enough spiritual force. Moreover, he often came into contact with life source energy and was very familiar with it. In addition, with the help of the heavenly flame, refining this life green Ganoderma was naturally easy. At this moment, the temperature in the room suddenly rose. The life green Ganoderma also began to melt. Traces of impurities were refined and then stripped out under Wang Ting's control. A head-sized green medicinal liquid was suspended in the green jade glass flame. As it was refined, it emitted a dazzling green light. Rich life energy constantly swept out from it. As long as one smelled it, one's life force would probably be improved. Wang Ting's spirit was slightly shaken. Looking at the medicinal liquid, he couldn't help but feel a little pained. This life green Ganoderma was indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, it was now going to be taken advantage of by Xianxia, this ice-cold woman. He didn't rush to let Xianxia use it. Instead, he continued to refine it, making the medicinal liquid of the life green Ganoderma purer so that its medicinal effects could reach the best. Time slowly passed. Under Wang Ting's refining, the head-sized medicinal liquid kept shrinking and gradually condensing. After a while, it was only the size of a fist left. It was several times smaller than before. However, the rich aura of life had also increased by a few times. Even Wang Ting felt refreshed when he smelled it. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Holding the medicinal liquid wrapped in flames in one hand, he came in front of Xianxia, opened her mouth, and stuffed the medicinal liquid into it. The moment the flame touched her body, it disappeared instantly. He controlled it perfectly. For Wang Ting, this wasn't a difficult thing. The fist-sized medicinal liquid immediately poured into Xianxia's stomach, causing her whole body to emit a green light, faintly turning into a light shield, enveloping her. In just a few breaths, the life energy on her body thickened at a speed visible to the naked eye. And a slight groan suddenly sounded in this quiet room. This groan was really very different. Wang Ting had heard many women make similar sounds, but none of them were like Xianxia's. Her voice clearly carried a trace of coldness, but it was such a slightly ambiguous voice that there was a trace of hoarseness in it. It was really strange, and it made people's hearts soften. He looked at Xianxia with a strange expression and just happened to meet her beautiful eyes that were slowly opening. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Wang Ting thought of his previous actions and was suddenly at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say at all. Xianxia ignored Wang Ting for the time being because she felt that the life energy in her body had recovered a lot. Although it hadn't completely recovered, there was an extremely rich life energy in her body that was constantly fusing into her body. It shouldn't be long before she could completely recover and even surpass her original life energy. In other words, she had actually profited from a disaster. Xianxia's face was full of surprise. Only then did she look at Wang Ting again. There was no one else here except for him. Moreover, no one else should have such ability, right? Were you the one who saved me? After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia finally asked. Wang Ting saw that she didn't dwell on the previous matter and was slightly relieved in his heart. He smiled and asked in return, what else? Thank you. Xianxia's expression was a little complicated. The previous scene appeared in her mind. Although she was still a little embarrassed, she still thanked him. No need to thank me. I gave you the life green Ganoderma. Remember to return it to me, Wang Ting said. Xianxia was silent for a moment. She didn't know why, but she felt that this guy seemed to be a little straightforward. Other people gave favors and didn't ask for anything in return. But he was good. She had always repaid kindness. She was naturally very grateful to Wang Ting for saving her. She would definitely repay him in the future if she had the chance. However, this guy's words really made her a little unhappy. You saved me twice. Once, you saved me from the dark apparition of the demon rock race. The other time, you gave me the life green Ganoderma. I will remember both. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Xianxia propped herself up from the bed and said coldly. So it can be counted in this way. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. A sly smile suddenly appeared on his face. He said, you are too polite. We are all students of Starry Sky Academy. Moreover, you and I have known each other for a long time. It is only right for me to help you. Hee hee. Xianxia laughed. Wang Ting. Why did it feel like this woman was angry with him? It seemed that no matter how cold her temperament was, as long as she was a woman, she would also throw a little tantrum. He sized up Xianxia a few times and became more and more certain that she was angry with him. He couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. He felt that it was very interesting. There weren't many people who could see this side of Xianxia, right? Xianxia was a little annoyed by his stare. At the same time, she wondered why her mood had changed so much. She secretly took a few deep breaths and returned to her usual cold temperament. She opened her mouth and changed the topic. Why are you here? It's just a coincidence, Wang Ting said. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She thought of many possibilities, but she didn't expect such an answer. What a coincidence. The space transmission array just happened to be next to you, Wang Ting said. Xianxia nodded and said self-deprecatingly, it seems that my luck is not bad. Sparrow food, Wang Ting nodded and said. Xianxia was speechless. She had already experienced the thickness of this guy's skin. She was already used to it. During the Battle of Geniuses, many people had seen this guy's way of doing things. It really left a deep impression on them. They couldn't forget it no matter what. Many people thought that you were dead. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. She looked deeply at Wang Ting and said. Hee hee, that's because they don't know me. Those who know me know that I won't die so easily. Wang Ting chuckled. Xianxia nodded and said, probably no one would have thought that not only did you not die, but you also became so powerful. Speaking of this, she felt a little complicated in her heart again. Back then, everyone was a genius from the Qian Empire's Battle of Geniuses. Although this guy's strength was indeed far superior to everyone else, he became the well-deserved number one and even made it onto the stars list, making many geniuses look up to him. But at that time everyone was holding back their anger and wanted to catch up with him after entering Starry Sky Academy. After all, at that time, although the gap was huge, it was not insurmountable. Everyone was a genius, and no one would easily admit defeat. It was the same for her. Even after entering Starry Sky Academy, she felt that her strength had improved a lot, and the gap between her and Wang Ting should have narrowed a lot. Who would have thought that the gap would not only not narrow, but become even bigger, when the geniuses of their batch were still at the universe level, Wang Ting had already advanced to the domain master level and could kill an upper-level demon emperor level dark apparition. This kind of strength and talent made Xianxia, a proud girl, feel a little discouraged. The gap was really too big. I was just lucky. Wang Ting didn't know what she was thinking, and he didn't know that the strength he displayed had made this woman, who was as cold as ice, feel a little discouraged. He just smiled. Xianxia glanced at him again and didn't say anything more. She naturally knew that the other party's current achievements could not be explained by luck. During the time he was missing, he should have experienced a lot of things. And this was something she couldn't imagine. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have improved so much. Okay, I won't disturb you anymore. Absorb the life origin energy well. It will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. Wang Ting waved his hand and walked toward the door of the room. Thank you. Just as he walked to the door, Xianxia's voice came from behind again. It's nothing. Wang Ting's mouth curved into a smile. Without looking back, he waved his hand and walked out of the room. After walking out of Xianxia's room, Wang Ting returned to the main control room of the Fire River. You're really generous. You actually gave her the green Ganoderma of life. Yuan Gunggun's figure floated to the side. He teased, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to her. You don't say. Although she's a little cold, she's very different from other women. She has a unique charm. Wang Ting was speechless. He glared at Yuan Gungun and said, where did you learn all this nonsense? I learned it from you, Yuan Gungun said. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Okay. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk business. Yuan Gungun's expression became serious. He said seriously, I just logged into the virtual universe and found the star field map of the 3 territories. Take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. A huge star field map of the universe appeared in front of Wang Ting. The area included in the map was the area of the 3 territories. This. Wang Ting took a look and couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. On the star field map, a large area was marked with the color of darkness. It looked darker than the other areas. I marked these areas, Yuan Gungun said. They belong to the areas occupied by the dark apparitions. So many? Wang Ting was a little in disbelief. Previously, when he and the others described the situation, he thought it was okay. Now that he saw the star field map, he realized, it was not okay at all. 3/5 of the area was occupied by the dark apparitions. 3/5 of the area, the darkness in the area was a bit shocking on the universe star map. Wang Ting carefully recalled what he and the others said. It seemed simple, but it revealed a piece of information. The dark apparitions occupied a large area. It was just that he didn't think of this at that time. Of course, it was also possible that he and the others didn't know much about it. Yuan Gungun found the star map in the virtual universe. Its methods were naturally not comparable to he and the others, so the information it had was definitely more comprehensive. Moreover, the marked areas were compiled after Roundy had investigated a lot of information and collected a lot of information. The amount of work involved was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. If it weren't for Yuan Gungun, a domain lord-level artificial intelligence, Wang Ting wouldn't have been able to obtain such comprehensive information. After thinking through this, Wang Ting slowly let out a sigh of relief. His eyes flashed as he stared at the star map in front of him. After looking at it carefully for a while, he suddenly asked, how accurate is your star map? Accuracy? Yuan Gungun was stunned for a moment. He pondered for a while as if he was calculating. After a while, he said, at least 80% accuracy, 80% is already very good. Wang Ting slowly nodded. He was very satisfied with this accuracy. If it was any lower, he wouldn't be able to carry out his plan. But if it was 80% accurate, he might as well take the risk. What are you planning to do? Yuan Gungun asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. Wang Ting smiled. Tisk. Yuan Gungun curled his lips. He was slowly getting used to Wang Ting's behavior of keeping him in suspense. What else could he do if he wasn't used to it? If he kept thinking about it, he would easily be depressed and fall sick. By the way, can you contact the geniuses of the Cosmic Sky College? Wang Ting asked again. This isn't easy. Yuan Gungun touched his chin and said, but why don't you ask when he and the others? Maybe they have a secret way to contact them. That's true. Wang Ting nodded and stopped asking about this matter. Instead, he asked, what about the Demon Rock Race Dark Apparitions warship behind us? Time was tight just now, so he didn't have time to pay attention to the warship. Now that he remembered, he naturally had to ask. That warship is an upper-level Demon Emperor warship, equivalent to a Sector Lord warship. It has various functions, and it has a dark concealment ability that allows the warship to hide in the darkness. It's very suitable for combat of the void. Those geniuses of the Cosmic Sky College should have been deceived previously and didn't discover its existence. As a result, they were caught unprepared, Yuan Gungun said. Of Yuan Gunguns of the Cosmic Sky Yuan of the Cosmic Sky Yuan warship. Yes. Yuan Gungun nodded and said, not only the Cosmic Sky Yuan's warship, but the other Dark Apparitions warships also probably have such a function. It's very troublesome. Wang Ting's expression changed. He obviously agreed with Yuan Gungun's point of view. He wasn't afraid of this concealment ability, and he could even discover it in advance. However, this kind of ability was impossible to guard against. He couldn't open the True Vision Child at any time to check the situation outside the warship. Not to mention the others. Therefore, the only thing he could rely on was the warship's self-detection ability. In fact, the Cosmic Sky Yuan's warships also had similar concealment abilities. The higher the level of the warship, the better the concealment ability. However, compared to the Dark Apparitions warship, the concealment ability was naturally inferior. Suddenly, Wang Ting seemed to have thought of something. The way he used the Dark Star Origin power to conceal himself was very similar to the concealment method of the Dark Apparitions warship. Did the two use the same principle? He immediately told Yuan Gungun about this conjecture and said, go and check the structure of that warship and see if you can find a way to crack it. Yuan Gungun was a peak Grandmaster blacksmith and was not far from the Saint grade. With his attainments, it wouldn't be a problem for him to check a high-rank Demon Emperor grade warship. Yuan Gungun was in charge of the modification of the Fire River back then, so Wang Ting trusted him very much. Okay. Yuan Gungun didn't waste any time and immediately left to carry out the order. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. After returning to the Cosmic Sky Yuan, there were a lot of things to do. It wasn't easy to implement his ideas. The situation was much more complicated than he had imagined. He just stood in the hall of the spaceship's main control room, looking at the void outside. Thoughts were spinning in his mind as he perfected the idea in his heart. When he and the others were still recovering from their injuries and would probably take some time. It would take a lot of time to reach Torch Dragon from here, so there was no hurry. There was no need to rush. After an unknown period of time, a figure pulled Wang Ting back from his thoughts. What are you thinking about? Who else could it be but Xianxia? She quietly came to Wang Ting's side and didn't make any sound because she didn't walk over at all. Instead, she floated over lightly. Wang Ting looked down. She seemed to be always barefoot. Why did her feet stink? However, Xianxia's feet were really beautiful. They were crystal clear and flawless, as if they were carved out of jade. Coupled with the long legs under the white dress, they were even more perfect. He thought of the soft touch he felt when he carried Xianxia back into the spaceship. Legs for years. JPG no, he would never get tired of playing with these legs. It would be great if he could lift them up to take a look. All kinds of messy thoughts involuntarily popped up in Wang Ting's mind. He really wasn't a pervert. It was just that when he saw beautiful things, he couldn't help but want to appreciate them. Of course, it was just a thought. He felt that if he said this directly, Xianxia would probably fall out with him on the spot. A woman like her probably couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. Is your focus always so crooked? Xianxia said coldly. Cough, cough. Wang Ting coughed dryly, a little embarrassed. He was more or less embarrassed to be caught looking at someone else's feet, but he still said stubbornly, "You're barefoot. Are you blaming me?" Ling Qianxue found herself speechless. What could she do in the face of a shameless person? It was fine if he looked at her, but he actually blamed her for being barefoot. There was actually such a shameless person in the world. Wang Ting saw that she had nothing to say and chuckled in his heart. He immediately changed the topic and asked, "Have you absorbed all the life source?" "No." Ling Qianxue shook her head and said, "The rest needs to be absorbed slowly. I can't absorb any more for the time being. The energy of the life-green Ganoderma is indeed boundless. For you now, it's still a little too much," Wang Ting said. Ling Qianxue's expression was complicated. Only now did she know what kind of precious elixir Wang Ting had given her. Originally, she only knew that elixirs that could replenish life source must be extremely precious, but she didn't know what the life-green Ganoderma was. Now that she had absorbed the life source energy, she knew how extraordinary the life-green Ganoderma was. Just now, she had only absorbed a part of the life source energy. Not only did it replenish the life source energy that had erupted previously, but it also seemed to have loosened her martial arts realm. This was nothing. The most incredible thing was that even her sacred ice body had improved a lot. A treasure that could improve one's physique was extremely rare. Her sacred ice body only had the opportunity to improve after entering Starry Sky Academy. Now, a stock of elixir could actually improve her sacred ice body. How could she not be surprised? Moreover, she had a hunch that after she absorbed the life source energy of the life-green Ganoderma, she might be able to improve her sacred ice body to the 4th level. Obviously, this time, she had really profited from a disaster. However, it was also because of this that she couldn't be angry with the guy in front of her no matter what. No matter how presumptuous his gaze was, it seemed to have become forgivable. Of course, this was not only because of the benefits brought by the life-green Ganoderma, but also because the other party had spared no effort to help her. This made her heart ripple, and she felt a little different. In the past, she only admired the other party and regarded him as a goal to pursue. But now, she felt that she seemed to have gotten a lot closer to him. This feeling was incredible. Because with her temperament, there had never been a man who could make her feel so different. Wang Ting didn't know what Ling Qianxue was thinking. The reason why he helped her was that he felt that Ling Qianxue's talent was very good. If she died like this, it would be a pity. In the future, if he wanted to take advantage of the sacred ice body, he didn't know where to go. In addition, the life-green Ganoderma didn't seem to be very useful to him. Otherwise, this spiritual herb wouldn't have been left in his space equipment to collect dust. In comparison, treating it as an investment and giving it to Ling Qianxue seemed to be a very good choice. Obviously, this investment was slowly showing its effects. At least, Ling Qianxue's perception of him had changed greatly. It was just that Wang Ting didn't know it himself. Ling Qianxue came back to her senses and asked again, "What were you thinking about just now?" "I was thinking about how to deal with the dark apparition genius." Wang Ting didn't hide anything and said directly. "Do you have a way?" Ling Qianxue's eyes flashed, and she quickly asked. "I have a little idea," Wang Ting said as he touched his chin. "What idea?" Ling Qianxue's cold face didn't change much, but the light in her eyes showed that she was extremely curious. She also hated those dark apparition geniuses. If it weren't for Wang Ting's help this time, she would definitely have died in the hands of the dark apparition genius. Now that she had a chance to take revenge, she naturally wouldn't let it go. "No hurry. I'll inform when he and the others." "We'll talk about it when they come out," Wang Ting said. When he and the others quickly came, but when they saw Ling Qianxue beside Wang Ting, they were a little surprised. Wasn't Ling Qianxue unconscious? Why was she standing here all right? Moreover, he looked as if nothing had happened to him. He was completely different from the weak and frail person from before. "Ling Qianxue, you?" A female warrior from Starry Sky College couldn't help but ask. She usually interacted with Ling Qianxue, so there was no barrier when she asked. "He saved me," Ling Qianxue said as she glanced at Wang Ting. "Wang Ting?" Everyone immediately looked at Wang Ting in surprise, but they quickly understood. They should have thought about it. Other than Wang Ting, who else could save Ling Qianxue? However, they didn't understand how Wang Ting saved Ling Qianxue. Didn't he say that there were no elixirs that could replenish life force? Everyone has almost recovered, right? Wang Ting didn't explain anything and asked instead. Thanks to the elixirs you gave us, we have almost recovered, Wen He said quickly with a grateful expression. Previously, after Wang Ting understood the situation in the 3 major territories, he gave them some healing elixirs to help them recover as soon as possible. When he and the others already knew Wang Ting's identity as the Saint of the 7 Paths. When they saw him take out a lot of elixirs, they weren't surprised. They even looked forward to it. The result was naturally not beyond their expectations. Wang Ting's elixirs were indeed miraculous. Not long after taking them, they felt that most of their injuries had recovered. The elixirs they had taken in the past didn't have this kind of medicinal effect. Wang Ting, your alchemy skills are really amazing. The effects of those elixirs are really good. You are indeed a saint-level alchemist. Isn't that so? I have never used such powerful elixirs. Not only that, I feel that the medicinal effect seems to be very pure. It won't leave any impurities in the body. These must be elixirs that you refined after advancing to the saint level. In the future, I will also be someone who has used elixirs refined by a saint-level alchemist. Everyone spoke one after another. They admired Wang Ting's alchemy skills very much. They looked at him as if they were looking at a naked beauty, full of passion. Xianxia also couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. This guy was quite generous. His alchemy skills were indeed very strong. People couldn't help but admire him. Actually, these elixirs were refined before I advanced to the saint level. Recently, I haven't had much time to refine elixirs, Wang Ting said. Everyone suddenly quieted down. Looking at Wang Ting, it seemed that they couldn't react. Elixirs refined before advancing to the saint level already had such a miraculous effect. Then what about after advancing to the saint level? They didn't dare to think about it. They didn't dare to think about it. Everyone suddenly felt that Wang Ting's alchemy skills were really high. They couldn't even guess how high they were and were very curious. Since everyone has almost recovered, let's talk about business. Wang Ting interrupted everyone's thoughts. Go ahead. When he and the others took their seats, their expressions serious. Do you have the contact information of other geniuses? Wang Ting looked around and asked. When he and the others didn't expect Wang Ting to ask this question. They hesitated for a moment, but out of trust in Wang Ting, they still said, we don't have contact information for other forces geniuses, but we do have a public contact information for the geniuses of Cosmic Star Academy. Oh? Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He didn't expect there to be such a surprise. Although they didn't have the contact information of other forces geniuses, it was already a good result to have the contact information of Cosmic Star Academy's geniuses. After all, he already knew from when he and the others that Cosmic Star Academy had sent a lot of geniuses this time. But when he wanted to say something but stopped. But what? Wang Ting asked. That public contact information is mainly used to transmit information. For example, if you encounter danger, you can send a message out. We used it once when we encountered the dark apparition of the demon rock race, when he explained. You mean this method of transmission is one-sided and the other party may not respond? Wang Ting frowned. Yes. When he nodded and smiled bitterly. This can't be helped. After all, even within Cosmic Star Academy, there are many factions. No one can easily trust others, especially now that they are facing the dark apparition. Once the communication is connected, it is very likely that their location will be exposed. It's very dangerous. It's really a bit difficult. Wang Ting rubbed his eyebrows. It was a bit difficult. When he was right. Even within Cosmic Star Academy, there were many factions. How could others easily listen to one person's orders? Even a strong practitioner at the Sector Lord level wouldn't be able to command all the geniuses under such circumstances, let alone a strong practitioner at the Domain Lord level. Just the geniuses of Cosmic Star Academy alone were difficult to deal with. The geniuses of other forces would probably be even more difficult. What exactly do you want to do? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Can't say. Can't say. Wang Ting shook his head. If he told everyone about his method, it would be too shocking. What would other people think of him? Needless to say, no one would agree. Some might even think that he was crazy, so he could only keep it a secret for now. Xianxia was a bit speechless. At this time, he was still keeping her in suspense. What exactly was this guy thinking? Although she couldn't figure out what he wanted to do, she felt that he was going to stir up trouble. He looked like he was holding back something bad. When he and the others looked at Wang Ting in shock. They wanted to see something, but the other party's expression was very serious. They couldn't see anything at all. Just then, the intelligent wristwatch on Wenhe's wrist suddenly rang. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted. Their eyes all fell on the intelligent wristwatch. Who is it? Contacting me at this time? When he looked down and couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt on his face. However, he quickly reacted. No, this is Rongyan's intelligent wristwatch. To prevent him from causing trouble, I took off his intelligent wristwatch and wore it on my wrist. Rongyan's intelligent wristwatch. Wang Ting glanced over. Do you know who contacted him? I don't know. When he shook his head and hesitated. But Rongyan is the leader of our team. Now that someone is contacting us, it's very likely to be the higher-ups of Cosmic Star Academy. Should we accept it? Accept. Why not? We didn't do anything shameful, Wang Ting said. Then let Rongyan come over and open his intelligent wristwatch. I can't use it, Wen he said. He took off the other party's intelligent wristwatch because he was worried that he would cause trouble. However, he couldn't use the other party's intelligent wristwatch. This was common sense, an outsider's intelligent wristwatch couldn't be used. This was because everyone's intelligent wristwatch was bound to their soul. The soul of every living being was unique and couldn't be broken. Yuan Gun, bring Rongyan over, Wang Ting ordered telepathically. Okay. Yuan Gun's voice sounded in his mind. It never appeared when there were other people around. Soon, Rongyan was brought over by a humanoid robot. Almost every spaceship had all kinds of robots. Some were responsible for maintenance, some were responsible for transportation, and some were responsible for all kinds of daily necessities. The robot escorting Rongyan was equivalent to the spaceship's guard. It had a certain degree of attack power and could be used as a warrior. Rongyan's force and mental power had been sealed. He couldn't cause any trouble now. A robot was enough to watch over him. Moreover, this was on Wang Ting's Fire River spaceship. Yuan Gun was monitoring every corner of the spaceship. Nothing could escape its eyes. Therefore, Wang Ting directly locked Rongyan in a cabin and let the robot watch over him. He wasn't worried about any problems at all. Wang Ting, how long are you going to lock me up? Rongyan felt extremely humiliated when he saw that he was escorted by a robot in front of so many people. He couldn't help but snort coldly. I'll let you go when we reach planet Torch Dragon. Wang Ting said casually, someone contacted you. Open your intelligent wristwatch. It must be the higher-ups of the Cosmic Star Academy. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, if the Academy finds out that you've secretly detained me, you won't have a good time when they investigate. Rongyan's eyes lit up as though he had found a backer. He immediately said happily. When he and the others' expressions changed slightly. There was a hint of fear in their eyes. They then looked at Wang Ting. Pa. At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly came out. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, their expressions became strange as they looked at Rongyan's head. They saw that a big bump was bulging at a speed visible to the naked eye. They looked at Wang Ting's hand again. There seemed to be a bolt of lightning in his hand just now. However, it was too fast and appeared very abruptly. They didn't notice what it was at all. The only thing they were sure of was that that thing could discharge electricity. This was because the big bump on Rongyan's head had traces of electric arcs flashing. It looked exceptionally comical. Xianxia was also stunned for a moment. Then, she reacted as though she had thought of something. Her expression was very strange. Rongyan had completely lost his ability to think. His head was a little dazed. Traces of electric current entered his head through the big bump, turning his brain into a lake of lava. Are you going to open it or not? Wang Ting asked casually. Open. Open it right now. Rongyan shook his head. A trace of humiliation flashed in his eyes. However, when he saw Wang Ting's calm gaze, he immediately surrendered without any nonsense. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. This guy could not be speculated with common sense at all. He attacked as he pleased and did not take him seriously at all. Such a ruthless person, wait until he got out of trouble, then consider other things. Although he could not beat the other party, the Rong clan was not made of mud. As long as he was still alive, there would always be a chance to take revenge. Everyone looked at Rong Yin's appearance of following his heart and could not resist rolling their eyes. This guy was really timid and loved to show off. He was a typical bully. It was also because they met Wang Ting, this ruthless person. Otherwise, they really did not know how to deal with him. Hand it over. Rong Yin walked in front of Wen He and stood up again. He was afraid of Wang Ting, but he was not afraid of this Wen He. His tone was very unyielding. Wen He's expression was very ugly. He felt that this guy who sought revenge for the smallest grievance would definitely take revenge on him when he returned. If he had known earlier, he would have listened to Wang Ting and stabbed him to death. Do you believe that I won't beat you again? Wang Ting said. Rong Yin was instantly terrified. He shrunk his neck and once again silently said that a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Then, he gave Wen He a stiff smile and asked carefully, "Can you return the intelligent wristwatch to me?" Everyone was speechless and looked at Rong Yin with disdain. Why did they not realize that this guy was so annoying in the past, when he did not say much? He looked at Wang Ting gratefully and returned the intelligent wristwatch to Rong Yin. Rong Yin did not dare to say much and directly connected to the message. "Show it to me," Wang Ting said. "Okay." Rong Yin could only nod and agree. Then, he tapped on the virtual panel of the intelligent wristwatch a few times. A light was suddenly projected and hung high in front of everyone. In that projection, the figure of an old man appeared. His eyes were turbid and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked very old, like an old man who had one foot in the coffin. Old Ji. When Rong Yin, Wen He, and the others saw the old man, their faces were filled with shock and they quickly bowed respectfully. Even Xianxia was no exception. Her cold face showed a hint of surprise and she bowed with the others. "Elder Ji?" Wang Ting was surprised. He sized up this elder, and a glint flashed past his eyes uncontrollably. Although they were separated by a light screen and the old man's body was not here, he could feel an inexplicable pressure from the old man. This was undoubtedly unbelievable. Because even an immortal rank existence might not be able to give him such a feeling. The old man in front of him was actually able to give him such a feeling. He was not simple at all. What realm was the old man at? What was his identity? Looking at the reactions of Xianxia, Wen He, and the others, it was very likely that he was a senior from Cosmic Star Academy. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind. He was not in a hurry to speak. He wanted to observe the situation first. "You're all fine?" In the projection, the old man finally spoke slowly. He seemed a little surprised. Based on the information he had received, this team should have encountered a dark apparition, and it was very likely that they were all wiped out. He was just holding on to a sliver of hope, which was why he called this number to check on the situation. However, the result was beyond his expectations. Although the number of people was reduced by more than half, there were still many people alive. It seemed that there were still some survivors. Could it be that the elixir was not lost? "Old Ji, we're still alive, but many of our juniors are dead." Rong Yin said with a sad face, "You don't know the situation at that time. We were ambushed by the dark apparitions of the demon rock race and almost got wiped out. Fortunately, I led everyone to fight back and held on for a long time. Then, we were unexpectedly rescued and saved our lives. Everyone, go quickly and try." It was obvious that he wanted to conclude the matter before when he did, and finally cover up the fact that he had abandoned everyone and fled for his life. In his opinion, someone like Old Ji would not care whether he was telling the truth or not. As long as he made it clear, when he could not do anything to him. As for Wang Ting, if he dared to talk back to Old Ji, he would not be able to bear the consequences. "Old Ji, it's not like that." When he heard Rong Yin's shameless words and was so angry that his face turned white, he quickly said, Why are you so insensible? Do you want to trouble Elder Ji with such a small matter? Rongyin interrupted his words and looked at him coldly as he chuckled. You. When he naturally saw the threatening look in Rongyin's eyes and felt extremely aggrieved. Rongyin, what's going on? Let him speak clearly, Old Ji said. Old Ji, it's actually nothing. It's just a small misunderstanding. I will take care of it. How can I trouble you? Rongyin wanted to change the topic. Oh right, I mentioned reinforcements just now. You must be very interested. Oh? Tell me about it, Old Ji said casually. Who do you think this is? Rongyin immediately aimed the projection of his intelligent wristwatch in Wang Ting's direction. He gave Wang Ting a fawning smile and said telepathically, Wang Ting, let's forget about this matter. The Rong family owes you a favor. You don't have to become enemies with the Rong family over such an insignificant matter. Wang Ting looked around and saw the angry expressions on Wen He and the others' faces. At the same time, he saw Lin Qianxua's cold and indifferent gaze. His gaze returned to Rongyin's face, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a meaningful smile. This Rongyin had a good plan. He acted first and reported later. Then, he would come to him to curry favor, and this matter would be considered over. When he and the others were not as powerful as Rongyin. Moreover, Rongyin was the leader of this team and had the advantage. After returning, as long as he controlled the public opinion, even if when he and the others went around talking bad about him, it would be useless. When the time came, would people be more willing to believe when he or Rongyin? The result was obvious at a glance. Of course, Rongyin needed Wang Ting's cooperation in order to do this. This was because he could not do anything to Wang Ting and did not dare to become his enemy. He could only use the name of the Rong family to make Wang Ting hesitate. Wang Ting could not help but shake his head in his heart. He did not know if he should say that Rongyin was naive or scheming. Wang Ting. At the same time, Elder Ji in the projection seemed to recognize Wang Ting. There was a sudden fluctuation in his hoarse and old voice. That's me. Wang Ting smiled slightly and bowed to the old man. Elder Ji looked at him very carefully, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. After a while, he said, You're still alive. Of course. Wang Ting said. How do you prove it? Elder Ji's gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. He stared at Wang Ting and continued. Senior can directly call my intelligent wristwatch, Wang Ting said. Elder Ji did not say anything else and directly turned off the communication with Rongyin. The next moment, Wang Ting's intelligent wristwatch rang. Wang Ting was a student of Cosmic Star Academy. It was not difficult for Elder Ji to find his communication account. Wang Ting smiled and directly connected Yuan Gun. Elder Ji's projection appeared again. He looked at Wang Ting again and suddenly laughed. Good. Very good. Everyone thought you were dead, but you still came back. 82 Chinese network boom. Boom. Boom, a series of rumbling sounds immediately resounded in the void, even overshadowing the rumbling sounds of the surrounding meteorites crashing into each other. The flaming light pillars shot over and surrounded Wang Ting from all directions. There was almost no room for him to dodge. Wang Ting's expression was still calm. With a wave of his hand, the green flames around him immediately condensed into tongues of fire that shot out in all directions like blooming flowers, meeting the flaming light pillars. Boom. Boom. Boom, an even more violent rumble sounded. The tongues of fire collided with the flaming light pillars, erupting with a terrifying force. The flames exploded in the void, and the crimson and green flames filled the void, drowning many meteorites. Most of the flaming light pillars could not stop Wang Ting's green tongues of fire and were instantly blown apart. Then, the tongues of fire swept toward the great meteorite bats behind him, directly binding them tightly. Screech! 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 Ear-piercing screeches immediately sounded, and the great meteorite bats immediately struggled frantically, trying to break free from the shackles of the tongues of fire. However, the tongues of fire were condensed from heavenly flames like the green jade glazed flame. How could they be broken free by ordinary means? Taking advantage of this gap, a large number of green tongues of fire swept out from Wang Ting's body, instantly binding these great meteorite bats. In particular, their wings were directly entangled by the tongues of fire, and they could no longer fly. Sizzle, scorching heat spread out from the tongues of fire, instantly causing the flames on the surface of the great meteor bats to disperse. Then, scorch marks were left on the surface of their bodies. At the same time, the strange heavenly flames invaded their bodies, destroying everything in them. In just an instant, these great meteorite bats, who were originally extremely talented in fire, were injured by the flames. If the warriors of the Torch Dragon clan saw this, they would probably be shocked. Even the warriors of the Torch Dragon clan would have a headache if they encountered the great meteorite bats. Otherwise, they would not have regarded the flaming meteor star field as a forbidden area. However, Wang Ting could easily injure these great meteorite bats, which was really incredible. Moreover, there were so many great meteorite bats around. An ordinary warrior would not be able to finish them off in a short period of time. However, Wang Ting's means could cover a large area of attack. Ordinary warriors could not compare to him. Shrill cries came from the mouths of the great meteorite bats. They had already sensed the threat of death. Originally, after sensing the green flame, the greed in the great meteor bats was aroused and they wanted to devour the flame. They could feel that if they could devour the flames, their talent might be transformed. But now, they were only left with fear. The terror of the green flames was like a bucket of cold water being poured over their heads, waking them up. This green flame wasn't something that ordinary star beasts could devour. Screech! 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 The upper-level Emperor stage star beasts weren't entangled by the flame tongues. They were quite powerful. The flame pillars they shot out of their mouths barely blocked the attack of the green flame tongues. Then, they circled around the green flame tongues and charged towards Wang Ting. They wanted to fight Wang Ting with their physical bodies. "You're courting death." Wang Ting smiled coldly. He moved his fists and directly punched out. The green flames turned into two huge fist prints on his fists. Boom! Boom! In an instant, two upper-level royal star bats were blown up on the spot. Their bodies exploded, and blood and flames splattered in all directions. The scene was quite bloody. The remaining great meteor bats at the upper royal realm, who were rushing over, were dumbfounded. There was a trace of panic in their eyes. They flapped their wings wildly and hurriedly stopped, trying to escape. "You want to leave? It's too late." There was a trace of mockery in Wang Ting's eyes. He disappeared on the spot and appeared above the heads of the upper-level royal star bats. Boom! 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 One after another, fists shot out. Scorching and ferocious waves of origin power smashed downwards. The great meteor bats exploded in an instant. In just a few short breaths, Wang Ting had killed 5 or 6 upper-level emperor-level great meteor bats. When the surrounding great meteor bats saw this scene, they were instantly terrified. Unfortunately, these great star bats below the middle-level royal star bats were all entangled by the green flames. They could not escape at all. They could only watch Wang Ting approach them. Boom! Wang Ting walked over step by step. The green flame swept out from Wang Ting's body and immediately engulfed the surrounding great star bats. Amidst a series of shrill cries, the great meteor bats that were entangled by the green tongues of fire were incinerated, leaving only ashes that dissipated in the void. A large number of attribute bubbles immediately floated out. Wang Ting did not hesitate and immediately picked them up. Life Origin *1600, Soul Origin *1300, Area Master Spirit *4500, Fire Star Force *6500, Flame Pillar *1500, Blank Attribute *16,000, Life Origin *1800, Soul Origin *1500, Area Master Spirit *4300, Fire Attribute Star Force *6000, Flame Pillar *1400, Blank Attribute *15,000. These attribute bubbles were no different from the first great star bat that Wang Ting had killed. They were all the same attribute values. Wang Ting glanced at them and did not pay much attention to them. It would not be too late to take inventory at the end. In the distance, more great star bats were rushing over. Obviously, they did not intend to let him go so easily. Moreover, a few of them had powerful auras. They should be at the peak of the upper-level royal stage. Wang Ting was indeed very powerful, but he still had to be cautious when facing the peak of the upper-level royal stage. Who knew if they had other tricks up their sleeves? Boom, at this moment, a large group of great star fire meteor bats landed. They flapped their wings in unison, and terrifying flames swept out, turning the entire area into a sea of fire. The flames engulfed Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. He could feel the terrifying temperature in the flames. An ordinary area master would definitely not be able to withstand such flames. Moreover, through his eyes of truth, he could see that among the great meteor bats, there was a great meteor bat with a particularly powerful aura. It was hiding among the great meteor bats. It was much smaller than the great meteor bats around it, but the light it emitted was very dazzling. It was undoubtedly a top-notch emperor-level star beast. His eyes flashed, and the green jade glass flame protected him. The scarlet flames around him were all dispersed. The scorching heat could not penetrate the protection formed by the green jade glass flame at all. Wang Ting walked forward as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Green tongues of flame shot out again. G. A few middle-level royal stage great star bats did not have time to dodge. Their bodies were directly penetrated and they died completely. Wang Ting took a step forward and suddenly disappeared. The top-level royal stage star beast seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly let out a shrill cry. The great meteor bats around them seemed to have received an order. They flapped their wings furiously, and the flames around them gathered. Then, they turned into a gigantic flaming bat and flew towards Wang Ting. Boom, the entire void trembled. A terrifyingly high temperature emanated from the flaming bat, sweeping through the starry sky. Everywhere it passed, the asteroids in the distance exploded, unable to withstand the heat. Even the surrounding space began to distort due to the high temperature. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. A strange force suddenly spread out from his body and turned into a huge domain. When this domain appeared, the surrounding meteorites were sucked in, condensing into a huge stone ball, with green flames twining around it. Go! Wang Ting pointed his finger. The stone balls immediately turned into meteors and slammed into the huge flaming bat in front of him. Flaming meteor domain, boom! 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 A series of roars exploded on the huge flaming bat, causing its body to collapse. The huge flaming bat suddenly emitted strong flames, trying to block the bombardment of the stone balls. Unfortunately, it was in vain. Once Wang Ting opened the domain, the fireballs inside it were constantly smashing out. It had no intention of stopping at all. Moreover, the stone balls, which originally needed the Earth star force to condense, could be turned into attacks by only drawing in the meteorites from the outside world. There was no doubt that it saved a lot of effort. Therefore, his attacks could be carried out continuously. An ear-piercing screech erupted from the mouth of the peerless Emperor Star Beast. The surrounding great meteor bats immediately urged their flames to fuse with the flame bat. The flame bat's collapsed body was constantly mended, and it even gradually solidified. Humph! Wang Ting snorted coldly. The fireballs also condensed and turned into a huge fireball in his domain. It was like a star, emitting terrifying fluctuations. The flaming bat opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry. Then, ignoring the bombardment of the fireballs, it rushed toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. The huge fireball also burst out. Rumble, in an instant, the two collided with a loud bang. The terrifying aftermath of the origin power swept out and swept in all directions. The red flames and the green flames rolled in all directions, burning everything. Some low-level great star bats couldn't resist the terrifying aftermath of the energy and exploded on the spot. They died directly. Wang Ting was bathed in the flames and wasn't affected at all. There seemed to be an insurmountable gap between the red flames and the green flames. The green flames were like the king of fire. The red beast fire could only submit in front of it. The collision between the two sides was quickly decided. The flaming bat finally couldn't hold on any longer. Its body collapsed inch by inch and dissipated in the void. The huge fireball ruthlessly smashed forward like a hot knife through butter. The great meteor bats were crushed into a bloody mist one by one. Suddenly, the top-level great star bat let out a shrill cry. Its cry was different from before. It was sharper and more ear-piercing. It also carried a kind of mental fluctuation. It formed visible sound waves in the flames and swept toward Wang Ting. It can attack mentally? Wang Ting was a little surprised. The great meteor bats he met previously didn't have strong spiritual power. Wang Ting knew about them because there weren't many spirit attributes in the attribute bubbles dropped by the great meteor bats. Wang Ting always thought that they might not be good at mental attacks. However, this peerless emperor-level great meteor bat was somewhat beyond his expectations. This was a great meteor bat that had mastered mental attacks. Moreover, this sound wave attack also contained a scorching flame attack. It couldn't be seen as an ordinary flame attack. This was a means of combining mental strength and force. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He seemed to have found something interesting. At this moment, the surrounding great meteor bats also began to chirp. Their voices merged with the cries of the great meteor bat, making the sound wave attack extremely terrifying. Wang Ting's face stiffened. It seemed that something was beyond his expectations. This was a F*King group attack skill? If it was just a single great meteor bat, it might not have been able to unleash such a combination of mental power and origin power attack. However, with that peerless great meteor bat as the catalyst, the other great meteor bats only needed to infuse their mental power and origin power into the attack through sound waves to make it extremely powerful. If this attack was compared to building a building, those low-level bats were at most moving bricks. However, damn it, I'm going to report them. They're cheating. Wang Ting couldn't help but want to curse in his heart. If these great star bats only performed this kind of sound wave attack, it wouldn't be very powerful. There was nothing to worry about at all. However, if a group of great star bats performed this kind of sound wave attack at the same time, there would be a transformation. He had to treat it with caution. However, it was very unfortunate. He was also very good at mental attacks. He could only blame these great star bats for being too unlucky. Whether it was fire or mental attacks, they were all areas that he was very good at. 9 Treasures Pagoda. A soft cry sounded in Wang Ting's heart. Buzz, in his chaotic star realm, an extremely mysterious 9-story pagoda suddenly appeared, emitting a bright golden light. Originally, the 9 Treasures Pagoda had been hidden in the black hole within his body. Now that he had advanced to the level of an area lord, the black hole had transformed into the chaotic star domain. Naturally, the 9 Treasures Pagoda was hidden in the chaotic star domain as well. It usually didn't appear, but when it was used, this pagoda condensed by mental strength would appear. At this moment, the 9 Treasures Pagoda flew out from between Wang Ting's eyebrows and kept expanding. It turned from the size of a finger to a huge pagoda hundreds of feet long, floating above his head. Wisps of terrifying mental fluctuation spread out from it. Boom, the sound wave attack followed and hit the mental fluctuations emitted by the 9 Treasures Pagoda. A muffled sound was heard. The 9 Treasures Pagoda shook violently. The attack launched by a group of great meteor bats was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so afraid. Humph, you want to play mental tricks with me? I'll show you what real mental power means are. Wang Ting snorted coldly, and a strange smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Wisps of mental strength spread out from the 9 Treasures Pagoda and instantly spread into the void. Then, under the effect of this mental strength, a strange change appeared silently. Boom, in the distance, a terrifying great meteor bat suddenly sped over. It spread its wings, which seemed to blot out the sky and the sun, shrouding a large area of the void and emitting terrifying fluctuations. The great star bat, which was at the emperor level, was stunned. Why was there such a powerful creature of its kind here? Could it be an ancestor who had lived for countless years? Was it also attracted by the blue flame? One question after another appeared in the head of the great meteor bat, which was at the top of the emperor realm, making it a little confused. The terrifying aura that kept sweeping over made it tremble. It was too terrifying. Judging from the aura, it was definitely a venerable ancestor. There was indeed a venerable ancestor in their clan. At this moment, the great star bat, which was at the emperor level, completely ignored Wang Ting in front of it. It immediately retreated to the side, as if it was welcoming its ancestor. The great meteor bats in the surroundings were trembling, not daring to make the slightest sound. "How dare you?" At this moment, a majestic voice rumbled from the distance, reverberating in the void. It was deafening. "Ancestor!" The great star bat, which was at the emperor level, was shocked. It had no idea how it had offended this ancestor. "Why didn't you report to me when you found the heavenly strange flame? Do you want me to do it personally? Do you want to keep it for yourselves?" The majestic voice had already approached. The wind howled, and the scorching heat swept out. The incomparably huge great meteor bat descended in an instant. Its pair of bat wings covered a large area of stars, casting a shadow as it hovered above all the great meteor bats. A terrifying pressure shrouded the void. This was definitely the willpower of a venerable ancestor. The great star bats present were even more convinced that this was their ancestor. Even the great star bat, which was at the emperor level, did not dare to have the slightest doubt. Moreover, heavenly strange flame, that green flame was actually a heavenly strange flame. The ancestor could not be wrong. It could not deceive them. Although they lived in a remote corner, they also knew about the existence of the heavenly strange flame. As fire attribute creatures, if they could obtain the heavenly strange flame, their talents and bloodlines would definitely transform. It was even possible for them to advance to the venerable realm in the future. However, although it was excited, the ancestor's words still terrified the great star bat. It could not help but stutter, "Ancestor. Ancestor, please listen to my sophistry. No, please listen to my explanation. We just discovered the existence of this green flame. We wanted to seize it first and use it for our clan. Besides, we didn't know about your existence. If we knew, we would definitely offer it to you." "Humph." That dignified voice let out a cold snort and said indifferently, "I understand that you're thinking for the sake of the clan, but I just don't like your shifty looks and you still want to quibble. Do you really think that I'm easy to fool?" The face of the peerless emperor level, great meteor bat, turned green. Shifty look? Was he talking about it? What was even more outrageous was that the ancestor actually disliked it because of this. Did he have to be so willful? It felt very wronged. "Ancestor, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again." The great star bat's eyes kept flickering. It felt uneasy and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Forget it. Seeing that you are also thinking for the clan, you can't escape death, but you can't escape punishment. Take my hammer of love." The dignified voice came from the sky. Hammer of love? That top-notch emperor-level big star meteor bat was full of questions, and its eyes were full of confusion. It had no idea what the hammer of love was. Boom, but before it could think more, a violent roar came from the sky. Then, a huge flaming hammer fell and smashed toward its head. Its pupils contracted violently, revealing a look of horror. It wanted to dodge but didn't dare to. True hammer of love. JPG, this was really AF * King Iron Hammer. Dong, in the next moment, while it was still hesitating, the hammer that came crashing down viciously landed on its head, emitting a dull thud. The great meteor bat, which was at the royal level, suddenly saw stars. It was dizzy and disoriented, and it could not help but see darkness. Under the bombardment of the giant hammer, it immediately felt that its spiritual body was impacted. Streams of blood flowed out of its mouth and nose. Squeak, the peerless Emperor Realm meteor bat immediately sensed that something was wrong. The venerable realm ancestor in front of it had disappeared with a bang. Even the burning iron hammer had turned into a pagoda that was emitting golden light. The surface of the pagoda was burning with green flames. It was this pagoda that had smashed it hard just now. It immediately felt that it had been deceived, and a strong sense of humiliation welled up in its heart. The human clan warrior in front of it was only at the domain master realm, but he had deceived it, a top emperor realm existence. As the leader of the great Star Bat clan, where would it put its face? Screech, it resisted the dizziness and let out an ear-piercing screech at Wang Ting, wanting to attack. "Shut up!" Wang Ting sneered. He had already controlled the 9 treasures pagoda and smashed it down on the beast's head. Dong, another loud bang was heard. Before the great meteor bat at the royal level could react, the 9 treasures pagoda had already smashed onto its head. B** starred. The great meteor bat, a top-notch emperor-level meteor bat, was so angry that it directly spoke in the human language. Dong. 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 Unfortunately, Wang Ting didn't give it a chance. The 9 treasures pagoda kept smashing down on its head. Spiritual waves gushed out continuously, invading the head of this top-notch emperor-level great meteorite bat. Screech, the great meteor bat, which was at the emperor realm, kept making sharp cries. It wanted to avoid the bombardment of the 9 treasures pagoda, but its head wouldn't listen to it at all. Its spiritual body was attacked, and it was severely injured in a short while. Even if it wanted to use the spiritual sound wave attack again, it couldn't successfully use it again. Wang Ting's lips curled into a mocking smile. Even the illusion formed by his phantom heart technique couldn't block it. The great star bat's spiritual realm could only be said to be mediocre. The other party was simply courting death by fighting with his spiritual power. Wang Ting's spiritual realm had reached the peak of the domain lord level, comparable to a sector lord. How could this great star beast compare? After a while, Wang Ting stopped the attack of the 9 treasures pagoda. The great star bat was completely stunned. Its head drooped as it floated in the air. Its eyes had lost focus, and it looked like it had been played to death. The surrounding great star bats didn't dare to approach at all. They all looked at this scene in horror. These great star bats all had extraordinary intelligence. Wang Ting's strength made them feel extremely threatened. Especially after their leader was subdued, they didn't dare to act rashly. Wang Ting was about to kill these great meteor bats when he suddenly thought of something. He released his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles dropped by the great meteor bats. Domain Lord Spirit * 8500, Fire Star Force * 12500, Bat Sound Wave * 3500, Bat King's Fury * 1600. The first attribute bubble he picked up was this top-notch emperor-level great star meteor bat. Wang Ting was interested in its ability. A few attribute bubbles immediately converged into his body. His spiritual power attribute increased by 8500 points. That was quite a lot. Mind you, Wang Ting didn't kill this top-notch emperor-level great meteor bat, but it had already dropped so many attributes. If he killed it, he would definitely drop more attributes. His fire star force had increased by 12,500. As expected of a great star beast. It wasn't something normal star beasts could compare to. Fire star force, 1500/40,000, domain lord level 4. At the same time, the sound of the barrier shattering rang out from within Wang Ting's body once again. He glanced at his attributes panel and discovered that his fire attribute star force had broken through another realm, reaching the 4th level of the domain lord realm. This speed could really be said to be very fast. From domain lord level 1 to domain lord level 4, it didn't even take a day. The next attribute bubble turned into a piece of realization and merged into Wang Ting's mind. A strange image appeared in his mind. In the picture, there was a great meteor bat. Its body was huge, and it was condensed from flames and light. It looked particularly strange. Suddenly, a strange circulation path appeared in the great meteor bat's body. At the same time, its head shone with golden light, turning into a strange imprint. The next moment, the great meteor bat opened its mouth and let out an ear-piercing screech. The sound waves, wrapped in the power of fire, swept out in all directions. Bat Sound Wave, Sector Lord Level 500/5000, Proficient, Sector Lord Battle Technique. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. Astonishment flashed past his eyes. Who would have thought that this absolute emperor-level great meteor bat's battle techniques could reach Sector Lord level? No wonder normal great star bat couldn't grasp this battle technique. This wasn't just because it had a high requirement on mental strength, but also because its level was high. It needed to reach a certain level before it could be awakened from the bloodline talent. Wang Ting obtained 3,500 attribute points. His mastery of this battle technique went from beginner level to proficient level. He could use it now. This battle technique was indeed a battle technique made from mental strength and origin power. It was very similar to the soul-swallowing sound and God sound wave he grasped. Of course, these three battle techniques each had their own merits and couldn't be lumped together. For the bat sound wave battle technique, not only did it contain mental strength, it also contained the power of flames. To a fighter with strong fire talent and mental strength talent, this battle technique's value was probably even higher than the previous two battle techniques. Mental strength attacks mixed with origin power. This type of battle technique, Wang Ting had only seen a few times. It was very rare. If it weren't for the fact that his spiritual realm was strong enough to crush the Emperor-level Great Meteor Bat, he probably wouldn't have been able to block the bat's sound wave attack. Also, it could stack the sound wave attacks of other great star bats. It was very special. Wang Ting absorbed the comprehension of this battle technique and couldn't help but smile. He was in a good mood. He was very satisfied with this battle technique. The last attribute bubble also turned into comprehension and entered Wang Ting's mind. However, he was suddenly stunned. A strange scene unfolded in Wang Ting's mind again. This time, a group of great meteor bats appeared, and one of them was of very special existence. It suddenly opened its mouth and let out a special cry. The great meteor bats in the surroundings seemed to have received an order. They all attacked in an orderly manner, like a well-trained army. This battle technique is a bit interesting. A light flashed across Wang Ting's mind. He had a hint of understanding and then looked at the attribute panel with interest. Bat King's Fury, Sector Lord level 1600/3000, entry level, another Sector Lord level mental strength battle technique. It was very special. Judging from what he had just learned, this combat skill could actually command the great meteor bats. It could be regarded as a natural-born commanding skill. This made Wang Ting suddenly think of the Wolf King control he had obtained before. It also had a very strong control over wolf packs. The Bat King's Fury he had obtained this time allowed him to control the great meteor bats. To Wang Ting, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. He had originally planned to kill these great star bats and obtain some blank attributes. However, it seemed that he wasn't in such a rush. Next, he was going to carve a formation here. Weren't these great star bats the best tool bats? He had also subdued the Emperor-level Great Meteor Bat, so it posed no threat to him. Besides, he had mastered the Bat King's Fury, so it was not a problem for him to control this group of great meteor bats. It's just that its level is too low. It's only entry level. Wang Ting touched his chin and looked at the top-notch Emperor-level Great Star Fire Meteor Bat. A dangerous glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. Peerless Emperor Tier, Great Meteor Bat, sad face. End of chapter. The top Emperor-level Big Meteor Bat was in despair at this moment. It found that it couldn't defeat the human warrior in front of it. How could his spiritual power be so strong? This wasn't martial arts, a mere area master level martial artist actually had such powerful mind power, to the extent that the mind power technique it was so proud of was completely useless. It couldn't accept this. What made it even more aggrieved was that this human warrior was now looking at it with an evil look, as if he was up to no good. It made it feel like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It was a top emperor level existence, okay, didn't he want to lose face? Couldn't he at least show it some respect? Come, look into my eyes. Wang Ting came over with a smile and said to the top emperor level Big Meteor Bat. I won't look. The top emperor level Big Meteor Bat's eyes flickered, and it immediately turned its head away. Wang Ting was speechless. Damn, this little guy is quite witty. But it made sense. The other party had spiritual power means, so it could be seen that he had dabbled in spiritual power. It was still vigilant. It seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly became extremely dangerous. With a chuckle, the 9 treasures pagoda smashed down again. F***CK. You're sneak attacking again. The top emperor level Big Meteor Bat was like a bat startled by the bow of a bow. It was startled and shouted angrily, trying to dodge. But the distance was too close, and its spiritual power had been severely damaged, so its movements became sluggish. Dong, the top emperor level Big Meteor Bat's head shook violently. It was dizzy and instantly fell into a daze. Wang Ting appeared in front of it in a flash. A strange scarlet light flashed in his eyes and pierced into its eyes. Boom, Before the top emperor-level big meteor bat could react, it instantly fell into a state of confusion. Its spiritual body was shaken, and it was immediately bewitched. When the top emperor-level big meteor bat woke up, it didn't even know what had happened. "Use the Bat King's fury," Wang Ting said lightly. Yes. The peerless emperor-level, great meteorite meteor bat, still wanted to refute, but it found that it couldn't resist the other party at this moment. It opened its mouth and spat out the word yes, which shocked it. What happened? Why would it listen to the other party's orders so obediently? It was obviously very unwilling, but its body was so obedient. It was simply seeing a ghost. This wasn't right. What was even more ridiculous was, how did this guy know about his Bat King's rage, skill? Even ordinary great meteor bats didn't know about this skill. Only great meteor bats that had awakened their bloodline talent would know about it. However, no matter how confused and unwilling it was, it could not disobey Wang Ting's orders. It could only use Bat King's fury. The great meteorite meteor bats around had no idea what was going on. When they heard the cry of the great meteorite meteor bat, they all looked in its direction, waiting for orders. However, the great meteorite meteor bat, a top-notch emperor-level great meteorite meteor bat, only performed the Bat King's fury and did not issue any orders. The surrounding great meteorite meteor bats were completely baffled by this. Was this a game? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He saw a few attribute bubbles floating above the great meteorite meteor bat's head. It was very magical. He immediately picked them up. Bat King's fury *500, very good. There was no problem with the way it pulled the wool. Continue. Wang Ting chuckled in his heart and let the great meteorite meteor bat continue to perform Bat King's fury. Therefore, the great meteorite meteor bat, a top-notch emperor-level great meteorite meteor bat, kept chirping and using its bloodline power to control the surrounding great meteorite meteor bats. Bat King's fury was actually used to suppress the low-level great meteorite meteor bats through bloodline suppression and a certain amount of mind power. This was not a problem for Wang Ting. He had the body of the blood god. As long as he could get the origin blood, he could imitate the bloodline power of any living creature. As the top-notch emperor-level great meteorite meteor bat continued to perform Bat King's fury, Wang Ting pulled more and more wool. The Bat King's fury that he mastered had also been upgraded from the entry level to the proficient level. It was even climbing toward the proficient level. Continue. Wang Ting urged. The face of this peerless emperor-level, great meteor bat, was scrunched up in pain. Even though it was a peerless emperor-level star beast, continuously using Bat King's fury not only took a huge toll on its spirit and bloodline, but even its throat was about to go hoarse from all the screaming. However, in the face of Wang Ting's order, it could not resist no matter what. This made it so desperate that tears were about to fall. Devil, this was definitely a devil. The surrounding great meteorite meteor bats looked at this scene in horror. They naturally also noticed the problem. Their leader seemed to be controlled. But what could they do? Under the control of Bat King's fury, they could not resist. After pulling wool for a while, Wang Ting raised Bat King's fury to the proficient level before finally stopping. Bat King's fury, Sector Lord 300/8000, proficient. Looking at the status panel, Wang Ting reluctantly accepted this result. Then, he looked at the top-notch emperor-level great meteorite meteor bat with disdain. You're a top-notch emperor-level star beast. Why are you so useless? After crying for so long, you only made me reach the proficient level. The top-notch emperor-level great meteorite meteor bat. It did not know what the other party meant, but it could hear that it was being disdained. I need a drop of your origin blood. Wang Ting ignored its resentment and said lightly. The top-notch emperor-level great meteorite meteor bat was extremely angry. Torturing it for half a day was not enough, and now he wanted its origin blood. This was simply bullying the bat too much. Hurry up, Wang Ting said indifferently. The top-notch emperor-level great meteorite meteor bat was extremely sullen. It clearly wanted to resist, but its body was extremely obedient. It actually squeezed out a drop of origin blood from between its eyebrows. It was dumbfounded. Its heart was dead. What was wrong with it? Who could save it? At this moment, It really hoped that an ancestor would appear to save it from the sea of suffering, but that was all fake. 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 Important things must be said 3 times. Wang Ting stretched out his hand, and the drop of origin blood floated into his hand under the other party's eager gaze. Then, a ball of red light appeared from his hand and wrapped around the drop of origin blood. In the red light, the drop of origin blood seemed to be pulled by some kind of force and began to squirm violently. Blood threads spread out from the red light and invaded the drop of origin blood. So that's how it is. After a while, the corners of Wang Ting's mouth curled up slightly. He seemed to have understood something. Suddenly, a special bloodline power spread out from his body. Then, he turned his head and said to the great meteor bats around him, "You all can disperse. Don't go too far. Just stay nearby and listen to my orders." Squeak. 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 The great meteor bats heard his voice and let out a slight squeak. Then, they flew away in all directions. The top-notch emperor-level great meteor bat was dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Why did its little brothers listen to the orders of this human martial artist? A series of doubts appeared in its mind. It immediately turned its head to look at Wang Ting. Then, as if it had sensed something, a trace of disbelief suddenly appeared in its eyes. This. It had clearly sensed a trace of the same bloodline power as itself from this human martial artist. He was using the Bat King's fury? What the hell was going on? Could it be that he made it continuously use the Bat King's fury just to secretly learn it? But this was too ridiculous. Not to mention that they were not of the same race. Just how hard was the Bat King's fury to learn? How could he secretly learn it just by watching it use it? There was a problem. There was definitely a problem. This top-notch emperor-level great meteor bat was already a bit crazy from Wang Ting's actions. Wang Ting completely ignored it. He landed on it and pointed in a direction, ordering, "Take me there." Damn it, impudent, this human martial artist was actually using it as a mount. Gee. The top-notch emperor-level great meteor bat let out a squeak and obediently flew in the direction Wang Ting pointed. Are there other great meteor bats here? Wang Ting asked indifferently. I don't know. I won't tell you even if you beat me to death. This top-level emperor-level great meteor bat thought with grief and indignation, but it immediately replied, there are several other clans that have top-level emperor-level great meteor bats as their commanders. Very good. Wang Ting's lips curled into a strange arc. Although the great meteor bat didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking, it knew that he didn't have any good intentions. It couldn't help but worry. Wang Ting didn't say anything else. He looked at his status panel. He had picked up all the attribute bubbles dropped by the great meteor bats, increasing all his stats. Life origin, 29450/500000 origin of soul, 342000/500000. His soul source and life source had both increased. There were quite a few great meteor bats that Wang Ting had killed, dropping large amounts of soul source and life source stats. Fire star origin power, 35500/40,000, domain lord rank, level 4, his fire star force had also increased greatly. Although it hadn't broken through to domain lord level 4, it wasn't far off. Wang Ting wasn't in a rush. There were quite a few great meteor bats here. It wouldn't be too late to kill them after he used them all up. Plus, the fire energy in this area was very dense. There were many fire star force attribute bubbles here. Maybe after a few more waves, he would be able to break through. Flame pillar, domain lord level 2800/5000, proficient, bat sound wave, sector lord level 3500/5000, proficient. The bat sound wave battle technique had also increased, but it was still at the proficient level. Those normal great meteor bats definitely didn't have as much control as this great meteor bat. No matter how many stats he picked up, they wouldn't be higher than it. On the other hand, the other combat skill, Flame Pillar, had risen from proficient level to proficient level. His mastery level had increased by a whole level. Meteor Bat Fire, 12,000/50,000, level 5. Other than that, Wang Ting had also obtained a special beast fire, called the Meteor Bat Fire. This was the unique beast fire of the Great Meteorite Meteor Bat race. Their race ate meteorite fire for a living. After a long time, this special flame was born in their bodies. It had an extremely high temperature. For ordinary martial artists, this could be considered an extremely troublesome fire attribute technique. And from the level of the meteorite meteor bat fire, it could obviously continue to increase in level. This was also why the great meteorite meteor bats wanted to snatch Wang Ting's green jade glass flame after seeing it. As long as they ate the green jade glass flame, they would have a chance to level up their meteorite meteor bat fire. However, Wang Ting probably wouldn't level it up, because he knew that no matter how much the flame was raised, it couldn't surpass the heaven and earth flame. There was no need. The upper limit of a flame had already been set. No matter how hard one tried, the final result would be there. There wouldn't be any change. This was undoubtedly very sad. But what did it have to do with Wang Ting? Unless there was a free opportunity, he would never waste time and resources to level up this kind of flame. Blank attribute, 155000. Finally, there was the blank attribute. After picking it up just now, Wang Ting now had 155,000 points of blank attribute. Finally, he was no longer poor. Wang Ting looked at the attribute value on the attribute panel. He was so moved that he almost cried. It was really not easy, from having a huge sum of money to being penniless to being quite rich. Who could understand this roller coaster feeling? Fortunately, the great meteorite meteor bat he was riding on didn't know what he was thinking. Otherwise, it would have spat bat fire in his face. For your blank attribute, the great meteorite meteor bat race had suffered too much. Wang Ting steered this top-notch emperor-level great meteor bat through the meteorite belt and successfully avoided all the dangerous spots. This great meteor bat at the royal realm was obviously very familiar with this place. In this way, it saved him a lot of effort. Even if he encountered some meteorites, he didn't need to do anything. This great meteor bat at the royal realm could easily deal with it. Very soon, Wang Ting passed through the meteorite belt. The area in front of him suddenly opened up. A huge planet appeared in front of him. It turned out that behind the meteorite belt, there was a huge planet. The planet was full of the power of fire. The red flames burned fiercely, enveloping the entire planet. It looked particularly spectacular. One by one, attribute bubbles floated on the surface of the planet. As soon as Wang Ting arrived here, he had already noticed their existence. They were so eye-catching that it was difficult not to see them. The densely packed attribute bubbles were like gems all over the ground, waiting for people who knew their stuff to pick them up. Pick them up. Wang Ting's mind moved. His spiritual force was like a huge net that instantly enveloped them. A large number of attribute bubbles were instantly picked up. Fire Star Force *600, Fire Star Force *500, Fire Attribute Star Force *650, they were all Fire Star Force attributes. Wang Ting instantly felt a burning and majestic force sweep through his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. Boom, a rumbling sound rang out as his Fire Star origin power surged once again. Soared, it was indeed soaring. In just a short moment, his Fire Star Force realm broke through from the 4th layer of the Domain Lord level to the 5th layer of the Domain Lord level. Then, it climbed all the way to the 6th layer of the Domain Lord level and continued to rise. Boom, 2 explosions sounded in his body almost one after the other. They were unstoppable and unstoppable. The peak Emperor level Great Astral Meteor Bat instantly felt a burning and powerful aura coming from its back. It couldn't help but be shocked. This human martial artist seemed to have become stronger. He broke through. It can't be. It can't be. How did he suddenly break through? It suddenly realized that there seemed to be some incomprehensible things happening to this human martial artist. Could he be the legendary human prodigy? In the past, it had heard many rumors about the human prodigies, especially the Shining Dragon prodigies. Many of them had entered the Meteor Starfield to train and fought with them. Some of those geniuses broke through in the middle of the battle, which was very ridiculous. Now, it seemed that this human martial artist on its back was even more ridiculous. Fire Star Origin Power, 46500/60,000, Domain Lord Rank, Level 6, Wang Ting glanced at his status panel and found that he had indeed reached the 6th layer of the Domain Lord level and wasn't too far away from breaking through. Reaching the 6th layer of the Domain Lord level was just around the corner. Then, he stopped paying attention to his own realm and looked up at the flame planet in front of him. This wasn't a star, just a planet covered in flames. However, the fire star force on it wasn't much weaker than a star. In fact, it was many times denser. This should be the meteor, Wang Ting muttered. That's right, this is the meteor. The peak Emperor level Great Astral Meteor Bat nodded. It looked at the planet in front of it with a trace of fear in its eyes. From the looks of it, you seem to be very afraid of this planet? Wang Ting said in surprise. The peak Emperor level Great Astral Meteor Bat immediately shut its mouth, indicating that it didn't want to talk to him. Answer me, Wang Ting said indifferently. The temperature of the flames on this planet is very high, and there are some dangerous places. If it suddenly erupts, even peak Emperor level star beasts like us can't handle it. The peak Emperor level Great Astral Meteor Bat only hesitated for a moment before it couldn't resist and started to explain. Are there star beasts on this planet? Wang Ting asked. Sometimes, there are star beasts cultivating on it, and they are all relatively powerful. They are at least at the peak of the upper Emperor level. The Great Meteor Bat, a top-notch Emperor level meteor bat, had given up struggling and said in a rigid tone. Enter this planet, Wang Ting nodded and immediately ordered. The peak Emperor level Great Astral Meteor Bat hesitated again and flew towards the planet in front of it. It had been here before and cultivated on it for a long time, so it wasn't afraid of anything. As long as this human martial artist didn't seek death, he wouldn't die. Boom, as soon as he got close to the planet in front of him, Wang Ting felt a scorching heat coming at him. Even under the protection of the green jade glazed flame, his skin still felt a burning pain. This didn't mean that the green jade glazed flame wasn't strong enough to block the temperature of the outside world, but that Wang Ting wasn't strong enough to exert the power of the green jade glazed flame to a higher level. As everyone knew, the temperature of the heavenly flame could change according to the strength of the holder. If the holder's fire star origin power was strong and pure enough, he could exert the temperature of the heavenly flame to an extremely high level. The origin power was the fuel. The more abundant and pure the fuel was, the more the temperature of the flame could be exerted to the extreme. Of course, there was still a difference in strength between the heavenly flame and the heavenly flame. Interesting. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and there was a trace of curiosity in his eyes. This planet was described in the information given by the Candle Dragon clan. Some of their people had been here before and knew that there were dangers here, but they didn't explain it clearly. It was estimated that everyone encountered different dangers. Moreover, if the dangers were explained clearly, it would lose the effect of training. For the Candle Dragon clan, this place was a training ground that could enhance the strength of the Candle Dragon clan's martial artists. That was why they didn't care and let it exist. Fortunately, this top-notch Emperor-level Great Meteor Bat knew something that allowed him to be prepared. Wang Ting naturally didn't have time to explore this planet in detail now. He had to seize the time to deal with the formation. Bing to see. At this moment, as he approached, Wang Ting felt that the temperature was getting more and more terrifying. He immediately shouted in his heart. An ice blue bead suddenly appeared and floated above his head. Crack. 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 Suddenly, a layer of ice appeared on the surface of his body, wrapping him up like an armor made of ice. Much better. Wang Ting smiled slightly. The temperature here is really high. Bingtasi looked around and said in surprise. The entire star field has extremely rich fire power. If there isn't a source, how can it be maintained for a long time? Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he said. You mean this planet is the source of the fire power in this star field? Bingtasi said thoughtfully. It can be considered the core. The entire star field is quite special and can't be treated as a single source, Wang Ting said. Bingtasi nodded slightly. She had seen similar places before. Places where the power of heaven and earth gathered in the universe could form such strange places. This star field should be a place where the power of heaven and earth gathered. If one looked carefully, they should be able to find many naturally formed marks of heaven and earth, which were the source of the fire power. She hadn't thought of this at first, but under Wang Ting's reminder, she remembered some distant memories. Be careful. All of a sudden, she noticed something and shouted softly. Boom! A terrifying firestorm rose from below. Coincidentally, it was heading towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting's pupils constricted. He immediately punched downwards. At the same time, he opened his mouth and said, "Charge over." Boom! As soon as his voice fell, a huge fist mark exploded from his fist and smashed down like a mountain made of fire. The firestorm that swept over from below suddenly dispersed. Endless fire power spilled out and spread in all directions. The Peerless Emperor-level meteor bat wanted to refute because it felt it was dangerous. However, when it saw the scene, it couldn't help but widen its eyes in shock. Was this still a domain lord-level martial artist? How could he be so strong? So, when they fought before, he didn't use his full strength. Its head went numb. Where did this freak come from? The more shocked it was, the more it didn't dare to be careless. It immediately flapped its wings and rushed into the flames below. As a Peerless Emperor-level star beast of the fire element, ordinary flames naturally couldn't hurt it. Wang Ting had already dispersed the firestorm. The power in it naturally couldn't hurt them. Choose a safer place to land, Wang Ting ordered as he picked up the attribute bubbles around him. This top-notch Emperor-level, great meteor bat, was a lot more well-behaved at this moment. It flew in a certain direction obediently. It was a little familiar with this place. After avoiding several dangers along the way, it soon found a relatively safe place. This place was a tall mountain, and it was also wrapped in burning flames. It was really a mountain of flames. However, compared to other places, the power of the flames here was more peaceful. There were no firestorms that erupted from time to time. It was relatively safer. Wang Ting jumped down from the great meteor bat, a top-notch Emperor-level meteor bat. He looked around and nodded with satisfaction. He said, "Go outside the planet and watch. If anyone else comes, you can't stop them. By the way, there may be dark apparitions coming. You're on your own." As if thinking of something, Wang Ting added another sentence. Dark apparitions? This Peerless Emperor-level meteor bat's eyes suddenly revealed a look of horror. It said, "How can there be dark apparitions?" "You don't need to know that," Wang Ting said lightly. The Peerless Emperor-level meteor bat was speechless. It glanced at Wang Ting. It didn't need to think to know that it must be related to this guy. It had an impulse to curse in its heart. This was not only a fiend, but also a jinx. F***ck. The Peerless Emperor-level meteor bat cursed in its heart and immediately flew out of the planet. "Don't run away." A calm voice slowly came from behind. The Peerless Emperor-level meteor bat's huge body paused in the air for a moment, and then it flew away in an extremely sullen manner. Wang Ting looked at the other party's back as it flew away, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was not so easy to escape. After all, it was a Peerless Emperor-level combat power. Wouldn't it be a waste to let it go just like that? He had to make use of its remaining value. It's time to inscribe the space transmission formation. Then, he looked at the open space under the mountain in front of him. His mind power swept out from between his eyebrows, as if it had turned into a carving knife, and he began to inscribe on the ground. Boom! At the same time, the green jade glazed flame also swept out from his body and fell from the sky. It formed a large inverted green bowl, enveloping the area. The power of the flames from the outside world was completely dispelled and could no longer affect this area. Even though the power of the flames was still seeping out from the ground, under the obstruction of the green jade glazed flame, it did not pose much of a threat to Wang Ting's inscription. As an excellent runemaster, when inscribing runes, one had to consider the interference of the surrounding elements and ignore them as if they were nothing. If one was disturbed, one would fail. That was not an excellent runemaster, but the most ordinary runemaster. And Wang Ting happened to be the best among them. Ordinary interference was no longer enough to make him fail. Not long after, strange ancient space runes appeared on the hot ground, shining with a dazzling silver light. This time, the space teleportation array Wang Ting engraved wasn't big, nor was it of a high level. Because this place was not too far away from planet Torch Dragon. It was completely incomparable to when Wang Ting was teleported back to the light universe from the dark universe. Time slowly flowed by. In just a little over an hour, a spatial teleportation array had been completely inscribed, and a dense spatial fluctuation spread out. Teleport. Without hesitation, Wang Ting swooped down from the mountain and landed in the formation. The space power in his body was instantly injected into the formation. Boom, the ancient space runes on the formation lit up immediately, and the light spread throughout the entire formation. Then, a silver-white pillar of light shot up into the sky. When the light dissipated, Wang Ting's figure had already disappeared without a trace. Outside planet Torch Dragon, on a small satellite. A group of warriors was gathered here, looking ready to fight. The atmosphere was very solemn. Many of them had dark red dragon horns on their heads. They were burly and had dark red scales on their chests and arms. They were the Illumination Dragon lineage cultivators. There were also some warriors from the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, and even the 3 veterans that Wang Ting was familiar with. The aura of these warriors was extremely terrifying. Although they did not deliberately emit it and seemed to be extremely restrained, the faintly discernible aura was still suffocating, and no one dared to approach. Obviously, these were definitely immortal existences. There were actually several immortal existences on a small satellite. If news of this spread, many people's jaws would drop. What was even more terrifying was that there was an almost undetectable will lurking around this satellite as if it had merged with the surrounding void. Even ordinary immortal supremacies would find it difficult to sense its existence. All in all, the entire void around this satellite seemed to be sealed, and even a fly would not be able to fly in. Veterans, are you sure he can teleport here? It's so short, and the fiery false star field is not a good place. It's very difficult to inscribe a space transmission formation. After waiting for a long time, and Torch Dragon Powerhouse finally could not help but speak up. They had been waiting here for a day or two, but they had not received any news so far, so they could not help but feel anxious. One had to know that every day was extremely precious and could not be delayed. If the dark apparitions took advantage of this time to launch an all-out attack, their losses would be huge. Therefore, even with the temperament of immortal existences, they could not help but feel anxious at this moment. We believe in him. The 3 veterans looked at each other. Although they were also a little anxious, they still nodded. As people who had personally experienced the exchange meeting at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters and the subsequent battle, it was difficult for them not to trust Wang Ting, even if the other party's strength was still very weak in their eyes. However, the other party seemed to be able to do some seemingly impossible things, so they were willing to take a gamble with him. Seeing this, the expressions of the Torch Dragon powerhouses changed, and they did not know what to say. They were also very surprised by Wang Ting's deeds, but the current situation could not afford any mistakes. Therefore, seeing the blind trust of the 3 veterans, they could not help but feel a little doubtful and even impatient. In the crowd, an Torch Dragon woman had a complicated expression. Her lips moved, but in the end, she did not say anything. This was not a place where she could butt in. Listening to the guy everyone was discussing at this moment, a figure appeared in her mind, and she sighed in her heart. She originally thought that the other party had fallen, but she did not expect him to return in such a way. That guy was really tenacious. Moreover, the other party could make so many immortal existences, and even the veterans of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters wait for him here. This ability was simply different from when he left Starry Sky Academy. She could not imagine what the other party had experienced. This was not something that could be explained in a few words like in the rumors. Beside her, there was another male warrior from the Torch Dragon clan with his arms crossed and a pair of indifferent eyes looking at the figures in front of him who were discussing the other powerhouses. Although the other party was very calm, Torch Dragon Shuang could still sense the fluctuating emotions in his heart. "Ha, you have such a time too." Torch Dragon Shuang sneered and transmitted her voice. The man from the Illumination Dragon lineage glanced at her expressionlessly, as if he did not take her seriously. "Back then, you were unwilling to rope him in and even disdained him. How do you feel now?" Torch Dragon Shuang did not care and asked with a smile in her tone. "It's November, a new month, the year is almost over, give me some monthly votes, end of chapter. Back then, you weren't willing to rope him in and even disdained him. How do you feel now? This sentence made the corner of Zhu Longye's eyes twitch unconsciously. He looked at Zhu Longshuang expressionlessly and said coldly. Zhu Longshuang, who allowed you to speak to me like this? This Zhu Long clan warrior was Zhu Longshan's brother, the representative of the 7th Cosmic Sky Academy Arbitration Council. Angry out of humiliation? Zhu Longshuang sneered. We're paragons of the Illumination Dragon clan. Our own strength is the most important thing. What's a mere genius from another clan? Why should I get angry over him? Illumination Dragon, Yi said indifferently. You're just saying one thing and thinking another. If you really don't care, you wouldn't pay so much attention to his news. Do you really think I can't tell? Zhu Longshuang laughed unscrupulously and transmitted her voice. Besides, even the immortals of my clan admire him. They might even be very polite to him now. After all, he's a 7-path saint. We can't underestimate him. Zhu Longshuang seemed to feel that it wasn't enough and continued to ridicule. Zhu Longye's facial muscles twitched again. He looked particularly funny. Ha ha ha. Zhu Longshuang laughed. She felt relieved. This Zhu Longye always acted high and mighty. He just cultivated a few more years than her and advanced to the sector lord level. He didn't put her in his eyes. Due to the difference in strength, she was suppressed everywhere. She was very sullen. Now, she finally got back some ground. Although she relied on external forces, it also showed that she had a unique vision. Who could say that this wasn't her ability? Who could look down on a 7-path saint? Even immortals couldn't do it. Zhu Longye was nothing. She was suddenly looking forward to the situation when that guy appeared. How would Zhu Longye react? He's here. At this moment, a light shout came from Elder Bias. He immediately looked at the void in the distance. Although they had told Wan Ting the exact spatial coordinates of this place, there was bound to be a certain deviation in this teleportation. No one knew where he would appear. Now, where Senior Elder Bias was looking, a dense spatial ripple swept out. The immortals present all sensed something. They were surprised. They didn't think that they would really come. Immediately, he became vigilant. No one knew what was behind the teleportation. It would be troublesome if it wasn't Wan Ting. In an instant, all the immortal rank existences were ready to attack. Their eyes were fixed on the void. A buzzing sound rang out, and as the space fluctuated, strange silver-white runes suddenly appeared in the void. They were extremely mysterious and formed a runes array. What exquisite primordial space runes! As a god-tier rune master, Grand Elder Bias's eyes flashed when he saw the rune that suddenly appeared, and he exclaimed with a face full of surprise. Primordial space runes were very rare. Otherwise, space teleportation arrays wouldn't be so rare. Ordinary space arrays had relatively simple runes. At the same time, they were composed of the simplest primordial space runes. These runes were already very difficult to master. In the eyes of ordinary rune masters, they could be considered extremely difficult runes. However, compared to the primordial space runes that appeared in the void, they were still lacking. Even a god-tier existence like Senior Elder Bias couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Senior Elder Red Dust and Senior Elder Tambeli also noticed the primordial space runes. Their eyes also revealed a trace of surprise, and they unconsciously sized them up. Boom! At this moment, the runes array suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, and a pillar of light soared into the sky. However, when it rose up, the surrounding void suddenly emitted a faintly discernible fluctuation that concealed the scene. Looking from the outside, it was impossible to see the pillar of light rising. Everyone looked at the pillar of light until they saw a figure within it. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief. Not long after, the pillar of light slowly dissipated, and a figure stood within it. However, he wasn't in a hurry to walk out of the array. Instead, he spread out the spatial force in his body and fixed the array that hadn't dissipated yet, imprinting it on the ground below. Boom! A loud boom sounded, and the entire satellite seemed to shake. This is array solidification, Senior Elder Bias said in shock. Formation solidification? When everyone heard these words, they all looked curiously at Elder Bias. Elder Bias, what do you mean by formation solidification? Asked a curious Torch Dragon immortal. The so-called solidification of the formation is to completely solidify the projection of the formation during the teleportation, causing it to materialize. This requires extremely powerful mind power and spatial power to accomplish, Elder Bias explained. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the array that was imprinted on the ground in front of them, they couldn't help but feel a trace of disbelief. When they looked at the unbelievably young figure in the array again, their eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of solemnity. Many people had only heard of his deeds before, but now that they saw a trace of his attainments in runes, they couldn't help but sigh. Was this the talent of his secondary profession? It was truly shocking to reach such a level at the age of 20. Moreover, his attainments in runes alone were already so impressive. Then, what level of attainments in his other secondary professions had reached? One could see the whole picture at a glance. At this moment, even the immortals couldn't help but look at the figure with extremely serious eyes. They didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. Their previous suspicions naturally dissipated completely with his appearance. This guy had really constructed a spatial array in such a short amount of time, and had even managed to reach this place without a hitch. This meant that his plan had already begun successfully. Even if there were still people hesitating, they couldn't say anything now and could only cooperate with his plan. That was because he had already displayed his ability and proved that he had the strength to carry out his plan. Zhu Longshuang looked at the figure with a complicated expression on her face. Her eyes flickered slightly, and there was a very strange feeling in her heart. She felt that the figure was somewhat familiar, but also somewhat unfamiliar. The feeling was rather contradictory. Zhu Longye's eyes flickered slightly. No one knew what he was thinking, but there was a trace of gloominess in his eyes as he looked ahead. Fortunately, no one noticed him at this moment. All eyes were focused on the figure that walked out of the array formation. Even a genius like Zhu Longye of the Illumination Dragon tribe seemed to be overshadowed by that figure at this moment. Phew! Wang Ting fixed the spatial teleportation array formation and breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, this spatial array formation needed more than a day to inscribe, and his time was the most precious now. He couldn't waste any more time, so he used a special method to temporarily fix the array formation. This kind of fixing was only temporary. With his mental power and spatial power, this fixed formation could only be used once or twice at most before it dissipated on its own. It was different from the formation he engraved on the flaming falling star. This was the drawback of temporarily fixing the array formation. But it was enough. He only needed to get enough materials from the Illumination Dragon Star and teleport the spiritual herbs from the fiery meteor star field to the Illumination Dragon Star. There was no need to think about other things for the time being. He looked around and immediately saw the three founding elders. He immediately smiled, walked out of the array formation, and saluted with cupped fists. "Greetings, founding elders." Wang Ting. The three founding elders were obviously very happy to see him. They couldn't help but nod at him and exclaim, "Good. It's great that you can come back. Good boy, we really didn't misjudge you." Founding Elder Tambeli walked up and patted Wang Ting on the shoulder. "Founding Elder Tambeli, be gentler. My small body can't take your strength." Wang Ting smiled. Founding Elder Tambeli was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was very Wang Ting. Everyone was astonished when they saw Wang Ting chatting and laughing with the three elders as though they were his seniors and juniors. Seeing this scene, Candle Dragon Frost was surprised. She had long heard that the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters valued Wang Ting very much. Today, she finally saw how much they valued him. They were already treating him as one of their own. Okay, even some veteran saints wouldn't have such respect in front of the founding elders, right? There was a hint of shock in Candle Dragon Ye's eyes. His gloominess deepened. He didn't expect Wang Ting to have such a status in the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters. It was laughable that he thought he could look down on this person with his identity as a member of the Cosmic Sky Academy's Arbitration Council. However, the other party used actual actions to give him a slap in the face. Now, not only was the other party a member of the Academy's Arbitration Council with a similar status as him, but he also had an unparalleled status in the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters. And he heard that the other party even obtained a true god-level contract from the Virtual Universe Company. These identities were undoubtedly like a huge shadow that shrouded Candle Dragon Yi. His light seemed to be somewhat small in front of the other party. For no reason, a strong sense of unwillingness rose in Candle Dragon Ye's heart. He was a genius of the Candle Dragon clan and a prodigy of the Cosmic Sky Academy. He once suppressed all the other geniuses. This Wang Ting was just a freshman. How could he compare to him? The first time he heard of the other party's name was at Zhulongshan. The conflict between the other party and Zhulongshan was nothing to him. It was just a small fight between freshmen. Later on, when Candle Dragon Shuang proposed to rope him in, he was even more dismissive. He felt that it was completely unnecessary. Even after the other party established the so-called Star Association and even defeated all the geniuses in the freshman battle to become number 1 on the newbie ranking, he still felt that it was nothing. Because the difference in strength between the two parties was there. At that time, he was already a Sector Lord level fighter while the other party had just entered the universe level. What was there to compare? Not at all. He felt that comparing himself to the other party was simply degrading himself. But now, he unknowingly compared himself to the other party. The result was even more ridiculous. He was actually inferior to the other party. It was simply outrageous, now that he saw the other party talking and laughing with the 3 elders of the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters, and even the Candle Dragon clan's immortal level existence took the initiative to talk to him. He suddenly felt a sense of sadness of being abandoned. A little person in Zhu Longya's mind immediately shook his head and threw away this strange thought. His pride did not allow him to have such a strange feeling. As a Sector Lord, he still had absolute confidence in facing Wang Ting. The other party's martial strength was definitely inferior to his. Wang Ting exchanged a few pleasantries with the 3 elders. Just as he was about to ask about the materials needed to set up the array, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Saint Wang Ting, I've heard a lot about you." An immortal level existence from the Candle Dragon clan walked over and looked at him with a smile. Wang Ting saw the other party's extremely obvious characteristics. His eyes flashed slightly as he asked in surprise, "May I know who this senior is?" "This is Candle Dragon clan's magnificent Dragon King." Candle Dragon Yu is an emperor-level existence, Elder Red Dust introduced. Magnificent Dragon King. Emperor level. Wang Ting was slightly shocked, but he didn't act arrogantly. He bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, senior." "Saint Wang Ting, there's no need for formalities." "As a saint-level existence, there's no need for formalities between us," Candle Dragon Yu said with a smile. Wang Ting only smiled and didn't take it seriously. Although he was already a saint-level existence, his strength was still too weak in front of an immortal-level existence. Moreover, the other party was an emperor-level immortal, which wasn't something an ordinary immortal could compare to. Therefore, it was better not to act arrogantly when he shouldn't. It was enough to gain a bit of respect. At the very least, this would allow him to obtain sufficient convenience in many situations. He was already much stronger than ordinary domain lords. Not just any domain lord level fighter could receive such treatment in front of an immortal rank fighter. Sometimes, one had to know one's own limits. Otherwise, if one really offended an existence that one shouldn't offend, one wouldn't even know how one died. Wang Ting might seem like he was fearless most of the time, but if you took a closer look, you would realize that every time he took a risk, he had thought it through carefully before making the decision. Moreover, he had prepared an escape route for himself every time, so he wouldn't really die without a burial ground. When Candle Dragon Yi saw this scene from afar, the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably again. If an immortal-level ancestor treated the other party as an equal, then what was he? That's right. With Saint Wang Ting's attainments in his secondary profession, he'll be treated with respect no matter where he goes. Our Candle Dragon clan is no exception, another Candle Dragon expert said at this moment. Wang Ting couldn't help but turn his head to look. Another expert from the Illumination Dragon clan walked over with a chuckle, looking very amiable. "This is Candle Dragon clan's Cauldron Dragon King." Candle Dragon Cauldron is also an emperor-level existence, Elder Red Dust introduced. "Wow, another emperor-level immortal. Since when are emperor-level immortals so common?" Wang Ting was speechless. He originally thought that only the experts from the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters would come to Candle Dragon Planet this time. He didn't expect that not only would the 3 elders come personally, but even 2 Emperor-level immortals from Candle Dragon Planet would come. Other than that, when he looked around just now, he also sensed a few powerful auras. They should all be at the immortal level. Wang Ting naturally bowed again. He was extremely considerate. Yu Dragon King seemed a little unhappy when he saw this Emperor-level immortal from Candle Dragon Clan speak. He glanced at him and suddenly smiled at Wang Ting. Speaking of which, Saint Wang Ting and our Candle Dragon Clan are quite close. May I know what you're referring to, Senior? Wang Ting was surprised. Back then, you helped us snatch back the body of a Sector Lord existence from the dark apparition, Candle Dragon Yu said with emotion. Wang Ting suddenly realized that the other party was referring to this matter. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he obtained that body back then, he felt that it was quite troublesome and was afraid that the Candle Dragon Clan would find trouble with him. Even when Candle Dragon Clan sent Zhu Longshan to ask for the body, they didn't hold back at all. It was as if they were going to eat him up. Now, the other party was thanking him for returning the body. The contrast was so big that it felt unreal. The world was unpredictable, however, he also understood that the reason why the expert of the Illumination Dragon lineage was so easy to talk to was entirely because of his current identity as the Saint of the Seven Paths. This title was truly useful. It seemed that he had made the right move by displaying his strength and talent at the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters exchange meeting. Without this identity, the plan he wanted to implement now would definitely not be able to be completed smoothly. After all, who would believe a nameless person? Besides, on the Candle Dragon Clan's side, if he didn't have this identity and didn't even receive the attention of the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters, they probably wouldn't mention the matter of that body at all, let alone use it as an excuse to establish a relationship with him. The corners of Candle Dragon Ding's mouth twitched, as if he felt that Candle Dragon Yu was a little shameless to use this matter to establish a relationship. Back then, many people in the Candle Dragon Clan felt that they should use force on Wang Ting to make sure that he hadn't analyzed the body of the Candle Dragon Clan. And if he remembered correctly, Candle Dragon Yu had also agreed to it. If they hadn't checked the body later and confirmed that it hadn't been analyzed, coupled with the relationship with the Starry Sky Academy, they definitely wouldn't have been so polite to Wang Ting. However, now that Candle Dragon Yu had revealed this matter, he naturally couldn't expose him. Otherwise, would he have to tell Wang Ting that they were going to forcibly capture him and interrogate him? Wouldn't that be offending him to death? To be able to snatch back the body of our clan's Sector Lord from the hands of an Upper Demon Emperor, Saint Wang Ting's martial strength seems to be very good. No wonder he could enter the Starry Sky Academy. Candle Dragon Ding praised Wang Ting. He felt that these Candle Dragon powerhouses were completely flattering him. The main thing was that he was the one being flattered, which made him feel a little embarrassed. By the way, this is Candle Dragon Shuang of my clan, you should have known each other long ago. Candle Dragon Yu suddenly waved at Candle Dragon Shuang in the distance and smiled at Wang Ting. Candle Dragon Shuang. Wang Ting turned his head and couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise in his eyes. Why are you here? Candle Dragon Weave is my hometown. Now that something like this has happened, I naturally have to come back. Candle Dragon Shuang was taken aback for a moment when he heard the elder of the Candle Dragon clan call out to him. He then walked over and smiled. Wang Ting nodded. He was just a little surprised to see an old friend of the Starry Sky Academy. After all, the other geniuses were still on their way, but Candle Dragon Shuang had already arrived at Candle Dragon Planet, much faster than the others. Candle Dragon Yi is also back. Candle Dragon Shuang signaled with his eyes and suddenly transmitted his voice. Candle Dragon Yi? Wang Ting was taken aback for a moment, feeling that this name was a little familiar. Candle Dragon Yi, come here. Candle Dragon Ding was not to be outdone at this time and called out to the distance. Candle Dragon Yi's expression changed instantly, but looking at Candle Dragon Ding's unquestionable gaze, he could only bite the bullet and walk over helplessly. He really didn't want to see Wang Ting now, but Candle Dragon Ding insisted on him coming over. It seemed that he was determined to build a good relationship with Wang Ting. Candle Dragon Yi is in the 7th Starry Sky Academy like you. There may be some misunderstanding between you two, but it will be fine once it is resolved. When Candle Dragon Ding's smiling face turned to Candle Dragon Yi, it became extremely serious and said faintly, Candle Dragon Yi, apologize to Saint Wanting, you really went a little too far before. At yen #yen%. Candle Dragon Yi's face suddenly looked like he had eaten shit, and he wanted to curse in his heart. PFFF. Candle Dragon Shuang saw his appearance and laughed in his heart. Candle Dragon Yi had never suffered like this before, right? It really vented his anger. She had guessed that the other party would definitely not have a good ending after encountering Wanting this time, but she didn't expect that the Candle Dragon Ding elder of their lineage would disregard his face and directly ask him to apologize. With Candle Dragon Yi's pride, how could he tolerate such a thing? The three elders on the side were a little surprised, wondering what had happened between them. However, from the looks of it, Wanting seemed to have some grudges with this junior from the Candle Dragon clan. Well, hold on, Wanting could not help but ask, who is he? Candle Dragon Yi's expression changed and his face flushed red. That was caused by blood rushing to his head. He had not expected that Wanting would not take him seriously at all and not even remember his name. This was simply a great humiliation to him. A person that he had once disdained actually did not take him seriously at all. What the F***ck was this? Candle Dragon Shuang's expression was extremely strange. She wanted to laugh but did not dare to, holding it in with great difficulty. She was not afraid of Candle Dragon Yi. If Candle Dragon Yi was the only one here, she would definitely be laughing so hard that she could not straighten her back and would not have any qualms. However, with the elders of the Candle Dragon lineage present, she naturally did not dare to act rashly. No matter what, Candle Dragon Yi was a paragon of the Candle Dragon lineage. If she were to laugh at this moment, it would be equivalent to insulting him and trampling on the dignity of the Candle Dragon lineage in front of outsiders. You don't know him? Candle Dragon Cauldron's eyes flashed as he looked at Wanting and asked in surprise. Candle Dragon Yi, I seem to have heard of this name before, but I can't remember. Wanting glanced at Candle Dragon Yi and said indifferently. You. Candle Dragon Yi's eyes were spitting fire. If not for the fact that there were immortal existences present, he almost could not help but attack. Candle Dragon Cauldron felt that he seemed to have made a big mistake. It was true that the two of them had a grudge, but from Wanting's tone, it was not difficult to tell that he had never seen Candle Dragon Yi before or even knew him. That was awkward. Ahem. Candle Dragon Shuang coughed dryly and reminded, he's the brother of Zhu Longshan, a counselor of the Cosmic Sky Academy Arbitration Council. Oh, Wanting was enlightened. He said, you should have said that earlier. He immediately smiled at the other party. So it's the brother of Zhu Longshan. I've heard a lot about you. Candle Dragon Shuang was a little speechless. She couldn't tell if this guy was doing it on purpose or not. If acting skills were graded, this guy would definitely be perfect. Candle Dragon Yi was probably fuming with anger, but he couldn't do anything to Wanting. She wondered if he would suffer internal injuries from anger. Although the people around didn't know what grudge Wanting had with Candle Dragon Yi, it wasn't difficult to tell from the conversation that Wanting didn't seem to know the other party at all. For a moment, everyone's expression became a little strange. Candle Dragon Yi wished he could find a hole to crawl into at this moment. Long heard a lot about you, long heard my ass, to think that he, the genius of the Candle Dragon clan, was actually just Zhu Longshan's brother in Wanting's mouth. He didn't even have a proper name. What was the difference between that and a code name? This situation was completely beyond his expectations. He thought that when facing Wanting, it might be a little awkward, but he never thought that this would happen. Could it be that the other party really didn't remember him? Candle Dragon Yi stared at Wanting's face, as if he wanted to see something from his expression. However, the other party's face was full of innocence, as if he really didn't know his name. Ha ha ha. Candle Dragon Cauldron laughed and said, Saint Wanting is indeed open-minded. You didn't take this small conflict to heart at all. It's just a small fight between the younger generation. It's not worth mentioning. Wanting chuckled. Yes. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Candle Dragon Cauldron thought that he really didn't take it to heart and laughed happily. All right. The three elders finally couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted them. They said with a serious expression, "Time waits for no one. Elders, quickly hand over the materials needed to inscribe the array formation to Wang Ting." All right. When it came to business, Candle Dragon Cauldron and Candle Dragon Yu's expressions also became serious. They nodded, immediately took out a space ring, and said, "The materials needed to inscribe the fire array formation are inside. We have collected them according to your request, and we even have a lot more. It's enough for you to fail 2 to 3 times. However, some of the materials are more precious, and the amount needed is also larger. Therefore, we only had time to collect one set of materials. You have to be careful. Otherwise, if you fail, I'm afraid," Candle Dragon Yu reminded him and stopped there. Wang Ting already understood what he meant. His expression became serious, and he nodded slightly. He said that there were 2 or 3 chances, but in fact, there was only one chance. There was no room for carelessness. The difficulty had undoubtedly increased a lot. Wang Ting secretly shook his head, took the space ring, and probed it with his mind power. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he cupped his fists and said, "Since the materials have been collected, I won't stay any longer. The dark apparitions should be catching up soon. I have to return to the fiery false star zone immediately. Bring the geniuses of my Candle Dragon clan with you. The more people there are against the dark apparitions, the greater the chance of winning," Candle Dragon Yu suddenly said. Wang Ting couldn't help but look at Candle Dragon Shuang and Candle Dragon Yi. Behind them, there were a few geniuses of the Candle Dragon clan, and their auras were not weak. All right. He nodded and didn't say anything else. He went straight back into the space teleportation array formation. Seeing this, Candle Dragon Yi and the others naturally followed. Fortunately, the Candle Dragon clan didn't send many geniuses this time. Otherwise, the space teleportation array formation engraved by Wang Ting wouldn't be enough to teleport so many people. Buzz, the next moment, a strange space power swept out from Wang Ting's body and integrated into the space teleportation array formation below him. The ancient space runes on the array formation suddenly lit up and spread to the surroundings. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire array formation and turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. "We can't transfer any more manpower, so we can only rely on you now." The 3 founding elders looked at Wang Ting in the array formation with a serious expression and suddenly cupped their fists solemnly. Seeing this, the other warriors also cupped their fists and stared at Wang Ting with a hint of speechless expectation. "I'll do my best." Wang Ting was stunned for a moment, then cupped his fists at the crowd outside the array formation. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the figure in the beam of light disappeared under the sweep of the space power. The 3 founding elders looked at the array formation that had yet to completely dissipate and remained silent for a long time. There was a trace of worry on their faces, but there was also a trace of expectation. After a moment of silence, Zhu Longyu's eyes flashed and he asked, "Saint Wang Ting should be an innate space talent, right?" "He should be," founding elder Red Dust said with uncertainty. In fact, all the experts present could see that Wang Ting had innate space talent. Otherwise, how could he use the space teleportation array formation at will? This was something that an ordinary rune master couldn't do. An ordinary runic array master would have to use space crystals if he wanted to activate such a teleportation formation. This was an extremely rare and precious crystal, otherwise, space teleportation arrays wouldn't be so rare. Only some major forces could inscribe space teleportation arrays and use them under certain circumstances. The Candle Dragon clan naturally had space teleportation arrays, but they definitely couldn't use them as easily as Wang Ting, let alone teleport him close to the Candle Dragon planet. "Saint Wang Ting's talent is indeed amazing," Zhu Longyu exclaimed. He was even more determined to rope in Wang Ting. Not only was his secondary profession talent amazing, but his martial arts talent was also abnormally strong. Even the Virtual Universe Company had issued a True God contract to bind him deeply. What reason did the Candle Dragon clan have not to rope in Wang Ting? Moreover, their clan already had the upper hand. This was all thanks to the little girl, Candle Dragon Shuang. Her foresight was indeed good in this regard, much better than Candle Dragon Ye's. Thinking of this, Zhu Longyu couldn't help but glance at the Candle Dragon cauldron. He was so proud that he wanted to laugh out loud. Humph. The Candle Dragon cauldron naturally noticed his provocative gaze. He couldn't help but snort coldly and turn around to leave. Seeing this, the 3 founding elders couldn't help but shake their heads. They didn't want to get involved in the internal affairs of the Candle Dragon clan. However, in the current situation, they hoped that they wouldn't make a fuss over such a small matter. On the other hand, Wang Ting brought Candle Dragon Yi and the others back to the fiery falling star again. Candle Dragon Yi, Candle Dragon Shuang, and the others looked around with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Although the star field was within the Candle Dragon territory, it was their first time here. Is there anything you need us to do? Candle Dragon Shuang sized up the surroundings and turned to ask Wang Ting. You'd better wait outside the fiery falling star field. The geniuses from the other forces will probably arrive soon, Wang Ting said nonchalantly. End of chapter. Okay. Candle Dragon Shuang didn't say anything when he heard Wang Ting's words. He just nodded. Humph. At this time, a cold snort came from the side. Candle Dragon Yi said coldly, we will decide how our tribe does things. We don't need others to interfere. Whatever, as long as you don't affect my inscription. Wang Ting glanced at him and said indifferently, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? Candle Dragon Yi seemed to have heard an extremely funny joke and said sarcastically, a mere universe-level fighter, how can you be impolite to me? If it was someone extremely strong, under the circumstances where Wang Ting didn't hide, they might be able to see Wang Ting's current true realm. However, Wang Ting usually concealed his aura and didn't leak out at all. Candle Dragon Yi was only a Sector Lord level 3 and below. How could he see his current strength? Therefore, Candle Dragon Yi always thought that Wang Ting was still a universe-level fighter. After all, it hadn't been long since Wang Ting went missing and returned. He would never have thought that Wang Ting could advance from the universe level to the domain lord level. In fact, his fire-type star force realm had already risen to the domain lord level 6. No matter how much of a genius a fighter was, from the universe level to the domain lord level, it would still take a few years, maybe even decades. The accumulation of origin power in the early stages was fine. However, the process of breaking through from the universe level to the domain lord level wasn't that easy. Many fighters would be stuck at this point for decades. To martial artists, the gap between each major realm was an enormous chasm. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, Candle Dragon Shuang thought to himself that it was impossible for the two of them to reconcile. Whether it was Wang Ting or Candle Dragon Yi, they were both extremely prideful people. How could they act as if nothing had happened just because of Elder Candle Dragon Ding's words? She couldn't help but worry about Wang Ting. Although he had indeed created many miracles and made people exclaim in admiration, his strength was still lacking. Compared to a genius like Xianxia who had been famous for a long time, he was still too young. His realm was much lower than Xianxia's. Now, there was no one here who could support Wang Ting. If he had a conflict with Xianxia, the one who would suffer would most likely be him. Xianxia, don't forget our business. We're here to assist Saint Wang Ting, Zhu Longshuang said. She emphasized the word saint, hoping that Candle Dragon Wilderness would not act rashly. Moreover, in the current situation, the Torch Dragon clan also needed to rely on Wang Ting's attainments in the Saint-level Runemaster to inscribe the Saint-level array formation to resist the invasion of the Dark Apparitions and allow those spiritual herbs to successfully reach the Torch Dragon planet. Zhu Longye's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He glanced at Zhu Longshuang gloomily and ignored Wang Ting. He turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. Let's go. His voice was heard. Many Torch Dragon clan geniuses behind him exchanged glances and followed his figure, flying out of the flaming falling star. The remaining Torch Dragon clan geniuses looked at Zhu Longshuang. They were geniuses of Zhu Longshuang's lineage and naturally listened to her. I'm leaving too. Contact me if there's anything. Zhu Longshuang tapped her intelligent wristwatch and said to Wang Ting. Go. Wang Ting nodded. Shwa. Shwa. Shwa, figures turned into streams of light and soared into the sky, instantly rushing out of the range of the flaming falling star and flying into the distant void. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and no longer cared about Zhu Longyi. If it wasn't for the lack of time and Zhu Longshuang's timely words, he might have already taken action. Sector Lord level 3 and below fighters, what were they? It was fine if Zhu Longyi didn't provoke him. If he did, he would let him know that even if his realm wasn't as high as his, he could still make him feel pain. Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the ground and waved his hand. Strange oars flew out from the space ring given to him by the Torch Dragon clan and floated in the air around him. There were quite a number of oars. Some were like small mountains while some were like giant pythons spanning over 100 feet in front of him. It was shocking. To inscribe a sacred level formation, the materials needed were quite a lot. This was especially true for a large-scale array formation like this. Because it covered a wide area, it naturally required more materials than a small-scale array formation. Back then, the array that Wang Ting had carved in the Blood Fiend Sea was considered small. It was many times smaller than the one he was preparing to inscribe in the Flaming Falling Star field. Flaming Falling Star Fire Formation. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as a huge formation appeared in his mind. There were many mysterious and complicated flame patterns inscribed on it, emitting scorching and terrifying waves. This was the formation he asked Yuan Gungun to inquire about from the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. It was most suitable to inscribe it here. However, he had only roughly studied it before and felt that he could inscribe it, so he immediately decided to inscribe this sacred level formation. Now that he was about to start inscribing it, he naturally had to study it carefully to prevent any mistakes. Wang Ting closed his eyes and scanned the formation with his mental power, imprinting every runes in his mind. This formation, after a while, Wang Ting suddenly opened his eyes, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He could tell that the formation was a First Tribulation Saint formation. However, it was precisely because of this that he was able to see many weaknesses in the formation with his current attainments and the ancient runes he had mastered. This weakness was very likely to be the key to breaking the formation. Don't underestimate the dark apparitions. Among the dark apparitions, there might also be excellent runes formation masters. Even if they weren't sacred level runes formation masters, as long as there was a grandmaster level runes formation master among them, they might be able to find the weakness of the formation. This wasn't what Wang Ting wanted to see. Since he was going to do it, he had to make sure it was foolproof. This time, he was the one who proposed the plan. The Virtual Universe Company, the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, and Starry Sky Academy all believed in him unconditionally and chose to support him in the end. He couldn't place his bets on the possibility of an accident. Yuan Gungun had been paying attention to the outside world and noticed Wang Ting's expression. He couldn't help but ask, "Wang Ting, what's wrong?" This was because he had helped to find this formation. Now that he saw Wang Ting's expression, he didn't seem to be very satisfied. He didn't know what the problem was. "There's a small problem with this formation." Wang Ting immediately told Yuan Gungun about his discovery. "It can't be." Yuan Gungun's face was full of suspicion. "This is a sacred level formation. Even if it's only one level, it's not something that ordinary people can find its weakness. And even if it's really as you said, there's a certain weakness, the dark apparitions won't be able to find it and destroy it, right?" It wasn't that he didn't believe in Wang Ting, but it was more or less ridiculous. The formation of a sacred level formation required countless runes formation masters to study and deduce, before it could finally take shape. The weaknesses of the formation were the result of countless deductions and improvements made by the rune masters. It could be said that the weaknesses were negligible. Wang Ting's formation mastery had just reached the sacred level not long ago. How could he find these weaknesses so clearly? Even if he found the weaknesses, Yuan Gungun felt that Wang Ting was a little too worried. Not everyone was as abnormal as him. There can't be any mistakes. Wang Ting still shook his head. "Then what do you want to do?" Yuan Gungun saw that he was insistent and asked helplessly. "This formation seems to be similar to my meteor domain." Wang Ting's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said something that didn't make sense. In fact, when he was communicating with Yuan Gungun just now, he had already discovered this point and had been thinking about it. This saint-level formation, called the Flaming Meteor Formation, was indeed very similar to his Flaming Meteor domain. In some ways, the use of power was almost the same. And this allowed him to find a breakthrough to fix the formation's weakness. Under normal circumstances, repairing the weakness of a saint-level battle array would undoubtedly be a fool's dream. However, since Wang Ting had a clue and found a way to repair it in a field that he was extremely familiar with, It naturally became a lot easier for him. What do you mean? Yuan Gungun was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Maybe I can improve this formation, Wang Ting said. What? You want to improve this formation? Are you crazy? Time is tight now, where will you find the time to improve the formation? Yuan Gungun was shocked and shouted speechlessly. There should be enough time. I will inscribe the formation and improve it at the same time, Wang Ting said. You are crazy. This idea is too crazy. It will greatly increase the failure rate of inscribing the formation, Yuan Gungun said. I have to give it a try. Wang Ting's eyes flickered with a bright light. This was the biggest obsession of Arun's formation master. Even in the face of the most dangerous and urgent situation, his confidence and belief could not be shaken. If he couldn't even face such difficulties, how could he be Arun's formation master? How could he have the confidence to advance to the divine level in the future? Yuan Gungun didn't know what to say. He knew that he couldn't persuade Wang Ting, so he felt helpless. Wang Ting ignored him and closed his eyes. He was going to do a deduction. Although he said that he had to inscribe the formation and improve it at the same time, he still had to do it in advance to avoid making a huge mistake. After all, he only had one chance. Brindisi suddenly appeared next to Yuan Gungun and looked at Wang Ting with a complicated expression. Let him try. I have seen many divine-level existences, and they all have the same stubbornness. Yuan Gungun sighed. He felt very complicated. He seemed to understand why he was still a peak Grandmaster Forger after such a long time. As an intelligent life, he was too rational. It wasn't that rationality was bad, but in some aspects, spirituality was more important than rationality, especially for a sub-profession. Yuan Gungun seemed to understand something. He looked at Brindisi and asked, "Do you think he can succeed?" "I don't know," Brindisi said indifferently. "Then why are you so supportive of his choice?" Yuan Gungun was still a little surprised. "But I like to see him create miracles." Brindisi suddenly smiled. Yuan Gungun was stunned. He carefully asked, "Are you the main soul or a sub-soul? Is there a difference?" Brindisi looked at him coldly and asked indifferently. No, as you wish." Yuan Gungun shrunk his head and didn't dare to ask any more. He couldn't afford to offend this lady. While Wang Ting was deducing the flaming meteor fire formation, spaceships were rapidly approaching from the starry sky of the torch dragon weave. Behind these spaceships, there were many dark apparition spaceships. The spaceships were filled with dense dark energy, revealing an evil and strange aura. Wherever they passed, the surrounding space would be contaminated by the dark energy, becoming a little strange. Damn it! How did these dark apparitions find us? They have been chasing us all the way, and we can't shake them off no matter what. Even if we enter the flaming meteor starfield, can we guarantee that we can shake them off? I hope the Torch Dragon tribe really has a backup plan in the flaming meteor starfield. Otherwise, we can only fight to the death with the dark apparitions. I really don't know what the higher-ups of the Alliance army are thinking. They actually gathered us in the flaming meteor starfield. Isn't this giving the dark apparitions a chance to kill us all? That's right. If we follow the original plan, even if we can't deliver all the spiritual herbs, we can guarantee that we can deliver some of them. Now that we are all surrounded by the dark apparitions, I'm afraid we won't be able to deliver any spiritual herbs to the Torch Dragon planet. Voices could be heard from these spaceships. They had already contacted each other because there was no need to hide anything at all. They had already been discovered by the dark apparitions. All the geniuses from various forces were extremely anxious at this moment. They even had many complaints. Along the way, many spaceships had been destroyed by the dark apparitions, and many geniuses had died. The strength of those dark apparitions made them feel despair. However, not everyone was afraid of the dark apparitions. It was just that they had to transport the spiritual herbs, so they couldn't fight the dark apparitions with all their might. They could only rush to the flaming meteor starfield first. At the same time, the geniuses of the dark apparitions seemed to be in a carnival. They chased after the dark apparitions like hunters chasing after their prey. Although they couldn't catch up for a while, they weren't anxious at all. It was as if they were watching their prey make a final struggle. The blood race dark apparitions led by the blood god clone were also chasing after the geniuses of the light universe. They drove the coffin-like warship and followed behind at a leisurely pace. They were even more leisurely than the other dark races. Inside the blood race warship, the blood god clone sat cross-legged. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at the starry sky map that appeared in front of him. This starry sky map was the starry sky map of the 3 territories. At the same time, it also showed the current location of the dark apparition spaceships and the location of the geniuses of the light universe's spaceships. Everyone's flight path was clearly displayed on the map. They were getting closer and closer to the flaming meteor star field. Blood Disciple. Seeing that the blood god clone had woken up, Blood Rosa walked over and said, "We still have a little more than a day to reach the flaming meteor star field." A little more than a day. The blood god clone's eyes flashed slightly as he nodded. He didn't show it on his face, but he couldn't help but frown in his heart. The time was too short. His main body might not have enough time. He had to do something. "Help me contact the geniuses of the other dark races," the blood god clone said immediately after thinking about it. "Contact the geniuses of the other dark races?" Blood Rosa asked curiously, "What do you want to do?" The other vampires and dark apparitions were attracted by Wang Ting's words too. They opened their eyes and looked over. "You'll know soon enough." A scarlet light flashed through the blood god clone's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Since they want to play, I'll play with them." Everyone couldn't help but be a little interested. During this period, the blood god clone had been too passive in hunting down the geniuses of the radiant universe. It was as though he wasn't in a hurry to hunt down the geniuses of the radiant universe. This made the vampire geniuses very anxious. They all wanted to hunt down the geniuses of the radiant universe to their heart's content and drink the blood of those geniuses. If it weren't for their trust and respect for the blood god clone, many of them might have left alone like Xueqi Lua, Xuenoji, and Xuejins. Moreover, the demon sovereign had ordered the blood god clone and Xianxia of the demon brain race to hunt down more than 100 geniuses of the radiant universe. They didn't know the situation on Xianxia's side for the time being, but the blood god clone hadn't killed a single genius of the radiant universe. He definitely couldn't compare to Xianxia. Xianxia was so powerful that they believed there weren't many geniuses of the radiant universe who were his match. If the blood god clone didn't act now, he would probably lose in the end. To the vampire geniuses, the honor of their race was above all else. They naturally hoped the blood god clone could defeat Xianxia of the demon brain race. Therefore, Blood Rosa immediately contacted the geniuses of the other dark races. Before long, shadows of light appeared in front of the blood god clone. There were geniuses of the bone spirit race, the armored devil race, the giant demon race, the sheep-headed demon race, the demon moth race, the inert mist race, the mirage race, the demon rock race, and even the demon brain race. At a glance, it really was a group of demons dancing wildly. The dense demonic energy made people feel dazzled. If the geniuses of the radiant universe were to see this scene, they would probably be shocked to the extreme. The appearance of so many dark race geniuses was enough to shock the martial artists of the radiant universe. Ordinary martial artists might have been scared out of their wits. After all, the strength of these dark apparitions was at least at the demon emperor level. Even through the light screen projection, one could still feel the powerful aura emitted from their bodies, as well as the dark and evil aura. "Vampire Bloodmaster, what business do you have with us?" A cold and indifferent voice came from a dark apparition shrouded in black mist. That was the dark apparition of the Mirage race. No one could see its appearance clearly. The dark apparitions of this race had always been very mysterious. They could conceal themselves with illusions and take on all kinds of forms in front of outsiders to disturb others' probing. However, Wang Ting had seen a dark apparition of the Mirage race before. When he was on Earth Star, Wang Ting had seen a dark apparition of the Mirage race that was at the Demon Lord level when it was killed and revealed its original appearance. That dark apparition of the Mirage race had a very strange appearance. Its head was slightly long and shaped like a snake, but it was not. There were sharp horns on its head and its body was covered in scales. In summary, it was extremely ugly and indescribable, which was very much in line with the characteristics of dark apparitions. When Wang Ting was in the 4th level of the Dark Realm, he had seen the women of the Mirage race. To be honest, he didn't dare to compliment them. They were the type who would vomit at the sight of them. He didn't know why those dark apparitions were interested in them. Was it just to seek novelty? No, maybe it was because the creatures of the light universe had a completely different aesthetic from those of some dark apparitions. The blood god clone looked up at the dark apparition of the Mirage race. A scarlet light flashed across his eyes, making the dark apparition in the light screen show a trace of fear. Then, he said slowly, "First of all, thank you for giving me face and showing up in person." Kakik. The dark apparition of the demon brain race, Xianxia, let out a strange laugh. "I'm just here to see how many geniuses of the light universe you've killed. But why did I hear that you didn't do anything at all? So much so that many blood race members left your group and went out to hunt alone. It seems that as the blood race's blood master, you're not that powerful." The geniuses of the blood race on the blood race battleship glared at him. Haha. The blood god clone didn't care. He chuckled and said, "You're very concerned about the movements of the blood race, aren't you? Are you afraid that we'll surpass your demon brain race?" "Afraid?" Xianxia laughed. "I've lived for so long, but I still don't know how to write the word afraid." "That means you haven't learned all the words. You're illiterate," the blood god clone said. The dark apparitions, the geniuses of the blood race, Xianxia, F***K, I said I don't know what afraid is. You're saying I'm illiterate? What kind of brain is this? He knew that this guy's words were infuriating, but he still couldn't help but be angered. The problem was that he didn't know how to retort. There was no way to retort at all. "Let's get down to business. What do you want from us?" the dark apparition of the Mirage race asked. "We're about to arrive at the fiery false star zone," the blood god clone said calmly. "Are you interested in a hunting competition?" "Hunting competition?" The group of dark apparitions instantly looked interested. "That's right. We'll use the fiery false star zone as a hunting ground. We'll start hunting there and see who can kill the most geniuses of the light universe," the blood god clone said with a smile. "That's interesting." The eyes of the geniuses of the dark apparitions lit up. "You mean, we'll let them reach the fiery false star zone?" a goat-headed demon dark apparition asked. This goat-headed demon dark apparition was one of the 3 dark apparitions that the blood god clone had spared. He had planted the bewitching seed in him, so he would naturally listen to his orders. He stood up and told the blood god clone the real intention. Among the many dark apparitions, the devil moth race, the goat-headed demon race, and the giant demon race were all his people. However, the geniuses of the other races still thought that they had a grudge against him, so they didn't suspect anything. This was how it felt to mix in with the enemy's people. It was exciting just thinking about it. That's right. The blood god clone didn't even look at the goat-headed demon as if he didn't care about him at all. He nodded calmly. Since the geniuses of the light universe have gathered in the fiery false star zone, they must have left something behind. If we let them enter the fiery false star zone, what if they escape? A lazy fog race dark apparition asked hesitantly. That will depend on your abilities, the blood god clone said calmly with an extremely arrogant look, as if victory was already in his hands. His attitude immediately made many dark apparitions unhappy, and they sneered. If the blood disciple of the blood race dares to do it, why wouldn't we dare? The devil moth race dark apparition took over the conversation and sneered. That's right. You're just a middle-level demon emperor. Do you think we're worse than you? The giant demon dark apparition also said. Their expressions were as if they had a grudge against the blood god clone. Seeing this, all the dark apparitions around believed it. They had no choice but to believe it. Their grudge wasn't small. Kiki, it's more interesting when it's difficult. Xianxia from the demon brain race laughed strangely. Blood extinction, our competition isn't over yet. Let's start here. Since you want to compete with me, I'll fulfill your wish, the blood god clone said calmly. If you lose, I want you to kneel, kowtow, admit your mistake, and hand over your body, Xianxia suddenly said coldly. You want me to kneel, kowtow, admit my mistake, and hand over my body? The blood god clone seemed to have heard something extremely absurd and said, You have a good plan. You want to obtain my body so easily. The other dark apparitions were also shocked. This Xianxia really dared to openly covet the body of a blood disciple of the blood race. You don't dare? Xianxia sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? The blood god clone laughed. It's just that there's no corresponding bet. Why should I agree to it? It's impossible for me to lose, Xianxia said lightly. What a joke. Are you sure? You have me? Then what else do I have to compete with? I might as well just admit defeat and hand over my body. The blood god clone sneered. I think there's something wrong with your brain. You really think I'm a fool? All the dark apparitions looked at Xianxia with strange gazes. Something wrong with his brain, his mouth was really vicious. A genius from the demon brain race was actually being insulted like this. Probably only the blood disciple of the blood race would dare to say this. However, they had to admit that the blood god clone's words made sense. How could there be such a good thing in the world if he wanted others to kneel down and kowtow to him and admit his mistake without paying any price? The blood disciple of the blood race wasn't stupid. Many dark races had deep resentment toward the demon brain race, but they didn't dare to offend them normally. Now that Xianxia was being insulted, they were happy to watch the show. If I lose, I'll also kowtow and admit my mistake. Xianxia was wrapped in a black robe. At this moment, a pair of cold eyes shot out from under the hood. He stared at the blood god clone and said coldly. Not enough, the blood god clone said lightly. What else do you want? Xianxia said impatiently. If you lose, not only will you kowtow and admit your mistake, but you'll also have to hand over your soul origin flame and become my slave forever, the blood god clone said. You're courting death. Xianxia was furious. Someone actually dared to make the demon brain race dark apparition slaves. This was simply unprecedented. The other dark apparitions were also shocked. They stared at the blood god clone with wide eyes, their eyes full of disbelief. This guy was really daring. He actually dared to make the demon brain race slaves. Even if it was just a casual remark, it was already a disgraceful thing. Wasn't he afraid of the demon brain race dark apparitions coming after him? You want my body, so I'll make you my slave. It's fair, the blood god clone said. Xianxia. The dark apparitions were speechless. They were speechless. They felt that what the blood god doppelganger said made sense. If Xianxia hadn't made such a ridiculous request first, the blood disciple of the blood race wouldn't be so daring. Xianxia stared at the blood god clone with cold eyes under the hood for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed. Kakik, very good. If you want to bet, I'll accompany you to the end. The dark apparitions were in disbelief. They didn't expect Xianxia to really agree. That's right. The blood god doppelganger nodded in satisfaction. Everyone heard that. Please be our witnesses. I hope this genius of the demon brain race won't go back on his word when he loses. Kakik. The mirage race dark apparition laughed. Interesting. Really interesting. I'm happy to be your witness. Mirage race, you're asking for death. Xianxia looked at the mirage race dark apparition and said coldly. You're the one who wants to bet. What does it have to do with me? The mirage race wasn't afraid at all. He sneered. If you're looking for trouble with me, then I'm afraid you've found the wrong person. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Very good. I hope you can still laugh when you reach the fiery fall starfield. Xianxia glanced at it and then looked at the blood god clone. We'll reach the fiery fall starfield soon. I'll wait for you to kowtow and admit your mistake. Wait. The blood god clone suddenly stopped him. What else? Xianxia said impatiently. To be safe, let's sign a soul contract. Otherwise, someone will go back on his words. The blood god clone touched his chin. Be *****. Xianxia was furious as if he was insulted. He stared at the blood god clone and said coldly, I can't afford to lose. You don't dare to sign a soul contract? The blood god clone provoked him. He was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Xianxia was speechless. Who would have thought that it would be the other party's turn to provoke it? It was the other party's turn to provoke it. How about it? If you don't dare, just say it. The blood god clone smiled faintly. When we reach the fiery fall starfield, I'll sign a soul contract with you. Xianxia looked at him deeply and then disappeared. The group of dark apparitions couldn't help but look at each other. They were shocked. This was too much, no one expected them to bet so much. If one of them lost, he would have to give up his body. If the other lost, he would become the other party's slave for life. No matter how they looked at it, the bet was a little too much. No matter who lost, they would lose everything. This was a 5-card stud, both of them were betting too much. Then we'll meet in the fiery fall starfield. At this moment, the Mirage Clam glanced at the blood god avatar with its green eyes before disappearing. When the other dark apparitions saw this, they didn't say anything else and dispersed their projections while sighing. Only the dark apparitions from the giant demon race, the sheep-headed demon race, and the demon moth race were the last to leave. They looked at the blood god clone and exchanged glances with him. Done, this stalling tactic was successfully completed. The blood god clone's eyes flashed slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. Not only did he stall for time, but he also unexpectedly obtained a slave from the demon brain race. Without a doubt, in his opinion, that Xianxia was bound to lose, and becoming his slave was already an ironclad matter. The other party probably didn't know that this was a trap. Once he entered this trap, he could forget about leaving. At this moment, the vampire dark apparitions looked at each other. They were all shocked by the bet and even forgot to speak. They didn't know what the blood god clone was going to do. Was he really going to compete with the other dark races? Make a name for the vampire race, but there was no need to bet so much. Everyone couldn't help but feel helpless. Their blood master was really good at making enemies. The demon brain race's Xianxia was already very unhappy with him. Now that he was being bullied like this, he probably hated him to the core. This blood master was too good at stirring up trouble. The vampire geniuses didn't dare to provoke the demon brain race's dark apparitions in the past because even the vampires would become the demon brain race's hunting target. The demon brain race had always been unscrupulous. Not only would they collect the bodies of other creatures in the universe, but they would also collect the bodies of the dark race geniuses. Xianxia obviously wanted the blood master's body, which was why he proposed such a bet. Unfortunately, the blood master agreed. What if he lost to Xianxia? The other party was a genius of the demon brain race and had always been known for being powerful and strange. Even the blood master might not be his match. End of chapter. Blood Disciple. The dark apparitions from the kindred were worried. They looked at the blood god clone and wanted to say something. Especially Euphoria, Blood Rosa, and the others. They were all very worried. That demon brain race genius Xianxia was not a simple person. No need to worry. The blood god clone was stunned. He glanced at everyone and said lightly. He could see that these dark apparitions were really worried about his safety. They were not just worried that he would lose to Xianxia from the demon brain race. This undoubtedly made him feel a little complicated. As Wang Ting's clone, the blood god clone had always stood on the side of the light universe. Even though his body was that of a kindred, he could not put himself on the same side as the kindred dark apparitions. The blood god clone sighed in his heart. He slowly closed his eyes and stopped looking at these dark apparitions. He was afraid that he would be soft-hearted. For no reason, a sense of loneliness welled up in his heart. It seemed that everyone was very friendly to him, but only he knew that no matter which side he was on, he was always alone. Perhaps no one could understand this feeling. The dark apparitions around him did not know what the blood god clone was thinking. Seeing that he closed his eyes, they did not say anything in the end. Although the blood god clone looked very confident and did not seem to be worried about losing to Xianxia, they were still not confident. They all wanted to kill more geniuses from the light universe and counted on him. This way, they might be able to outnumber Xianxia from the demon brain race. On the fiery meteor, Wang Ting sat cross-legged on a mountain surrounded by flames. His eyes were slightly closed, and his mind was completely immersed in his mind. Yuan Gungun and Bing Desai were floating beside him. Suddenly, Yuan Gungun's expression changed. He seemed to have received some news. What's wrong? Bing Desai glanced at him and asked. A message from the blood god clone, Yuan Gungun said. Swoosh, at this moment, Wang Ting's original body suddenly opened his eyes. A light flashed past, and there seemed to be an extremely mysterious and complicated array slowly rotating in the depths of his eyes. What did he say? Wang Ting looked at Yuan Gungun and asked. There is still more than a day before the geniuses of the light universe and the geniuses of the dark apparitions arrive in the fire-falling star area. However, the blood god clone has already found a way to buy you some time. You should hurry, Yuan Gungun said with a serious face. I see, Wang Ting nodded and said, the formation has been improved, we can start carving now. It's already been improved? Yuan Gungun was surprised. Brindisi looked over in surprise. She had hoped that Wang Ting could create a miracle, but she hadn't expected him to complete the formation so quickly. Was this guy's secondary profession really that strong? You'll know soon enough. Wang Ting smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. His expression turned serious as he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Boom, a majestic spiritual force swept out from his body, and the array inscription materials floating around him began to move. Shua, Wang Ting's body disappeared from the spot and turned into a stream of light that shot into the sky. The array inscription materials followed closely behind him and rushed into the void. It seems that we really have to start carving the formation. Yuan Gungun also took a deep breath, and a trace of expectation appeared in his eyes. Let's go and have a look. Ice Blue turned into a stream of light and followed closely behind Wang Ting. Wait for me. Yuan Gungun's reaction was the slowest. Seeing that the man and dragon were about to disappear in front of him, he immediately used his spiritual force and turned into a stream of light to chase after them. Like Wang Ting, Yuan Gungun was also a spirit reader master, and he had reached the domain lord level. At this moment, his speed wasn't any slower than a sector lord's, and he gradually caught up with Ice Blue. Ice Blue looked back and was a little surprised. Right now, she was only at the initial stage of the sector lord level. Otherwise, she would be faster. However, she was a little surprised that Yuan Gungun could catch up with her. Light flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up. She immediately sped up. Yuan Gungun saw this and was a little surprised, but then he sped up as well. Therefore, the two sides began to compete in the void, as if to see who was faster. Only Wang Ting was still flying steadily in front. No matter how fast they sped up, it seemed that they couldn't catch up. Not long after, Wang Ting's figure suddenly stopped. He compared it with the star map in his mind and nodded slightly. Although the meteorites in this star field were constantly moving, the general situation didn't change. His improved formation took this into account, so it wasn't a big problem. Boom. Boom. Boom, the next moment, he didn't hesitate at all. Several different colored heavenly flames burst out from his body. Pure white holy sacred flame, crimson 10,000 beasts true spirit flame, cyan jade glazed flame, three strange flames swept across the starry sky, emitting an extremely hot temperature. The red flames burning on the surface of the surrounding meteorites suddenly dimmed as if they had seen the King of Fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, all kinds of materials flew in from afar and sank into the three strange heavenly flames, melting and refining them. Boom. 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 At the same time, Wang Ting waved his left hand again. All kinds of beast flames he had mastered immediately burst out and floated around him, burning quietly. Some of the less important materials also flew in from afar and sank into the beast flames and spiritual flames, melting and refining them. When Yuan Gungun and Ice Daisai came from behind, they saw this strange scene. They couldn't help but be surprised. Although they had already experienced Wang Ting's accomplishments in his secondary profession, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene. What a monster! Yuan Gungun whispered. Although Ice Daisai didn't say anything, it wasn't difficult to see from her eyes that she was probably thinking the same thing. No wonder there was only a little more than a day left. He was still so calm and had such an abnormal efficiency. It was not something an ordinary runes array master could compare with. After a while, the ores turned into various kinds of liquid metals. All the impurities were removed and they became extremely pure. Boom, Wang Ting's mind power immediately swept out and turned into a carving knife. He let the liquid metals merge into the void and engraved runes on them. He didn't engrave the runes needed for the array on the meteorites. Instead, he engraved them in the void and let the liquid metals hide in the cracks of space. Because the meteorites were always moving and easily damaged, if a battle broke out in this area, it would be easy to damage the array. Even if it was just a few corner runes, once there was a problem, it would inevitably affect the power of the array. This was the drawback that Wang Ting discovered. Originally, after the array was engraved, it had a self-protection function. Outsiders couldn't break the array, so they couldn't damage the meteorites. However, the situation here was too special. The meteorites were always moving, and no one knew if they would go out of the range of the array. Moreover, before Wang Ting finished engraving the array, the geniuses of the light universe and the geniuses of the dark apparitions would most likely arrive. When a battle broke out, some of the meteorites would definitely be damaged, and the runes would be difficult to protect. Therefore, instead of engraving the runes on the meteorites, it would be better to engrave them in the void. Fortunately, he had the talent of space, so he could hide these materials in the cracks of space and merge them with the void. This was absolutely foolproof. After the liquid metals lost the high temperature of the flames, they immediately cooled and solidified. Then, strange runes appeared out of thin air, as if an invisible hand was engraving them. Not long after, the materials that had just been refined were all merged into the void by Wang Ting and engraved with the array runes. Done. Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief. Then, he immediately turned around and rushed in another direction. Next place. He compared the star chart in his mind to find the most suitable node for engraving the array runes. Yuan Gungun and Brindisi were silent. They both followed behind him, watching him quickly engrave the array runes. They looked at each other and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Wang Ting. Too fast, the two of them were dazzled. They were afraid that Wang Ting would make a mistake. Even a god-level existence like Brindisi had never seen such crazy behavior. Most of the array masters who engraved the runes were very careful when they engraved the array. When they reached a critical point, they had to think twice before continuing. However, when it came to Wang Ting, Brindisi didn't see any pause. The entire process was as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. She felt that she had seen a different way of engraving the array from Wang Ting. She thought that she would never see it from anyone else in the future. No one could learn it. If someone didn't know life from death and tried to imitate him, their end would be tragic. Monster. Brindisi couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Time flew quickly. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Ting had finished engraving the runes at the edge of the array. At this moment, the runes he had engraved were moving toward the center of the array. The center was where the flaming falling star was located. The array that Wang Ting had engraved almost covered the entire flaming falling star zone. Except for the outermost area of the flaming falling star zone, he had engraved the runes in the rest of the flaming falling star zone. This was undoubtedly an extremely crazy move. No wonder he had asked Candle Dragon Planet to prepare so many materials for engraving the array. It turned out that he had long made up his mind to turn the entire flaming falling star zone into a terrifying array. Even if it was just a first tribulation saint array, once it covered a large area, and with the help of the terrifying fire power in the flaming falling star zone, the power it could exert would be terrifying. Perhaps even Wang Ting himself couldn't imagine how powerful the array he had engraved would be. After he had improved the array, it was more compatible with the flaming falling star zone. Theoretically, the power it could exert would be greater. This was the basic premonition that a Saint Runes array master had. I'm running out of time. At this moment, Wang Ting's expression was solemn. He calculated the progress of the array he had engraved and couldn't help but mutter, I need to go faster. Yuan Gungun, Brindis, this was slow. Wang Ting really didn't leave any room for other runes array masters. If other runes array masters knew about his engraving speed, would their eyes pop out of their sockets? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, balls of energy suddenly floated out of Wang Ting's body and formed balls of light of different colors around him. These balls of light quickly transformed, and then several figures that looked exactly like Wang Ting stepped out of them. They were his clones. There were 10 of them in total, and each of them corresponded to one of the origin powers. Go. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he said. The clones nodded and immediately turned into streaks of light and sped off in different directions. Obviously, he wanted to engrave runes in multiple directions at the same time. This was crazy, but it was the only way to go faster. Fortunately, he could use his clones. Moreover, his spiritual power was strong enough to support the clones' engraving of the array masters at the same time. Yuan Gungun and Brindis were stunned when they saw the 10 clones turn into streaks of light and sped off. Then, their eyes were filled with astonishment. This was possible? There was no such thing as the most outrageous, only more outrageous. Wang Ting didn't care about what they were thinking. His spiritual power swept out again and engraved the runes in this area. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, time passed by again. Under the crazy engraving of Wang Ting and the 10 clones, the runes of the array masters were inscribed at an unbelievable speed. The 10 clones had Wang Ting's attainments in runes, so there was no problem in engraving the runes. Although the engraving of the Saint Array Master's runes was very complicated, there were no mistakes in the end and the engraving was completed without any mishaps. A day passed by quickly. Wang Ting returned to the flaming meteor and let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, the 10 clones had also completed their respective engraving tasks and returned to the flaming meteor to reunite with the main body. Hurry up, hurry up. Finally, only the runes in the core area are left to be engraved. Wang Ting's expression didn't relax at all. It was still extremely serious. The runes in the core area were undoubtedly the most difficult to engrave, but it was also the most crucial place. Do you want to take a rest first? Yuan Gungun said with a frightened expression. Wang Ting's actions were really shocking. Yuan Gungun and Brindisi had observed from a close distance and witnessed the entire process of engraving the runes. The shock they felt was undoubtedly even more intense. There's not enough time. I can't stop. Wang Ting shook his head. Can your spiritual power still hold on? Brindisi asked with a serious expression. It should be fine. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he said this. In fact, his spiritual power could only hold on for a few hours. However, if a dark apparition descended during this time, his spiritual power could be replenished in time. However, if that happened, the engraving of the runes would be much more difficult. On one hand, it was difficult to engrave the runes. On the other hand, it was exhausting his spiritual power. No matter which one it was a huge challenge. However, Wang Ting wasn't too worried. When the bridge reached the bow, the boat would cross the bridge. If there were difficulties, he would endure them. It wasn't like he hadn't experienced this before. When Yuan Gungun and Brindisi saw this, they naturally didn't try to persuade him anymore. They knew that Wang Ting was at a critical moment in his engraving, and he didn't want to be disturbed. Wang Ting took a deep breath and took out a few pills to recover his spiritual power. His eyes flashed as he looked at the 10 doppelgangers. His spiritual power immediately swept out from between their eyebrows and immediately continued to engrave the runes. The engraving of the core runes was on the flaming meteorite. Previously, he had hidden the runes in the space crevice. Even an upper demon emperor level dark apparition would have a hard time finding them. However, the core runes were now too complicated and mysterious. Wang Ting couldn't completely hide them in the space crevice. Moreover, as the core of the runes, he needed something to rely on. The flaming meteorite was the most suitable place. Rise. At this moment, Wang Ting waved his hand and suddenly let out a shout. The materials needed for the engraving of the runes flew out from the space ring. They were like giant pythons, flying to various parts of the flaming meteorite. These materials were needed in the core area. They were more precious than the materials that had been merged into the void. Wang Ting hadn't taken them out until now. Now that it was time to engrave the core runes, he took them out. Zhu Longyu had once reminded him that some materials only had one type. If he failed, he might not have another chance. These were the materials that he was talking about. Each of these materials was like a small mineral vein. They sped over the flaming meteorite and soon arrived at a fixed area. The scorching temperature of the flaming meteorite didn't affect these ores at all. This was because they were rather strange fire-type ores. The flames of the flaming meteorite might not be able to melt them. Unless it was in an extremely hot area that had to be continuously burned, it might be possible to melt them. Wang Ting's 10 clones appeared beside the oars. With a wave of their hands, flames swept out and enveloped the oars. These flames were all worldly exotic flames. They were the energy that Wang Ting's original body had left in his clones. They could only be used once. Boom! 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 Enveloped by the flames, the various ores tumbled in the flames. They were melted and refined. The impurities fell from the air and were immediately swept away by the flames of the flaming meteorite below. The ores contained quite a lot of impurities. Even after melting, they were like giant pythons that tumbled in the flames. It was an astonishing sight. Before long, the refining was complete. Wang Ting's 10 clones immediately took action, throwing the ores into the ground of the flaming meteorite below. Rumble! In a split second, the ground shook violently as if an earth dragon had flipped over. The ground cracked open and the liquid metal from the ores immediately fused into the ground. Then, under the control of a powerful force, the ground actually closed up again. The flame swept over. After a while, not even a crack was left. It was as if the ground had never been touched. After doing all this, the 10 clones continued to inscribe the array runes. Their spiritual force seemed to be inscribing on the ground, but also on the ores below. Time passed again. After an unknown period of time, Wang Ting's face grew paler and paler. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. A sense of exhaustion and weakness spread out from his body. At this point, his spiritual force had been severely depleted. There was almost nothing left. There was a stabbing pain in his mind. He had taken several elixirs. Even if those elixirs were personally refined by him and almost all of them had reached 100% efficacy, the side effects were very small. However, for his current situation it was still somewhat insufficient. In short, the replenishment could not keep up with the consumption. The array that he had modified seemed to have exceeded the scope of the first tribulation of the divine level. Furthermore, it covered such a large area. The amount of spiritual force it required had exceeded his limit. Wang Ting's spiritual force was extremely vast. Under normal circumstances, inscribing a first tribulation of the divine level array would definitely not require so much spiritual force. However, the time was too short. He did not have any extra time to recover. This led to the situation where his spiritual force was insufficient. This situation was undoubtedly very rare for Wang Ting. However, it happened now. It showed how tight the time was this time. Those dark apparitions have not arrived yet? It seems like the delaying tactic of the blood god clone is too good. Wang Ting looked outside the flaming meteorite and could not help but smile bitterly. The inscribing of the array runes was about to come to an end. However, his spiritual force was somewhat insufficient. If a few dark apparitions arrived, he could simply kill them and quickly replenish his spiritual force. Then, the array runes would definitely be completed successfully. Therefore, was he trapped in a trap of his own making? Wang Ting shook his head and cast these messy thoughts aside. He took out a few more elixirs and was about to consume them. Boom! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from outside the flaming meteorite star zone. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He immediately closed his eyes. When he entered the flaming meteorite star zone, he had secretly left some void mayflies behind and hid them in the space crevices. Therefore, if there was any movement at the edge of the flaming meteorite star zone, he would be able to sense it immediately. Now, the movement that he had been waiting for seemed to have really come. As he closed his eyes, his thoughts appeared in the body of a void mayfly. He sensed the situation outside. Spaceships of various shapes and sizes were speeding over from the distant void. Behind these spaceships, there was a dense power of darkness sweeping over like a curtain that blotted out the sky. The space behind the spaceships was completely engulfed in darkness, and not a single speck of starlight could be seen. This scene was extremely terrifying. It was like the end of the world. It would make one feel pressured and fearful. The spaceships in front were like birds that had lost their heads out of fear. They were being chased toward the flaming meteorite star zone to avoid disaster. The dark apparitions are here. On the flaming meteorite, Wang Ting suddenly opened his eyes. He was surprised and delighted. He had long known that the number of dark apparitions was terrifying. He had seen it with his own eyes before he left the dark realm. Therefore, he was more or less prepared. However, when he had to face them now, he still felt a trace of pressure. To be honest, if he did not have the help of the formation, he would definitely turn around and run as far as he could if he had to fight with so many dark apparitions. He was not stupid. How could he face so many dark apparitions alone? However, now that he was prepared, he might be able to fight them head-on. When Wang Ting thought of this, his eyes glinted with determination. He even grinned as though he was excited. He immediately sent out a thought. Soon, the 10 clones soared into the sky from the flaming meteorite. They turned into flowing lights and sped toward the edge of the flaming meteorite star zone. At the edge of the flaming meteorite star zone, a great battle was about to break out. The spaceships of the Light Universe's geniuses who had rushed over from all over the universe rushed into the flaming meteorite star zone. The speed of the spaceships was immediately affected by the meteorites. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions came from all directions. The spaceships had a hard time moving because the meteorites were too dense. After flying for a short distance, they were hit by the meteorites that came from afar. The protective shield immediately lit up with a dazzling light. Ha ha ha, they can't run away. The hunt begins. Excited roars could be heard from the black fog behind them. The strange spaceship slowly docked outside the flaming meteorite star zone. Then, dark apparitions of various shapes and sizes flew out of the spaceships and chased after the Light Universe's geniuses' spaceships. Put away the spaceships and prepare for battle. At the same time, the Light Universe's geniuses' spaceships shouted. The spaceships also stopped. Then, a large number of warriors flew out of them. Some of them hovered in the void while some landed on the meteorites. They were all holding weapons and looking at the dark apparitions behind them with a solemn expression. Their eyes were filled with determination. A large group of dark apparitions immediately surrounded them. Both sides were at daggers drawn, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. When the dark apparitions saw that the Light Universe's geniuses no longer ran away, they did not seem to be in a hurry to kill them. They looked at the Light Universe's geniuses mockingly as though they were ready to enjoy the despair of their prey after forcing them into a desperate situation. Damn it! Didn't they say that the Torch Dragon clan left a backup plan in the flaming meteorite star zone? Where is it? There's nothing but meteorites here. F***CK. If it weren't for these meteorites blocking our spaceships, how could they have caught up with us so easily? What are the higher-ups of the Alliance army doing? Why did they send us here to die? Voices filled with resentment sounded in the crowd. It was difficult for them not to feel resentful in the face of such a situation. Boom! 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 Right at this moment, the rolling black fog behind him suddenly rolled and condensed into thrones of various shapes and sizes. Some were shaped like skeletons, some were made of rocks, and some were like a set of black armor. However, they all had a similarity. These thrones were filled with a strange and evil aura. Just looking at them made people feel extremely uncomfortable. When the Light Universe's geniuses saw this scene, their expressions changed, and they all revealed solemn expressions. Those who could condense thrones must be at the level of an upper demon emperor. Moreover, they must be at the level of an extremely powerful upper demon emperor. As soon as this thought popped up in their minds, a thick black fog swept over from behind and enveloped the thrones. Numerous dark apparitions with terrifying auras appeared silently on the thrones. They were like high and mighty kings of darkness, overlooking all the dark apparitions below and the Light Universe's geniuses opposite them. Swoosh! After these dark apparitions appeared on the thrones, the dark apparitions below actually knelt down respectfully. Hiss! The Light Universe's geniuses immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at this scene in shock. The auras of these dark apparitions were too powerful. They had already surpassed the level of an ordinary upper demon emperor. Moreover, if their perception was not wrong, there were several figures standing beside the thrones. They were also upper demon emperors. They all stood respectfully at the side as if the figure on the thrones was their leader. Giant Demon Clan, Sheep-Headed Demon Clan, Demon Moth Clan, Demon Armor Clan, Demon Rock Clan, Bone Spirit Clan, Mirage Clan, Inert Mist Clan, everyone's eyes swept across the thrones and immediately recognized those dark races of different shapes and sizes. For a moment, the entire void fell into a dead silence. There were too many, almost all the dark races they knew seemed to have appeared here. Just now, those dark apparitions' geniuses were densely packed in front of them, and they did not notice it. However, now that they saw the figures on the thrones, they suddenly realized that there were so many dark races here. Terrifying, horrifying, shocking, an indescribable feeling emerged in the hearts of all the light universe's geniuses. They had never seen so many dark races. The feeling of shock was simply indescribable. Boom! Boom! At this moment, two roars came from the black mist behind them again. The light universe's geniuses' expressions changed again, and they all looked behind them. They even found that even the dark apparitions on the thrones turned their heads to look at them at this moment. Two different kinds of fog suddenly swept out from the black fog. One was as black as ink, and that kind of blackness was even denser than the black mist behind them. It was like a black robe was rolling out. The other was blood red, and when it swept out, it emitted a thick bloody stench. It was undoubtedly extremely conspicuous in the surrounding pitch-black fog. At this moment, the mist that looked like a black robe poured down, revealing a huge throne. On it sat a figure in a black robe that seemed to have no body. It looked extremely strange. Beside the throne, there were a few black robes. There were very few of them, and they floated quietly like ghosts. They did not have legs, and it was as if they were only wearing a black robe. What kind of dark apparition is this? The light universe's geniuses looked at the black-robed figure in bewilderment, and their expressions unconsciously became solemn. This was because although they could not see the race of the black-robed figure, they could feel the terrifying and strange aura emitted from it. They could even see the fearful eyes of the other dark apparitions. This meant that these black-robed figures were not to be trifled with. Demonic brain race. At this moment, a solemn voice sounded from behind the crowd. A figure wrapped in white light stepped out of the void. The rich. Light intent immediately dispelled a lot of haze from the dark aura, shocking the light universe's geniuses present. Lord Arves. Many warriors around saluted and were extremely respectful to the Light Series warrior. Holy Light. He's the genius of the Holy Light mercenary group, Arves. Did he just say? Demonic brain race? What? Demonic brain race dark apparitions. Those are demonic brain race dark apparitions? Incredulous voices sounded from all directions. Half of it was because of the sudden appearance of the Light Series warrior, and the other half was because of the identity of the black-robed dark apparition. Arves. Are you sure they're demonic brain race dark apparitions? A deep voice came from the left side of the Holy Light mercenary group. That was where the Battle Blade mercenary group's genius warriors were. In front of the Battle Blade mercenary group's warriors, a warrior with a majestic body and a pair of horns on his head was wearing golden battle armor. He was looking at the Light Series warrior. It's you, Juriken. The Light Series warrior called Arves turned his head and looked over. He nodded with a serious expression and said, I've seen them once. I don't think I'm mistaken. I didn't expect so many demonic brain race dark apparitions to appear here, Juriken said. He. As soon as he said that, an ear-piercing and strange laughter suddenly came from under the black robe. It seems that my demonic brain race is quite famous. Even many people in the light universe recognize us. At this moment, a disdainful chuckle suddenly came from the blood-red mist, causing everyone to look over involuntarily. They could not help but widen their eyes. A corner of a huge altar slowly emerged from the extremely dense bloody mist. It was like a curtain that covered the sky, covering most of the starry sky. Boom. Boom. Boom, a terrifying aura leaked out from it, causing the meteorites in all directions to explode and turn into void dust. End of chapter. The blood-red altar shrouded a large number of dark apparitions, casting a terrifying shadow. A strong smell of blood permeated from the altar. Whether it was the geniuses of the dark apparitions or the geniuses of the radiant universe in the distance, they all smelled the strong smell of blood, and their expressions immediately turned solemn. This is the blood race? Many geniuses of the radiant universe exclaimed in shock. It was not that they had never seen the blood race dark apparitions before, but they had never seen them with such power when they appeared. The appearance of the demon brain race dark apparition just now was already enough to shock and horror them. However, it was the demon brain race after all, not an ordinary dark race. The blood race was an extremely common dark race. Compared to a mysterious and strange dark race like the demon brain race, the blood race was much worse. In the eyes of the geniuses of the radiant universe, the blood race was not as intimidating as the sheep-headed demons, the demon moth race, and other dark races. Who would have thought that the blood race's momentum would be so vast and terrifying? It seemed to be superior to the other dark races. What was even more outrageous was that everyone clearly saw that the dark races seemed to be rather fearful. They did not know the reason. What's that? It looks like an altar? What a strong smell of blood. Which terrifying existence of the blood race has descended? Otherwise, how can it have such momentum? It is said that the blood race is a large race among the major dark races. Although they are common, they have a very deep foundation and are not comparable to ordinary races. Some extremely powerful existences often appear. The geniuses of the radiant universe suddenly burst into discussions. They looked at the blood-red altar that appeared above their heads in shock. All of them were shocked. This seems to be the legendary blood god altar of the blood race. Arves of the Holy Light Mercenary Corps frowned. Then, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His eyes were filled with horror as he said in a solemn voice. Blood god altar. Not far away, Jurikin said in bewilderment, I seem to have seen it in a certain record of the Mercenary Union. It should be something recorded in that ancient history. I didn't expect it to appear here. Arves took a deep breath. His voice was still filled with shock. Blood god altar. In the distance, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Arves and Jurikin couldn't help but turn their heads to look. They saw a similarly muscular warrior in golden armor standing in the air, exuding a powerful aura. However, unlike Urigen, his chest, arms, face, and other parts of his body were all covered in golden scales. What was even more strange was that there was actually a dragon tail behind his back. It hung down naturally and was covered in golden scales that were shining brightly. Golden Dragon Clan, Aidhog. Arves and Jurikin immediately recognized the other party's identity, and a hint of seriousness appeared in their voices. Clearly, the two of them were a little wary of this newly appeared cultivator. It really is the blood god altar. The golden dragon fighter called Aidhog looked up and said, Our virtual universe company has similar records. From the looks of it, it should be the blood god altar from the legends of the Blood Clan. Then it can't be wrong. Alves nodded. Looks like there's going to be a tough battle this time. Aidhog's eyes flashed with fighting spirit as he said indifferently. Rumble, as the few of them were conversing, the enormous altar gradually appeared. The originally protruding corner grew larger and larger, and strange blood-red silhouettes walked out of the blood-red mist. They stood on the altar and looked down. Humph. A cold snort came from under the Demon Brain Clan's black robe, and Xianxia's mocking voice suddenly resounded. Bloody extinction, you're not strong enough, but you sure know how to act mysterious. Hee, in terms of acting mysterious, I can't compare to you. A light laugh came from within the blood-red mist. Hua la la, the moment he finished speaking, a blood-red stream of water suddenly swept out and gathered on the blood god altar to form a blood-red throne. A silhouette with blood-red hair and a blood-red faceless mask suddenly appeared on the throne. He held the armrest of the throne with one hand and leaned lazily on the throne. He supported his chin with his palm and looked at the scene in front of him with interest. Those scarlet eyes seemed to have a trace of cynicism, but they also seemed to be cold and indifferent. It was as if he looked at all life as if it was a cold dead object. The blood god doppelganger felt that he must be very evil. It was very fitting for the blood-breed dark apparition's identity. He looked like a big boss. Originally, he did not plan to appear in this way. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw the various dark apparitions acting cool. In order to not make the blood breed look too shabby, he could only take out the blood god altar and act tough. Of course, this was also to increase the blood breed's speaking power. As a spy from the light universe, he had to act more realistically. He had to look more evil than all the dark apparitions so that no one would suspect him. As expected, when the many dark apparitions saw him take out the blood god altar, the fear in their eyes became more intense. Even the geniuses from the light universe on the opposite side regarded him as a very troublesome dark existence. However, Arves, Jurikan, Adhog, and other geniuses could not help but frown. They looked at the blood god doppelganger with some surprise and uncertainty. Why did they only see a middle-rank demon emperor existence? Among the many upper-rank demon emperor geniuses, this middle-rank demon emperor blood-breed dark apparition was undoubtedly a bit eye-catching and surprising. However, the fear of those upper-rank demon emperor dark apparitions could not be faked. Whether it was the dark apparitions of other races or the dark apparitions of the Demon Brain clan, at this moment, they did not seem to be looking down on each other. Instead, they seemed to be on the same level as the dark apparitions of the Demon Brain clan. This made the geniuses from the light universe even more surprised. They did not know the origin of the blood-breed dark apparition. What made those dark apparitions so fearful? Shuiju, cut the crap. The competition between you and me should start now. The voice of the dark apparition of the Demon Brain clan, Xianxia, came out from under the black robe, revealing an evil intention. What's the hurry? The blood god doppelganger said lightly, you and I have not signed the soul contract yet. Have you forgotten? Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly. A cold light shot out from under the black robe and stared at the blood god doppelganger. Then, he waved his hand, and a stream of light flew toward the blood god doppelganger. It seems that you have been prepared for a long time. You are still hiding it. My worry is not wrong. You are planning to go back on your word at any time. The blood god doppelganger smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand, and a blood-red mist swept out and rolled back the stream of light. That stream of light was a scroll. After opening it, a contract appeared in front of the blood god doppelganger. It had Xianxia's soul imprint. He could clearly feel the connection between them. This could not be faked. At least you have some integrity. He nodded slightly. Psychic power swept out from between his eyebrows and left a soul imprint on the soul contract. Demon Brain clan slave, infected with voodoo, the blood god doppelganger looked at Xianxia, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The black robe on the throne in the distance stared at him. He did not know why, but he felt that something was wrong. In particular, the other party's smile made him a little unhappy. Humph, since the contract has been signed, you have nothing to say. Let's start the hunt. Let's see who kills the most geniuses in the light universe. I can't wait to take your body. Xianxia snorted coldly. What? These two dark apparitions were using them as a bet to determine the winner by killing more geniuses. The geniuses in the light universe on the opposite side were all furious. How arrogant. Jurikan's face was filled with rage as he suddenly roared. Ha ha ha. Shout louder. I guess you won't be able to shout later. I will let you know what despair is. Not only was Xianxia not angry, but he also laughed crazily. Humph, dark apparitions from the Demon Brain clan, I will experience your strength today. Anger appeared in Arve's eyes. His body bloomed with a dazzling white light as he stepped forward. Light-type ancient martial art practitioner. A pair of cold eyes shot out from under Xianxia's hood. He stared at Arves and said coldly, then let's start with you. Although a light-type ancient martial art practitioner can't become my collection, it's worth it for me to attack. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling black light suddenly erupted from his body. His black robe fluttered as he suddenly floated up from the throne. I wanted to meet this dark apparition from the Demon Brain clan. I didn't expect you to snatch it from me. Jurikan looked at Arves and said unhappily. Arves glanced at him and said indifferently, Demon Brain clan dark apparition, you may not be its match. Hey, you. Jurikan rolled his eyes in anger. So what if he was a light-type ancient martial art practitioner? He actually looked down on him. He immediately said coldly, when you lose, I will take over. Let's see who can defeat this dark apparition from the Demon Brain clan. You two really don't take me seriously. Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. The next moment, his black robe suddenly expanded. Then, a pair of large black hands stretched out from within. In the distance, Arve's expression was serious as he stared at this scene. The blood god clone's eyes also revealed a glimmer of light. He was a little curious. Was this dark apparition from the Demon Brain clan going to control the body of another race? What race was it? Rip. As soon as this thought appeared, the black robe around Xianxia's body expanded to its limit. In the end, it could no longer hold on and suddenly tore apart. A tall, muscular body appeared from under the black robe. It stood in the void and was actually 7 to 8 meters tall. A pair of large flesh wings slowly spread out. A thick dark aura surrounded its entire body. It was filled with a strange and evil intent. Sheep-headed demon race dark apparition. This was the body of a sheep-headed demon race dark apparition. It's actually a sheep-headed demon race. The blood god clone was slightly stunned. Sheep-headed demon race dark apparitions were not very special among the many dark apparitions. Their talent could only be said to be average. Why would this dark apparition from the Demon Brain clan choose a sheep-headed demon race dark apparition as its body? He could not understand. Even the other dark apparitions were a little puzzled. They also thought that Xianxia would use a very powerful body. They did not expect it to only be the body of a sheep-headed demon race dark apparition. It was not that they looked down on the sheep-headed demon race, but in comparison, the sheep-headed demon race's body did not have any special talent. However, the faces of the sheep-headed demon race dark apparitions were a little distorted. They were all dark apparitions, but this demon brain race dark apparition did not give them any face at all. He actually used their bodies in the battle. This was simply a blatant humiliation. However, they did not dare to say anything. Xianxia from the demon brain race could not be offended. They could only swallow their anger. Hehe, Xianxia, this is the body that you prepared. No wonder you insisted on snatching mine. It turns out that you do not have any good stock. They are all trash. The blood god clone laughed. The facial muscles of the sheep-headed demon race dark apparitions instantly twitched crazily. Did they not care about their reputation? They all ran over to step on them. Forget about Xianxia from the demon brain race. They could not afford to offend him. Even the blood race came to humiliate them. Did they really think that they could be bullied? Forget it. They could not afford to offend the blood race either. These sheep-headed demon race dark apparitions were now under the control of Wang Ting. They could not do anything to the blood god clone. Trash? Xianxia laughed coldly and said, then I will let you see the power of this body. Boom, a roar suddenly erupted from his body. Rich dark star force erupted and charged toward Arve's. Although he originally wanted to fight with this demon brain race dark apparition, he did not know why he felt like he was the scapegoat for someone else. Kill. However, he did not hesitate. Facing the demon brain race dark apparition that was charging toward him, he was fearless. He shouted loudly, held a long spear in his hand, and charged forward. Boom. Boom. Boom, both parties instantly collided in the void. Two completely different types of force fluctuations spread out in all directions. A type of dark evil, a type of holy light, the two types of force restrained each other and turned into two huge balls of light. They occupied most of the area in the void. It was a spectacular sight. Which force is this genius from? He is so powerful. The blood god clone's eyes flashed, and his gaze followed Arve's movements. He originally only wanted to observe Xianxia's strength. He did not expect this light-type warrior to be so powerful, which surprised him. Just now, those geniuses from the light universe seemed to say that he is a genius from the Holy Light mercenary group? The blood god clone could not help but mutter in his heart. At this time, Yuan Gungun was not by his side. Naturally, he did not know the status of the Holy Light mercenary group in the Universe Mercenary Alliance. He also did not know how great Arve's reputation was in the outside world. Wang Ting was just a genius who had just risen. Currently, his realm was only at the domain lord level. He did not come into contact with many sector lord level geniuses. Therefore, he did not know much about these sector lord level geniuses who had been famous for a long time. You from the blood race, come out and fight with me. At this time, a loud shout came from another direction. It was actually Urigen. He took the initiative to challenge the blood god clone. Me? The blood god clone was stunned. He did not expect to be challenged at all. However, before he could say anything, another voice suddenly sounded. Leave this blood race to me. The genius from the Golden Dragon race named Adhog soared into the sky and went straight for the blood god clone. F***ck. How dare he fight with me? Urigen's face darkened, and he also rushed up violently. He saw that Adhog had appeared at the same time as the demon brain race dark apparition and that the other dark apparitions were extremely fearful. Therefore, he chose to challenge him. However, he did not expect Adhog to choose this blood race dark apparition as well. Seeing two top geniuses from the light universe rushing toward him, the blood god clone was a little confused. What was going on? Did they think that he was a pushover? He had not even spoken yet, and they had come to challenge him. Blood Blue, Blood Neil, and the other dark apparitions from the blood race stood up and said coldly, Your Highness, let us deal with them. It's okay. Let me do it. The blood god clone's eyes flashed. A trace of scarlet light flashed past his eyes, and he stood up from the blood-colored throne. Boom, the next moment, he stepped slightly and turned into a blood-red stream of light, rushing toward Adhog and Urigen. Boom. Boom, Adhog and Urigen attacked almost at the same time. They were both metal elemental warriors. Adhog held a battle saber, while Urigen held a battle axe. The battle weapons in their hands condensed an extremely sharp blade light, and they slashed out fiercely. Good timing. A trace of excitement flashed in the blood god clone's eyes. This clone of his had never fought with a warrior from the light universe, so he did not know how powerful he could be. Boom. Boom, in an instant, he clenched both hands into fists, and two blood-red fist prints exploded. The fist prints were filled with a strong bloody aura, and at the same time, they were filled with a dense demonic aura. It was strange and evil. This is? Blood Blue's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. This was his combat skill. Now, the blood god clone was using it. When did he learn it? Clang. Clang, the sound of metal clashing was immediately heard, and before anyone could react, the two attacks had already collided. The blood god clone blocked two sector lord level geniuses from the radiant universe by himself. The blood god clone is so powerful. Euphoria, Blood Rosa, Blood Neil, and the other blood clan geniuses were extremely excited at this moment, and a trace of excitement appeared on their faces. They were originally a little worried that the blood god clone, who was only a middle-level demon emperor, would not be able to defeat these sector lord-level geniuses from the light universe. But now, they seemed to have worried too much. The blood god clone's strength could not be measured by common sense. Hua, the geniuses from the light universe behind them were also in an uproar as they watched this scene in horror. This dark apparition from the blood clan is so powerful? He blocked Sector Lord level genius Adhog from the Virtual Universe Company and Urigen from the Battleblade mercenary group by himself. How did he do it? Is the dark apparition really that powerful? Not to mention the geniuses from the light universe, even the geniuses from the dark races were shocked at this moment. Many geniuses from the dark races finally saw the strength of the blood god clone. They only knew that he had led the blood clan to defeat the geniuses from the devil moth clan, the sheep-headed demon clan, the giant demon clan, and even Gushi from the bone spirit clan. However, they did not know what had happened in the dark universe at all. Naturally, they did not know the specific strength of the blood god clone. Now that the blood god clone was really fighting in front of them, the impact was undoubtedly particularly strong. Huh? Adhog from the Golden Dragon clan looked at the blood clan dark apparition in front of him with some surprise and said, You are only a middle-level demon emperor. Originally, he thought that he had seen wrongly or that the blood clan dark apparition had hidden his strength so that others could not see through his details. Now that they were fighting, he realized that his opponent was really a middle-level demon emperor. A middle-level demon emperor dark apparition from the blood clan was actually able to fight him and not be at a disadvantage. An inconceivable thought emerged in his mind. He was a Sector Lord level genius from the Virtual Universe Company. Many middle-level Sector Lord level warriors were no match for him. Now, a middle-level demon emperor dark apparition from the blood clan was actually able to fight him. How could he accept this? How is this possible? Beside him, Urigen also widened his eyes in disbelief. Middle-level demon emperor, the opponent was actually a middle-level demon emperor. He, a sector lord-level genius from the Battleblade mercenary group, actually had to join forces with others to fight a middle-level demon emperor dark apparition from the Blood Clan. This was ridiculous. Did you just realize? The Blood God clone grinned and said indifferently, the sector lord-level geniuses from the Radiant Universe are just SOSO. Adhog, Urigen, they were actually looked down upon by a middle-level demon emperor dark apparition? You're courting death. Adhog let out a cold snort as he slashed down with the war blade in his hand, bursting out with a terrifying metal origin force. There was also a valiant domain force that fused into his blade light, causing the blade light to become even sharper. Chi. 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 Tiny golden saber radiance swept out from the saber radiance and cut the surrounding space. Suddenly, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in all directions around the Blood God clone. Ka. Cracks immediately appeared on the dark red fist, and it was on the verge of collapsing. Hee, there's still me. Urigen sneered. A powerful domain force also erupted from his body and integrated into his axe. Chi, dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the huge axe light. It seemed to have expanded several times in an instant, and a terrifying sharpness spread out from the axe light, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear in the surrounding void. Crack. 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 On the other fist mark of the Blood God clone, a cracking sound was suddenly heard and instantly spread to the entire fist mark. Melder Fourth Order Metal Domain. The Blood God clone's eyes flashed with surprise. These two genius warriors from the Radiant Universe had actually mastered the Melder Fourth Order Metal Domain. Was this a coincidence? No, it couldn't be considered a coincidence. They were the top geniuses of their respective organizations, so it was normal for them to be able to master a Melder domain. Blood Demon Domain, Melder Fourth Order, activate. The Blood God doppelganger suddenly grinned and let out a low growl in his heart. Boom. Boom, an equally powerful domain force erupted from his body and instantly integrated into his fist mark. The two fist marks instantly erupted with a rich dark red light that was as dazzling as a star, but it also exuded a bloody and evil aura. The cracks instantly healed, and the Blood God clone's fist mark fiercely bombarded Adhog and Urigen's attacks, causing a violent explosion in the void. Rumble, terrifying origin power shockwaves immediately spread out in all directions. In the next moment, the attacks of both sides completely exploded, forming an origin power impact that immediately sent both sides flying. Neither side could do anything to the other. But this was enough to shock everyone. This was because the Blood God clone had single-handedly fought two geniuses from the Radiant Universe. Adhog and Urigen stopped thousands of meters away and looked at the Blood God clone in the distance. Their expressions gradually became serious. They didn't expect that this Blood Clan dark apparition would be able to block their attacks after they had unleashed their domain force. The opponent's strength was indeed surprising. The Blood God clone floated in midair, his eyes indifferent and calm. He hooked his finger at the two of them, full of provocation. Kill. Kill. Adhog and Urigen looked at each other and roared. Then, they both charged toward the Blood God clone. At this moment, they had reached a consensus to work together to deal with this Blood Clan dark apparition. There was no fairness when dealing with dark apparitions. This Blood Clan dark apparition's talent shocked them. They had to get rid of it first. Otherwise, if it advanced to the level of an upper demon emperor in the future, it would be troublesome. Boom, the Blood God clone didn't waste any time. He turned into a blood-red stream of light and directly charged forward. After all, he wasn't a true dark apparition and couldn't really kill two top geniuses from the Radiant Universe. So, he was just stalling for time. Boom. 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 Thus, the three of them started a great battle in the void. It felt like they were evenly matched. Adhog and Urigen even thought that the Blood God clone's strength was only this strong. They suddenly had the illusion that they could kill him. It's time for us to make our move. On the other side, the top geniuses from the various dark races also stood up from their thrones and looked coldly at the geniuses from the Radiant Universe in front of them. Boom. 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 As they stood up, an extremely powerful dark aura immediately gushed out and swept forward. For a moment, all the geniuses from the Radiant Universe looked extremely serious. Kakik. Let's start the hunt, everyone. The feast has begun. Roar. Excited roars came out from the mouths of the dark apparitions. All of a sudden, all the dark apparitions started moving. Like a terrifying black tide, they surged forward. Many geniuses from the radiant universe turned pale when they saw the scene. They were terrified. Although they were all geniuses, they had never seen such a terrifying scene. It was like the end of the world. Darkness swept over as if it was going to cover everything, dimming the light in their hearts. Just dark apparitions. What's there to be afraid of? Kill. 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 However, among the geniuses from the radiant universe, there were also many powerhouses who stepped out. Their powerful auras soared into the sky as they roared furiously. For a moment, their fighting spirit surged. The surrounding geniuses from the radiant universe were also affected by this fighting spirit. They roared one after another, and their morale was greatly boosted. Boom. 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 In the next moment, both sides rushed forward and a great battle broke out. The scene instantly became chaotic. Many meteorites exploded in the countless origin power attacks. The dark apparitions fell one after another, and the geniuses from the radiant universe spilled their blood. A strong smell of blood instantly filled the area. Swoosh. Swoosh. At this moment, ear-piercing sounds came from afar. Streaks of crimson flowing light suddenly appeared in front of everyone. My Candle Dragon clan is here. Who can fight us? A loud roar came. A figure smashed into the dark apparitions like a meteor. He waved his fists and instantly killed several middle-level demon emperor dark apparitions. Candle Dragon Yi. It's the Sector Lord Genius from the Candle Dragon clan, Candle Dragon Yi. He's also a genius from the Cosmic Sky Academy and a counselor of the Academy Arbitration Council. He's extremely powerful. Great! The Candle Dragon clan has indeed prepared a backup plan here. Don't be afraid. We still have a chance. Let's kill together. Seeing the appearance of the Candle Dragon clan's genius, the geniuses from the radiant universe were overjoyed and roared one after another. Candle Dragon clan. A roar sounded, and then a giant demon dark apparition rushed over. Its huge arm waved a fist and smashed toward Candle Dragon Yi. This was an upper-level demon emperor dark apparition. It was extremely powerful. Candle Dragon Yi's eyes narrowed. He did not dare to be negligent and instantly went up to meet it. Boom, the two sides immediately broke out into a great battle. They exchanged blows and actually engaged in a hand-to-hand combat in the void. It was really a punch to the flesh. It was abnormally powerful. The extreme sense of violence was on full display from both sides. Whether it was the Candle Dragon clan or the Giant Demon clan, they were known for their powerful physical bodies. The combat skills they used were also very suitable for close combat. Therefore, when they collided, the impact was particularly strong. So terrifying. Some dark apparitions and geniuses from the radiant universe could not help but swallow their saliva. Their faces were full of horror. Not bad. The upper-level demon emperor dark apparition grinned hideously. A terrifying dark aura erupted from its body as it roared, "Giant demon body, open." Boom, pitch-black inscriptions appeared on its sturdy body, flickering with black light. Terrifying energy immediately surged out from its body, causing it to swell rapidly. It reached a height of several dozen meters in an instant. At the same time, a huge battle axe condensed in the hand of the upper-level demon emperor dark apparition and slashed toward Candle Dragon Yi. Chi-La, a huge black crack was directly split open in the void, and a terrifying spatial turbulence swept out from it. Zhu Longye's expression changed, and he didn't have time to use his torch dragon body. He let out a roar, and the majestic power of the world erupted from his body, turning into a small world phantom above his head to contend with the huge axe light. Boom, in just an instant, when he had projected the small world, the frightening axe glow had already ruthlessly landed on it, causing a deafening explosion to erupt. Cracks suddenly appeared on Candle Dragon Yi's small world phantom, and the corners began to collapse. Then, he was sent flying backward uncontrollably. When the surrounding radiant universe geniuses saw this scene, they were all shocked. End of chapter. Rumble, Xianxia's small world phantom was shaking, and many of its edges had collapsed. His expression was ugly, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, the blow just now had injured him a little. The geniuses of the light universe were horrified. When Xianxia appeared, they thought they had reinforcements, and their morale was greatly boosted. Who would have thought that an upper-level demon emperor dark apparition from the giant demon clan could defeat Xianxia? Were the strength of these dark apparitions really so terrifying? Not far away, Zhu Longshuang was fighting with a peak middle-level demon emperor dark apparition from the demon moth clan. When she saw this scene from afar, her expression suddenly changed slightly. She knew very well how strong Xianxia was. Although the two of them usually seemed to be at odds, she never dared to underestimate Xianxia's strength. But now, in the face of an upper-level demon emperor dark apparition from the giant demon clan, Xianxia was actually at a disadvantage, which was really surprising. Boom! On the other side, Wei Jia and Yars exchanged blows, and both sides retreated far away. He glanced at Xianxia and laughed. The Xianxia geniuses are just SOSO. Last time, my clan snatched a Xianxia's body, and I thought it was very strong. Yar's expression was solemn. He had already felt the strength of this demon brain clan dark apparition. Under the control of the other party, the goat-headed demon clan dark apparition could erupt with extremely terrifying strength. In his opinion, it was even stronger than those real goat-headed demon clan dark apparitions in the distance. This was undoubtedly a bit outrageous. The body controlled by the demon brain clan was just a dead object, but it could reach such a level. How did it do it? The demon brain clan dark apparition was indeed strange. Roar! Roar! When Xianxia heard Wei Jia's taunting words, his eyes suddenly turned dark red as if there was a flame burning in them. Boom! The next moment, a dark red flame swept out from his body, instantly wrapping him up like a fire dragon sweeping through the void. Xianxia's body. The blood god avatar narrowed his eyes slightly and looked over. His original bodies, Xianxia's body, had not improved for a long time. Could Xianxia bring him some surprises? Once his torch dragon body was upgraded, his true dragon war body, pseudo, would be upgraded as well. Wang Ting's original body liked this powerful combat constitution very much. As a clone, he naturally knew this very well. Therefore, when he saw Xianxia preparing to use the torch dragon physique, even he was looking forward to it. The torch dragon physique of the torch dragon clan. There was a hint of interest in Adhog's eyes. He looked at Xianxia and couldn't help but mutter. That's right, there's also the golden dragon tribe. They must have a similar dragon physique. The blood god doppelganger suddenly looked at Adhog, who was not far away from him. A glint flashed in his eyes. Because of the battle situation on Candle Dragon Field side, they temporarily stopped attacking. At this moment, they were all attracted by that side. Even Wei Jia's gaze narrowed slightly. He had heard many times about how powerful the body of the Illumination Dragon clan was. Now, he really wanted to see it with his own eyes. I hope you won't disappoint me. Jia laughed in his heart. Roar! A strange dragon roar came from the mouth of the giant dragon condensed from dark red flames, shaking the void. Immediately after, a huge body slowly emerged from the dark red flames. A huge dragon head rushed out of the flames, covered in fine dark red scales, and the pair of dragon horns on its head revealed a trace of nobility. However, this dragon head was not a complete dragon head. From the front, it looked like a human face that retained a trace of Xianxia's facial features. It was strange but harmonious. So ugly. Roar. Even though the blood god doppelganger had inherited a lot of memories from the original body and knew what the Illumination Dragon clan looked like after using the complete torch dragon physique, he still couldn't help but complain when he saw it. Roar. Xianxia's huge dragon head immediately looked at the blood god doppelganger, and his huge and majestic eyes were filled with coldness. Why are you looking at me? You're not allowed to talk about how ugly you are. The blood god doppelganger curled his lips. Everyone was a little speechless. Everyone was shocked by the torch dragon physique of the Illumination Dragon clan, but this guy was concerned about the other party's beauty and ugliness. Wasn't his focus a little skewed? The Illumination Dragon clan doesn't have the purest dragon bloodline after all. Adhog said. Roar! Roar! As soon as these words came out, Zhu Longyi was furious, and a rolling heat wave spewed out of his mouth. If it weren't for the fact that he had to deal with the dark apparition at this moment, he would have rushed over and fought with it hog. Frost and the other geniuses of the Illumination Dragon clan also glared at him. No one could act as if nothing had happened when they heard others looking down on their clan. Hog, you'd better not talk so much. Jurukin was speechless. Although he also felt that the Torch Dragon physique of the Illumination Dragon clan was not very good-looking, as long as it was strong enough, there was no need to care so much. Now this is a little interesting. Roar! The dark apparition of the giant demon clan laughed sinisterly, and its huge body crushed forward with a loud rumble. A huge hand actually grabbed Zhu Longye's huge body. Boom, the void shook, and under that huge hand, there seemed to be bursts of explosions in the space, unable to withstand that terrifying power. The power of an upper demon emperor was very terrifying, and it was enough to destroy a star sector. If no one stopped it, an ordinary star sector would probably not be enough to be destroyed by an upper demon emperor dark apparition. Roar! Roar! Zhu Longye's huge body was wrapped in dark red Zhulong fire. He suddenly burst out and swung his huge dragon tail. Boom, a terrifying explosion suddenly sounded, and the dragon tail drew an afterimage in the void and fiercely bombarded the big hand of the giant demon clan dark apparition. The ferocious look on the giant demon clan dark apparition's face froze slightly, and its eyes widened. Its huge body actually fell backward. Whoosh, there was an uproar all around. They didn't expect Zhu Longyi to be so powerful after using the Torch Dragon physique. Wei Jia was also a little interested. He realized that he seemed to have underestimated this Illumination Dragon clan. That body was a little interesting. Roar, the dark apparition of the giant demon clan was a little angry out of humiliation. Its whole body was filled with black mist, and it forcibly stabilized its huge and sturdy body in the void. The battle axe in its other hand once again slammed down at Zhu Longyi. Boom, a huge axe light suddenly emerged in the void. The power of darkness gathered and turned into a pitch-black battle axe phantom. Zhu Longyi was not to be outdone. He opened his mouth and roared. A bright dark red light gathered in it, and a scorching temperature suddenly spread out. Around the dark red light ball, the void was distorted. Obviously, it could not withstand the extreme heat. Die! Roar! The dark apparition of the giant demon clan smiled ferociously. The huge battle axe phantom slammed down fiercely, as if it was going to cut Zhu Longyi in half on the spot. Boom, the dark red light ball in Zhu Longye's mouth suddenly erupted, turned into a light beam, and crashed into the battle axe phantom of the giant demon clan dark apparition. For a moment, the void seemed to be still. Both attacks stagnated on the spot and fell into a stalemate. However, this stalemate did not last long. A series of cracking sounds followed, and then everyone saw that a large number of cracks had appeared on the huge battle axe phantom. How is this possible? The giant demon clan dark apparition was in disbelief. Its attack that contained the power of the world was actually shattered by the opponent, boom, but before it could react, a violent explosion sounded. The huge battle axe phantom could not withstand it and burst into pieces. The light beam that erupted from Zhu Longyi suddenly rushed toward the dark apparition of the giant demon clan. Roar! Roar! The pupils of the high-ranked demon emperor-ranked giant demon clan dark apparition contracted. With a roar, the dark light in its body poured out, trying to resist the bombardment of the dark red light beam. The pillar of light had yet to descend, but the scorching heat had already swept over, burning the body of the giant demon clan's dark apparition. The dark apparition felt a scorching pain on its huge and terrifying body. This was incredible. Not to mention that it had already activated the troll body, and had an astonishing physique. Even the dark star origin power that had erupted at this moment was enough to withstand extremely high temperatures. But now, it was actually unable to withstand the temperature of the dark red light beam that swept over. How could it not be shocked? But it was too late to think too much. Boom, in the next moment, the dark red pillar of light ruthlessly smashed into its enormous body under its disbelieving gaze. Its body was too huge, and the target was too obvious. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to dodge even if it wanted to. Terrifying energy erupted from the dark red light beam, instantly enveloping and drowning the giant demon clan dark apparition. Suddenly, an astonishing roar came out from it. The terrifying high temperature swept in all directions, causing many dark apparitions and geniuses of the light universe to be shocked. They retreated one after another, not daring to get close. Seeing this scene in the distance, Wei Jie's pupils shrank, but immediately, a trace of heat emerged from the depths of his eyes. The body of the Candle Dragon clan, it was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, its goat-headed dark apparition actually spat out a long and large tongue from its mouth, licking its lips as if it had seen a delicious meal. On the other side, Eight Hog's eyes also showed a trace of solemnity. Although he really did not like the appearance of the Candle Dragon clan dark apparition, he had to admit that this Candle Dragon Ye's talent and strength were not weak. As expected of a sector lord genius, Candle Dragon Ye's Candle Dragon body is indeed not something Zhu Longshan can compare to. A scarlet light flashed in the blood god clone's eyes as he muttered to himself. If someone saw his appearance, they would find that his gaze was almost exactly the same as Wei Jie's. Although the two of them had different desires, there was no doubt that they had an extremely strong interest in Candle Dragon Ye's body. Roar. In the void, Zhu Longye's huge body suddenly let out a complacent roar to show his strength, but he immediately felt an inexplicable chill. What was with this demon brain clan's gaze? He turned to look at Wei Jie and found that the other party was sizing up his body with a burning gaze. He immediately reacted. The other party was actually peeping at his body, and he was instantly furious. "You're courting death." Roar. Candle Dragon Yi roared at Wei Jie. A pair of dark red dragon eyes stared at the other party as if dark red flames were burning in them. He. You'd better take care of yourself first." Wei Jie sneered. "Be careful." Roar. A loud roar suddenly came from the side. The person who spoke was Candle Dragon Shuang. She seemed to have seen something terrifying, and her eyes instantly widened. Zhu Longyi immediately felt an even more evil aura erupt from behind him. It even broke through his Zhulong flames and charged straight at him. He turned his head abruptly and saw a pitch-black tentacle suddenly burst out from the dark red flames and swept towards him. Before he could react, it had already wrapped around his body. Roar. Torch Dragon Field let out an angry roar and its huge body began to twist wildly. The Torch Dragon's flames wrapped around its body and burned the pitch-black tentacles, trying to break free from them. The tentacle was condensed from flesh and blood, and there were scarlet eyeballs embedded on it. It was very evil. Under the burning of the flames, the flesh and eyeballs kept falling off, emitting an extremely disgusting burnt smell. However, the power of darkness constantly spread out from the tentacle, repairing the terrifying tentacle at a speed visible to the naked eye. For a moment, Candle Dragon Ye's Candle Dragon flames could not do anything to the terrifying black tentacle. Roar. A roar came from behind, and the giant demon clan dark apparition rushed out from the Candle Dragon flames. It rushed out of the flames. At this moment, its appearance had completely changed. Its flesh and blood had swelled up, and the feeling of sturdiness had disappeared. It had become extremely bloated. Its entire body was like a huge and ugly piece of meat. It was covered with strange scarlet eyes and mouths that were constantly opening and closing. Black tentacles stretched out from all parts of its body, as if they were, an extremely evil and dark aura spread out from the giant demon clan dark apparition's body and swept across a large area of the starry sky. The surrounding geniuses of the light universe were all shocked, and their hearts were filled with horror. Devil change. Then, a horrified cry burst out from someone's mouth, causing a huge uproar. All the geniuses of the light universe stared at the huge and ugly giant demon clan dark apparition in shock. The devil change of an upper-rank demon emperor dark apparition, what a terrifying scene. For those universe level and domain lord level warriors, it was completely their first time seeing such a scene. The huge body of the giant demon clan dark apparition was like a source of darkness infection, exuding a terrifying and evil aura of darkness. Even just looking at it made people feel extremely uncomfortable. When many universe-level warriors saw this terrifying existence, their eyes could not help but be filled with confusion. A strange blood-red color emerged from the bottom of their eyes and spread to their entire eyeballs. "Don't look." A loud roar burst out from Arvase's mouth. He looked solemnly at the giant demon clan dark apparition, and a white war bow suddenly appeared in his hand. The light force in his body gathered and turned into several light arrows that shot toward the dark apparition. Xiao! 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 A series of air-piercing sounds were heard. The light arrows were like real flowing lights, turning into several white lines in the void and instantly falling on the giant demon clan dark apparition. Boom! 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 The frighteningly bloated body immediately erupted into a couple of clusters of bloody fog. Regardless of whether it was the dark force or the frightening flesh, they were all melted under the purification of the light force. After which, a couple of huge bloody holes were left on the body, while dark red blood continued to spurt out from them. Roar! The giant demon clan dark apparition let out a loud roar, and the eyeballs on its body all looked at Arvase in unison, containing evil and resentment. Pung! 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 However, at this time, Xianxia finally took the opportunity to break free from the binding of those black tentacles. Once again, a dark red light beam erupted from his mouth and shot directly toward the giant demon clan dark apparition. Boom! Terrifying flames exploded on the giant demon clan dark apparition, drowning it again. However, this time, the giant demon clan dark apparition forcibly withstood it. Its entire body was burning with flames, and its huge bloated body seemed to be indestructible. It moved in the void with a rumble and charged toward Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze was extremely solemn. Looking at the giant demon clan dark apparition that was charging toward him, he roared angrily and also charged forward, unwilling to be outdone. They were all geniuses of the same level. How could he be willing to lose to this giant demon clan dark apparition? Earlier, when Arvase helped him, he was already somewhat dissatisfied. He thought that he had not broken free of the bindings with his own strength. Therefore, he wanted to kill this giant demon dark apparition and let everyone see the true strength of Torch Dragon Field. Boom! 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 Two huge bodies suddenly broke out in the void. After Arvase's reminder, the other geniuses from the light universe came back to their senses and no longer looked directly at the giant demon clan dark apparition. Their faces were pale, and their hearts were still beating with fear as they charged toward the surrounding dark apparitions. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me. Arvase. Seeing that Arvase had attacked the giant demon clan dark apparition, Xianxia could not help but feel a little angry. A terrifying aura erupted from the sheep-headed demon clan's body. The pair of flesh wings on its back flapped loudly, and it actually turned into an afterimage. Its speed suddenly increased greatly, and it instantly arrived in front of Arvase. A battle sword had appeared in its hand out of nowhere, and it slashed down directly. A terrifying dark red sword light erupted. That was the move of the sheep-headed demon clan dark apparition. Not only did the sheep-headed demon clan dark apparition contain the power of darkness, but it also contained the power of flames. It was extremely powerful. Arvase's expression turned solemn. He originally wanted to shoot another arrow at the giant demon clan dark apparition, but now it was obvious that he could no longer do so. He could only focus on dealing with the demon brain clan dark apparition in front of him. The spear in his hand erupted with a bright white light. Rays of spear light swept out and collided with the sword light. Boom! The attacks from both sides were annihilated in the void. Arvase's light force could indeed suppress the power of darkness. However, the demon brain clan dark apparition in front of him was obviously not easy to deal with. Even with his strength, he could not suppress it. He, an ear-piercing and sharp laughter rang out from Tribulations. Suddenly, a huge illusory image of a small world appeared above his head. Within it, the power of dark flames surged. Dark red lava flowed like a river within the small world. Regardless of whether it was the sky or the ground, they were all covered with lava rivers. Arvase's gaze froze, and his heart trembled. He did not dare to be negligent. A phantom of a small world also appeared above his head. This small world was extremely unique. A glaring holy white light shone in all directions, making it impossible to see anything clearly. There was only a vast expanse of whiteness. After the phantom of this small world appeared, a large amount of the power of darkness was dispelled and purified. The surrounding light universe's martial artists suddenly felt much more relaxed. The feeling of being suppressed by the dark apparition suddenly dissipated. On the other hand, the dark apparition seemed to be extremely uncomfortable. The power of darkness was suppressed, and the extremely rich power of light spread out, making them feel uncomfortable all over. It was as if they were being purified. Many dark apparitions could not help but retreat backward, leaving the range of the phantom of the small world that was filled with the power of light. This was extremely shocking. It was just a projection, but it already had such a strange effect. If the real small world appeared in this starry sky, what kind of holy power would it possess? A light-type martial artist is indeed something. When Xianxia saw that territory, a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. No matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to underestimate a light-type martial artist of the same level. The light type was originally the biggest nemesis of the dark creatures. Arvez did not say anything. He drove the phantom of the small world above his head and crashed forward. Humph. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly. The dark red phantom of the small world also crashed forward. The rumbling sound shook the void as if it was going to destroy everything. Boom, in an instant, the two phantoms of the small worlds collided. The power of dark flames and the power of light crazily collided, eroding and destroying each other. They were in a stalemate. On the other battlefield, the genius martial artists of the Cosmic Star College were also engaged in a fierce battle with the dark apparitions. One genius martial artist after another charged toward the dark apparitions and fought with them. Blood spilled in the starry sky. Among the geniuses of the 7th Cosmic Star College, the people of the Star Guild gathered together and were fighting with a group of dark apparitions from the Lazy Fog race. The Lazy Fog race dark apparitions were not common in the light universe. Even on the battlefield of the Defense Star, the Lazy Fog race dark apparitions were rare. However, today, there were many Lazy Fog race dark apparitions here. Moreover, they were the geniuses of this race. They had strange means and were extremely powerful. The strength of the people of the Star Guild was not weak, but it was their first time facing the Lazy Fog race dark apparitions. They did not know their means and inevitably fell into a disadvantage. Boom, Wade was tightly entangled by a low-rank Demon Emperor-level Lazy Fog race dark apparition. Dense black fog filled the air, scaring him into retreating. Wah wah wah. This fog is too difficult to deal with. It follows me wherever I run. There's no end to it. Ah! He shouted as he dodged. Human, die. The low-rank Demon Emperor-level Lazy Fog race dark apparition on the opposite side was a little impatient. With a cold shout, a long whip appeared in its hand and swept toward Wade. Boom! When the long whip was lashed out, the black fog rolled and condensed, turning into a giant python. Its scarlet eyes stared at Wade, flicking its tongue as if it was a living creature. What was more terrifying was that on the giant python condensed by the fog, there were numb faces, as if they were lifeless and full of laziness. Wade wanted to dodge, but when he saw those faces, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He seemed to have lost interest in everything. Facing the giant python that was rushing straight toward him, he did not want to resist at all. Dark apparitions are so terrifying. I'd rather die, damn fatty. A loud shout suddenly came from the side, like a thunder explosion. It was Reynolds. He was the closest to Wade and noticed his abnormality. He immediately warned him with a voice that contained the power of thunder. Wade quivered, and his eyes suddenly regained clarity. The trace of laziness disappeared in an instant. Looking at the giant python that was less than 100 meters away, his expression changed slightly. Without much time to think, he slashed out with the battle axe in his hand. Roar, flames swept out, and the shadow of a giant beast appeared. Then, the flames gathered and turned into an axe aura that slashed toward the giant python. Boom, the axe aura wrapped in the power of flames suddenly fell on the giant python's head. The giant python hissed and turned into fog instantly. That was close. That was close. Yes. With lingering fear, Wade patted his chest and immediately retreated, shouting, Reynolds, thank you. Yes. Be careful. Don't die. Reynolds yelled. Fatty, what happened just now? Xianxia was being held back by another dark apparition from the slothful fog race, but she also noticed the situation here and could not help but ask loudly. That giant python is a bit strange. The face that condensed on it seems to contain a strange power, very similar to the fog. If you look at it for a long time, you will become lazy and even lose your survival instinct. I, who cherishes my life so much, almost stood there and waited for death. Yes. Thinking of that feeling, he still felt his heart palpitate. He looked at the dark apparitions from the slothful fog race in the distance with fear. So what if you know? Can you resist the slothful fog of the slothful fog race? The dark apparition from the lower demon emperor race sneered. This group of geniuses from the universe of light is quite strong. Let's work together to finish them off. Another dark apparition from the slothful fog race said coldly. Well, let's end it quickly. We can't let other races get ahead of us. All right. Several dark apparitions from the slothful fog race immediately gave up attacking and gathered together, causing a large area of black fog to condense toward the center. What are they doing? All right. Seeing this, Wade, Reynolds, Bai Chuan Lu, Yu Yunxian, Yu Qiqiao, Tai Beisha, and the other geniuses looked extremely solemn. They also gathered together and looked at the dark apparitions from the slothful fog race opposite them. Be careful. The means of this group of slothful fog race are really strange. Wu Yan looked serious and said in a deep voice, I have read the records of this race. The fog they use is called slothful fog. It can make people lazy and is impossible to guard against. All right. Tai Beisha, can your power of light block their fog? Yu Qiqiao turned around and asked. If it's a one-on-one fight, I can still restrain them, but now that they are working together. Tai Beisha shook her head. She did not finish her sentence, but everyone already understood what she meant. Rumble, with the cooperation of the dark apparitions from the slothful fog race, a large area of black fog had spread over and completely shrouded the void. From the outside, it looked like a big bowl formed by black fog. It was upside down and shrouded the warriors of the Star Guild. This. All right. Vice President. What should we do? We are surrounded. Damn it. Why are these dark apparitions from the slothful fog race so difficult to deal with? All right. The warriors of the Star Guild kept gathering and attacking the black fog crazily. However, they could not break through it. All the attacks that fell into it were like stones sinking into the sea. There was not a single ripple. Instead, under the shrinking of the fog, they could only keep retreating. Yu Qiqiao and the others moved closer. In the eyes of the Star Guild members, Yu Qiqiao, Yu Yunxian, Reynolds, and the others were naturally the strongest besides the president. Now that the president was not here, they were like the backbone of the Star Guild. Everyone, let's attack together. We can't let the slothful fog touch us. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Wu Yan said with a solemn expression. That's the only way. All right. Reynolds and the other geniuses nodded. Without any hesitation, they unleashed their strongest attacks and blasted at the thick black fog. In the outside world, in a battlefield, the warriors of the Blue Flame Association were also fighting. Juan Banlian and the others were facing a group of Mirage race warriors and were also exhausted. However, they were stronger and had not fallen into a desperate situation. This time, the Blue Flame Association had sent out 2 Sector Lord-level geniuses. Although they were not as strong as Feng Qingyan, they were quite strong and could temporarily protect the Blue Flame Association. At this moment, Juan Banlian suddenly saw the Star Guild members in the distance being surrounded by the black fog. She couldn't help but be slightly dazed. Then, a cold smile appeared on her face. The Star Guild is indeed here to die. They don't even need the Blue Flame Association to do anything. Today, they will completely die at the hands of the dark apparitions. No one can save them. A group of universe-level warriors dares to come to the battlefield. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They will die for nothing. A Blue Flame Association warrior saw the scene and shook his head. After that Wang Ting fell, the Star Guild will only exist in name. It's only a matter of time before they disappear. It's a pity for those geniuses. Another Star Guild cultivator said regretfully. The universe is cruel. The weak are prey to the strong. Even if they don't die at the hands of the dark apparitions today, they will be swallowed by other large powers in the future. From the moment they chose to follow Wang Ting, their fate was sealed. Wan Banlian said coldly. When Ning Fu, Jia Dang, Qi Lianfeng, and the other geniuses heard this and took the time to look into the distance. The geniuses of the Star Guild were finally going to die. They had been suppressed too badly in the Cosmic Star Academy during this period of time. They had long hated the Star Guild to the core. Now that they were about to die at the hands of the dark apparitions, they were naturally delighted. Not good. When Candle Dragon Shuang saw this scene from afar, a hint of anxiety appeared in her eyes. She knew that Wang Ting was still alive. If the members of the Star Guild died here and he found out, it would be disastrous. However, at this moment, she was being held up by a peak middle demon emperor dark apparition. She had no time to care about other things. On the other side, a few domain lords were also very anxious. They were Danan, Yuan Bai, Bai Yao, and the others who were familiar with Wang Ting. How dare you be distracted when fighting with us? Humph. A dark apparition from the Armor Devil clan snorted coldly. It condensed a huge Armor Devil phantom and blasted toward Danan and the others. Get lost. Danan shouted and slashed out a huge flaming sword ray with her battle sword. The tyrannical domain power merged into it, trying to block the Armor Devil phantom. However, clang, a metallic sound suddenly rang out. Danan's sword ray slashed on it, but it actually burst into a string of sparks. It couldn't break through the defense, whap. Go to check. The dark apparition of the Armor Devil clan had amazing defense, and this dark apparition was a peak middle-rank demon emperor with great strength. Even if Danan and the others were geniuses of the Cosmic Sky Academy, Danan's attack would have been enough to break through the defense of an ordinary dark apparition. However, when facing a genius dark apparition of the same level, they did not have any advantage at all. The strength of a genius dark apparition was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Boom! At this moment, a huge shield shadow slammed down and pressed down on the dark apparition of the Armor Devil clan. Slash! Slash! Another domain lord warrior charged forward with a battle sword in his hand. The sword blade in his hand was wrapped in blue force and contained the power of the domain, exuding a terrifying power. Boom! As the sword slashed down, the dark apparition of the Armor Devil clan shook violently, and cracks finally appeared on it. Roar! The peak middle-rank demon emperor dark apparition let out a furious roar and controlled the dark apparition of the Armor Devil clan to smash its fists at the sword light. The momentum was terrifying and incomparably ferocious. Clang! 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 The sound of metal vibrating suddenly resounded in the void. The sword light shook violently, and cracks immediately appeared on it, spreading across the entire sword body. Let's hold off these dark apparitions of the Armor Devil clan. Danan, hurry over there. Qin Quan, who was in Danan's team, had a solemn look in his eyes, but he still shouted. Danan only hesitated for a moment. She glanced at the team members, nodded heavily, and sped off into the distance. You want to leave? Slash! A middle-rank demon emperor dark apparition of the Armor Devil clan roared and charged forward. The terrifying dark apparition of the Armor Devil clan shrouded the void, and a pair of big hands grabbed at Danan. In front of this huge dark apparition of the Armor Devil clan, Danan's petite body suddenly seemed even smaller, like a flying ant that was about to break free from the giant's big hand. Get lost! Danan yelled, and the domain lord in her body suddenly erupted. The sword in her hand turned into a sword light that was several meters long. It soared into the sky and slashed out fiercely. Boom! This time, the dark apparition of the Armor Devil clan was directly slashed apart. The two big hands collapsed in the void, and the dark apparition of the Armor Devil clan flew out of the apparition. Danan's face was slightly pale, but she gritted her teeth and charged toward the Star Guild members without slowing down at all. She was already overloading her origin power, and the sword strike just now had exhausted her greatly. She wouldn't be able to recover in a short while. She dashed toward the Star Guild members while dodging the attacks of the dark apparitions around her. At the same time, she took out a pill to replenish her force and consumed it. Boom! 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 Above the inverted bowl formed by the black fog, one attack after another exploded, causing the bowl to violently churn like boiling black water. It was a horrifying sight. However, the surrounding dark apparitions from the inert fog race sneered and stared at the place where the black fog was gathering. Their eyes were full of mockery. How could it be so easy to break through the lazy fog that they had condensed? The warriors from the light universe were only at the universe level. They were at the same level as them, so it was impossible for them to break through the dense fog. Within the black fog, the Star Guild and the others unleashed their strongest attacks one after another, bombarding the same area. Yu Qiqiao held her battle sword, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. A full moon rose in her domain, full of dreamy and hazy feelings. Then, a sword light slashed out as if it came from the moon. Bai Chuanlu held his battle sword, and his figure suddenly became blurry. Then, 5 blue lights flashed out of his body and instantly transformed into 5 clones. The clones were exactly the same as Bai Chuanlu. It was impossible to tell who was the main body and who was the clones. They attacked at the same time. The terrifying sword light contained the power of the domain and slashed toward the black fog in front of them. Trayant Borat was among the crowd at this moment. He raised his domain, which was like a dense forest. Countless vines shot out from it. These vines had just shot out when they broke apart and turned into javelins. Some of them contained the power of fire, while others contained the power of thunder. They were extremely fast. They shot out. Tai Beisha also attacked. Her holy light battle sword transformed into countless blazing sword lights, holy and bright. A majestic and domineering intent appeared above Yu Yunxian's head. It was a special domain. Countless golden sword lights erupted. The joint heaven battle sword was swung out. A terrifying killing intent filled the air and turned into a domain of death. It contained the ultimate killing intent and terrifying attack power. Wu Yan held a pitch-black longbow in his hand. Arrows containing the power of poison condensed and fell from the sky like raindrops. They were densely packed. Reynolds held his battle sword. The power of thunder was like the power of heaven. Thunder exploded and turned into sword lights. These geniuses from the Starry Sky Academy were all powerful. If it were not for their low level, they would not have been forced to this point by a group of dark apparitions from the lazy fog race. Even so, their combined attack was not to be underestimated. Rumble, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded. The attacks of the geniuses from the Star Guild all landed in one place, causing the black fog to tumble violently. Boom, then, a huge hole finally appeared, revealing the void outside. The expressions of the dark apparitions from the lazy fog race suddenly changed. They seemed to be in disbelief. They did not expect that the lazy fog that they had condensed together would be destroyed by this group of Holy Light Universe warriors. "Charge out!" shouted Yu Qiqiao loudly. Then, she led the crowd and charged toward the hole. They were ready to deal with the dark apparitions' attacks. The weapons in their hands bloomed with dazzling light. Once the dark apparitions outside attacked, they would be able to respond immediately. Damn it! The group of dark apparitions from the lazy fog race had ugly expressions. They all attacked the hole. The surrounding lazy fog tumbled and turned into terrifying giant pythons. They bit toward Yu Qiqiao and the others who were about to rush out. Numb faces suddenly grew out of the python's body, and its lifeless eyes stared straight at them. "Don't look at those faces!" Yu Qiqiao shouted with a slight change in expression. "Let me do it!" Tai Beisha shouted. Tibesha shouted softly. The white wings on her back suddenly flapped, and she rushed to the front of everyone. Her body emitted a dazzling white light as she tried to purify the terrifying giant pythons. The star force of light was indeed the nemesis of the power of darkness. Under Tibesha's star force of light, the giant pythons instantly hissed and melted in the air as if they were thrown into a raging fire. "Charge out!" Tibesha rushed out first, and the others immediately followed behind her. "Be careful!" However, at this moment, an anxious reminder suddenly came from afar, and everyone's heart skipped a beat. Boom! Before they could react, a pitch-black palm print slammed down from the sky and blocked the entire hole, completely blocking their way. "Oh no!" Tibesha's pretty face changed slightly. The battle sword in her hand emitted a dazzling star force of light, and she slashed toward the giant palm print. Boom, with a loud sound, the sword light emitting a dazzling white light landed on the giant palm print. The holy power erupted, attempting to purify the power of darkness on the palm print. But this time, something unexpected happened. The giant palm print emitted a dense black mist, which wrapped around the sword light and eroded the power of light on the sword light. Bang! In the next moment, the sword light collapsed, and all the power of light was suppressed by the power of darkness. Mid-rank Demon Emperor. Tibesha's expression changed drastically. Before she could react, the giant black palm print had already pressed down. Boom! The palm print landed on her body and slapped her down. Although Xianxia and the others had stopped at her warning, they hadn't expected this situation. Seeing Tibesha fly back, their expressions changed immediately, and they wanted to catch her. Retreat quickly. Pfft. Tibesha wanted to warn them, but she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The hole they had blasted open just now suddenly appeared. A huge shadow suddenly appeared, enveloping them, and they gradually couldn't see the situation outside. The terrifying power of darkness poured in. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't have time to retreat, so they could only erupt with their origin power to resist the attack of the giant palm print. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying power poured out from the palm print, and the origin power defense on the surface of Xianxia and the others instantly collapsed. They spat out mouthfuls of blood as if they were struck by lightning, and their bodies smashed down like cannonballs. Bastard! In the outside world, a loud shout came. Dawnan rushed over from a distance. Her delicate face was full of frost at this moment, and the combat sword in her hand slashed at a peak middle-rank Demon Emperor Dark Apparition. It was the Dark Apparition that attacked just now. It's too late. The Dark Apparition of the peak stage middle-level Demon Emperor from the inert fog clan sneered. Then, it stretched out another big hand from the black fog and slapped out. Boom! The void vibrated, and a huge ferocious pitch-black palm appeared. It was full of numb faces and strange dull eyes that stared at Dawnan, making her scalp tingle. Dawnan knew how terrifying this dark apparition was, so she immediately closed her eyes and retreated. At this moment, the ferocious palm had collided with Dawnan's sword light. Crack! 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 With a loud noise, Dawnan's sword light suddenly shattered, and the spreading flames were directly dispersed. It could not get close to the dark apparition at all. Then, the giant palm fell toward Dawnan with undiminished momentum, and a terrifying fluctuation of origin power swept out. Dawnan felt the evil dark energy rolling in from afar, and her face turned pale. She did not dare to resist and could only retreat. Damn it! She floated in the void in the distance, clenching the combat sword in her hand, and stared at the peak middle-rank Demon Emperor Dark Apparition from afar. She could not help but show fear in her eyes. They had just fought, but she already felt that this dark apparition was difficult to deal with. It was no wonder that the geniuses of the Star Society were suppressed by the dark apparition to such an extent. It should be noted that the geniuses of the Star Society were basically the strongest freshmen in the 7th Starry Sky Academy this year. Their strength could be considered as the strongest batch, but they were suppressed to such an extent, which was somewhat unbelievable. Of course, if the peak middle-rank Demon Emperor Dark Apparition did not intervene, they might have already escaped. Fortunately, the Star Society did not have the help of a domain master at this moment. Otherwise, they would not have fallen to such a state. In fact, even she might not be able to avoid the attack of the peak middle-rank Demon Emperor Dark Apparition. The Dark Apparition's means were really strange and difficult to deal with. She could not help but look at the area shrouded by the dark mist. The hole that appeared just now had been completely covered, and the whole area was once again shrouded by the dark mist. She could not see the situation inside at all. She wondered how the geniuses of the Star Society were doing. You can't get through. The peak middle-rank Demon Emperor Dark Apparition of the Inert Mist clan walked toward Dawnan step by step. Its body was surrounded by dark mist, and it extended out like tentacles, as if it was ready to reach out at any time. Dawnan's eyes moved slightly, and her heart was full of solemnity. She had consumed too much origin power to rush over just now. Now, she was facing this peak middle-rank Demon Emperor Dark Apparition of the Inert Mist clan, and she was really not confident in her heart. There were too many of these dark apparitions. If it was a one-on-one battle, they would definitely not be suppressed so badly. However, it was too late to say anything now. The geniuses of the light universe were besieged here. Without reinforcements, they would not be able to escape at all. Among the Blue Flame Association martial artists in the distance, Wan Banlian's eyes flickered slightly, and a trace of ridicule appeared at the corner of her mouth. How could a domain master level martial artist save the people of the Star Society? She naturally knew Danan and had some grudges with her. Previously, Danan stood on the side of the Star Society and did not hesitate to offend the Blue Flame Association. Danan did not like her at all and was extremely contemptuous of her. For this reason, Wan Banlian had always held a grudge in her heart. A woman's heart was never very big, especially a woman like her. Human. However, she could not afford to offend Danan's elder sister, Tanya, so she could only endure it. Now that she finally saw Danan suffer, she was naturally very happy in her heart. Without Danan by her side, Danan was just an ordinary domain master level genius. What was she? Did she really think she was so great? She was not even comparable to her, the vice president of the Blue Flame Association. At least no matter what, she relied on her own strength, even if it was her beauty. What did Danan have? She just had a good elder sister. With her shriveled figure, what man would like her? In this aspect, Wan Banlian had absolute confidence that she would definitely crush Danan. What was cute? It was worthless in front of sex appeal. Humph. Wan Banlian snorted lightly, feeling proud. Looking at the Star Society members who were in a desperate situation and Danan who was powerless to save them, a trace of a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion rang out, causing Wan Banlian's expression to change involuntarily. Where are you looking? Humph. A cold-looking woman with blood-red hair and wearing blood-red ferocious battle armor appeared not far in front of Wan Banlian. She held a huge trident in her hand and charged towards Wan Banlian. This woman was naturally Blood Rosa. The Blood Tribe Dark Apparitions had also joined the battle, and Blood Rosa's opponent was the Blue Flame Association's Wan Banlian. Wan Banlian looked at the aggressive Blood Tribe woman, and her expression instantly became somewhat serious. The long whip in her hand suddenly twitched fiercely at her opponent. Pa! A crisp sound resounded in the void, and an emerald light erupted from the long whip. It instantly turned into countless vine phantoms that swept towards Blood Rosa. Insignificant skill. Humph. Blood Rosa sneered. She formed a claw with her other hand and slashed forward, forming a huge blood-red claw. Boom! The huge blood-red claw directly grabbed the sweeping vines and suddenly exerted force. Pa pa pa! In just an instant, the vines were completely torn apart. Then, Blood Rosa suddenly stabbed out with the trident in her hand, and a terrifying halberd light instantly condensed into form. Wan Banlian's expression changed slightly. To be honest, her strength was definitely not top-notch among the Starry Sky Academy's domain lord-level geniuses. She could only be considered a bottom-tier existence because her strength was forcibly raised by relying on the resources provided by Feng Qingyan. She did not have much combat experience, and compared to those academy geniuses who fought and killed outside all year round, her strength was much worse. Unfortunately, she was used to being pampered. In the Blue Flame Association, she could be said to be second only to one person and above tens of thousands. Most people did not dare to easily offend her, so she did not know what her strength was. In fact, many people treated it as a joke and thought that Wan Banlian had played herself into a cripple. A genius of the Starry Sky Academy, after climbing up to Feng Qingyan, was almost completely reduced to his vassal. Although she did indeed have a very high position in the Blue Flame Association, and many people who were weaker than her had to respect her and call her the vice president. Similarly, the geniuses of other forces did not dare to do anything to her. Because of Feng Qingyan's existence, they could only turn a blind eye to Wan Banlian. Wan Banlian also heard some people talking about her behind her back. Their words were unsightly, but she always felt that those people were jealous of her. If they met her face to face, they would still have to respectfully salute her. They only dared to talk behind her back. Many geniuses of the same generation as her were inferior to her. Only the true top geniuses could stand above her. From this point of view, she had already taken fewer detours. In the future, as long as she smoothly entered the Sector Lord rank, she would be able to surpass most warriors. What was wrong with that? As for the immortal rank, she did not even think about it. Even the president of the Blue Flame Association, Feng Qingyan, was currently stuck at the pinnacle of the Sector Lord rank and had not entered the immortal rank. Whether he could even enter the immortal rank was still unknown. Therefore, as long as she could reach the Sector Lord rank, she would have already surpassed most warriors. One had to admit that Ruan Banlian's thoughts were not wrong. Her life plan was very clear. But now, on the battlefield, she was facing a dark apparition genius who had the potential to advance to the upper Demon Emperor rank. She was only a step away from the middle Demon Emperor rank. She was also quite unlucky. She had not been proud for long before Blood Rosa came knocking on her door. At this moment, facing the terrifying halberd light, Ruan Banlian's heart skipped a beat. But she was still a genius of the Starry Sky Academy. She immediately recovered, gritted her teeth, and the long whip in her hand suddenly burst out a bright light. A wave of domain power instantly surged out from her body. Boom, several lotus phantoms appeared around the long whip. They were sparkling and radiating with a rich vitality. Powerful fluctuations swept out in a continuous manner. From this point of view, Ruan Banlian's methods were not weak. An ordinary domain lord rank warrior might not be able to compare to her. Boom, the lotus phantoms instantly collided with Blood Rosa's halberd light. Suddenly, violent origin power fluctuations erupted and swept out in all directions. Ruan Banlian did not even have time to breathe a sigh of relief. In the next moment, the several lotus phantoms instantly exploded under the halberd light. Then, the halberd light blasted towards Ruan Banlian without slowing down. Ruan Banlian's face was slightly pale. She did not expect the opponent to be so strong. She had just exchanged blows and was already at a disadvantage. Zhonglu! Zhonglu! At this moment, she hurriedly retreated and shouted. Not far to the left of Ruan Banlian, a young man was fighting a dark apparition. Hearing the sound, he could not help but frown. Seeing the situation on Ruan Banlian's side, he had no choice but to intervene. Boom! His weapon was a spear. Seeing that the situation was critical, he threw the spear in his hand. It turned into a golden stream of light in the void and charged towards Blood Rosa's halberd light. Clang, the two collided and immediately exploded with the sound of metal vibrating. That blood-red halberd glow was shattered by this attack, while that golden long spear paused in its original spot. A figure appeared and grabbed it in his hand. It was Zhonglu, who had attacked earlier. Blood Rosa frowned slightly when she saw the newcomer. This human domain lord rank warrior was much stronger than the female warrior. He was actually able to destroy her halberd light. Shui Kali, this is your opponent, right? However, she did not attack. Instead, she looked into the distance and said indifferently. Shui Kali's expression was somewhat unsightly. While fighting with him, the opponent actually had the time to save someone. Didn't this make him seem weak? Bastard! A cold snort came out of Shui Kali's mouth. He thought that he was comparable to Blood Master, but now, he couldn't even handle a domain lord from the Radiant Universe. Blood Master was fighting against two Sector Lord geniuses from the Radiant Universe, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. In comparison, he felt that the gap between him and the opponent was getting bigger and bigger. Die! Shui Kali vented his anger on Zhonglu and attacked him crazily. Zhonglu was a little confused. Why did he feel that this blood tribe dark apparition was very angry? What did he do? He only went to save someone. Ruan Banlian was also a little confused. Her face turned even paler. She just realized that the warriors from the Blue Flame Association were all held back by the other dark apparitions. It seemed that no one could help her now. Without thinking, she immediately retreated silently to distance herself from the female dark apparition. You want to leave? However, Blood Rosa was constantly staring at her. She treated her as her prey. How could she let her leave? Boom, with a flash, her speed exploded as she charged towards Ruan Banlian. The trident in her hand stabbed out again. Damn it! Ruan Banlian's face was extremely pale. She didn't expect that the desperate situation that Star Clubhouse was facing would happen now. It would happen to her. Every dog has its day. Today, it was her turn. She was so carefree just now. Now, she no longer had such thoughts. She only wanted to escape. It was only now that she truly witnessed the power of a dark apparition. If Elder G knew that there was such an incompetent genius among the geniuses of Cosmic Star Academy, he would probably be very disappointed. Boom, the blood-red halberd pierced through the void and appeared directly behind Juan Banlian. Seeing that she couldn't escape, she could only take out a yellow shield and block behind her. Runes on the shield instantly lit up and turned into a huge shadow. A strange giant beast was engraved on it. It looked ferocious and was covered in scales. It looked very tough. Dong, the blood-red halberd violently bombarded the shield. Ripples appeared on the surface of the shield, but it was surprisingly blocked. However, before Juan Banlian could be happy, a huge force came from the blood-red halberd. It made her and her shield fly out as if they were hit by a giant beast. Poochie, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Juan Banlian's mouth, making her rosy lips even redder. However, at this moment, her face was pale and her hair was disheveled. She looked extremely miserable. Moreover, she didn't dare to say anything. Once again, she took the shield and retreated rapidly. She was like a female tortoise retracting her head into its shell. She knew that she could only survive if she escaped to the side of the two sector lords from Green Flame Clubhouse. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would really die in the hands of the Blood Tribe Dark Apparition. In front of the Dark Apparition, no one would plead for her. Her identity was definitely useless. Rumble. At the same time, the black fog condensed by the dark apparitions of the inert fog race, which were low-level demon emperors, had completely besieged the members of the Star Guild. The thick black fog was converging toward the center, making all the geniuses of the Star Guild their slaves. Donnan was extremely anxious. She wanted to get rid of the middle-level demon emperor dark apparition and go to rescue them. However, she couldn't do it in her current situation. Boom. Boom. Boom, she attacked madly, slashing out sword rays one after another, trying to force the dark apparition to retreat. Ha ha ha. The middle-level demon emperor dark apparition emitted black fog all over its body and blocked Donnan's attack. It laughed and said, "It's useless. No matter how you struggle, you can't save them. Haha. Looking at you, those geniuses shouldn't be weak. Unfortunately, they are going to die here today. Humph. Haha." Donnan's pretty face was tense, and her expression was extremely ugly. She didn't say a word. She just snorted coldly and frantically urged her domain to crush the dark apparition. Your domain power is indeed not bad. Unfortunately, you have consumed a lot of it just now. It's no longer a threat to me. The middle-level demon emperor dark apparition sneered and said, "You'd better take care of yourself first. I'm afraid it won't be long before you die in my hands." Haha. A domain also appeared above its head, and thick black fog pervaded it. In the billowing black fog, faces appeared one after another, as if countless souls were branded in it. They looked ferocious and terrifying. Roars came out from the mouths of these faces, like the howls of ghosts, echoing in the void. Donnan didn't notice anything at first, but as she listened, she felt that something was wrong. The voice contained a bewitching intent, which made her thoughts become sluggish. She couldn't even think of resisting, as if she had lost interest in life. No. She suddenly opened her eyes and fiercely bit the tip of her tongue. The strong taste of blood instantly spread in her mouth. Her spirit was shaken, and she frantically operated her mental power to resist the strange voice. You actually reacted so quickly. Interesting. Surprise. A surprised voice came out of the mouth of the lazy fog race's dark apparition. It laughed and said, "It seems that you are not a weak existence in the light universe. Killing you is enough to make up for it. I'll be able to kill 2 geniuses of the domain lord level. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability." Donnan's eyes showed a trace of determination. She knew that she couldn't delay any longer. If she delayed any longer, the people of the Star Guild would definitely be killed. I didn't want to use it, but now I have no choice. Sister, you can't blame me. All right. After muttering to herself, she suddenly took out a Jade bottle. Surprisingly, there was a crimson-red pill lying inside. The pill was quite strange. There were blood-red lines on the surface, which looked particularly abrupt in the crimson light. Donnan poured the pill out of the jade bottle. Suddenly, a strong pill fragrance wafted out from it. Judging from the degree of the fragrance, it should be a high-grade Grandmaster-level pill, which was quite precious. It was just that within this pill's pill fragrance, there was actually a faintly discernible fishy smell. It smelled a little strange. A Grandmaster-level pill. Under the black fog, the Lazy Fog clan's dark apparition's eyes changed slightly. Apparently, it recognized the pill's grade. Donnan didn't hesitate and swallowed the pill immediately. Her delicate eyebrows immediately furrowed, and her whole face scrunched up. Then, she stuck out her tongue and complained, "It tastes terrible." The Lazy Fog clan's dark apparition was a middle-level demon emperor. Boom, in the next moment, a strange power erupted from Donnan's body. Then, flame spread and enveloped her, as if she had turned into a female version of the flame god of war. Faintly, one could see strange flame patterns crawling all over her face at this moment, causing her originally delicate and cute face to have an additional feeling of ferocity and savagery. Moreover, as the flame patterns appeared, a ferocious and savage aura spread out from her body. Donnan. In the distance, Wei Na, Yuan Bai, Qin Quan, and the others immediately noticed this scene, and their expressions changed. Of course, they knew what the pill was, but they didn't expect Donnan to swallow it to save the people of the Star Guild. Did she really not care about the after effects of the pill? Donnan didn't care about what the others thought. Feeling the majestic aura in her body, she pointed at the Lazy Fog clan's dark apparition in the distance and shouted coldly, "Get over here. Go. How dare you?" The Lazy Fog clan's dark apparition's expression turned ugly. It snorted coldly and said, "Do you really think you can compete with me with the power of the pill? Go." Boom, as soon as it finished speaking, it charged toward Donnan. Rolling black fog spread out, and the territory above its head crushed forward. Donnan's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. The battle sword in her hand was wrapped in flames, and a terrifying flame sword light quickly condensed. The territory above her head suddenly shrank and merged with the sword light. Boom, suddenly, a scorching heat spread out from the sword light. The surrounding space distorted, and cracks appeared in the space. The Lazy Fog clan's dark apparition finally narrowed its eyes as it felt a strong sense of threat. Boom. However, before it could react, the sword light had already slashed down and went straight for its territory. As the roar resounded, the terrifying aftereffects of the origin power spread out in all directions. The territory instantly cracked, and the black fog within it collapsed under the high temperature of the flame. Although the Lazy Fog clan's Lazy Fog clan was troublesome to deal with, it would also disperse in the face of an overwhelming attack. Moreover, the flame had a restraining effect on the power of darkness. As long as the flame was strong enough, it could burn everything. Damn it! The Lazy Fog clan's dark apparition didn't expect its opponent's strength to increase so much. It roared angrily, and rolling black fog gathered again and turned into a terrifying giant python that rushed toward the flaming sword light. Roar, the giant python hissed, opened its mouth, and bit the flaming sword light, trying to shatter it. Unfortunately, Donnan was much more powerful than before. The power of her territory was so powerful that it instantly gushed out from the sword light. The giant python only had time to roar before it was completely slashed into its mouth by the sword light. Its body was torn apart. How is this possible? The Lazy Fog clan's dark apparition was extremely shocked at this moment, and it quickly retreated. However, it was too late. Boom, the sword light fell, and the terrifying flame instantly drowned it. Roar. The Lazy Fog clan's dark apparition let out a painful roar in the flame. Its body suddenly expanded, and a dense black light burst out from it like a pitch-black sun. The terrifying power of darkness swept out, full of evil and indescribable power. Demonic. Change again. Donnan was not looking good. Donnan's expression was not good. The attack just now had consumed more than half of the elixir's power, and she couldn't maintain it for too long. Now that this dark apparition had undergone demonic change, it would only become more troublesome. She might not be able to kill it. She glanced at the dark apparition that had undergone demonic change, and her thoughts changed rapidly. She suddenly turned her head and rushed toward the area where the people from Star Guild were. She wanted to take this opportunity to rescue them. Boom, a sword light swept out, ready to kill the few lower demon emperor-level Lazy Fog clan's dark apparitions. Roar. A terrifying roar came from behind, and Donnan's expression changed. She looked back and saw numerous black tentacles sweeping out. Most of them were sweeping toward her, while a small portion rushed toward the sword light. Bang, in just an instant, the sword light shattered. At the same time, the tentacles had caught up with Donnan's body and directly swept toward her. Donnan had to turn around and counterattack. She continuously slashed out sword light to block the black tentacles. However, something unexpected happened. The heads of these black tentacles were like giant pythons. Not only did they have scarlet eyeballs, but the sides were also filled with numb faces. Densely packed, more and more tentacles swept out, weaving into a large net. The faces were aimed at her eyes, and the eyeballs on them emitted terrifying rays that seemed to invade her mind. It's over. Donnan's expression changed. Donnan's expression faltered, and a sense of despair welled up in her heart in the instant that she began to feel lethargic. Die. Die. A cold voice came from the Lazy Fog clan's dark apparition. It was still wrapped in black mist, but one could vaguely see its bloated body rushing toward Donnan. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow Donnan. Donnan. Wei Na, Yuan Bai, and the others who were watching from afar saw this scene, and their expressions changed drastically. They were terrified. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment the dark apparition transformed to the moment it attacked Donnan, only a few breaths had passed. They did not even have time to react. When they realized Donnan's situation, it was already too late. They could only let out a cry of grief and anger. He. That little girl is courting death. An armored devil race dark apparition laughed loudly. Get out of my way. Die. Yuan Bai, Qin Quan, and the others roared angrily. They wanted to break through the attacks of the armored devil race dark apparitions and save Donnan. Don't worry. None of you can escape. It's just a matter of time. Another armored devil race dark apparition said coldly. Roar, the Lazy Fog clan dark apparition had already arrived in front of Donnan and closed its mouth. It was too late. Wei Na, Yuan Bai, and the others closed their eyes in pain. It was too cruel for them to witness the death of their companions. However, how dare you? Roar. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the void. It came from afar. Before everyone could react, a bright white light streaked across the void and charged toward the demonic inert Fog clan dark apparition at a terrifying speed. It arrived in an instant like a shooting star. Light fist. Roar. As the cold voice reverberated in the air, the demonic inert Fog race dark apparition froze on the spot as though it was frozen in place. Boom, the next moment, its bloated body exploded in front of everyone's eyes. A dazzling white light, carrying with it a sense of holiness, rose in that area like a blazing sun. Whap. Check it out. End of chapter 1920. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.